Chapter 1. The Awakening. Am I still alive? With a feeble effort, Morin struggled to muster the dwindling strength within his body and barely managed to open his eyes. What greeted his gaze was a ceiling composed of planks of wood, intricately joined together. Before he could assess his surroundings, a sharp pain surged through his head. Fragments of disordered and broken memories flickered through his mind like a kaleidoscope, each one more vivid than the last, sweet, bitter, and even terrifying recollections. These memories, chaotic and tangled, were forcefully crammed into Morin's consciousness, overwhelming his already injured brain and triggering a loud alarm within. Were these memories? What happened? Wasn't I supposed to be beyond salvation, then declared dead? Amidst the pain, a look of bewilderment washed over Morin's eyes. He distinctly remembered being rushed to the hospital due to a sudden, debilitating gastric spasm, only to be diagnosed with late-stage stomach cancer. In the final 3 months of his life, having consumed not a single grain of rice, Morin had withered away to a mere shadow of his former self, lying weakly in a hospital bed and relying on medication to sustain him. He recalled those days when, tormented by hunger and unable to eat, he fervently wished for nothing more than a hearty meal. Even the likes of fried chicken and cola, those so-called junk foods, would not have been turned away. Yet, even in his final moments, that wish remained unfulfilled. In a bid to prolong his life for even a single day, his former girlfriends had ruthlessly eliminated all food that might cause him discomfort. At times, he pondered whether this was divine retribution from fate or perhaps a punishment from them. After enduring 3 months of suffering, Morin finally succumbed, leaving that world behind forever. Uncertain how much time had passed, the once foreign memories in Morin's mind gradually became clearer. As he swiftly processed them, he finally grasped his current predicament. Is this what they call reincarnation? Though he remained unsure whether he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck bestowed upon him by the goddess of fortune for a second chance at life, one thing was certain: was alive, and that was more than enough. In his previous world, the last 6 months of his life felt like an eternity. Even without the subsequent terminal illness, he often feared that he might one day depart this life without even realizing it. In truth, he could not blame himself for those past events. However, some things are best left in the past. To live again in this tranquil era is already a testament to the goddess of fortune's favor. After all, in his previous life, he was merely an orphan who had emerged from an orphanage. Even in death, he was alone, so there was little worth reminiscing. As for those former girlfriends, well, it was better not to dwell on them. After resting for a while and feeling a bit more recuperated, Morin struggled to sit up. He began to take stock of his surroundings. He found himself in a wooden room, no larger than 30 square meters. The air was thick with the scent of medicine and a musty odor mingled with a hint of briny sea air. The arrangement of various items was relatively simple and orderly, with most things secured in place by various bindings. Apart from the bed he lay on, there were 2 similar wooden beds placed evenly in the room, each adorned with a pristine white sheet. Additionally, there was a semi-transparent cabinet crammed with various items and some tables and chairs scattered about. Strangely, aside from a single wooden door, there wasn't even a window for ventilation. Only a dimly lit chandelier dangled from the ceiling, providing a feeble illumination. Where exactly am I? In the last of his memories, he vividly recalled following a large troop as they landed on the coastline of the town, engaging in battle with marauding pirates to protect the residents of the Oikot Kingdom. How did he suddenly end up here? Just as Morin was engulfed in confusion, the wooden door creaked open with a sharp sound. Entering was a stout, balding man clad in a white coat, resembling a doctor, who carried a bundle of items. Upon spotting Morin sitting on the bed, the doctor momentarily froze in surprise. Then, regaining his composure, he bore a look of palpable relief. He tossed the items onto the nearby bed and hurriedly approached Morin's bedside, exclaiming with excitement, "Thank heavens, you finally pulled through. If something had happened to you, I would have had a hard time explaining it to Major Nelson." As Morin regarded the rotund figure before him, memories surged within him. "Are you Dr. George?" Dr. George blinked in surprise before joyfully responding, "Well done, lad. You still remember me." That simple recognition significantly enhanced Dr. George's fondness for Morin. In Morin's recollection, Dr. George was the resident physician of the 13th Division of the EC Navy. Although his medical skills were not exceptionally remarkable, he was a rare asset in the vast sea where medical personnel were scarce. Moreover, due to the unique nature of his profession, few would dare to offend him. After all, in these unpredictable waters, injury and illness were commonplace. In such circumstances, one would realize the dire consequences of antagonizing a physician who might attend to them at any moment. Of course, Morin and Dr. George had only crossed paths a handful of times. His recollection of George's name stemmed solely from the striking Mediterranean hairstyle that was hard to forget. Perhaps it was the familiarity brought on by the memories of this body that offered Morin a sense of comfort. He instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Then Morin inquired, "Dr. George, where is this place? How did I end up here?" Dr. George furrowed his brow, glancing gravely at Morin as he asked, "You don't remember what happened?" "What happened?" Seeing Morin's face, which bore no hint of deceit, Dr. George inhaled sharply, his expression growing troubled as he grabbed a clipboard and began jotting down notes rapidly. "The patient has lost portions of his memory prior to the injury, and based on the condition of the cranial wound, the following possibilities have been deduced. 1. The patient's brain nerves have sustained damage, resulting in a compromised memory system. 2. The patient's psyche may have been unable to withstand the trauma, leading to a subconscious repression of certain memories. With the potential onset of post-traumatic stress disorder, further observation is advised." Chapter 2. The Endless Stomach. As he wrote, Dr. George mentally lamented the complications arising from the situation. The Morin before him was no ordinary patient. Not only was he the sole survivor of the recent pirate raid on the town, but his identity was also quite significant. Morin's parents were merely ordinary doctors at a hospital in the capital of the Oikote Kingdom. However, Morin's uncle, Nelson, was a powerful rear admiral in the EC Navy. There were scarcely a few influential rear admirals in the EC. Advancing further, Rear Admiral Nelson could potentially rise to the rank of Vice Admiral or even ascend to become one of the highest commanders overseeing the 4 divisions of the EC Navy. Such a figure was someone Dr. George would never wish to offend. Although Morin's injury was not his fault, if he were to diagnose Morin with a serious condition and report that grim news, it could bring upon him a considerable amount of trouble that Dr. George wished to avoid at all costs. Thus, to evade any unnecessary complications, Dr. George began to share everything he had learned, probing Morin's memory in hopes of stirring recollections of what had transpired prior. From the information divulged by Dr. George, Morin gleaned insights into his identity in this world and the reasons for his current predicament. Fortunately, in this world, he also bore the name Morin, sparing him the trouble of navigating through any identity confusion. Currently, he found himself in a treatment room aboard a naval warship. And the reason for his presence here was nothing less than the complete failure of the previous rescue operation. This rescue operation not only failed to drive away the brutal pirates invading the kingdom of Oikote, but also resulted in the near-total annihilation of over 100 naval soldiers deployed for the mission. Now, only Morin remains as the sole survivor. In fact, when the naval reinforcements arrived, there were 2 other soldiers barely clinging to life. However, shortly after being brought aboard the warship for medical attention, these 2 wounded men succumbed to their grievous injuries and ultimately perished. Truth be told, Morin was rather fortunate. It seemed that during the skirmish, he was propelled away by the explosion of shell detonating at close range, rendering him unconscious after his head struck something. His injuries were limited to his head and some wounds inflicted by shrapnel. This was certainly preferable to the fate that befell those naval soldiers who were subsequently slaughtered by the pirates. Ironically, it was the sight of Morin lying in a pool of his own blood, with his head bleeding, that led the pirates to mistakenly believe he was dead, thus preserving his life. Otherwise, Morin would likely have met the same grim fate as his fallen comrades. Nevertheless, had the reinforcements not arrived in time, the excessive blood loss alone could have claimed Morin's life. As Morin's thoughts were momentarily interrupted by the spittle flying from Dr. George's animated speech, lines of text began to materialize before his eyes. Name Morin. Age 18. Bloodline ordinary human. Title none. Achievements none. Strength 1.2. Physique 1.1. Agility 1.3. Spirit 1.5. Perception 1.6. Note: the average attributes for adult males in this world is 1. Status weak. Talent endless stomach eye. Skill culinary arts intermediate. Nutrients 0. This appears to be an attributes panel reminiscent of those encountered in games. Morin pondered silently as he gazed at the panel unfolding before him. Wait, can anyone else see this panel besides me? Suddenly filled with trepidation, Morin discreetly observed Dr. George's expression from the corner of his eye. After scrutinizing him for a while, Morin even rotated his perspective to wave the attributes panel in front of Dr. George, only to discover that the doctor exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Relief washed over Morin. Unless George was an Oscar-worthy actor, his demeanor assured Morin that he had not glimpsed the attributes panel before him. After a moment of relaxation, Morin resumed his contemplation of the attributes panel amidst Dr. George's incessant chatter. Currently, Morin's attributes panel could be described as utterly barren. A single glance revealed all there was to see. Besides the talent of the endless stomach, there was nothing else particularly noteworthy to capture Morin's attention. As for the culinary skill, it was something Morin had acquired due to his interest in his previous life. He had not anticipated that it would carry the distinction of intermediate culinary arts in this world, suggesting that his past efforts were not in vain. The one aspect that brought Morin solace was that all his physical attributes exceeded 1. In a world where the average attributes for adult males stood at 1, Morin's attributes surpassed this threshold, with his perception reaching an impressive 1.6. This could be considered a significant advantage. Clearly, the year and more spent as a naval recruit had not been in vain. While he may not have learned any particularly useful skills, at least his body had not been rendered weak. Were it not for his current injuries and the added status of weakness, this body was undoubtedly stronger than the unhealthy one he had in his previous life. As for the final entry regarding nutrients, Morin found himself confused and uncertain about its meaning. After reviewing his physical attributes, Morin's gaze fell once more upon the endless stomach eye talent. As he focused his attention, a line of annotations appeared beneath it. Talent name, endless stomach eye. Talent level, talent description. For most individuals, certain foods will never grace their tables, however. For you, blessed with the endless stomach, no food is beyond digestion. If it remains undigested, it simply means your stomach is not yet strong enough. Note, the endless stomach, as the name suggests, harbors endless possibilities and infinite potential awaiting your exploration. The current endless stomach eye is merely its initial level. Endless stomach. This peculiar trait seems inextricably linked to the sudden onset of my gastric illness in my previous life. Could it be that my affliction stemmed from this very thing? Otherwise, how could my talent possibly be the endless stomach, a most bizarre attribute? Wait, does my crossing over have any relation to it? The more Morin contemplated, the more uneasy he became, causing his expression to darken. Observing Morin's troubled demeanor, Dr. George assumed he had perhaps spoken too much, disturbing the recovering Morin's fragile state. Hence, he inquired with concern, "What is it, Morin? Have you aggravated your wound? Or is there something else troubling you?" Chapter 3. Hunger. In response to Dr. George's concern, Morin forced a weak smile, despite his pallor. "It's nothing, Dr. George. I'm just feeling a bit unwell, I'll rest for a while." Despite Morin's reassurances, George did not let his guard down. Instead, he meticulously conducted a physical examination on Morin. After all, there were instances where naval personnel had succumbed to sleep and never awakened after sustaining injuries. Once the examination was complete, Dr. George finally relaxed. He discovered that, aside from the unhealed wound and significant blood loss, Morin exhibited no other complications. The current discomfort was likely due to weakness from blood loss, leading to fatigue. Such a condition could be remedied with ample rest, and Morin would soon return to being the capable young naval officer he once was. After changing the dressings on Morin's wound and administering some anti-inflammatory medication, Dr. George left the ship's infirmary, allowing Morin to recuperate alone in the room. In some respects, Dr. George's assessment held scientific merit. Once he departed, Morin was left with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. However, due to his excessive blood loss and the severity of his injuries, he had not regained consciousness for long before the dual fatigue of body and mind caused his eyelids to grow heavy, leading him swiftly into the realm of dreams. As Morin succumbed to slumber, the gastric juices within him were secreted at an extraordinary rate, swiftly breaking down the remnants of food that lingered. In a matter of mere seconds, the scant remnants residing in his stomach were entirely disintegrated. With no sustenance left to digest, the gastric fluids churned restlessly within his belly, scorching him from the inside. It felt as though a fierce blaze raged within, compelling Morin to instinctively hunch his body. Soon, the sensation of hunger began to permeate throughout his entire being. The passage of time became an indiscernible blur. Morin awakened from his slumber, this time stirred by the pangs of hunger. Hiss, how ravenous! Morin pressed a hand against his abdomen, valiantly suppressing his hunger as he propped himself up from the sickbed. His eyes, glimmering with a ravenous green hue, swiftly surveyed the confines of his room, searching for anything edible to satiate his aching stomach. Soon, his keen gaze landed upon a table not far away, where a partially consumed slice of toasted bread lay. Bread. With sheer determination, Morin staggered from the bed to the table, opening his mouth wide to take a hearty bite of the bread, gulping it down hastily and chewing fervently. Perhaps due to his overwhelming hunger, the otherwise bland flavor of the aged toast, which had grown somewhat dry from sitting too long, transformed in his mouth into a delightfully soft and sweet sensation stimulating his salivary glands and leaving a lingering taste on his lips. He devoured more than half of the baguette like toast. The fiery sensation within Morin's stomach was only slightly subdued, yet in the blink of an eye. The hunger that had not fully receded surged forth with even greater intensity. This familiar yet alien feeling of hunger evoked memories of the best 3 months he had spent lying in a hospital bed. So hungry. This mere morsel of bread is insufficient. I crave more sustenance. Driven by desperation, Morin pressed a hand against his abdomen in an attempt to alleviate the gnawing hunger, bending at the waist as he hurried towards the sole entrance of the room. After consuming more than half a loaf of toasted bread, although he remained ravenously hungry, the remnants of that bread, swiftly broken down by his gastric juices, had restored a measure of his strength. As he flung open the door to the treatment room, a tantalizing aroma of food wafted into Morin's nostrils. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Morin's nose twitched, greedily inhaling the tantalizing aroma of food that wafted through the air. His eyes, glimmering with a verdant hue, brightened instantly. It was the scent of stewed meat. Meat. I yearned for meat. In that moment, there was no need for anyone to guide Morin aboard this unfamiliar warship. His nose led him, following the delectable aroma straight to the ship's dining hall. This vessel, sent for support, was a large warship fully staffed with 230 personnel, thus its dining area was unexpectedly spacious. In fact, it was at least 4 or 5 times larger than the mess hall of the ship where Morin had previously served. As Morin followed the enticing scent to the dining hall, he found it bustling with patrons. Were it not for the fact that the sailors aboard this ship were divided into 4 shifts for meals, the dining area would be even more crowded. As he passed by the tray station, Morin instinctively grabbed a metal tray and approached the serving window. The cafeteria worker, casting a glance at Morin's hospital gown and the bandaged head, murmured softly, "Injured." Observing his pale complexion and the unabashed longing in his eyes for food, the cafeteria worker felt a tug at her heartstrings. After taking Morin's tray, she plunged a large ladle into the pot of stewed meat, extracting a generous serving of tender, succulent meat, which she promptly heaped onto his tray. Following this, she filled his tray with a hefty portion of rice and generously ladled thick, rich gravy over it. Then, from a nearby vegetable bin, she scooped a serving of crisp, pickled radish to top the fragrant rice, enhancing its allure with a delightful aroma. As she reached down to retrieve an orange from the floor, she placed both the tray and the fruit into Morin's hands, offering kindly, "Child, eat well to recover. If you find it insufficient, bring your tray back. There's plenty of food here." With the weighty tray in his hands, Morin swallowed hard, aware of the envious glares from the nearby sailors. He turned to the cafeteria worker and said, "Thank you, sister, I want to be modest." Upon hearing the term sister, the cafeteria worker felt a surge of youth. As if she had shed years from her age, her spirit lifted as laughter sparkled in her eyes. Covering her mouth, she chuckled, "You're quite the charmer, young man. Now go eat." Eagerly, Morin, famished beyond measure, did not hesitate further. He found an empty seat and seized his utensils. Diving into his meal with fervor, a true connoisseur of sustenance, he embraced the essence of dining, for in that moment, no one could deter Morin from indulging in his feast. After Morin departed from the cafeteria's window, the naval soldier behind him swiftly presented his tray to the cafeteria lady. Offering her a smile he deemed amiable, and said, "Sister, please give me extra meat." Chapter 4. The cafeteria lady spooned the tremulous hand of the cafeteria lady, who had initially been elated by Morin referring to her as sister, instinctively lifted her gaze upon hearing this address. What met her eyes was a face that appeared to belong to a gaunt, middle-aged man, perhaps in his 40s or 50s, grinning at her with a rather lascivious expression. In an instant, the cafeteria lady's countenance transformed, as if she had just tasted something foul, becoming exceedingly displeased. Being called sister by a youthful and handsome lad was undoubtedly a delightful experience. However, to be addressed as such by a man whose appearance was akin to a gnarled tree, gaunt and grotesque, who seemed older than herself, was an experience that nearly caused her heart to seize with indignation. How dare this old scoundrel call me sister at his age? Does he truly believe I cannot wield a knife? After taking several deep breaths, the cafeteria lady struggled to suppress her urge to hurl the hefty iron ladle at this wretched man. "Just you wait. I shall remember you." With a fierce glare directed at him, she scooped a small portion of meat broth from the large pot, only to find the meat chunks within to be dismally scant. On the ladle, only a few greasy morsels of fat floated. Yet, This was not the end of her troubles. In the midst of the old sailor's desperate gaze, the lady's hand began to tremble uncontrollably, reminiscent of a fit of epilepsy. Within moments, the meat chunks were flung from the ladle with precision, leaving behind merely a paltry sliver of skin, solitary upon the surface of the broth. Utilizing the same method, she added pickled radish to the sailor's tray, and after serving him rice, she forcefully thrust the tray into the old sailor's hands, saying, "Hold it steady. If it drops, you won't get another." Upon seeing the solitary piece of meat skin on his tray, the old sailor felt a surge of frustration. However, when he lifted his gaze to meet the cafeteria lady's menacing glare and compared their vastly unequal statures, he quickly recoiled. Forget it, forget it. I shan't quarrel with this foul woman. I still have to stay on this ship for several more months. If I offend her now, I shall be subjected to a half-year of meager rations. I refuse to subsist on mere skin." Resigned, the old sailor chose to swallow his anger, silently vowing to remember this slight. "I shall keep this grudge, and I hope you never fall into my hands again." Just as he turned to leave with his tray, a voice called out to him, "Hey, wait." The cafeteria lady retrieved an apple from beneath the table and tossed it to the old sailor, warning, "Don't say I'm bullying you. If you dare to call me sister again, just wait and see how I deal with you. You ought to consider your own age." The old sailor, now holding the apple, was left in a state of bewilderment. "Is this all because I called you that? If I had known, I would have kept my mouth shut." Yet, considering the apple, he resolved to let it go. For those who made their living at sea, fresh fruit was a far more coveted treasure than meat. After all, while they could often procure fresh meat from the ocean, a naval vessel accommodating hundreds would not have nearly enough fruit to satisfy them all. With the apple in hand, he cheerfully found a corner to enjoy his dinner, casting aside any lingering resentment he had felt moments before. On another note, after finding a place to sit, Morin indulged in a hearty meal, savoring each bite of meat and vegetables, complemented by a generous serving of rice drenched in savory meat broth. Due to the special consideration from the cafeteria staff, Morin's portion amounted to a hefty 4 to 5 pounds. On any other day, he would have struggled to consume such a substantial meal. However, today, perhaps due to an insatiable hunger or some other reason, he found himself devouring it with delight. Morin consumed his meal with increasing speed. In a mere moment, the abundant feast before him was swiftly obliterated. After finishing an entire bowl of food, though his hunger was significantly assuaged, he still felt an insatiable pang in his belly. At that moment, his stomach resembled an abyss, voraciously absorbing one serving after another. Driven by his relentless appetite, Morin rose and, with unabashed determination, returned to the window to queue once more. When the cafeteria lady, who doubled as the chef, beheld Morin standing at the counter once again, her expression revealed a flicker of astonishment. Clearly, she had not anticipated that he would consume the generous portion she had previously served him in return for more. However, her surprise was fleeting. As a chef, witnessing Morin's hearty appetite for her culinary creations was, in her eyes, a validation of her skills. This acknowledgement brought her greater joy than his earlier address of sister. Upon accepting his tray, she filled it to the brim once again, though this time, she refrained from offering him any fruit. As previously noted, fruits and similar provisions were considered precious aboard the ship. Even she, the overseer of the galley, could not afford to show favoritism. After all, each piece of fruit consumed by Morin meant one less for the other sailors. Moreover, there were times when certain supply points simply did not have fruits available. Despite her robust exterior and seemingly carefree demeanor, she had diligently ensured that every sailor aboard had a taste of any available fruits over the years, never neglecting a single one. Although she did not achieve absolute fairness, she certainly distributed resources more equitably than her predecessor, an austere old man who managed the kitchen. Yet, Morin was oblivious to all this. With his freshly filled tray in hand, he returned to his original seat. Morin indulged in a lavish feast once more. As he consumed an abundance of food, his stomach began to churn at an extraordinary pace. Even the secretion of gastric acid accelerated. Before long, the recently ingested sustenance was being swiftly broken down. With the digestion of the food, a warm sensation flowed through Morin's body. Due to his injuries and considerable blood loss, he felt weakened. However, at that moment, he sensed his energy and strength rapidly returning. Even the wounds on his back and the back of his head felt warm and less painful. Realizing the benefits of his copious consumption, Morin's speed of eating increased yet again. After going back and forth for 7 servings, He finally let out a satisfied belch amidst the astonished gazes of the cafeteria staff and the sailors around him. Ah, how delightful! Patting his slightly protruding belly, Morin contentedly set down his spoon. In truth, had he chosen to, he felt he could still accommodate quite a bit more food. Yet, he feared that if he pressed on, the onlookers would regard him as nothing more than a glutton. Despite having lived 2 lives, his sense of modesty was not significantly thicker than that of an ordinary person. Having returned for so many servings, he had truly exceeded expectations. With his spoon finally laid aside, Morin's attention shifted away from the food. It was only then that he became aware of the gasps of astonishment surrounding him. 8 portions. A total of 8 portions. What on earth is this fellow's stomach made of? The servings that Aunt Mary provided were indeed generous. 8 portions would easily weigh 30 to 40 pounds. How could such a slight frame possibly contain such a quantity? It was true that he was still bandaged up from his injuries and yet managed to consume so much. What did he eat when he was uninjured? Since when did our 13th Division acquire such a voracious eater? If memory serves me correctly, this individual was one of the survivors we found in Watanabe town of the Oikot Kingdom. Lieutenant Jim led the mission to drive away pirates from Watanabe town. Yet I had never heard of such a glutton aboard his ship. Speaking of Lieutenant Jim, his demise was truly tragic. When we discovered his body, it was in 3 separate pieces, intestines strewn about. Piecing him back together was impossible. Those pirates were utterly merciless. Enough of this. Lieutenant Jim was such a good man. This time, however, I cannot help but wonder how his wife and child will react upon hearing this dreadful news. I recall that his son is merely 8 years old. The name of Lieutenant Jim, both familiar and foreign, stirred a flicker of memory within Morin. He was a boisterous and passionate man who, in his youth, joined the Navy fueled by a fervent sense of justice, always at the forefront in battles against pirates over the years. Yet, this time, he perished in combat, his body unrecognizable. For reasons unknown, a surge of anger coalesced within Morin's chest. Though its impact on him was minimal, it nonetheless diminished his appetite. Moreover, the increasing number of spectators added to his discomfort. Morin decisively rose and navigated through the crowd. Drawing upon the fragmented memories of his earlier journey, he managed to find his way back to the treatment room. Upon his return, he encountered George, who was pacing back and forth anxiously. Meanwhile, inside the treatment room, George had just returned from searching for the ship's major to report on Morin's condition, only to discover that the room was empty, leaving him in a state of distress. Drenched in sweat, had Morin not returned in time, he would have resorted to calling for assistance in locating him. As soon as Morin reappeared, Dr. George hurried over, his displeasure evident. I have been searching for you for ages, yet I could not find you anywhere. Where have you been? You are an injured patient. How can you not remain still and rest properly? What if your wound bursts open due to your movements? As he spoke, Dr. George disregarded Morin's expression and insisted that he lie down on the treatment bed, commencing an examination of his back and head injuries. However, this examination left Dr. George somewhat astonished. The wound on Morin appeared not only unbroken by his movements, but had also significantly healed. Even the swollen inflammation had notably subsided. It was inconceivable. This defied the laws of science. How could the wound heal so rapidly? Dr. George, with a face full of disbelief, inquired once more about what exactly Morin had been up to moments ago. Morin looked up and spoke in a subdued tone. I was just too hungry earlier and went to the cafeteria for a bite to eat. Having consumed a morsel, could it be that the nourishment replenished his body, invigorating his blood circulation and thereby hastening the healing of his wounds? Yet, such remarkable results seemed almost too extraordinary. Could it be that Morin possessed a unique constitution, allowing his recovery to surpass that of an ordinary individual? After contemplating Morin's response for quite some time, George finally conjured a plausible rationale to reconcile his somewhat crumbling worldview. In truth, this was also a reflection of George's limited experience and his tendency to be astonished by the unfamiliar. In the realm of pirates, an array of extraordinarily gifted beings emerged incessantly. Let alone Morin's injuries, there were indeed those who, after suffering grave wounds, could indulge in a hearty feast, rest, and awaken the next day nearly restored to health. Compared to their recovery pace, Morin's progress seems rather insignificant. Well, Dr. George, I assure you that I am fine, so please do not worry. I am feeling a bit fatigued. May I continue to rest for a while longer? Morin glanced at the significantly improved complexion of Morin, rolling her eyes and remarked, I initially intended to let you rest for a while. But since you are already capable of going to the cafeteria on your own, there is no need for you to remain in bed. Come along with me to meet Major Tim. He has been wanting to see you. Major Tim? Morin seemed to have vaguely heard of this name, yet it left him with no significant impression. However, he did not express any dissent. Meeting the other party would be beneficial, as it would provide him with a clearer understanding of his own circumstances. Under the guidance of Dr. George, after winding through the corridors, Morin was led to the captain's quarters on the upper deck of the ship. At this moment, Major Tim was furrowing his brow as he scrutinized a newspaper spread across his desk. This was the morning's edition delivered by the Newsbird, prominently detailing the recent massacre perpetrated by pirates in Watanabe town of the Kingdom of Oikote, in contrast to the relatively tranquil East Sea, which was not plagued by the chaotic clusters of pirates found in the Grand Line. Such heinous events had been scarce over the past couple of years. Although there were occasional disturbances caused by pirates, incidents as severe as a city massacre had become rare. Moreover, this particular group of audacious pirates had obliterated a naval vessel sent for assistance, along with hundreds of naval personnel aboard. Upon relaying this news back to the headquarters, Major Tim could hardly escape the wrath of his superior's voice, which nearly drowned him over the phone. Yet, despite the fury, what could be done? The annihilation of a naval ship and the loss of over 100 lives had severely weakened the 13th Naval Division, leaving them with fewer ships to pursue the pirates. The timeline for replacing the lost vessel remained uncertain. Meanwhile, the despicable pirates who had committed such atrocious acts had long vanished into the vast ocean, laden with stolen wealth and supplies, before the Navy's reinforcements could arrive. Finding this group of marauding pirates in the vast expanse of the sea would not be a trivial pursuit. The Spike pirate crew was the central figure in this massacre. This crew had been established for several years and had garnered a modest reputation in the East Sea. Their captain, Spike Yuri, was a wanted criminal with a bounty of 8 million berries. However, despite his formidable abilities, he lacked the prowess and audacity to orchestrate such a grand scale of devastation. Had Spike Yuri possessed such power and ruthless intent, he would not have languished in obscurity for years with only an 8 million berry bounty to his name. Furthermore, the information divulged by the two gravely injured naval officers before their demise further solidified Major Tim's suspicions. According to their accounts, although they had engaged in combat with the Spike pirate crew, their leader was not Spike Yuri, but rather a man capable of manifesting hard, elongated spikes from his body, even using his spiked armor to withstand blades and gunfire. It was this individual who had led the Navy's reinforcements to a crushing defeat, resulting in their total annihilation. One naval soldier described how this man had even withstood a cannon's barrage head-on, a shocking spectacle that hastened the Navy's downfall. As a naval major, aligned with the formidable forces of the Navy and the world government, Tim was well aware of the existence of devil fruits. Some regarded these fruits as gifts from the sea, while others deemed them curses from demons. However, many referred to them as treasures of the ocean. They embodied the essence of sea demons, granting various abilities to those who consumed them, transforming them into superhumans endowed with extraordinary powers. Albeit at the cost of becoming landlocked and scorned by the sea, the abilities derived from devil fruits are broadly categorized into 3 types: paramecia, zoan, and the exceedingly rare logia. It is said that the naval headquarters maintains a compendium cataloging all known devil fruits, yet such classified information was beyond Major Tim's reach. Nevertheless, even with his limited knowledge, Major Tim could ascertain that the individual responsible for the massacre of his subordinates was undoubtedly a devil fruit user. In these waters, those who wielded the powers of devil fruits often represented the pinnacle of strength. The emergence of another brutal devil fruit user among the pirates of the East Sea weighed heavily on Tim's mind. He realized that a pirate capable of orchestrating such a massacre would not remain complacent. It was likely that once they had exhausted their plundered wealth and completed their recruitment, Tim would once again see their name in the newspapers. As he contemplated this, a series of knocks echoed at his door, accompanied by Dr. George's voice. "Major Tim, I have brought the person to you." "Person? Is it the surviving soldier? I recall he is the nephew of Rear Admiral Nelson." "How fortunate indeed." Within the Navy, factions were numerous. Clearly, Major Tim and Rear Admiral Nelson did not belong to the same faction. Tim, who championed brute strength as justice, harbored a certain disdain for the cunning strategies associated with Nelson. While he did not deny the value of Nelson's tactics, which had greatly aided the Navy, he simply looked down upon the perceived weakness of Nelson himself, much like how a warrior might regard a scholar with contempt, and vice versa. However, despite his reservations, Major Tim felt a heightened sense of importance regarding Nelson's nephew, the surviving naval soldier, compared to an ordinary individual. Such was the nature of reality. As his thoughts wandered, Major Tim's voice rang out towards the door, "Come in." Upon entering the captain's quarters, Morin discovered that in the captain's cabin, only Major Tim was seated. Contrary to Morin's expectations of a robust, middle-aged man, the reality was that Major Tim appeared relatively youthful, seemingly in his 30s at most. To attain the rank of a formidable naval major at such a tender age is undoubtedly indicative of remarkable promise. At this moment, Major Tim was even qualified to independently establish a naval base in the East China Sea. Note: naval bases in the East China Sea are typically overseen by officers of the rank of lieutenant, with a total personnel count not exceeding 100. A base commanded by a major is considered a premium arrangement, while the total strength of a naval branch often surpasses 1,000, with commanding officers typically being naval colonels or brigadiers. Higher-ranking officers such as rear admirals or vice admirals generally oversee only a few major naval divisions in the East China Sea. However, Tim's diminutive stature was a significant surprise to Morin. Based on Morin's estimation, his height could not exceed 1.50 meters. Tim, or perhaps Timo. The thought crossed Morin's mind, invoking an involuntary chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Fortunately, Major Tim was preoccupied with his thoughts and failed to notice Morin's fleeting amusement. Had he done so, the sensitive major, who considered height a taboo subject, would undoubtedly have taken it upon himself to ensure Morin spent half a year in bed. Seizing the opportunity while Tim was distracted, Morin composed his expression and, recalling his training, saluted and declared, "Reporting, sir. Private First Class Morin, here to report." The shout of Morin caused Captain Tim to raise his head. Observing Morin, who was enveloped in several layers of bandages, with blood staining his back and forehead, yet still managing to salute with great restraint, Tim's gaze softened slightly. The indomitable spirit of Morin, who saluted despite his injuries, earned him a modicum of goodwill from Major Tim. Tim gestured toward a chair before him, saying, "Please, take a seat. There's no need to strain yourself with injuries. Relax a little. I summoned you to inquire about the specifics of the battle at Watanabe Town. Of course, I've also heard from Dr. George about your condition. If you cannot recall the details, it's quite all right." Seated before Major Tim, Morin managed a wry smile and replied, "Sir, I truly cannot remember. I don't even know how I lost consciousness." Hearing this, Tim let out a sigh. Prior to this, Dr. George had privately informed him that Morin's injury to the back of his head could have resulted in some memory impairment, so he had prepared himself for this eventuality. Nevertheless, hearing those words still brought a sense of disappointment. Yet, Tim swiftly composed himself and reassured Morin, "Soldier, this is not your fault. Do not feel pressured. Please return and rest well. Of course, if you happen to remember anything later, do inform me promptly." "At your command, sir," Morin acknowledged. "Well then, you may go and rest properly." "Yes, sir." Chapter 7. Adding points. Since meeting Major Tim, perhaps due to the lack of any tangible gain from Morin, the Major seemed to have forgotten about him entirely. Even as Morin returned to the East Sea's 13th Division aboard the warship and settled into the small recuperation hospital within the Division's base, the Major did not recall him again. This was rather fortuitous for Morin, who relished the tranquility. The East Sea's 13th Division is situated on a harbor along the eastern coast of the royal capital of the Kingdom of Oiket. This geographical location neither penetrates deep into the capital, which makes the nobility of Oiket uncomfortable, nor does it completely shield them, providing a certain level of safety while occupying a natural strategic advantage. It allows the naval 13th Division to deploy swiftly to nearby waters, safeguarding the island residents from pirate incursions. The recuperation hospital, located at the division's base, serves as a place for injured naval personnel to receive treatment and recuperate. While this hospital may lack the highly skilled physicians, abundant medical equipment, and numerous nursing staff found in ordinary hospitals, it excels significantly in terms of meals and nutritional balance. The fare here far surpasses that of typical hospitals, offering specially prepared meals and top-tier ingredients that ordinary civilians could hardly access, such as the formidable Sea Kings, which can only be captured by the strongest or large naval vessels. Fortunately, on the second day of Morin's stay at the recuperation hospital, he had the privilege of savoring barbecued meat made from Sea King flesh. In the hospital's dining hall, Morin selected a large, sizzling rib from the barbecue rack before him, its golden sheen and intoxicating aroma beckoning him. Although the meat was unseasoned save for a sprinkle of coarse sea salt, its robust texture and rich flavor instantly captivated his palate. This taste far exceeded the exquisite steaks he had experienced in his former life. The aroma of the barbecue, combined with the freshness of the seafood, rendered it several times more delectable than any steak he had ever tasted. As Morin reveled in the delightful experience, contemplating how he might persuade the chef for an additional portion of the Sea King barbecue, a series of pale blue words flashed in his mind. Ding. Nutrient-rich food detected. Nutrient 1. Initial mission activated. Collector. Enjoy 3 different types of delicacies. Reward. 1 intermediate treasure chest. A warm sensation coursed through Morin's body. In an instant, he felt his strength and vitality rapidly replenishing, even his wounds healing at an accelerated pace. He quickly noticed the special information marked by the food, nutrients, and tasks. Was this nutrient-rich food referring to the Sea King meat? And what of this nutrient 1? Contemplating these thoughts, Morin summoned the panel in his mind. Name, Morin. Age, 18. Bloodline, ordinary human. Title, none. Achievements, none. Strength, 1. 2. Physique, 1. 1. Agility, 1. 3. Spirit, 1. 5. Perception, 1. 6. Status, weak. Talent, endless. Stomach, I, 0. 0. 1. Skill, culinary arts, intermediate. Nutrients, 1. Task, collector. Upon a brief inspection, Morin quickly discerned the changes after the addition of the nutrient. Not only did the attributes display a familiar sign next to them, but the endless stomach talent also now bore a figure of 0. 0. 1. The sign indicated points to allocate, and the 0. 0. 1. Was that the evolution degree? To absorb a mere point of nutrient for an evolution degree of only 0. 0. 1. It seemed that his endless stomach eye talent required a staggering 10,000 points of nutrients to upgrade. Looking at his empty plate, Morin excitedly mused, this seems quite simple. Isn't it just 10,000 pieces of barbecue? If I consume 10 pieces a day, that would only take 1,000 days. However, a moment's reflection made him reconsider. 1,000 days, that doesn't seem very feasible. Besides, how could an ordinary person afford to indulge in Sea King barbecue at every meal? These premium ingredients are not only expensive, but also exceedingly rare. This ton of barbecue I'm enjoying, I hear, is thanks to the benevolence of some high-ranking naval officer returning home for a family visit. After all, who has the leisure to hunt down Sea Kings daily? Do they really think they are easy to deal with? Rather than awaiting a fortuitous enhancement of one's innate talents, one might find greater anticipation in the prospect of discovering the treasures concealed within a mid-level chest bestowed by the system after savoring 3 distinct culinary delights. Nonetheless, the delectable barbecue consumed today has unexpectedly ignited within Morin a flicker of hope regarding the forthcoming chapters of his life. Over the past few days, Morin has begun to discern the nature of the world into which he has traversed, the realm of One Piece. Indeed, it is the very world from the anime that captivated his previous life. During his convalescence in the hospital, he frequently turned to this anime as a means of diverting his attention and alleviating the relentless pangs of hunger. Yet, who could have foreseen that he would inadvertently find himself in this tumultuous world? According to hearsay, the infamous Gold, Roger, the Pirate King, had met his demise several years prior. In the interim, the seas have descended into even greater chaos. The naval forces have also faced their share of tribulations. The number of pirates setting sail has surged, and despite the expansion of the navy, they remain overwhelmed. In his earlier viewing of the anime, Morin had perceived the navy as a collection of inept individuals, repeatedly bested by pirates, and riddled with corrupt officials. However, upon his arrival in this world, he has come to recognize that the majority of the navy comprises passionate and righteous souls, though they are not without their flaws and imperfections. And despite the presence of scoundrels and avaricious officers, they frequently risk their lives to protect civilians, fiercely combating the nefarious pirates upon the open seas. In the eyes of the ordinary populace, they shine as the singular beacon of hope. The Navy, clad in the mantle of justice, commands more respect among the citizens than the armies of most kingdoms. Conversely, the pirates, who chant slogans of freedom as they venture into the depths of the ocean, are merely lawless marauders. As they contribute nothing to society, their hunger drives them to pillage towns and villages, seizing the hard-earned sustenance and wealth of the common folk. Even the slightest hint of beauty in a woman does not spare her from their malevolent grasp. Chapter 8. The Price of Greed in a Fit of Discontent. These merciless brigands may unleash a veritable carnage, slaughtering defenseless civilians. Some of the more vicious pirates find pleasure in the act of murder. Yet, paradoxically, such pirates continue to attract throngs of individuals drawn to the allure of the sea. Morin was uncertain whether it was the world that had fallen into disarray or if it was merely the decay of this era. However, as an ordinary individual with sound moral principles, Morin would never condone those so-called pirates. After shaking his head, he cast aside those burdensome thoughts from his mind. Morin began to contemplate the application of this nutrient. Among the 5 fundamental attributes of the body, the weakest is physical constitution. Currently, what Morin most requires is the enhancement of his physique, for it is the foundation of the body. The stronger the physique, the greater the vitality, endurance, and recovery capacity. For Morin, whose injuries have yet to heal, it is evident that improving his constitution is the best choice at this moment. After coming to this realization, Morin did not hesitate. He silently intoned in his mind, "System, allocate points." A warm current surged through him thereafter. Molin's physique visibly strengthened, and on the panel, his attribute rose to 1. 2. However, after depleting this solitary nutrient, the plus sign on the panel vanished once more, as if it had never existed. The enhancement of his physique had a comprehensive effect on Molin. Not only did the wounds on his back and the back of his head visibly heal significantly, but his stamina and vitality surged as well. Feeling the power within his body and after a brief adjustment, Molin turned once again toward the direction of the seafood barbecue grill. Today, I, Molin, shall not hesitate to sacrifice my dignity to procure another piece of seafood barbecue. Following Molin's shameless flattery, even the seasoned chef, whose pride had been forged through years of experience, could not resist and reluctantly granted Molin an additional piece of seafood barbecue. Although the seafood barbecue was a rare and exquisite delicacy, as a chef, he still retained the authority to allocate a piece. Yet when Molin shamelessly approached for the 3rd time with his plate, the chef's expression transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. "Greedy scoundrel, you shall not take another piece of barbecue from me. I swear by my title as a chef." Observing the chef's ever-changing countenance, Molin's initially ingratiating demeanor gradually shifted to one of indifference. He calmly stated, "Master, please prepare me some more seafood barbecue. I will pay extra." Initially believing that Molin was merely attempting to swindle more barbecue, the chef fell silent for a moment before replying, 1,000 berries per piece. How many do you desire?" Unbeknownst to him, after a week of recuperation in the 13th Branch Hospital, Molin voluntarily requested to be discharged. By this time, his injuries had significantly healed. Even his attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation. Regrettably, in just a week's time, the stock of seafood meat in the 13th branch's cold storage had been completely consumed by the vast base. Otherwise, Molin felt he could eat until the end of time. Of course, his already depleted wallet was also a reason for his request to leave the hospital. He reached into his pocket, which had withered from daily overindulgence in seafood barbecue. Morin pondered thoughtfully. It was essential to consider effective methods for generating income. Otherwise, encountering delectable cuisine without the means to indulge would undoubtedly be an embarrassing predicament. To speak candidly, as a naval soldier, the monthly remuneration was not insignificant. However, relying solely on this income to savor the luxurious barbecued meats akin to those from the King of the Sea would be excessively indulgent. Let me contemplate the avenues available for naval personnel to earn additional funds beyond their salary. Engaging in corrupt practices or embezzlement. That is a consideration I shall dismiss. Regardless of Morin's willingness to partake in such activities, he currently lacked the influence to do so. After all, what power could a mere naval soldier possess? Aside from that, it seemed that every time the Navy eliminated pirates, there were commendable bonuses to be earned. The bounty provided by the world government constituted a portion of the reward, while the spoils seized from pirate ships formed another segment. Indeed, when the Navy apprehended wanted criminals, the world government compensated them. However, only half of the bounty was distributed, the remainder being calculated based on military merit. Military merit within the Navy served as a crucial criterion for promotion, to uphold the authority of the world government. They were quite generous in this regard. After all, the world government relied on the Navy's efforts to maintain order. The spoils obtained from pirate vessels adhered to a similar principle, with the exception of a few rare items. The majority of the seized wealth was privately divided among the naval officers. This was an unspoken rule of the seas. The world government took a lenient stance on this matter, as long as the items were not devil fruits or significant treasures like large blades. they typically did not concern themselves with the details. Such ordinary possessions likely paled in comparison to the expenses of a lavish banquet for the high-ranking officials. It appeared that, as a naval officer, if I wished to amass wealth rapidly, I would need to engage in combat. To be honest, if Morin had just traversed into this world, he would never have had the audacity to seek battles with pirates. Yet now, feeling the seemingly boundless energy coursing through his veins, Morin smiled confidently. In simpler terms, with newfound strength, Morin had become somewhat audacious. Wait a moment, that Morin ahead, do not leave just yet. Clad in his naval uniform, and having taken merely a few steps out of the hospital, Morin had not yet basked in the sun outside for a few seconds before a robust nurse called him back into the hospital. The reason for this summons was a call received on the hospital's public telephone for Morin. The caller was none other than his uncle, Rear Admiral Nelson. After taking the receiver from the nurse, he prepared to engage in conversation. Morin spoke into the microphone, uttering a simple greeting. Hello. He was uncertain about the tone to adopt while conversing with his uncle on the other end of the line. Moreover, fragmented memories lingered in his mind. Previously, Morin held a considerable reverence for his uncle, which rendered his dialogues brief and straightforward. He harbored no desire to alter this dynamic. However, upon hearing Morin's voice, laughter erupted from the other side. Ha ha ha. I never imagined you would reclaim your life from the pirates. Yet your demeanor remains unchanged, Morin. Some things cannot be altered at will, uncle. Chapter 9. The Situation. Have you truly not changed? Just from that remark, it is evident your courage has significantly grown. Indeed, it seems that fierce battle was not entirely detrimental. A man may lack power or strength, but he must never lack courage. Otherwise, survival in these vast seas is unattainable. Morin remained silent, as he did not fully concur with this perspective. In this perilous world, the absence of power was insignificant, but lacking both power and strength could lead to a dismal fate. As for courage, it stemmed from one's strength. Without strength, what could mere bravado accomplish? Well, I have a meeting to attend shortly, so I shall not prolong our conversation. After witnessing the brutal realities of war, do you still intend to remain in the 13th Division? Come to my side. Here, with me, you shall not be dispatched to those battlefields, becoming mere cannon fodder. As the sole male descendant of the Roy family's third generation, I wish to protect you from further misfortune. Moreover, if you join me, your future prospects will be substantially brighter. No battles? A secure life can indeed offer greater opportunities. To be candid, Morin felt a flicker of temptation at that moment. Yet ultimately, he opted to decline. No, thank you. This world is, after all, one where strength reigns supreme and the powerful are revered. Presently, what I require is an enhancement of my abilities, not the comfort of a sheltered existence. Upon hearing his refusal, his uncle sighed, though he appeared unsurprised. Oh, I knew you would decline. Nevertheless, should you come to a different conclusion one day, feel free to seek me out. Oh, by the way, regarding your crew. Though they valiantly resisted the pirates and ultimately fell short, they perished heroically. As the sole survivor of your crew, I have managed to secure some benefits for you. We shall discuss this further when we meet, Sergeant Morin. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Moreland, the chief petty officer? It seems that this inexpensive uncle has been preoccupied with promoting me recently. No wonder the senior officials from the 13th Division have not come to visit him in days. Logically, one in his position should expect a direct superior to pay a visit to the hospital shortly after returning to the base, perhaps offering a comforting promotion to the soldier's rank. However, in Moreland's case, even after his discharge, he did not catch a glimpse of any commanding officer. While his swift recovery played a part, it is also apparent that his uncle had been advocating on his behalf. The rank of chief petty officer, though still considered entry-level in the Navy, is merely a step away from the esteemed officer ranks. This is the minimum rank required to independently command a training vessel at sea. For reference, the naval ranks, from highest to lowest, are Fleet Admiral, General, Lieutenant General, Major General, Brigadier General, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, Major, Captain, Lieutenant, Ensign, Warrant Officer, Chief Petty Officer, Corporal, Private First Class, Private Second Class, Private Third Class, and Deckhand. Furthermore, the prestige of ranks within the naval headquarters is approximately 3 levels higher than those in the regional divisions. For instance, a colonel from the East Sea Division roughly equates in capability to a captain in the naval headquarters. To leap several ranks and elevate a mere private to the status of chief petty officer suggests that Moreland's uncle must have exerted considerable effort to secure this position for him. Having such an uncle may not be a misfortune after all. With this thought, a smile crept upon Moreland's lips. A month later, a fully supplied patrol vessel, stocked with ammunition, medical supplies, and enough provisions to sustain 100 individuals for 2 months, set sail from the 13th Division of the East Sea, carrying 50 naval soldiers. This marked Moreland's inaugural command of a ship. Fortunately, the vessel was well-equipped, featuring navigators, helmsmen, cooks, and doctors, ensuring that operations would proceed smoothly despite Moreland being a novice captain. Over the course of the past month, Moreland had been diligently training, honing various combat skills. Morin was diligently absorbing the various knowledge of this era. Although his last-minute efforts could not swiftly transform him into a competent captain, they at least helped him avoid the pitfalls of reckless command. 2 nights later, a naval vessel drifted across the expansive sea, a considerable distance from the East Sea's 13th branch. Indeed, this ship was the Wavebreaker, which Morin commanded as part of a patrol mission in the nearby waters. The name Wavebreaker was not coined by Morin, it had been known as such for 2 years before his arrival. During 2 days of patrolling, Morin encountered no pirate ships, though he did come across several merchant vessels from the Kingdom of Oiket and surrounding realms, roughly 10 in total. Not far, about 2 to 3 nautical miles from the Wavebreaker, a merchant ship was leisurely navigating the waters. Just as Morin anticipated another calm night, like the previous 2, a pirate ship, shrouded in darkness and devoid of torches, emerged stealthily from behind a rocky isle, drawing near the merchant vessel ahead of the Wavebreaker. On the pirate ship, a lookout strained his eyes against the dim moonlight, attempting to discern the flickering lights of the merchant vessel in the distance. After a few blinks, he made out the flag of the merchant ship and, without further ado, skillfully descended the mast using the rigging to report to the captain. Captain Mitros, it seems our intelligence was accurate. The merchant ship ahead belongs to the Lion Trading Company. However, approximately 2 to 3 nautical miles behind it, there's another vessel whose type I could not clearly identify due to the darkness. Another ship, you say? It seems fortune smiles upon the Shadow Pirates tonight. Captain Mitros of the Shadow Pirates revealed an expression of cruel excitement upon hearing about the additional vessel following the Lion merchant ship. To him, an extra shipment and extra bounty, provided that the vessel did not flee too far upon hearing the commotion of battle. Otherwise, in this inky darkness, they might struggle to pursue it. Thus, Captain Mitros lowered his voice and commanded his crew. Lads, did you hear that? There's another ship trailing the Lion merchant vessel. Whether we feast on meat and drink or nibble on scraps in the coming months depends on your performance from here on out. Chapter 10. The First Battle Roar. Meat and drink. Meat and drink. Captain, aside from meat and drink, can we perhaps have some entertainment? I heard that merchant ship carries a fair number of women. Woman. And ahead, Captain. Observing his crew's growing excitement, Captain Mitros scolded with a smile, a bunch of useless fools. Just make sure you don't botch this operation, or you won't even have the wind to feast upon. Despite his scolding, Mitros felt a surge of primal desire that needed release as he gazed at the approaching merchant ship. He growled, lads, pick up the pace. Charge. On the other side. Aboard the Wavebreaker, Morin had just finished a dinner meant for 10 and was performing push-ups on the floor of his captain's cabin. These seemingly simple exercises were his method of augmenting his strength. Although the ordinary food he consumed was not considered gourmet by the system's standards and provided minimal nourishment, the sheer volume of food did supply his body with ample sustenance. Over the past month, Morin discovered that his rigorous training, coupled with his substantial food intake, indeed fostered an increase in his attributes. Thus, whenever he had a moment to spare, he would exercise in his cabin. As he counted silently, 154, 155, 156, 157. A composed middle-aged naval officer with a square face and a navy cap hurried to the door of Morin's cabin, knocking loudly while announcing, Corporal Morin. We have spotted a pirate ship engaging in the plundering of a merchant vessel. Pirates. Morin, pausing his exercise, disregarded the sweat on his brow and opened the door. Inquiring, Corporal Buddy, have we gathered any intelligence on the adversaries? According to our lookout, the pirates raiding the merchant ship belong to the Shadow Pirates, led by Mitros, who has a bounty of 3 million berries. A bounty of 3 million berries? Truthfully, Morin had yet to gain a clear understanding of the strength of the pirates listed on the bounty board, and thus he was uncertain of how formidable a pirate with such a bounty might be. Cautiously, he asked, Corporal Buddy, in your experienced opinion, how do our strengths compare against the Shadow Pirates? Corporal Buddy pondered for a moment before responding in terms of cannon fire. Our patrol vessel has the firepower to easily outgun them. However, they have already boarded the merchant ship, so in a boarding battle, it would depend on the number of crew members the shadow pirates possess. The numbers in pirate crews can change rapidly. A bout of illness or a few skirmishes could drastically alter their ranks. To be frank, the shadow pirates were not particularly notorious. Corporal Buddy was uncertain of how many crew members they had on board. If their numbers were few, they might still prevail due to their weaponry advantage. However, if they outnumbered them, a boarding battle could result in significant losses for the crew aboard the Wave Breaker, a scenario neither he nor Morin wished to witness. After a moment of deep contemplation, Morin commanded, "Sergeant Buddy, since the enemy has engaged in a boarding skirmish with the merchant vessel, the pirate ship is effectively immobilized. Prepare our gunners. Once we are within effective range, fire upon the pirate ship until it is utterly sunk. However, ensure that the gunners aim carefully to avoid collateral damage to the nearby merchant ship." "Understood." Sergeant Buddy saluted and swiftly departed to execute Morin's orders. Shortly thereafter, the patrol vessel erupted with the thunderous roar of cannon fire, with both intent and circumstance favoring them. And the pirates aboard the enemy ship preoccupied with plundering the merchant vessel, the cannons of the Wave Breaker struck the shadow pirate crew with precision. Although naval artillery of this era was notoriously inaccurate, against a stationary target, repeated shots would inevitably find their mark. The booming of the cannons instantaneously roused the pirates engaged in pillaging, as well as the guards and passengers aboard the merchant ship. Hearing the cannon fire and realizing reinforcements were arriving, the guards of the merchant vessel, driven by an intense will to survive, unleashed remarkable combat prowess. Utilizing their familiarity with the ship and the sturdy bulkheads, they managed to withstand the next wave of assault from the shadow pirates for a brief period. Meanwhile, the pirates still aboard their ship were thrown into a state of disarray, shouting in panic, "Damn it! We are under cannon fire. Our ship has been hit. Where are our gunners? We must retaliate, or our vessel will be sunk. Fools! The gunners have already followed the captain to the enemy ship. There is no one left to return fire. What are we to do then?" Boom! In the midst of their frantic exchanges, another cannonball struck their ship, fortuitously impacting the lower deck where it met the sea. With a resounding crash, splinters flew as the surging seawater rushed through the gaping hole created by the cannonball. "Disaster! We're taking on water. The ship is sinking. Everyone, flee." At that moment, the remaining pirates aboard the ship desperately wished for additional limbs to escape the calamity. In a frenzy, they scrambled for the grappling hooks tethering them to the merchant vessel, attempting to ascend. Yet, the violent shaking from the cannon fire made such an endeavor perilous. Of the 4 or 5 fortunate souls who managed to latch onto the hooks, none succeeded in reaching the merchant ship. They either lost their grip and were flung into the tumultuous sea or fell as the grappling claws gave way. As the cannon fire continued to reverberate, Morin and his crew confirmed that the once defiant pirate ship was now rendered silent, with several of its cannons severely damaged. They cautiously maneuvered to approach the merchant vessel from its opposite side, drawing within 20 meters of it. Morin commanded a halt in their advance, instructing the soldiers aboard the warship to fire at the pirates on the opposite deck from a distance of 20 meters. Regrettably, after several rounds of concentrated fire, only a handful of exceptionally skilled or fortunate sailors managed to land their shots. The Navy's lackluster marksmanship resulted in the downing of merely a few scattered pirates, while the majority sought refuge behind cover to evade the naval gunfire. Chapter 11. The psychology of Morin observing the pirates retreating into their shelters. He aimed to minimize casualties among the passengers of the merchant vessel opposite. On Morin's side, he instructed his subordinate to pick up a megaphone and shout to the opposing pirates, urging them to surrender. In this peculiar world, there exists a strange phenomenon. Most of the time, the orders received by the Navy are typically to capture pirates alive and bring them back for trial. Even during such trials, the majority do not result in the death penalty. Instead, the culprits are sent to prisons across the seas or to impel down. It is baffling how the world government seems unexpectedly lenient towards pirates. Perhaps their initial intent was to deter the rise of piracy through public trials and just punishment. However, as time has passed, this approach has taken a different turn. To many ordinary citizens, the world government's treatment of pirates appears excessively merciful. This sentiment is often mirrored by the pirates themselves. After wreaking havoc and being captured by the Navy, they find themselves confined to prisons, where they face no real threat to their lives. What then is there to fear? In a sense, this legal framework has fostered a great deal of corruption and provided fertile ground for the pirates to thrive in darkness. Under normal circumstances, Pirates surrounded by the Navy have a high probability of surrendering. Yet, the group of pirates confronting Morin seemed either disdainful of a mere naval patrol vessel or emboldened by the presence of hostages aboard the merchant ship. None among them chose to surrender. Instead, they brazenly taunted the warship, the Wave Rider. "Damn Navy, how dare you sink my ship? Just wait. We will make you pay dearly for this. Surrender? Not a chance. Idiotic Navy, you better let us go, or every single person on this merchant ship will pay the price with their lives." They continued to threaten, "You better step aside, or we will start killing the hostages." Observing the raucous pirates before him, Morin rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. "Have we encountered yet another group of self-righteous, illiterate fools?" he mused. "Come now, Sergeant Buddy, enlighten our ignorant pirates about the Navy's protocols in response to pirate hostage situations." Taking the megaphone from his subordinate, Sergeant Buddy cast a complex glance at Morin before turning to shout, "According to Navy Emergency Regulation Number 173, when faced with pirates taking world government officials or nobles from allied nations hostage, we are to spare no effort in rescue. In cases involving civilians from allied nations, we may evaluate the situation for potential rescue. However, when dealing with non-allied nationals, we have no obligation to rescue and, adhering to humanitarian principles, may directly eliminate the pirates." As Buddy concluded his announcement, the merchant ship fell into a sudden, eerie silence. Morin scoffed, "Pirate fools, surely you cannot be so illiterate as to misunderstand these few words. If that is indeed the case, I shall graciously enlighten you. The essence of this code signifies that the hostages you possess hold no value to us whatsoever. Should you doubt my words, feel free to examine for yourselves whether this merchant vessel bears the insignia of a world government member state, and ascertain if they are indeed affiliated with the world government." Upon finishing his statement, Morin sparked an uproar among the crew of the merchant ship opposite. Initially, the children had intended to seize hostages and subsequently threaten the Navy for their release, entirely unprepared for the revelation of a particular regulation within the Navy. The passengers of the merchant vessel, who had anticipated salvation with the arrival of the Navy, were instead engulfed by a wave of despair, their cries echoing in the air. Their ship was merely a passing vessel, belonging to a nation not affiliated with the world government. The Navy's regulation was not a mere fabrication of Sergeant Buddy. It was indeed inscribed in the Naval Code. This regulation starkly illustrated the discriminatory treatment by the world government, which clearly disregarded the lives of those from non-member nations. Despite its permanence in the Naval Code, few within the Navy would openly acknowledge its existence, as there was little support for it among those who donned the cloak of justice. Thus, when Morin prompted Sergeant Buddy to recite this regulation, the complexity of his gaze toward Morin was palpable. Behind Sergeant Buddy, Morin merely smirked. "Why do you look at me like that, you simpleton? I, at least, had the foresight to study psychology to manage a former romantic interest. The more we feign concern for the hostages, the bolder those pirates will become. Not only will we fail to rescue the hostages, but the casualties among them will likely increase." After silently critiquing Sergeant Buddy, he continued to ponder the situation. Seizing the moment when the pirates' morale wavered, Morin bellowed with urgency, "Artillery, heed my command. Adjust the cannon's aim, load the ammunition, and prepare for firing." After Morin issued his command, the pirates across from him panicked, but the naval soldiers at his side also stirred restlessly. The artillery sergeant hurried over to Morin and whispered, "Sir, are we really going to fire at the merchant ship?" But, observing the sergeant's singular focus, Morin, frustrated by his lack of understanding, kicked him lightly and swiftly instructed him in a hushed tone, "Are you an idiot? Can't you see that the deck of the merchant ship is swarming with pirates? Can't you position the cannons to aim at the deck and fire upon those pirates? At such a close range, don't tell me you can still miss." Under the weight of Molin's gaze, words, and gestures, the artillery sergeant finally grasped the situation. After signaling an affirmative with a discreet thumbs up, he led his team to adjust the cannon's aim and quickly loaded the ammunition. Upon witnessing the Navy aboard the wavebreaker begin to load their munitions, the pirates hiding behind cover on the merchant ship truly began to panic. The first mate of the Shadow pirate crew stealthily approached Captain Mythos, anxiety etched across his face. "Captain, it appears that those damn Navy men are ready to fire. What should we do? Escape? I saw 3 emergency lifeboats hanging from the side of the merchant ship. If we flee in those boats under the cover of night, the Navy may not catch us." Mythos was stirred by the suggestion, yet the thought of his failed heist weighed heavily on him. He had not only failed to seize the plump merchant ship, but had also been cornered by an unexpected group of Navy men. The pirate vessel he had worked so hard to acquire was now sunk, his crew suffered heavy casualties, and his own life was in jeopardy. This left him seething with resentment. Damn the Navy! Were it not for these wretched fools, I, Mythos the Shadow Blade, would be reclining on a bed of treasures, reveling with enchanting women. How infuriating! Mythos had meticulously planned his operation. His ability to accurately intercept the Lion Trading Company's ship was due to a hefty bribe he had paid to one of their managers, who divulged their route. After this venture, he anticipated a fortune that would allow him to indulge for years and even expand his pirate crew's strength. Yet now, all his plans lay in ruins, disrupted by the unforeseen arrival of the Navy. Little did anyone know the depths of Mythos's desire to transform into one of those formidable pirates, boasting bounties in the millions, capable of sweeping away the Navy aboard that warship. But alas, his power was insufficient. Mythos, the Shadow Blade, had earned a bounty of 300,000 berries not through martial prowess, but through cunning and calculated schemes. In truth, his combat abilities were mediocre at best, roughly equivalent to those of pirates with bounties around 100,000. While that was decent, it was hardly overwhelming. This reality kept him from confronting the Navy head-on. Yet, while Molin's psychological tactics were effective, persuading a pirate blinded by greed to surrender was evidently a challenge. I may not be well versed in naval codes, but I refuse to believe that if I slaughter everyone aboard this merchant ship, the Navy will remain indifferent. Mythos's eyes burned with fury as he contemplated sneaking back into the hold to shatter the door blocking their path, wagering the lives of the merchant crew against Molin. Boom! A cannonball, precisely adjusted, whizzed past Mythos's face by mere inches, the acrid smell of gunpowder assailing his senses. With a deafening explosion, the projectile obliterated a stack of wooden crates on the deck, sending splinters flying and reducing 3 pirates hiding behind them to mere shreds. Realizing his imminent demise, Mythos felt a shard from the blast graze his cheek, drawing blood and instilling a paralyzing fear within him that extinguished any rebellious thoughts. He recoiled, retreating to his previous hiding spot, and whispered urgently to his first mate, "Let us go. Where are those emergency lifeboats? Gather a few trusted men. We must make our escape." The first mate, witnessing the sudden change in Mythos from fierce to fearful, could hardly contain his disbelief, yet he refrained from voicing any objections. Was it not human nature? Had Mythos truly possessed the resolve to confront the Navy, the shadow pirate crew would not have resorted to operating under the cover of darkness. Soon enough, Mythos, accompanied by a few loyal crew members and his first mate, severed the lifeboat's ropes and plunged into the sea, intending to flee under the cloak of night. However, Mythos's movements could not escape the notice of the other pirates aboard the same ship. The moment Mythos made his escape, the remaining crew members quickly realized what had transpired. Faced with the encirclement of the Navy, their captain's desertion felt like betrayal, leaving them vulnerable and exposed. Such treachery has historically dealt a severe blow to morale, even undermining the most disciplined armies, let alone a ragtag group of pirates. With Mythos's flight, the pirates' morale crumbled. Some furious pirates, feeling abandoned by their captain, even fired at the escaping Mythos in the lifeboat. "Damn it, the captain has fled. Mythos has left us to fend for ourselves. You treacherous scoundrel, I curse your body to be consumed by the sea and your soul to descend into hell for eternity." As Mythos began his escape in the lifeboat, he disdainfully scoffed at the impotent curses hurled at him. "You worthless lot think you can curse me? Huh." On the other hand, while Mythos's flight surprised Molin, it was nevertheless within the realm of possibility. Pirates, as the scum of the sea, could be shockingly audacious or astonishingly cowardly. Yet, for Molin, Mythos's retreat proved fortuitous, simplifying the forthcoming events. He issued a command to his naval troops, "Rifle team, prepare to load ammunition and fire at will." Simultaneously, he called out, "To the pirates across from us, your captain has fled, abandoning you. You now face 2 choices: lay down your weapons and surrender, or resist futilely and be turned into Swiss cheese. Upon the count of 3, should those who refuse to lay down their arms and surrender remain obstinate, we shall deem them as irreconcilable elements and shall not show mercy." 1-2. Before Morin could utter the word surrender, a cacophony of weapons clattering to the ground erupted from the merchant ship opposite. "Do not shoot. I surrender. I yield," cried one voice, quickly followed by another. "I too surrender. Do not take my life." As the initial plea resonated, the remaining pirates, cornered and desperate, swiftly cast aside their weapons, opting for capitulation. In a matter of moments, all the pirates on the opposing ship chose to surrender. Those who had commanded the surrender raised their hands high above their heads and stood upon the deck. Morin gradually maneuvered the warship alongside, subsequently dispatching a contingent of sailors to board the merchant vessel, binding the surrendering pirates with ropes. He then stationed a 10-man squad to guard over these capitulated marauders. Under the cover of night, Morin and his crew set forth to pursue the few small boats that the pirates had hastily boarded. For a typical naval training vessel, engaging in such a chase under the cloak of darkness would not be a common endeavor. After all, visibility is severely limited at night, and a grounding could lead to dire consequences. However, the situation was different aboard the Wave Rider, commanded by a particularly impoverished officer, alongside an old sailor intimately acquainted with the local waters. Thus, a patrol vessel daring enough to pursue several small boats in the dead of night was born. The lifeboat, piloted by Shadow Blade Mythos and his crew, relied solely on human power for propulsion, making it no match for the full-speed advance of the patrol vessel. Consequently, it wasn't too long before the Wave Rider caught up with the fleeing boats. Fire! Boom, boom, boom. Upon nearing the small vessels, Morin refrained from ordering an immediate approach. Instead, he prudently opted for cannon fire. He was determined to avoid any carelessness that might result in the loss of his own life or that of his men to Mythos's desperate retaliation. The thunderous roar of cannon fire echoed through the night, illuminating the darkness with fleeting flashes of light. To Mythos and his fellow pirates, the resounding cannonade resonated like a requiem from the Grim Reaper, instilling a profound sense of dread. They were acutely aware that a moment's lapse could lead to their obliteration by the searing projectiles. In that instant, Mythos felt a poignant recollection of the civilians he had once ordered to fire upon, experiencing the same terror that gripped them when faced with the specter of death. The adrenaline surged within him and his crew, shattering their previous limits and propelling their rowing speed to new heights. Boom! Another cannonball struck. This time, the gunner appeared to be fortuitous as his shot found its mark on one of the fleeing boats. The explosion unleashed a fiery blaze and shockwave that claimed the lives of several pirates aboard, while the resulting tumultuous waves capriciously overturned another nearby lifeboat. In the blink of an eye, the trio of escape boats that had once sailed together was reduced to mere Mythos and his first mate in their lifeboat. Well done! Morin exclaimed, commending the gunner who had just made a successful shot. As Morin instructed others to continue firing at Mythos, he procured a rifle for himself. With careful aim aided by the sight, he gradually focused on the two Mythos not far away. As a naval officer, Morin was certainly capable of shooting. However, his aim was rather erratic, which was reflected in the stark reality of his marksmanship displayed on the panel. Yet, what did it matter if his shooting was inconsistent? Even if it was merely practice, the sight of a dozen armed sailors on the patrol vessel, targeting the sea, would undoubtedly impose an indescribable psychological strain on Mythos. Even if they missed their shots, their presence alone served to suppress Mythos's morale. After raising his rifle, he fired off 7 or 8 rounds in quick succession. In a fleeting moment of focus, Morin suddenly felt an inexplicable urge and pulled the trigger, firing a shot. The gunshot echoed sharply. Shadow Blade Mythos clutched his abdomen, teetering on the brink of collapse into the arms of the first mate across from him. Captain, the sight of Mythos falling, struck by a bullet, caused the tense first mate to widen his eyes in shock. He understood that it was all over. Moments later, the Wave Rider drew alongside the small boat that Mythos had attempted to escape in. Under the beam of a flashlight, it became evident that the first mate was standing at the bow with his hands raised, portraying a gesture of surrender. Meanwhile, Mythos lay pale and sprawled in the boat. Beneath him, a dark crimson pool of liquid gradually stained the bottom of the vessel. The light illuminated his ashen face, glistening with sweat. "Save me. I surrender. Please save me." Yet, no one aboard the ship felt any compassion for Mythos' plight. Just moments before, as they boarded the merchant vessel, they had witnessed the horrific aftermath of the Shadow Pirate crew's atrocities. The merchant ship, which had relied on trading goods and occasionally ferrying passengers, bore heavy casualties. The Shadow Pirate crew showed no mercy upon boarding the merchant vessel. On the deck, they had already seen the lifeless bodies of 7 or 8 civilians. As the architect of this carnage, Shadow Blade Mythos was hardly deserving of their pity. "Save me. I've been shot. Hurry. Save me." Observing the indifference of Morin and the others aboard the Wave Rider to his desperate pleas, a flicker of hatred flashed in Mythos's eyes as he grasped his impending fate. In despair, fueled by an unexplainable surge of strength despite his blood loss, he swiftly rose, his bloodied right hand drawing a dark brown flintlock pistol from within his coat. Bang, bang. 2 more gunshots rang out, resulting in 2 new wounds in Mythos's forehead and chest. Before he could even aim, he fell victim to the simultaneous triggers pulled by Morin and Sergeant Buddy. Fool, I anticipated this move. In his previous life, Morin had witnessed various tropes of villains experiencing their climactic moments before demise. Thus, it was inconceivable for him to let his guard down against Midos's potential final outburst. As for Sergeant Buddy, his caution stemmed entirely from experience. Due to their vigilance, Midos met his end without stirring any turmoil, succumbing quietly to their hands. After a while, they retrieved several pirates who had fallen into the sea, along with Midos's lifeless body, and returned to the location where they had earlier encountered the merchant vessel. Once they had transferred all the pirates from the merchant ship onto the patrol vessel, they proceeded. Morin departed the maritime expanse with his crew, resuming their predetermined course. As for the merchant vessel that had been ravaged by pirates, suffering grievous losses, Morin chose to remain indifferent. Perhaps, deep down, the crew of that vessel wished for the Navy's swift departure. Observing the passengers aboard the merchant ship, who regarded them with expressions of aversion, Morin pondered this notion. Although his initial intent was to minimize casualties among the merchant crew by deliberately instructing Sergeant Buddy to announce the cold naval regulations, the passengers interpreted it as a sign that Morin and his men held little regard for their lives. However, not all aboard the merchant ship were devoid of understanding. The captain of the merchant vessel, upon encountering Morin and his crew, wore a visage of profound gratitude. To express his appreciation, he offered a selection of exquisite, high-priced fruits as a token of thanks to the patrol ship. Initially, Morin intended to decline this gesture, as he truly had little desire for such fruits. Yet, before Morin could refuse, Sergeant Buddy accepted the offering without hesitation. Later, Sergeant Buddy enlightened Morin about an unspoken maritime convention when the Navy intervenes against pirate assaults on merchant vessels not affiliated with the world government. It is customary for the Navy to receive a token of gratitude once the pirates are repelled or captured. This gesture not only serves as recompense for the Navy's unwavering protection, but also provides a rationale for their involvement in the conflict. Chapter 14. The law is but human emotion. Justice resides in the hearts of men. We engaged in this battle for compensation. And even when facing accountability from the world government afterward, this rationale can be employed. The law is but a reflection of human sentiment. True justice dwells within the hearts of the people. After hearing this rule, Morin exclaimed in astonishment. To be honest, had Sergeant Buddy not informed him, he would have remained oblivious to these unspoken maritime conventions. Such knowledge is seldom documented. It is passed down through word of mouth, circulating within the whispers of the sea. As they gradually distanced themselves from the merchant vessel, the soldiers aboard were unable to contain their excitement, some unable to sleep. A few were busy tallying the spoils they had seized from the pirates, while others gleefully calculated the bounty they could expect after vanquishing the Shadow pirate crew. Among the crew, aside from the notorious Shadow Blade Mythos, who bore a bounty of 3 million berries, there was also a first mate with a bounty of 500,000 berries. Adding to that were the captured pirates, each a testament to their military prowess and a source of reward. One sailor chuckled, "Hee, Sergeant Buddy. With 2 bounties claimed and so many pirates captured, we've truly accomplished something great this time, haven't we? Do you think we might get promoted when we return?" "Indeed, Sergeant, considering my previous contributions, I should be able to advance a rank upon our return." Another second-class sailor eagerly chimed in. "Do not underestimate the lower-ranking sailors. They hold their ranks in high esteem, for their salaries are intricately linked to their positions. With each promotion, their pay increases accordingly. Given this, how could they possibly disregard the significance of rank?" Observing the jubilant expressions of his subordinates, Sergeant Buddy's demeanor softened considerably. He silently mused that if this streak of fortune were to persist, it might not be too shabby to serve under Chief Morin after all. Initially, Buddy had boarded Morin's ship by order of the branch, and at that time, he had little faith in the youthful officer's capabilities. However, he had gradually begun to reassess his initial skepticism. Morin was keenly aware of the psychological shifts occurring within Buddy and the soldiers. A smile crept across his lips. He understood that altering the soldiers' perceptions entirely would not be a simple task, yet the current situation represented a promising beginning, did it not? During the subsequent 5 days of patrolling, Morin encountered no audacious pirates. The only notable incident was when 2 fishing boats clashed over fishing rights in a particular area. After a week of navigation, having circled the nearby waters, the patrol ship, Wave Rider, returned to the dock of the Eastern Sea's 13th branch. Upon returning to base, Morin promptly assembled his team to apprehend the 2 wanted criminals, claiming the bounty and military merits in the process. He also took the opportunity to confine the captives within the branch's prison before departing. Morin promptly divided the bounty of 1,750,000 berries received from the latest mission among his crew, adhering to the customary distribution. He then announced the delightful news of a 2-day holiday to follow. The jubilant naval personnel, having received their share, joyfully exited the base, seizing this rare opportunity to return home or indulge in leisure. Meanwhile, Morin, with a radiant smile, pocketed his own sum of 525,000 berries, anticipating the delectable grilled sea king meat he could now afford. As the commanding officer of the patrol ship, Morin was entitled to 30% of the total bounty. While the sergeants received 20%, several corporals shared another 20%, and the remaining sailors divided the final 30%. In all honesty, the distribution aboard the Strider was quite generous compared to many naval vessels, where commanding officers often devised various pretexts to withhold portions of the bounty. With his freshly acquired wealth in hand, Morin refrained from leaving the base immediately. Instead, he returned to his quarters for a comforting hot bath. Although the patrol ship had ample water reserves, it was not extravagant enough to indulge in baths. Typically, after a day's toil, the crew would only fill a basin to wash themselves down. The scent aboard such medieval sailing vessels was often rather unpleasant. Therefore, upon returning to shore, Morin eagerly treated himself to a soothing hot bath. After completing his bath and donning a fresh change of attire, he felt rejuvenated. Morin arrived at the naval mess hall, inquiring whether there was any availability of seafood delicacies within the base. Unfortunately, such rare ingredients as seafood are not always in stock, at least in recent times. There has been none within the division. Upon realizing the unavailability of gourmet delights at the division, he felt disappointed. For the first time, Morin stepped out of the branch's base and headed towards the small town located behind it. Taking advantage of the recent 2-day leave, Morin wished to explore the quaint town at the rear of the base. Naturally, if time permitted, he would also venture to the capital of the Kingdom of Oikot, situated at the heart of the island, to immerse himself in the exotic charm of this world. Kamatown, as it is known, is the name of the small town adjacent to the 13th Naval Branch of the Eastern Sea. This once unremarkable town has rapidly transformed into a thriving large town, largely due to the establishment of the naval base nearby. Although referred to as a small town, it boasts a population of around 70 to 80,000, along with a flourishing commercial infrastructure. In terms of both population and prosperity, this town surpasses many towns in the Kingdom of Oikot, thriving more robustly than most. Morin wandered through the bustling streets of Kamatown. Suddenly, Morin felt an uncanny sense of stepping from the realm of anime into reality. While aboard the warship and amidst the naval faction, this sensation had not been so pronounced. Yet, upon entering this medieval town replete with a rich Gothic aesthetic, he truly realized he had traversed into an animated world. Although certain elements and scenes reminiscent of the anime, One Piece merely scratched the surface. A wealth of customs and secrets lay concealed deep within this world, never revealed to the outside. The Kingdom of Oikot, a formidable nation among the myriad of kingdoms in the East Sea, boasted a main island, home to its capital, spanning over 3,200 square kilometers, alongside dozens of smaller islands scattered across the vicinity, collectively forming the Oikot Kingdom. Furthermore, centuries ago, it had sought early membership in the world government and invited the government to station a naval branch within its territory, safeguarding them from formidable maritime threats. Chapter 15. A Feast of Abundance. Morin, while watching anime, had scarcely heard of the Kingdom of Oikot, which possessed such vast territory and population. What then of the world government, which claimed to have hundreds of member nations uniting to govern the world? In this moment, Morin felt an inexplicable reverence for this world. In such an expansive realm, with its myriad islands, who could fathom the multitude of powerful individuals concealed therein? After all, how could the world government easily recruit 2 individuals who stood shoulder to shoulder with the admirals of the Navy? This world was teeming with strength. Yet what significance did it hold for me? Morin smiled gently, then followed the directional signs along the street towards the culinary avenue of Kamatown. Although possessing over 500,000 berries did not render him particularly affluent, it certainly placed him above the threshold of poverty. Moreover, this sum was intended solely for his dining experiences. With such a budget, he could indulge in a plethora of delectable dishes. Within just one day, Morin traversed the entirety of the gastronomic street in Kamatown. However, to his dismay, after expending 300,000 berries, he only gained a mere 12 points of nourishment from a colossal lobster, reputed to have lived for over 300 years, despite sampling various delicacies, including bear paws and tiger penises. He saw no increase in nourishment from any other dish. After feasting at numerous restaurants and taverns, he had consumed nearly 200 jin of food. Morin gently caressed her slightly protruding belly, a fleeting headache washing over her. How infuriating it is to find myself so voraciously hungry now. If this insatiable appetite continues to evolve, I shall inevitably transform into a mere glutton. At that point, how much sustenance will I require in a single day? And the cost of such an abundance of food, how could I possibly afford it? No. I cannot continue down this path. If I do, I shall truly be unable to sustain myself. I must earn money, and after my vacation concludes, I need to hasten my efforts to generate income. I refuse to be the first traveler in all the realms to perish from starvation due to an inability to provide for myself. A shiver coursed through me. Morin decided to purchase some fruits to refresh his palate after the meal, setting aside the day's spin aboard the ship. Today's indulgence in an array of exquisite delicacies had indeed become somewhat overwhelming, necessitating the sweetness of something light to cleanse his taste buds. In Kama Town, there are numerous fruit shops. Not far from the gourmet street, several can be found. However, by the time Morin finished his meal, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Most of those fruit shops had closed for the night. Only a few vendors remained, peddling the fruits harvested from their own orchards, calling out to passers-by amidst the chilly night air. Morin approached a modest stall selling oranges and inquired, "How much for these oranges?" The proprietor of the stall was an elderly woman, accompanied by a young girl of 6 or 7, who gazed sleepily with wide eyes at Morin, who had just begun to speak. At this late hour, such a pairing of old and young was quite uncommon. Were it not for the nearby naval base, it is likely that they would not have ventured out to sell their wares at this time. "This young man," the elderly lady began, "these are oranges from our own garden, exceptionally sweet. Please, take one and taste. If it isn't sweet, you need not pay." The sight of a customer brought a glimmer of joy to the old woman. She and her granddaughter had been delayed by some affairs, arriving at the stall rather late. By the time they set up, the bustling evening crowd had already dissipated. As the night wore on, with the hour approaching midnight and the number of passers-by dwindling, her granddaughter grew increasingly drowsy, yet they had managed to sell only a little more than half a basket of oranges. Finally, with great effort, they welcomed a customer, and the grandmother eagerly picked an orange, handing it to Morin for him to sample its flavor. Morin did not refuse. He swiftly peeled the orange with ease. In just a few bites, he devoured the fruit and cast the remnants into his mouth. As the chilled citrus flesh entered, his teeth gently crunched, releasing a cascade of sweet orange juice. The delightful aroma of the orange, sweet yet not cloying, instantly brightened Molin's senses. This orange was truly remarkable. After savoring the fruit, Molin remarked, "This orange is delightful, grandmother. How much do you sell them for?" Upon hearing Molin's praise for her oranges, the elderly woman's wrinkled face broke into an exceptionally radiant smile. It seemed that Molin's appreciation brought her even greater joy than selling a multitude of oranges. With a cheerful voice, she replied, "These oranges are homegrown. They are not expensive. For 100 Bailey, I can weigh out 3 pounds for you. How many would you like, young sir?" Morin nodded. The price of 100 Bailey for 3 Jean is indeed quite reasonable. As Morin strolled past the fruit stalls during the day, he observed that the quality of the oranges was inferior to those purchased by the elderly lady. Yet they were priced at nearly 60 to 70 Bailey per pound. One could say that the price offered by the grandmother was remarkably reasonable. This practical pricing significantly uplifted Morin's spirits. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Weigh the oranges here and tell me how many pounds there are. I shall take them all. And yes, do include this basket in the sale to spare me the trouble of repacking." Upon hearing Morin's intent to purchase everything, the grandmother initially felt a surge of joy but quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "Ah, such a quantity, young man, you cannot possibly consume it all. If it's just for you, a few pounds to taste would suffice. Consuming too many oranges at once is not advisable and may cause discomfort." Morin paused, taken aback by the grandmother's insistence on advising him to purchase less. In this day and age, was there still a vendor who urged customers to buy fewer items? It had been ages since he encountered such a merchant. Motivated by her words, Morin resolved to acquire the entire batch of oranges. He chuckled, "Fear not, grandmother. My family is large. This modest amount of oranges will be shared among us, and each person will receive but a small portion." Upon hearing this, the grandmother sighed in relief and ceased her objections. She took up the weighing scale and, after deftly measuring, proclaimed, "This basket contains a total of 68 pounds of oranges. Since you are buying in bulk, I shall charge you for 66 pounds. The total comes to 200 Bailey, and as for the basket, I shall gift it to you. How does that sound? Ha ha ha, 200 Bailey for the oranges? That is agreeable. However, there is no need to gift me the basket. Purchasing 2 baskets would still cost several hundred Bailey. Here, take this money. No need for change. Morin extracted 3,000 belly notes from his pocket and placed them directly into the hands of the elderly woman. He then picked up an orange from the ground and swiftly made his way towards the navel branch. The grandmother, upon receiving the 3,000 belly, gasped in surprise. And while pulling her granddaughter along, she called out, "Young man, you've given too much. The basket doesn't require such a sum. Please, don't hurry away. I'll find your change." Chapter 16. Skills not far off. Morin did not look back. He called out over his shoulder, "No need for that." With that, he quickened his pace, vanishing into the night. The elderly woman, being of advanced age and accompanied by her granddaughter, could not match the speed of the vigorous Morin. In a short while, he was completely out of sight. Stopping to catch her breath, the grandmother clutched the money in her hands, exclaiming, "Today, I have encountered a kind soul. With this 3,000 belly, I can afford the medicine for my husband. Now, he won't have to suffer so much on rainy days." Having departed from Karma Town, Morin savored the sweet, delectable orange while contemplating how to allocate the 12 points of nutrients he had acquired that day. It had been over a month since his arrival in this world, and he had certainly not been idle. In addition to managing the affairs of a patrol vessel, he had also taken the time to learn various skills. He had grasped some basic techniques in firearm design, as well as strategies and practical methods for wielding swords and knives. However, until recently, these skills had not coalesced into tangible abilities, leading Morin to underestimate their significance. Everything changed after he successfully eliminated a bounty criminal with a reward of 3 million belly using a firearm. Not to mention, a new skill had appeared in his skill section. At this moment, Morin's attribute panel read as follows: Name, Morin. Age, 18. Bloodline, ordinary human. Title, none. Achievements, none. Strength, 2. 1. Physique, 3. 0. Agility, 2. 0. Spirit, 1. 5. Perception, 1. 6. Note: the average attributes for adult males in this world is 1. Status, healthy talent, endless stomach eye skills, culinary arts, intermediate. Firearm weapons, like category, basic, nutrients, 12. Firearm weapons, like category, basic. You know how to use flintlock guns, handguns, rifles, and other lightweight firearms. But you are not an expert marksman. Do not expect extraordinary feats from your weapon, as you cannot even guarantee its accuracy. With 10 points of nutrients available, should he enhance firearm weapons, like category, basic? The prospect of elevating his attributes by 10 points was indeed tempting, as such an enhancement would significantly augment Morin's strength at this stage. Yet, the advancement of the firearm weapon skill was equally alluring. After a moment of contemplation, Morin ultimately chose to enhance firearm weapons, like category. At this juncture, the power of firearms was undoubtedly more formidable. Furthermore, close combat appeared to be exceedingly perilous. Lacking any fighting experience or skills, Morin was disinclined to engage in hand-to-hand combat until he had acquired a certain level of self-defense capability. This was not cowardice. Rather, it was a strategic decision to capitalize on his strengths while avoiding weaknesses. Upon making his choice, the word basic in firearm weapons, like category, blurred and transformed into entry level. Concurrently, a wealth of knowledge flooded Morin's mind, which he rapidly absorbed and mastered. This knowledge encompassed aiming and shooting techniques, as well as insights into various lightweight firearm types. Morin's body and mind seemed to resonate profoundly with the surplus memories, as if they were hard-earned treasures of his own making. There was an exquisite harmony and cohesion. Gunpowder weapons, light model, novice. Not only do you possess the knowledge to adeptly wield flintlocks, handguns, and rifles, but you have also delved deeply into their characteristics. Effect, perception 0. 2. Upon advancing from the basics to the novice level in gunpowder weaponry, Morin not only deepened his mastery of the skill but also enhanced his perception attribute. While an increase of 0.2 in perception may seem modest, it nonetheless presented a delightful surprise. More importantly, this revelation conveyed to him that with sufficient nourishment, he could swiftly elevate his various skills. As long as the delicacies were abundant, the flesh of sea kings and the aged lobsters were the two known entities that could explicitly augment his nourishment. With over 200,000 berries at his disposal, he had enough to indulge in another half-sized lobster. Regrettably, the proprietor was not astute in business. Such a large lobster was stubbornly priced individually, and supplies were not always available, which was quite exasperating. Well, I shall return tomorrow to see if the owner has received any new stock. As Morin savored his oranges, he found his thoughts wandering towards the future. And before he knew it, he had returned to the vicinity of the Eastern Sea Navy's 13th Division. The imposing 3-meter-high wall outside the base was emblazoned with the prominent characters Navy 13th Division. The fluorescent paint used for these letters ensured their visibility even in the darkest of nights. It was precisely these characters that instilled a sense of security in the residents of the nearby town of Karma. After offering a few oranges as a midnight snack to the 4 brothers on duty at the base gate, Morin effortlessly garnered their goodwill. He then strode confidently into the base. As the night deepened, the only illumination within the base emanated from the dormitory building, leaving the rest enshrouded in darkness. Upon returning to the dormitory, Morin quickly made his way to his private room, a luxury afforded to him due to his promotion to sergeant. At last, he was spared the discomfort of sharing cramped quarters in an 8- or 6-person dormitory. While such accommodations were lively, they afforded little in the way of privacy. Once inside his room, Morin took a refreshing cold shower. A hot shower was a luxury he could only enjoy if he boiled water himself. Fortunately, his robust physique, honed to perfection, made a cold shower a mere trifle in the cool autumn air. After drying his damp hair with a towel, he felt a sense of contentment wash over him. Morin once again picked up an orange from the basket and began to indulge in its succulent flesh. Blessed with the extraordinary talent of an insatiable appetite, he found himself consuming copiously yet growing hungry at an alarming rate. Although he had just satiated his hunger, the desire for a sweet treat lingered, tempting him to indulge in a delightful dessert before slumber. After devouring a dozen or so delightful fruits, as Morin reached for another orange, he was suddenly struck by a realization. Chapter 17, The Devil Fruit in the Pile of Oranges. As Morin once again grasped an orange, he unexpectedly perceived an unusual texture. The skin, which should have been smooth, seemed to have transformed into a pattern composed of various intricate grooves. Although it retained the same cool touch, Morin, who had consumed oranges for over a decade, could confidently vouch for the fact that this tactile sensation was utterly unlike that of any orange peel. Curious, he raised the oddly textured fruit closer to his eyes. And in an instant, his gaze widened in astonishment. What on earth was happening? Before him lay an orange-shaped fruit that bore a striking resemblance to the grotesque oranges he had encountered in his previous life, yet adorned with a series of enigmatic patterns across its bright orange surface. To an untrained eye, it might merely appear as a misshapen orange. However, as a traveler from another realm, Morin was acutely aware of the true nature of what he held in his hand. It was a devil fruit. Morin could assure that he possessed an unequivocal treasure, a devil fruit that bestowed upon its consumer mysterious powers. This fact was evident without the need for Morin to discern further. Merely from the appearance of this extraordinary fruit, his body instinctively conveyed an overwhelming desire to consume it. The last time Morin experienced such a profound craving was when he caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma of grilled sea king meat. Even then, the hunger that surged within him paled in comparison to the intensity he felt at this moment. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The rumbling of Morin's stomach resonated powerfully. Previously, his belly had only digested half of its contents, but in an instant, it was entirely emptied. A profound hunger clouded Morin's consciousness, compelling him to open his mouth wide and, in a peculiar manner, swallow the devil fruit before him whole, skin and all. When Morin regained his senses, he realized that the devil fruit he had held in his hands had long since vanished into his belly, impossible to retrieve. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Upon comprehending the situation, Morin's complexion paled. Had he just consumed a devil fruit? As for the devil fruit, a phenomenon that could elevate the majority to greatness, Morin held no aversion. In fact, upon his arrival in this world, he had fantasized about the types of devil fruits he might one day consume, Zoan, Paramecia, or even the most formidable of all, Logia. While he bore no disdain, the act of devouring an unknown devil fruit under the compulsion of hunger left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Naturally, if it were a powerful devil fruit, it would be a cause for celebration. However, if he had inadvertently consumed something as absurd as the flatulence fruit, he would surely be left in despair. Gurgle, gurgle. Fortunately, Morin's worries did not linger for long. Amidst the sounds of gurgling, his abdomen, now endowed with an insatiable appetite, experienced a gratifying sense of fullness for the first time. He patted his belly, a bemused smile gracing his face as he once again opened his attribute panel. Morin discovered that 2 aspects of his attribute panel had undergone changes. One was in the talent section, where, in addition to the original endless stomach eye talent, a new talent named Sonic Wave had emerged. Talent name, Sonic Wave talent level, talent description, this power, which originally belonged to the Paramecia type sound fruit, seems to have undergone a peculiar transformation after being digested by the endless stomach. From this moment forth, you can inflict varying degrees of harm upon enemies by emitting sound waves of different frequencies and vibrations, with the attack range determined by the distance the sound waves travel. Note, The power of the sound fruit has inevitably diminished following its digestion by the endless stomach, which is unfortunate. However, from another perspective, this could also be seen as fortunate, as the curse of the devil fruit has likewise been eradicated by the endless stomach. Henceforth, you shall no longer need to worry about the restraining effects of seawater or sea prism stones, nor shall you fear becoming an ineffective swimmer. Gazing at the description of the sonic wave talent, Morin felt a significant improvement in his spirits. The paramecia-type sound fruit. Morin recollected that this was after the onset of the plot, during which the nefarious sea minx Skilligman AP had consumed a devil fruit. Given the unique properties of the sound wave fruit, if harnessed effectively, it could potentially rival the most formidable devil fruits. However, after being digested by the endless stomach, the capabilities of this devil fruit had evidently been diminished, leaving its original potency and potential uncertain. Nonetheless, the fact that the endless stomach had mitigated the side effects of the devil fruit was a piece of good news for Morin. Henceforth, he could easily masquerade as a devil fruit user, while his immunity to the fruit's adverse effects could serve as a strategic advantage. Should future adversaries attempt to utilize sea stone or similar means against him, Morin would undoubtedly have a significant surprise in store. In addition to the newfound soundwave talent, the nutrients section presented Morin with an astonishing revelation. Nutrients, 102, taste resonance, 5, out of the 102 nutrient points, only 2 were residual, while the remaining 100 were entirely contributed by the devil fruit at that moment. Furthermore, the 5 points of taste resonance were equally valuable as they could unlock talent skills. Currently, Morin had the opportunity to unlock only 2 talent skills. One was the talent skill of the endless stomach, Devour Eye. Upon unlocking this talent, the digestive capabilities of the endless stomach would be further developed, allowing for the accumulation of nutrients from consuming substantial amounts of ordinary food, aside from certain exquisite dishes. Note, during the first stage of Devour, the maximum daily nutrient accumulation from ordinary food is capped at 1 point. Unlocking this talent requires 2 points of taste resonance. The other talent skill was related to sound waves, Sonic Boom. This skill compresses sound waves into a singular point, inflicting powerful explosive damage on a target. Note, ordinary individuals find it exceedingly challenging to withstand intangible sound wave attacks. This skill will serve as a formidable trump card. Unlocking this talent also necessitates 2 points of taste resonance. Both talent skills, whether Devour Eye or Sonic Boom, were exceptionally practical. Particularly, the Devour Eye talent would enable Morin to grow stronger merely by consuming ordinary food daily, rendering it a highly advantageous and cost-effective skill. Chapter 18. Departure. Once more, both talent skills could be unlocked with just 2 points of taste resonance each. With Morin currently possessing 5 points, he did not hesitate and promptly unlocked both skills. Observing the 2 talent skills unlocked, he found himself left with merely 1 point of taste resonance. Morin's expression was somewhat peculiar. To be frank, he harbored a curious intrigue regarding the meaning behind the flavor of the devil fruit. According to legend, the taste of the devil fruit is said to rival that of excrement. Although he had swallowed it whole and was unable to discern the actual flavor of the devil fruit, his insatiable stomach had undoubtedly savored the essence of it. Morin harbored some doubts. This sensory stimulation, was it a response born from the infinite stomach experiencing that foul taste akin to excrement? If the infinite stomach only elicited this sensory reaction after encountering such a flavor, Morin felt an inclination to experiment with consuming. No. A shiver ran through him at the thought. Such a grotesque endeavor was best avoided. Having once ingested a devil fruit, even the sight of another would not tempt him to indulge again. I trust you won't misinterpret this. Furthermore, he lacked the fortune and resources to procure another devil fruit, as their market value exceeded 100 million berries. With a surge of excitement over his newly acquired talent, Morin quietly slipped out of the branch office under the cloak of night, seeking a secluded grove to test his abilities. The act of devouring offered little to experiment with. Thus, he focused solely on the combat skill of Sonic Boom. Following the instinct bestowed upon unlocking this talent, Morin shouted at a towering tree before him, "Explode." With a resounding boom, the next morning found Morin enjoying breakfast in Karmatown before returning to the branch office. Armed with a flintlock pistol and ample ammunition provided by Officer Chow, he proceeded to the training range within the branch, where he commenced shooting practice at a stationary target. The previous night, he had advanced his knowledge of gunpowder weaponry from the basic to the introductory level. To be frank, the improvement was quite pronounced. Previously, Morin could only hit targets within a 20-meter range, but now he had extended that distance to 50 meters. To strike a target at such a distance with a flintlock pistol, which lacked precision, was commendable by any standard. Nevertheless, for Morin, this was still insufficient. Having tested the capability of sonic boom the night before, he acknowledged its formidable power, its peculiar attack pattern, and commendable lethality. However, the skill proved to be exceedingly taxing on both stamina and vocal cords, thus relegating it to a trump card rather than a conventional tactic. As the sole combat skill he possessed, Morin renewed his focus on his gunpowder weaponry. With this thought in mind, he murmured inwardly, "System. Elevate the level of gunpowder weaponry, light model." A prompt chimed, asking whether to expend 50 nutrient points to enhance the skill to the introductory level. Yes. With his affirmative response, the level of gunpowder weaponry, light model, surged from introductory to proficient. Proficient in gunpowder weaponry, light model, not only do you know how to operate various small firearms, but you have also deeply understood and mastered their characteristics, an accomplishment that typically requires 5 to 8 years of daily practice to achieve. Effect, perception 0. 5. Introductory 0. 2. Proficient 0. 3. Shooting sense 1. As the skill level transformed, Morin's coordination with his body and the skill resumed. When all ceased, he swiftly drew his pistol, aimed, and fired in one fluid motion, his speed noticeably enhanced as he struck a target marked with a red star 100 meters away. To accurately hit a target at such a distance with a flintlock, Morin was confident that his marksmanship could rival that of anyone in the entire 13th branch of the East Sea. Even those seasoned veterans, who had honed their skills over a lifetime, might not surpass his prowess. The elevation of his skill level not only refined his draw technique, but also heightened Morin's perception. More importantly, the increment in his shooting sense allowed him to feel as though the firearm was an extension of his own body, wielding it with remarkable ease. After silently reveling in the transformation within himself, Morin allocated all of the remaining 52 points of nourishment to enhance his attributes. After this augmentation, Morin's attributes transformed into their current state: strength 2, 1, physique 5, 0, 2, 0, agility 5, 0, 3, 0, spirit 1, 5, perception 2, 3, 0, 2. The fundamental attribute of physique, as expected, was directly elevated to 5, 0. Although Morin contemplated further enhancing his physique, the system notified him that reaching a score of 5, 0 had placed him at a bottleneck in the first stage of human development. To forcibly break through this barrier would require an expenditure of 50 points of nourishment. At that moment, Morin did not possess such an abundance of nourishment to facilitate this breakthrough. Consequently, he opted to elevate his agility to 5 points instead. This increase in agility significantly transformed Morin's speed and reflexes. His draw and shooting speed nearly doubled. This newfound velocity, combined with Morin's marksmanship, endowed him with formidable prowess. Should he encounter the shadowy figure of Mythos, whom he had previously vanquished, at this juncture, he would undoubtedly possess the upper hand. Morin is confident that he can take a life within 3 shots. With such physical prowess and commendable marksmanship, he possesses formidable capabilities. Finally, Morin found a glimmer of courage to live well in this world. After testing his marksmanship, he ventured once more into Karma Town that afternoon to savor the 200-year-old lobster he had ordered the previous night. Remarkably, the flavor of such a colossal lobster was exquisite. After indulging in the sumptuous delicacy, Morin wandered for a while before returning to the 13th Division. However, this time, he did not encounter the grandfather and grandson duo who had deceitfully sold him the devil fruit disguised as an ordinary orange until he departed. After 2 days of leave, the journey continued. Morin, accompanied by his spirited soldiers, once again set sail aboard the patrol ship, the Wave Rider, drifting over the East China Sea, officially commencing his naval career. On the 17th of September, 1504, at 8:15 a.m., after a 2-day respite, the Wave Rider departed from the port of the 13th Division, embarking on a mission to patrol the maritime security within its jurisdiction. Chapter 19. Log of navigation. On the 18th of September, 1504, the weather was clear and calm. After a day of rigorous training, I found myself quite famished and resolved to indulge in a hearty meal. This day, I consumed rations equivalent to what a typical soldier would eat over 20 days. On the 21st of September, 1504, the skies turned overcast, and fierce winds wreaked havoc upon the patrol ship, causing it to sway perilously. The tempestuous winds forced me to have my training regimen, and in a fit of gluttony, I devoured provisions meant for 25 men. On the 25th of September, 1504, the sun shone brilliantly, and the autumn air was invigorating. On this day, having patrolled a significant portion of our designated area, the Wave Rider fortuitously stumbled upon two pirate ships engaged in fierce combat. According to the Lookout's observations, both vessels bore the flag of the One-Eyed Pirate crew. The conflict involved the notorious captain, One-Eyed Mizius, and the navigator, Sea Dog Kikexu. While the reasons for their internal strife remained unclear, Mullen seized the opportunity to strike at these beleaguered foes. "Gunners, prepare to fire upon the pirate vessels," he commanded. In an instant, the thunderous roar of cannon fire shattered the tranquility of the sea. The pirates, embroiled in their skirmish, were caught entirely off guard by the sudden assault from a naval ship. They were well aware that their crew had previously overpowered formidable naval forces. Despite the discord between Captain Mizius and Navigator Kikexu, both were infamous criminals with bounties exceeding 5 million belly. Now, a seemingly rudimentary patrol ship dared to engage them in battle? Offended, the pirates collectively abandoned their conflict, redirecting their ire toward the Wave Rider. "Turn the cannons, and let these blind naval fools witness who truly rules these waters. Eliminate them." The abrupt shift in the battle's dynamics cast a shadow over Sergeant Buddy aboard the Wave Rider. He turned to Mullen, furrowing his brow. "Captain, the One-Eyed Pirate crew has ceased fighting. Should we not withdraw? With our speed, the pirate ships cannot pursue us." "Withdraw? Why would we retreat?" Mullen retorted, his brow furrowed. After days of aimless wandering, he would not let this opportunity slip away, especially with two high-profile bounties within reach. Ignoring the potential danger, he resolved, "As long as they cannot board the Wave Rider, we have nothing to fear." Before Sergeant Buddy could further advise caution, Mullen confidently declared, "Rest assured, Buddy, we are in no peril. Relay my orders. Gunners, aim for the pirate vessels and strive to incapacitate them or damage their cannons. Riflemen, swiftly load your ammunition, and once they draw near, unleash a volley upon them. Leave the rest to me." As he spoke, Mullen drew his pistol and fired with remarkable speed. Almost simultaneously, a cannonball hurtling toward the Wave Rider was detonated mid-air by Mullen's bullet. The explosion illuminated Sergeant Buddy's face, and he could only gape in astonishment. "Sergeant, the battle has commenced. Do not lose your focus," Mullen admonished as he fired another cannonball, his gaze fixed intently on the ship of Sea Dog Kikexu. He had discerned that the cannonballs that had nearly struck the Wave Rider originated from Kikexu's vessel, while the shots from Captain Mizius's ship were far off the mark. Was it mere coincidence? Morin harbored no belief in mere coincidence. Rather than attributing the events to chance, he preferred to think that a formidable gunner was aboard the Sea Dog. As a sailor, the capability to fracture a pirate crew of considerable strength clearly indicated his prowess. "Corporal Buddy, accelerate." As ordered, the position of the Wave Rider was, in fact, not as distant from the two pirate ships as one might imagine. Otherwise, their cannonballs would fail to reach the opposing vessels. With the Wave Rider's acceleration, the distance between the two parties swiftly diminished. As the gap narrowed to a mere 100 meters, Morin leaped to the bow, standing at the edge of the ship, and unleashed a barrage of precise shots at the pirates peering from the opposing vessel. Bang, bang, bang. With each gunshot that resonated, a crimson blossom erupted upon the pirate ship. In a short span, Morin had expended every bullet from his flintlock. Morin remained unfazed by the chaos surrounding him. With a swift motion, he drew two flintlock pistols from his waist and resumed firing at the opposing pirates. In the ensuing barrage, several members of the One-Eyed Pirate crew fell victim to Morin's precise marksmanship. "Damn it, there's a sharpshooter on the opposing side. Everyone, take cover." On the ship of One-Eyed Mizius, the captain's face darkened as he witnessed the swift demise of over a dozen of his competent crew without even landing a hit on the enemy. The menacing glint in his solitary eye radiated a palpable aura of vengeance. Standing at an imposing height of at least 2.5 meters, Mizius was a striking figure amidst the crowd, his muscular physique rendering him conspicuous. However, brute strength was complemented by cunning intellect. Sensing a lethal threat as Morin pivoted his aim, Mizius adeptly concealed himself behind the main mast of the sailing vessel, evading the line of fire. Yet, while he successfully shielded himself, he had not anticipated Morin's ruthless resolve to open fire on his subordinates. The casualties inflicted by Morin nearly rivaled those lost in the recent infighting among the pirate crew. At the sound of their captain's furious bellow, the pirates aboard Mizius's ship snapped back to reality, scrambling towards any available cover. Ironically, a few of the closer pirates even resorted to physical altercations over the scant shelter. Chapter 20. A lethal shot. It was hard to fathom that such a self-serving rabble had once triumphed over the pursuing navy. Indeed, the one-eyed pirate crew had previously overwhelmed a naval patrol ship, resulting in the demise of all naval personnel aboard. Yet, this band of pirates, not deemed weak on the East Sea, found themselves utterly routed in the face of Morin's relentless assault. As the one-eyed pirate crew frantically sought refuge, they were left scrambling for cover. As Morin swiftly reloaded his flintlock pistol, he issued orders to the naval soldiers behind him: prepare the barrels of oil and ignite the fuses. Once the enemy ship approaches within 20 meters, hurl the lit oil barrels at them. Meanwhile, the riflemen should stand ready. As soon as the pirates emerge due to the flames, do not hesitate, fire at will. A 3-volley salute. Eliminate every visible pirate. On board the Wavebreaker, the sailors, witnessing Morin's formidable presence, felt their spirits soar, responding eagerly in affirmation. Yes, the Wave Rider, captained by Morin, was in close proximity to the 2 pirate ships of the one-eyed pirate crew. As Morin issued commands to his soldiers, his words simultaneously reached the ears of the adversaries across the way. The one-eyed Mikius, upon hearing Morin's cunning schemes, felt his forehead throb with rage. Damn it, you coward! If you have the guts, stop these devious plots and face me in a duel. A duel? A contemptuous smile curled upon Morin's lips. Am I a fool to relinquish my advantage and engage in single combat with a treacherous pirate like you? Yet, despite his inner musings, Morin's voice took on a challenging tone. If you wish to duel, very well. I grant you this opportunity, but you must first emerge from behind the mast. Or perhaps, the one-eyed Mikius is merely a coward who dares to boast but not to act? Ah, you infuriate me, you wretched naval brat. I shall tear your tongue out. In a fit of rage, Mikius was nearly driven to madness by Morin's taunts. Just then, amidst the howling winds, the sound of shattering pottery echoed across the deck of Mikius's ship. Not good, that sound. Could it be a fire oil container? Even in his fury, Mikius recognized the impending disaster. He swiftly turned, peering over the mast to survey the deck. Indeed, there lay shards of broken pottery scattered across the deck, and beneath them, a viscous black liquid spread rapidly in all directions. Terrifyingly, as the liquid seeped forth, flames erupted, consuming the ship in a furious blaze. Damn it! Put out the fire. You fools! If you don't come out and extinguish it, you'll become mere shark bait. Perhaps intimidated by their captain's authority, or perhaps realizing that failure to act would lead to their own demise, a majority of the pirates gritted their teeth and rushed from their cover. They scoured the ship for anything to douse the flames: water, sand, blankets, anything they could find. However, in the face of the specially concocted fire oil, even water proved ineffective. Aside from sand. Moreover, their retreat from cover granted the waiting navy an opportunity to strike. Gunfire erupted from the Wave Rider. And despite many soldiers possessing only modest marksmanship skills, the volley resulted in considerable casualties among the pirates. In a matter of seconds, the deck of Mikius's ship bore witness to the fallen bodies of several comrades. Be careful, as the Navy soldiers reveled in their shooting, claiming the lives of their foes. Morin suddenly shouted, tackling a few soldiers to the side. Almost immediately, a massive cleaver embedded itself into the very spot where the soldiers had stood moments before. Had Morin not acted swiftly, those sailors would have surely met a grim fate. That was close. Cold sweat poured down the backs of the soldiers Morin had saved. Stay alert. Without pausing to check on them, Morin hastened to the edge of the ship. The Wave Rider was now less than 10 meters from the pirate vessel, which was engulfed in flames. On the opposing ship, the furious one-eyed Mikius displayed a malevolent grin. With a massive cleaver in hand, he took a running leap from his ship toward Morin's Wave Rider. Midair, the one-eyed Mikius bellowed, "You scoundrels, your lord Mikius has arrived." As he soared through the air, he shielded his vital areas with his cleaver, preparing to land on Morin's ship. In the depths of his mind, Morin thought to himself, grass, with a large machete blocking his face. Did he truly dare to leap from the ship? Did he genuinely consider himself a superhero? Confronted with this airborne target, Morin showed no mercy. He raised his loaded flintlock pistol and aimed it at the unprotected vital point of Mikius, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Accompanied by a heartbreaking gunshot. Morin seemed to faintly hear the sound of eggs breaking. Meanwhile, behind the machete, Mikius, whose countenance was filled with arrogance, suddenly froze, his expression turning ashen. A horrific scream pierced the air as Mikius clutched his lower body, pallid and collapsing onto the deck in agony. As for his machete, it had long since been flung away. The sound was utterly sorrowful, evoking tears in those who heard it. observing Mithias' plight. Even the soldiers aboard the Wave Rider instinctively clenched their legs together. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But Morin felt that the gazes directed at him from these men were tinged with a newfound respect, albeit with an odd twist. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Morin once more lifted his flintlock, aimed at the writhing and moaning Mithias on the ground. He fired twice. Bang, bang. Given Morin's skill, such close-range shots should have been a sure thing, yet one of them missed entirely. Even the other shot failed to achieve its full lethality, transforming a potentially fatal blow to the heart into a severe wound to the abdomen. All of this occurred because, at the moment he fired. Chapter 21. This is not your calculation. Writhing in pain on the ground, Mithias managed to suppress his agony and gritted his teeth to roll aside. Why bother? This would only prolong your suffering. Morin, however, offered Mithias no second chance. Drawing another flintlock, he gripped the weapon firmly and prepared to shoot. Your life is forfeit. Bang! The bullet erupted from the barrel, the searing lead racing toward Mithias' head. In the face of imminent danger, Mithias instinctively turned his head away. What he did not anticipate was that the bullet fired from Morin's other pistol, as if preordained to calculate his escape route, struck true. Thud! With a muffled sound, Mithias' head burst open, brain matter and crimson liquid splattering across the ground. His towering form crashed to the earth, rendered motionless. In his final moments, Mithias gazed at Morin with incredulity, unable to fathom that his tumultuous life had been so abruptly extinguished by an unknown naval ensign. Excellent. Yet another bounty secured. As Morin calculated the share of the reward he would receive from Mithias' demise, satisfaction washed over him, and he cast his eyes toward the pirate ship helmed by the infamous Sea Dog. However, upon this glance, Morin's expression soured. Seizing the opportunity during the skirmish between Morin and Mithias, the Sea Dog had turned the ship's bow and was fleeing in another direction. Clearly, they had recognized this warship as a formidable foe and abandoned their previous intentions to make a hasty retreat. Moreover, these scoundrels had not forgotten to fire back at Morin and his compatriots while fleeing, evidently attempting to thwart the Wave Rider's pursuit. Old Sea Dog. Indeed, the moniker was well-deserved. The rascal was as slippery as a true sea dog. In a moment of inattention, he had managed to escape. At that moment, Sergeant Buddy, who had been overseeing the removal of Mithias' body, approached Morin and inquired, "Chief, shall we pursue them?" Morin shook his head and said, "Let us not pursue them just yet. We must have our soldiers prepare the means to extinguish the flames. On that ship across the way lie our spoils. We cannot allow them to be consumed entirely by the fire. As for the Sea Dog, it is a matter to address another time." Sergeant Buddy nodded in agreement, remaining silent as he descended to quietly instruct the soldiers to ready their firefighting equipment. Since Morin and his crew had prepared barrels of incendiary oil, it was only natural that the ship was also equipped with firefighting tools. Otherwise, should an accident occur and the barrels ignite aboard their own vessel, chaos would surely ensue. The death of Mithias, coupled with the raging flames aboard their ship, compelled the remaining pirates to relinquish their resistance, fervently shouting their surrender, hoping that the Navy might save them from the inferno. Thereafter, it was evident that Morin need not intervene personally. 20 minutes later, aboard the pirate ship, now charred by the flames, the Navy personnel busily transported the spoils of war. The sight of crates being unloaded brought smiles of joy to the faces of the young sailors. Their elation was further amplified by the knowledge that they had vanquished the infamous One-Eyed Pirate crew, a band that had previously destroyed naval vessels and slain their comrades. Each member of the Navy harbored a desire to eliminate these rogues instantly. In fact, while stationed at their base, the soldiers had often speculated about whether the audacious pirates would be pursued by the colonel in charge. Yet, how little time had passed before they encountered the One-Eyed Mithias and his crew. Their sergeant had personally dispatched the dreaded Mithias as they contentedly transported their bounty. The soldiers engaged in hushed discussions. "Hey, did you notice how our sergeant single-handedly subdued the entire firepower of the One-Eyed Pirate ship?" One young sailor, his eyes sparkling with admiration, replied, "Of course. At that moment, our sergeant was absolutely spectacular. If only I could be like him, Nina would surely swoon into my arms." "Hey, wake up. You're drooling." "Nevertheless, have you noticed how our sergeant seems different now? I recall his marksmanship wasn't quite so extraordinary. After all, One-Eyed Mithias had a bounty of 600,000 berries. Yet, this time, our sergeant seemed to dispatch him with greater ease than he did the previous foe. Shadow Blade Mitros. Does it even matter? Whether it's Shadow Blade Mitros or One-Eyed Mithias, neither were a match for the captain. Why overthink it? Instead, we should consider whether these feats will be sufficient for our promotions. This remark stirred excitement among the sailors. Just a week prior, they had decimated the Shadow pirate crew. And now, they had nearly annihilated the One-Eyed Pirates. With these two significant accomplishments, the prospects for promotion for the rank-and-file sailors were promising. Not only for them, but even Sergeant Buddy and Morin might find their ranks elevated. Advancing through military merit has always been the swiftest and most straightforward path within the Navy. Morin recalled that in the original narrative, the later Captain Monka of the Navy's 153rd Division was promoted from an ordinary soldier to a naval lieutenant solely for capturing the notorious Bakikuro. Such achievements are well documented. Although Morin's accomplishments, having apprehended 3 wanted criminals with a cumulative bounty nearing 10 million berries, may not rival Monka's at the time, they certainly hold significant merit. What are you rascals discussing over there? Hurry up and get to work. Yes. Yes. After a short while, Sergeant Buddy, accompanied by a recorder, knocked on the door of Morin's assistant. Come in. Sergeant, the spoils have been tallied. On board the One-Eyed Pirate's ship, we discovered over 700,000 berries in cash, a small pouch of gold and silver treasures, 5 intact muskets, and over 40 swords. Morin nodded thoughtfully. Very well. What are the provisions? In response, it was revealed that they had discovered 3 unopened barrels of rum, along with fresh water and a considerable supply of food. Upon calculation, it appeared that this food could sustain them for nearly a month. Sergeant Buddy hesitated for a moment before adding, of course, that does not account for your share. Chapter 22. A woman Morin, for reasons unbeknownst to him, suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to sew the mouth of his ever-satisfactory Sergeant Buddy shut. Upon uttering those words, Sergeant Buddy seemed to sense the impending doom and swiftly changed the subject. By the way, Captain, I just interrogated a captive from the One-Eyed Pirate crew and discovered the reason behind the conflict involving the infamous One-Eyed Mizius and the navigator, Sea Dog Chica. What reason? Morin inquired casually, yet his attention was deftly redirected. Truth be told, he was quite intrigued by the discord that had erupted between the captain and the navigator of the One-Eyed Pirate crew, which had ultimately led to its fragmentation. However, in his mind, the internal strife of a pirate crew likely stemmed from a struggle for power or the pursuit of personal gain. While Morin had little interest in the power struggles within the One-Eyed Pirate crew, he found himself captivated by the notion of conflicts driven by self-interest. The benefits that could lead to the disintegration of a pirate crew were undoubtedly substantial. Burdened by his insatiable appetite and living on a tight budget, Morin fervently yearned for a windfall that would sustain him. Morin's thoughts were commendable. However, the reasoning provided by Sergeant Buddy struck him like a dagger once more. Because of a woman. A woman? Morin's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could hardly fathom the answer given by Sergeant Buddy. Faced with Morin's incredulous expression, Buddy straightened his posture and affirmed, indeed, it is a woman, though according to the pirates' accounts, she is no ordinary woman. Upon hearing this, Morin couldn't help but roll his eyes. Ordinary? Certainly not. A woman capable of inciting 2 notorious pirates to clash fiercely, even causing an entire pirate crew to crumble, cannot be deemed ordinary. To my mind, this woman is nothing short of a harbinger of chaos. Yet, one must wonder, what does this woman truly look like? Despite the criticisms, I must admit, I am rather curious about such a woman. What extraordinary beauty could possibly lead to the disintegration of a pirate crew? Buddy observed the familiar glint in Morin's eyes, a knowing look that men often share, and after a brief silence, continued, Captain, to be precise, that woman is a girl of no more than 10 years. A girl of less than 10 years? Morin blinked, silently locking eyes with Sergeant Buddy for a moment. Nonchalantly adjusting his collar, he spoke with a serious tone. A girl under 10? Why would the One-Eyed Pirates come to blows over her? Is she perhaps the daughter of a prominent noble or wealthy merchant? And they are fighting over a kidnapping for ransom, due to an inequitable distribution of interests? Sergeant Buddy shook his head. No, according to the pirates' accounts. This little girl hails from ordinary parents, who were killed by the One-Eyed Pirates when they abducted her. What I intend to convey is that this girl possesses a peculiar ability. Her palms can transform into branches, bearing fruits akin to peaches. These fruits can heal wounds rapidly. Is she a devil fruit user? Morin furrowed his brow. She likely is. The reason Monsieur and his crew clashed was to claim ownership of this girl. To them, she is merely a human tool. Where is she? Morin inquired, on Monsieur's ship, or on Kakexiu's vessel. Neither. She has been placed on an island ahead, which serves as the One-Eyed Pirate stronghold, situated in the direction that Sea Dog Kakexiu fled. Ah, I see. No wonder Sea Dog Kikexiu made such a swift escape after Meshuza's defeat. This must be connected to that girl. With the death of the one-eyed Meshuz, there is no one left to contest for her. With this thought, Morin asked, Sergeant Buddy, can we have those pirates guide us to that island? Of course. Under the guidance of the remnants of the one-eyed pirates, the ship, Wave Rider, swiftly braved the waves and soon approached the so-called stronghold of the one-eyed pirates. To Morin's surprise, at a natural harbor on the island's backside, he discovered the very ship that Sea Dog Kikexiu had previously fled on. However, within the short span of less than an hour, the vessel had undergone a dramatic transformation. The once intact hull was now overrun by thick, creeping vegetation, rendering the ship dilapidated, and everything aboard appeared rather eerie. Reduce speed, do not approach just yet. Look out, maintain vigilance, and observe the situation, Morin instructed. The sight of the ship raised a sense of unease within him, and prudently, he refrained from allowing the warship to draw closer immediately. Before long, the lookout made a discovery. Captain, there's something amiss. The pirate ship is filled with corpses, each gruesomely hung from the mast. All dead. This revelation heightened Morin's caution. He knitted his brows and commanded, change course. Let us find another point to land on the island, circumventing it to ascertain what transpired aboard that ship. Understood. Approximately half an hour later, having landed from the opposite direction of the island, Morin and his crew traversed several small hills before finally arriving at the cliff adjacent to the pirate ship. From this vantage point, they were able to witness the horrific events that had unfolded aboard the vessel up close. Dozens of desiccated bodies, appearing as if drained of moisture by some sinister force, hung from the mast of the pirate ship. Each corpse was ensnared by thick roots extending from the mast, piercing through their bodies and suspending them in a grotesque display. As the sea breeze swayed these desiccated figures, a chilling sensation enveloped the air when the last rays of the setting sun fell upon the lifeless vessel. An inexplicable dread caused several soldiers who had landed on the island to tremble slightly. In this eerie atmosphere, a naval soldier, his teeth chattering, ventured to speak. Commander Chow, perhaps we should return to the ship. This place is too uncanny, and the sun is setting. Shall we investigate the vessel tomorrow instead? Since witnessing this unsettling scene, Morin, who had remained silent, turned a glance at his subordinates before shaking his head. No need, he replied. Wait for me here. I shall return shortly. Chapter 23, A Perilous Gaze with a Simple Preparatory Leap. Morin bounded from the hillside onto the ship. Upon reaching the vessel, he paid no heed to the pirate corpses dangling from the mast, instead striding purposefully towards a corner of the deck. Suddenly, sharp wooden spikes erupted from the gaps in the deck. The naval soldiers on the hillside shouted in alarm, Commander, be careful. However, although these wooden spikes were swift and sinister, they appeared sluggish in Morin's eyes. With a few agile sidesteps, he deftly evaded the onslaught of the wooden projectiles. Morin approached a small girl ensnared by the roots of plants. With her flowing pink hair, delicate pink attire, and an enchanting visage, she resembled a fairy who had stepped straight out of a fairy tale, exuding an irresistible charm. Yet, this once vibrant and playful fairy had lost her smile. Her exquisite features radiated an intense aura that repelled any observer. Her light crimson eyes were as cold and unyielding as ancient ice, casting a chilling glare that pierced the soul. Upon seeing Morin approach, this girl, appearing no older than 10, spoke with a chilling indifference that belied her tender age. The Navy? When pirates slaughtered my parents and uncles, you were nowhere to be found. Now that I have dispatched these scoundrels, you arrive rather promptly. Do you wish to capture me? Save your effort, if you desire. You might as well put a bullet through me, for I have no desire to live. Her demeanor was devoid of jest, emanating an aura of profound despair. Morin apologized, saying, I am sorry for our tardiness. In response to Morin's apology, the little girl offered a disdainful smile and remarked, I cannot afford your Navy's apologies. In truth, you naval officers are no different from pirates. In your eyes, the lives of us common folk likely hold little significance. As she spoke, a sudden realization washed over the little girl. I understand now. You, like those pirates, are merely drawn to my abilities, such as this. With that, she raised her palm, and a flicker of pink light illuminated the air. Suddenly, a resplendent peach, glistening and exuding an enticing fragrance, appeared before her. The moment Morin caught a whiff of the delectable aroma, his stomach began to churn with fervor. The rumbling echoed like thunder in their ears. Beneath the growls of his belly, the intense pangs of hunger surged once more in Morin's mind, threatening to seize his thoughts as they had done previously. Get back, he admonished himself. Yet this time, Morin's resolve stood firm, unyielding as an immovable mountain, suppressing the insatiable greed of hunger. With great effort, he averted his gaze from the alluring peach and, closing his eyes, declared resolutely, "Take it back. I am a Navy officer, not a pirate." In front of Morin, a young girl with pink hair listened intently to the increasingly thunderous rumblings from within him. After a moment of astonishment, she scoffed, "You clearly wish to partake. So why do you insist I retract my offer? Is this what you call justice in the Navy? How utterly hypocritical. Hypocrisy or not?" Morin felt no sense of entitlement to consume the fruits born of another's vitality. With his eyes closed, Morin was unaware of when he reopened them. Meeting the girl's gaze earnestly, in the instant she conjured the peach, he sensed the radiance surrounding her dimming, even her hair appearing somewhat withered. Coupled with the rich life essence emanating from the peach, along with its rumored healing properties, Morin swiftly gleaned a fragment of the underlying truth. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Morin, a sergeant of the 13th Division of the East Sea Navy. My presence here, while partly fueled by curiosity about your devil fruit abilities, is primarily to rescue those civilians captured and imprisoned by the one-eyed pirates. You may choose to believe me or not, but once I have liberated those held captive, I will ensure you return home alongside them." Morin spoke without deceit regarding this matter, initially drawn by curiosity about the girl's powers upon encountering her. His feelings transformed into profound compassion. This compassion was powerful enough to suppress his craving for delectable cuisine. That which could provoke an endless roar from his stomach was undeniably exquisite fare. Should he indulge in that peach, not only would he enhance his vitality points, but he would also complete a collector's task, earning a mid-level treasure chest. Collector's task: savor 3 distinct types of delicacies. Reward: 1 mid-level treasure chest. Already tasted: Sea King barbecue, lobster aged 2 to 300 years. Yet, if all of this came at the expense of a maiden's life force, no matter how tempting, Morin would remain unmoved. This was his principle and bottom line. He had not wavered in his previous life, nor would he in this one. Perhaps it was Morin's resolute resistance against the peach's temptation or the unwavering determination in his eyes that caused the pink-haired girl to regard him with less suspicion. After a brief silence, she directed him to the location where the one-eyed pirates were holding the civilians captive. "Thank you," Morin expressed his gratitude, then called out to several soldiers on the hillside, instructing them to return to the ship and bring back more personnel for the rescue. Later that day, the Navy, wielding flashlights and torches, tirelessly worked to bring forth dozens of pallid, vacant-eyed civilians from the dark, damp confines of the cave. The majority of those captured by the pirates were women, along with a few elderly, young individuals, many of whom were affluent children. The pirates had taken them as living cash dispensers, seeking ransom from their families. The women, unfortunately, were often treated as mere objects to satiate the pirates' desires. The relentless physical and psychological torment had long since shattered the spirits of these unfortunate souls. In fact, upon entering the cave to rescue them, the Navy discovered several recently deceased female bodies, the majority of whom had taken their own lives. Consequently, after liberating these women, the initially jubilant Navy, celebrating the defeat of the one-eyed pirates, found their smiles fading. One by one, their expressions darkened, teeth gritted, as their gazes towards the captured pirates grew increasingly perilous. Chapter 24. Vengeance. Observing the young women, akin to walking corpses, devoid of vitality, and the enraged soldiers of the Navy. After a moment of silence, Morin rose and approached Sergeant Buddy, leaning close to his ear to whisper something softly. After Morin finished speaking, a glimmer of struggle appeared in Buddy's eyes. And then he smiled wryly, saying, "Captain Chow, although I would very much like to do so, it does not comply with the regulations if we proceed this way." Morin waved his hand dismissively, assuring, "Do not worry. If the branch holds me accountable, I shall bear the consequences myself." A few minutes later, upon returning to the warship, Buddy intended to report to Morin with several captives from the one-eyed pirate crew. However, he was met with a troubling sight. Some individuals aboard were being beaten. The soldiers tasked with guarding the ship averted their gazes, clearly reluctant to meet his eyes. What has transpired? After a cold snort directed at the guarding soldiers, Buddy made his way to the specially designed holding cell within the ship. There, he discovered several young men furiously assaulting the captives from the one-eyed pirate crew, cursing, "You beasts, I'll beat you to death." Upon witnessing this, Sergeant Buddy's expression hardened. "Fools, cease at once. Have the regulations from your training been fed to the dogs? As Navy personnel, how can we strike captives?" A somewhat youthful and impassioned soldier protested. "Sir, these scumbag." Before the soldier could finish, Sergeant Buddy drew his cutlass and swiftly severed the ropes binding the captives. In the astonished gazes of the soldiers, he bellowed, "How dare you? Captives attempt to escape. What are you all standing there for? Break their limbs to prevent their escape. What was happening? The bewildered soldiers were still processing the situation when two seasoned veterans barged in, exasperatedly slapping the back of their heads. Crack, crack, crack. Under the lead of the veterans, the cabin soon echoed with the sound of bones breaking. The young soldiers, finally grasping the situation, eagerly joined in. The captives, still partially bound, stood no chance against the fully armed Navy soldiers. Before long, they lay on the ground, moaning in agony. A few minutes later, one of the seasoned veterans excitedly reported to Sergeant Buddy, "Report, Sergeant. We have subdued the attempted escapees. In the process, we not only broke their limbs but also accomplished the task assigned by the officer splendidly." Casting an annoyed glare at the grinning veterans, Buddy retorted, "Enough. Stop kicking the captives. Bring them along and follow me." Without further explanation, he turned and exited the cabin. Behind him, the bewildered veterans called to the new recruits and each dragged a captive out of the cabin. As the others began to leave, the last two soldiers, attempting to carry a single captive, realized that while the veterans had dragged out 5 captives, 4 remained inside. 2 of them, were they to experience double the trouble? When the last 2 unfortunate souls finally dragged 2 captives out of the cabin, they found that Sergeant Buddy and the others had already descended the ship and were climbing the nearby hillside. Upon seeing them emerge, Buddy turned and called, "You two, hurry up." Due to the burdens of the incapacitated captives, their pace was significantly hindered. It took them quite some time to bring the captives back to the makeshift camp set up outside the cave, where Buddy, following Morin's orders, unceremoniously dropped the incapacitated pirate captives before a group of disheveled female captives who had been rescued. Morin, accompanied by all the naval soldiers, departed from their original position. After enduring 3 hours of the sea breeze on a shadowed hillside, the sailors returned to their hastily erected encampment. By this time, the 9 captured pirates they had previously left behind had vanished without a trace, and the garments of all the civilians present appeared to bear peculiar brown stains. A glance at the nearby freshly turned soil revealed much. Morin observed a flicker of emotion in the previously desolate eyes of the female civilian. Although her gaze had not returned to normalcy, it was undeniably an improvement from the earlier expression of utter lifelessness. It seems that the examples cited by that author of psychological literature in a past life were not mere fabrications. Who would have thought that such methods could indeed prove effective? With a slight sigh of relief, Morin, alongside the ship's cook, began to prepare a hearty broth for the group of survivors before them. Prolonged hunger and malnutrition had rendered these survivors somewhat susceptible to gastrointestinal ailments, making it inadvisable to offer them an abundance of rich meats at this juncture. Clearly, a bowl of easily digestible broth was far more suitable than roasted meats. During the process of simmering the soup, a minor incident unfolded. The ship's cafeteria lady was astonished to discover that her captain's culinary skills surpassed those of both of her fellow cooks. Whether in terms of managing the heat or balancing the seasoning and salt, Morin surpassed both of them significantly, which elicited a newfound admiration in the gazes of the cafeteria ladies directed at her. How knowledgeable Chow Chong is. After toiling for nearly half the night, while most of the naval soldiers had succumbed to slumber, the pink-haired girl silently approached Morin from behind and spoke. "You are somewhat different from the Navy men I encountered before. Although still hypocritical, you seem to understand better what we truly desire. I have witnessed the Navy rescuing survivors from pirate ships. Yet even those who expressed sympathy merely offered us a bit more money, as if wealth could remedy everything. They have no idea what we, having endured all this, truly yearn for. All we seek is revenge." "I know," Morin interjected, being the first to utter that word before the pink-haired girl. Upon seeing the desolate eyes of those women, Morin recognized that, for the common people, revenge would always hold far greater allure than riches. Chapter 25. Mythical Beast Species, Fairy Fruit, Peach Blossom Demon Form. To consider this from another perspective, arriving at this conclusion is not particularly challenging. Morin held the belief that many navies around the world, while rescuing hostages captured by pirates, could discern the truth reflected in the eyes of the victims. Yet, constrained by various regulations, the Navy could at most offer these unfortunate souls a modicum of material compensation. The act of killing captives was deemed unlawful according to the Navy's code. Furthermore, the majority of naval personnel were reluctant to allow the blood of such wretched individuals to stain their hands, sullied by the villains who had wronged them. Morin found himself unable to ascertain which ideology was more righteous. He merely followed the inclinations of his heart and made a choice. As for the consequences that might arise from the branch's awareness of his actions, he was prepared to face them. At worst, he would suffer a slight deduction in merits, resulting in a delayed promotion, which he deemed trivial. Naturally, he hoped any potential reductions in his reward would be minimal, lest he suffer a pang of regret. The girl with pink hair gazed intently at Morin, seemingly understanding something profound, before slowly turning away. After taking several steps, her chilly voice echoed back to him. I am a Zoan-type devil fruit user of the mythical beast variety, possessing the peach blossom fairy form. This information appeared in my mind after consuming that fruit. What? Morin pondered, bewildered by the notion of a Zoan-type devil fruit associated with a fairy. Were fairies truly a reality in this world? After a moment's reflection, he recalled that the current fleet admiral, the astute Sengoku, possessed the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the Buddha form. If a legendary Buddha could manifest, the existence of a fairy seemed within the realm of possibility. However, he found himself questioning the relevance of this revelation. He harbored no ulterior motives towards the young girl. By the way, I have adopted a new name, Tao Yao, inspired by the peach blossom fairy from mythology. Please, do not misname me. Tao Yao? Morin mused, finding the name quite fitting, aligning well with her devil fruit abilities. Yet, changing her name seemed to signify an intention to forget her past. Watching the receding figure of Tao Yao, Morin furrowed his brows in contemplation. The following morning arrived. Morin and his companions relocated the lair of the one-eyed pirate crew with great expertise. Accompanied by the rescued survivors, they departed from the desolate island. Aboard the warship, Morin instructed his crew to compile a list of the survivors' hometowns, intending to fulfill his benevolent mission by escorting them back home. However, when the secretary approached Morin with the gathered addresses, he found himself rubbing his temples in exasperation. Are you implying that aside from those held for ransom, none of the others wish to disclose their hometowns or accept our offer to return them? The secretary confirmed, indeed, sir. None of the liberated women are willing to share their addresses. Morin sighed, very well, I understand. After contemplating for a moment, Morin proposed. Here is the deal. You shall descend and communicate with those individuals. If they refuse to return, I can arrange for their transportation to the distant town of Rogtown in the kingdom of Oikote and provide them with a sum of money to start anew. Inquire whether they would be amenable to this. The secretary hurriedly departed, and Morin shook his head. He understood the reasons behind these women's reluctance to return to their homeland. Their primary concern was the fear of being captured by pirates, and the shame that would ensue, leading them to endure a life of scorn and judgment from others. It is worth noting that among those captured were women who were wives or mothers. Such individuals might prefer to be considered dead in the eyes of their families. This scenario is not uncommon in this world, and Morin found himself without a viable solution. Thus, he could only offer a non-suggestive suggestion, allowing them to choose for themselves. Before long, the secretary returned, panting from exertion. Captain, compared to returning home, they would prefer to go to Rog Town, and they do not require any money. They only wish for us to transport them there. I understand. After sending off the secretary, Morin summoned Captain Buddy to discuss an appropriate sum of money to provide to those women who chose to go to Rog Town. It would be inappropriate to send these unfortunate women, devoid of any resources, to start anew in Rog Town. Such a situation might lead to even more tragic fates awaiting them. A week later, after bidding farewell to the last group in Rog Town, Morin exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, everything was arranged. However, after ensuring that the girls were settled, he turned to the pink-haired girl beside him, slightly exasperated, and said, By the way, with everyone else gone, you can now tell me where your hometown is. If you don't wish to return home, you could at least provide me with your relative's address so that I may send you back. Huh, I have no relatives. I don't want to go back. The pink-haired girl replied without turning her head. Then how about this? I could arrange for you to find a host family, Morin suggested. No, thank you. In this day and age, who would want to take in a monster of a girl? The pink-haired girl displayed a self-deprecating smile. Frowning, Morin replied, Those with the power of the devil fruit are not monsters. I have told you countless times that many people aspire to possess such abilities throughout their lives. Yet they remain unattainable. How could this possibly be deemed monstrous? How many people are we talking about? In the eyes of most commoners, the powers of the devil fruit are indeed viewed as monstrous. Moreover, if my abilities were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of certain pirates. Glancing at Morin, the pink-haired girl, oh no, Peach Blossom, said, rather than that, I'd prefer to remain aboard your ship. Morin rolled her eyes and retorted, I'm afraid our Navy does not employ child labor. You are far too young. We do not recruit at your age. You are lying, I countered. I have inquired with others aboard, and within your faction S-base, there is even a group of orphans taken in as laborers. The youngest among them are merely 7 or 8 years old. Goodness, who could have told her such things? Upon hearing this, Morin turned to look at the other sailors on the ship, only to find that nearly every naval officer he made eye contact with averted their gaze awkwardly. What a bunch of rascals. Helpless, having been exposed by his own comrades, Morin resigned himself and said, "Ahem, very well. Since you wish to remain in the Navy, after our return, I shall have Sergeant Buddy assist you with the necessary formalities. As for you, young lady, you should start by helping out in the mess hall at the branch." Chapter 26. Strolling. I do not wish to go to the mess hall. I want to stay on the ship. In an apparent effort to emphasize her point, Tao Yu deliberately stressed her words. Any objections were futile. The patrol ship was designated for reconnaissance and combat, a frontline vessel engaged in battles against pirates, a place unsuitable for a young girl like her. At this moment, Sergeant Buddy approached and interjected, "The chief is correct. A warship is indeed not a place for young girls. However, there is a civilian academy near the 13th branch. If you are willing, you could attend school there alongside my daughter." Upon hearing this, Morin cast a surprised glance at Sergeant Buddy. After spending a considerable amount of time together, he was unaware that Sergeant Buddy had a daughter. More than an hour later, despite their best efforts to dissuade Tao Yao from her stubborn resolve, Morin and Buddy temporarily relinquished their attempts to persuade her further. Instead, Morin took Tao Yao on a leisurely stroll through Rog Town, hoping that this outing might offer her some solace from the emotional scars she bore. Of course, the primary reason for this diversion was that the Wave Rider was currently resupplying, leaving them unable to depart even if they wished to. Having rescued numerous survivors previously, coupled with Morin's insatiable appetite, the food and water reserves aboard the Wave Rider had been significantly depleted over the course of just over a week. Given their current distance from the 13th Division, it was imperative that the Wave Rider replenished its supplies. Otherwise, they risked facing hunger on their return journey. Thus, after docking the Wave Rider, Morin promptly dispatched someone to the naval base in Rog Town to procure the necessary provisions. Although enlisting help would incur a slight debt of gratitude, it was far preferable to wasting time and energy comparing suppliers or, worse yet, purchasing expired goods. It was truly astounding how naive the common folk in this world could be. Ordinary merchants, driven by profit, would dare to risk their lives at sea. What harm was there in passing off inferior goods or near-expired food to the Navy? However, with the local naval forces of Rog Town acting as intermediaries, Morin was confident that those merchants would think twice before attempting any foolishness. Rog Town, situated in the East Sea, is the closest town to the entrance of the Grand Line. Thanks to its geographical advantages, this once humble settlement has transformed into a bustling metropolis over the course of centuries. Although referred to as a town, many larger cities in this world do not boast a population that rivals it. As Morin navigated through the throngs of people, he observed this town, often dubbed the place of beginnings and endings, with great care. Being the birthplace and execution site of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, added an air of mystery to this already vibrant city. The legendary execution platform had long since become an essential landmark for tourists. Whether they were commoners or pirates, visitors to the island felt an irresistible urge to pay their respects at this site of historical significance. Over the years, the naval base in Rog Town had surprisingly apprehended a number of foolish pirates by simply waiting for them to arrive. It had been 5 years since the execution of Gold, Roger, yet the site remained a bustling hub of activity. Groups of eager tourists often pointed at the platform, some even capturing the moment with sketchbooks and cameras, documenting what had once sent ripples through the world. Due to the high demand for photographs, establishments renting out cameras and galleries featuring resident artists had sprung up in the area, sustaining a whole community through its unique cultural significance. With a spirit of exploration, Morin led Tao Yao into one of the galleries, where several artists were busily sketching portraits for their customers. The approach of Morin and Tao Yao, two exceptionally attractive individuals, instantly revitalized the weary receptionist at the front desk, restoring her spirits significantly. With renewed enthusiasm, she began to elucidate the various services offered by the gallery. From basic individual sketches to exquisite oil paintings, as well as picturesque landscapes of various distinctive scenic spots, an array of packages was available to suit every preference. The pricing varied according to the renown of the artists, ensuring a tailored experience for every patron. "Rest assured, sir," she assured the gentleman, "our gallery boasts the most skilled artists on this street. If you and your sister commission a portrait from us, I would be delighted to extend a special discount of 20%, solely in recognition of your naval status." Observing a hint of disdain on Tao Yao's face towards the receptionist's sales pitch, Morin could not suppress a mischievous grin. Then let us forego your most talented artist and have her create a sketch instead. I shall leave the payment here, he declared, producing several crisp banknotes from his pocket and placing them in the receptionist's hand. Upon hearing Morin's request for a portrait, Tao Yao, who had initially scoffed at the gallery's promotional efforts, immediately changed her demeanor and coldly replied, "I do not want that." Morin extended his large hand, gently tousling the pink hair of Tao Yao as he said, "Do not refuse. I happen to have some matters to attend to. I cannot simply leave you behind. You can wait for me here, and trust me, at times, gazing upon one's own sketch can be an extraordinarily novel experience." As he spoke, a smile involuntarily spread across Molin's face, for the gallery before him evoked memories of his past life, when his ex-girlfriend had pressed him into service as a free model in the classroom, enduring the somewhat dismal experience of being her canvas for expressive ink splashes. Although those times were somewhat arduous, they now linger in his mind as fond recollections. Such memories, Molin believed, were certainly deserving of Tao Yao, initially inclined to decline. Tao Yao, upon hearing that Molin had affairs to attend to, bit her lip and remained silent. Compared to ordinary girls her age, Tao Yao, having traversed numerous experiences, was undoubtedly more mature. After a brief pause, she nodded and replied, "I understand." Having settled Tao Yao in the gallery, Molin began to wander through the streets and alleys of Rogue Town, exploring taverns and eateries. He even ventured into specialty ingredient shops and seafood markets. Fortune smiled upon him as he traversed the bustling marketplace, where he managed to procure a leg of a colossal octopus, said to dwell only in the depths of the ocean. This was rumored to be a trophy from a merchant fleet, for which countless lives had been sacrificed. The vendor, unaware of the whereabouts of the remaining parts of the octopus, had only acquired this particular tentacle. Upon encountering this octopus tentacle, Molin felt a stirring hunger within him. Chapter 27. A unique culinary delight. This revelation made Molin acutely aware that he had discovered what he sought. With over 500,000 berries, an amount derived from the spoils he had obtained from the one-eyed pirate crew in their lair, Molin purchased this exquisite piece of unprocessed delicacy. Molin approached a nearby barbecue stall, where he borrowed a large grill from the proprietor. He promptly sliced a substantial portion of octopus and placed it upon the grill to roast over the charcoal. The octopus tentacle that Morin purchased is likely merely the tip of a much larger appendage. It may not even amount to a quarter of a single octopus's leg. Yet even so, this segment measures nearly 3 meters in length. Were it not for the enormous barbecue grill he borrowed, the cooking time would have been significantly prolonged. Driven by the insatiable hunger emanating from his seemingly endless stomach, Morin seized a kitchen knife and swiftly sliced the impressive mass of ingredients into translucent, evenly thick pieces. He then placed these octopus slices upon the glowing red coals of the grill, brushed them with oil, and let them sizzle for several seconds before sprinkling on some chili powder and cumin. The result was a series of aromatic, char-grilled octopus slices, ready to be savored. Morin, having purchased several cups of beverages, settled beside a barbecue stall, simultaneously grilling and swiftly savoring his meal. The simply charred octopus slices erupted with juices in Morin's mouth, their flavor heightened by the aromatic cumin and spicy chili powder, which further ignited his appetite. Each bite of the octopus, paired with the sweet beverage, rendered the morsels even more delectable. Ding! The host is enjoying deliciously grilled octopus slices. Nutritional points, 111 ding. Initial task completed. Reward for the host, 1 intermediate treasure chest. Ding! The reward has been credited. Please check it, host. As Morin consumed the octopus slices with haste, the hunger in his stomach seemed to intensify, urging him to eat more. However, with each bite, warm currents flowed swiftly within him, nourishing his internal organs while rapidly replenishing his stamina and vitality. After a few breaths, Morin felt invigorated, deep in his indulgence. He paid no heed to the restoration of his energy, but rather quickened his pace, placing slice after slice of octopus over the embers. Before long, some slices, barely grilled for a few seconds, were quickly scooped up and sent to his mouth. An hour later, as Morin left the barbecue stall, having attracted a considerable crowd of onlookers, he touched his slightly rounded belly, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he made his way back to the previous location of the gallery. Though he had spent over 50,000 berries on this feast, it had allowed Morin's nutritional points to surpass the 50-point threshold once again, a splendid piece of news for him. This expenditure was indeed worthwhile. The seafood market and the gallery were separated by a considerable distance. Unbeknownst to Morin, he wandered into a street lined with weapon shops. Scattered along the sides of the street were several weapon stores, and he even spotted a firearms shop. As he continued walking, Morin suddenly halted in front of a sword and knife shop. A faint yet enticing aroma wafted from within, tantalizing his senses. Sniff, sniff. What is this, the scent of food? Although the presence of food in a weapon shop struck Morin as peculiar, he dismissed his curiosity. After all, he had just procured a substantial amount of delicacies from the market. It was not unusual for an ordinary citizen of Rogtown to occasionally buy nutritious food. Gazing at the fragrant establishment, Morin hesitated momentarily before stepping inside. Let us see what the proprietor is cooking. If possible, I might spend a little more to purchase some. It wouldn't be a problem, would it? After all, shops exist to conduct business. Upon entering, Morin glanced around, only to discover a solitary child, head tilted, dozing on the table, devoid of any of the culinary delights he had anticipated. Where's the food? After another twitch of his nostrils, he continued to ponder. Moreland discovered that the source of the enticing aroma seemed to emanate from a wooden barrel nestled in the corner of the shop. From an external perspective, the barrel contained several somewhat broken and aged swords. As he approached and examined the barrel, Moreland found no trace of food within. Upon further scrutiny, he realized that the source of the delectable scent was not something concealed within the barrel, but rather an old sword with a somewhat damaged sheath. Drawing the sword from the barrel, Moreland unsheathed it. With a sharp sound, the blade gleamed as a pungent scent of blood wafted towards his nostrils. Yet, upon closer inspection, this bloodiness bore a striking resemblance to the rich fragrance of intoxicating wine, exuding a captivating allure. Food. Was it this very sword? Morin furrowed his brow as he observed the aged sword, scrutinizing its blade with care. He noted that the hilt was wrapped in a cruciform cloth, while a small segment of white fabric adorned the scabbard. The blade itself exhibited a pronounced curvature and an elongated edge, the pattern resembling the typical flame-like motif of folded and tempered steel. Although the scabbard appeared somewhat worn, the blade emanated a chilling radiance, exuding a piercing sharpness. Even to those less acquainted with swords, it was evident that this was a remarkable weapon. Yet, how could such an exquisite sword find itself among this heap of dilapidated blades, radiating the scent of food? Compelled by the enticing aroma, Morin hesitated for a moment before positioning his mouth against the spine of the blade and gently inhaling, as his body instinctively directed him to do. With a soft slurp, it seemed as if some essence was drawn directly from the sword's surface and swallowed into his being. Instantly, a rich bouquet of wine enveloped his palate. A delightful blend of intoxicating fragrance and sweet undertones, instilling in Morin a sensation of ethereal bliss. This flavor bore a resemblance to that of chocolate filled with wine. After Morin absorbed this elusive essence, the once blood-scented long sword appeared transformed, as if it had been stripped of its very spirit. Though it continued to shimmer with a cold gleam, the menacing aura and repugnant scent had vanished. Chapter 28. The Essence Within the Sword Ding. The system detects the host engaging with a unique delicacy, Nutrients 111. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a portion of Joy of the Heart. Joy of the Heart. This represents the lingering essence infused by several powerful swordsmen before their demise, a manifestation of their spirit, which also serves as a delightful culinary experience. Within this essence lies the accumulated swordsmanship knowledge of these masters. The host may choose to consume this Joy of the Heart to learn the sword techniques embedded in the memories. Note, this is a rare opportunity for swordsmanship experience. Upon learning, the host will swiftly master the skill, swordsmanship, mastered. Morin was astonished to discover that a sword could indeed transform into a delicacy. Even more surprising was the revelation that savoring the exquisite flavors contained within the blade offered such remarkable benefits. The joy he felt in his heart seemed to Morin like a bountiful gift of skills and experience. There was no reason for hesitation. Morin made a decisive choice to pursue knowledge. In that fleeting moment of selection, a multitude of memories surged within the depths of Morin's heart. Unlike the previous enhancement of gunpowder weaponry and lightweight arms, this time, alongside various techniques of swordsmanship, vivid images of past masters wielding this enchanted blade in combat emerged in Morin's mind. From those visions, Morin discerned the name of the weapon he held, the demon blade. Kitch. Indeed, the chilling long sword in Morin's grasp was none other than the fabled ominous blade, the demon blade Kitch. However, it was not the original Kitch, renowned as one of the 12 supreme blades, nor the second-generation Kitch, which was esteemed among the 21 supreme blades. The blade known as the Ghost Cutter in Morin's possession is merely a third-generation imitation forged from the first and second generations of the Ghost Cutter. This third-generation blade does not belong to the esteemed category of the 50 finest blades, but rather falls within the realm of swift swords. Nonetheless, It stands as the pinnacle among swift swords, and even when compared to the authentic 50 finest blades, it does not pale significantly. Had it not been for the Ghost Cutter series' notorious curse of consuming its master, this third-generation blade might have harbored the potential to ascend to the ranks of the 50 finest. Swordsmanship, mastery through years of relentless practice. Your command of the sword has reached an extraordinary level, one that the average individual can scarcely fathom. Wherever you may roam, you are worthy of being hailed as a swordsman. In the realm of swordsmanship, you have already achieved commendable accomplishments, and with further dedication, you shall grasp the profound secrets of iron slicing, swordsmanship expert, transforming into a formidable iron slicing swordsman. Effects: Strength 0, 5, Entry 0, 2, Mastery 0, 3, Agility 0, 3, Entry 0, 1, Mastery 0, 2. This effect is sealed and will be unsealed upon surpassing limits. Perception 0, 1, Mastery 0, 1. Perhaps due to the nature of cold weapons, the enhancement brought about by reaching mastery in swordsmanship yields greater benefits to Morin than the conquest afforded by mastering gunpowder-based light weaponry. Upon mastering this sealed skill, Morin's attributes have now transformed to Strength 2, 6, Physique 5, 0, 0, 5, Agility 5, 0, 0, 3, currently sealed, Spirit 1, 5, Perception 2, 4, 0, 1. Furthermore, Morin retains 73 points of nourishment. Some of this nourishment has been accumulated from consuming ordinary fare, but most of it stems from today's successes. The arduous journey of the past half-month has granted Morin an additional 8 points of nourishment. During the voyage on the warship, Morin could not consistently gather sufficient nourishment. Had he indulged freely, the other crew members would have faced starvation. The tentacle of the giant octopus contributed 43 points of nourishment, while the unique substance from the cursed ghost cutter added 22 points. 73 points of nourishment is no trivial amount, sufficient for Morin to elevate 2 of his remaining 3 major physical attributes to 5 points, with some surplus. Just as Morin was poised to act, a voice jolted him back to reality. "Hey, the fellow over there, do you still intend to purchase that sword?" The interruption came from the child who had previously been dozing at the table. On the other side, upon witnessing Morin turn around, the child instinctively recoiled slightly. In truth, this child had been roused shortly after Morin entered the shop, startled by the sounds of rummaging through a barrel. At that moment, seeing Morin sifting through the assortment of second-hand items recently collected by his cousin, the child felt a tinge of disdain. Another destitute soul. The contents within that barrel were among the least valuable items in the store, primarily scavenged from a collection of drunks, gamblers, and the impoverished. Even the priciest of the old swords could scarcely fetch 1,000 berry. Were it not for Morin's naval uniform, the child might have been tempted to utter a derogatory remark. However, Morin's subsequent peculiar behavior, sucking on the sword, instilled a sense of concern in the child, who wished fervently that his cousin's family would return from their errands. After observing Morin fidget with the sword for a while, the child could no longer contain himself and called out. Seeing the child behind the counter, Morin squinted. Once he sheathed the cursed ghost cutter, he inquired, "How much for this sword?" The child gestured toward the engraving on the barrel, stating, 50,000 berry, fixed price. Upon bending down to inspect, Morin indeed discovered the inscription proclaiming the price of 50,000 berry for the sword, unyielding. 50,000 berry held little significance for Morin. Yet if he could acquire a ghost cutter for such a sum, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable bargain. This extraordinary blade, offered at a mere 50,000 berry, surely the shopkeeper lacked discernment? Even though the ghost cutter bore a fearsome reputation and was often overlooked, it could easily command a price of 600,000 to 700,000 berry. Morin, harboring these thoughts, maintained a facade of calm as he discreetly retrieved 5 notes of 10,000 berry each from his pocket, placing them on the counter before the child. "I shall take this sword." Upon witnessing Morin's genuine purchase of the weapon from the barrel, the child's demeanor towards him softened slightly. He even proceeded to recommend some custom-made sheaths for the sword. However, unforeseen complications arose, and Morin departed the weapon shop before he could fully engage with the child's suggestions, leaving the youth with a look of regret. An hour later, when the shopkeeper excitedly returned to the weapon shop, intending to retrieve the ghost cutter he had concealed in the old barrel, he discovered. Chapter 29. The past of Tao Yao. Upon the shopkeeper's return, brimming with excitement, he planned to extract the ghost cutter he had intentionally hidden within the old barrel. only to find that the blade had vanished without a trace. Oh, Allah, where's my sword? Where has it gone? On that day, after the weapon shop owner's anguished cries echoed for a while, the sounds of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat and the wails of children soon filled the air within the shop. What transpired thereafter remained a mystery to Morin, who was hastening back to the gallery. Inside the gallery, the artist responsible for painting Tao Yao had already handed over the completed sketch to an assistant, requesting that it be framed and prepared for display. The artist's skill was commendable. With deft strokes, he had captured Tao Yao's essence in a simple yet poignant sketch, bringing the enchanting girl to life on paper. As Tao Yao gazed upon the beautiful portrayal of herself, a flicker of emotion stirred within her gradually frozen heart. This was the first sketch she had ever received in her life, a gift she had never been afforded even during her parents' lifetime. By the conventions of most narratives, she should have felt joy at this gesture. Yet, aside from an initial glance, her eyes soon drifted away from the drawing. For the figure in the sketch was Tao Yao, but not the ordinary girl she once was. Since the tragic loss of her parents, no one had witnessed the transformation of the once unremarkable little girl into a being reminiscent of a fairy tale. Deep down, Tao Yao harbored a disdain for her current self. In her eyes, the misfortunes that had befallen her once happy family were inextricably linked to her metamorphosis. The devil fruit was a fruit cursed by evil, and by consuming it, she had unwittingly inherited that curse. At the tender age of 7, after consuming a peculiar fruit, her appearance began to undergo a dramatic metamorphosis, evolving from an inconspicuous child into a charming and delightful fairy. Within a mere year, her beauty became the talk of the town, even attracting the unwanted gaze of the mayor's son, a notorious predator. In an effort to shield her, Tao Yao's parents sold their property and set sail on a merchant ship to distant lands. Yet, no matter where they went, their family was soon targeted by various rogues and scoundrels. On one occasion, a visiting nobleman even sought to take her as a maid. To evade such dangers, her parents were forced to relocate frequently, making perilous sea routes a part of their everyday life. However, as the saying goes, those who walk by the riverbank will inevitably get their feet wet. Ultimately, their entire family, along with the crew of their merchant ship, fell victim to the one-eyed pirates. When Tao Yao's father was grievously wounded by the pirates, she, in her despair, manifested a large peach and placed it in his mouth, miraculously healing his wounds. Yet this act did not save her father. Rather, it seemed to hasten the demise of her parents. In the end, Tao Yao became a coveted prize in the eyes of the one-eyed pirates, who fought fiercely over her ownership. Perhaps it was the death of her parents that triggered a profound awakening within her, amplifying the powers bestowed upon her by the devil fruit. In that moment, she unleashed her abilities and vanquished the pirates who sought to claim her. Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with Morin, Tao Yao, who had already succumbed to despair, would have resolved to end her own life. However, Morin's intrusion stirred the dormant embers of her heart, rekindling a flicker of will to persevere, however faint it may have been. After a brief pause, as Morin stepped into the gallery, he chanced upon Tao Yao, who was idly gazing out of the window. After casting a brief glance at the elegantly framed portrait, Morin chuckled softly. "Isn't this rather delightful?" Tao Yao, non-committal to Morin's remark, instead scrutinized the sword at his waist. She distinctly recalled that during their encounters over the past week, Morin had never donned a weapon. Nevertheless, she refrained from probing further. Nodding at Morin, she inquired, "Shall we depart?" "Indeed, let us continue our stroll for a while longer before returning to the ship." Subsequently, Morin guided Tao Yao to a bustling commercial street in Rogue Town, where they procured several sets of clothing and shoes for her, followed by a sumptuous meal. As they concluded their shopping and dining, twilight began to envelop the sky. Sensing it was time to return, Morin led Tao Yao back to the Wave Rider. Upon their arrival, they found numerous naval soldiers busily transferring supplies from the dock into the ship's hold. After summoning Sergeant Buddy, Morin discovered that these supplies constituted merely a portion of what the Wave Rider required for resupply. The remainder would have to await the following morning when the merchants could deliver the goods from their warehouse. "So, it seems we cannot set sail today," Morin remarked. "Indeed, Chief," the sergeant confirmed. "In that case, please inform everyone that those wishing to unwind in Rogue Town tonight may do so after completing their tasks, provided we leave 3 or 4 individuals on watch. Long live the sergeant." "Thank you, Sergeant." Before Captain Buddy could respond, an uproarious cheer erupted from nearby naval soldiers who had overheard their conversation. "You rascals!" Sergeant Buddy chuckled, observing the jubilant soldiers. Since you have heard the chief's orders, why not hasten to load these supplies onto the ship? I do not wish to see any of you pretending to be lifeless. Yes, sir. Upon learning they could venture into town that evening, the sailors, who had been cooped up at sea for over 2 weeks, erupted with renewed fervor. They swiftly transported the stacks of supplies into the ship's hold. Watching the ecstatic soldiers revel in their simple joy over a mere holiday, Morin couldn't help but smile. These fellows are truly delightfully uncomplicated. Chapter 30. The golden skill. Once back in the cabin, Morin, now alone, reopened his attributes panel. Name: Morin. Age: 18. Bloodline: ordinary human. Title: none. Achievements: none. Strength: 2. 6. Constitution: 5. 0. Agility: 5. 0. 0. 3. Sealed: Spirit: 1. 5. Perception: 2. For status: healthy. Talent: endless stomach. 1. 51. Skills: culinary arts, intermediate; gunpowder weapons, light; models, mastered; swordsmanship, mastered; nutrients, 73. Quest: stamp collector, completed. At this moment, Morin's attributes had undergone a profound transformation since he first activated the panel. His strength had increased dramatically. It was unfathomable how much he had grown, not to mention the 2 formidable and practical skills he had acquired. In terms of physical attributes alone, Morin had become several times more powerful. If he were to confront his former self at the moment of activation, defeating dozens would pose no challenge whatsoever. In addition to the accumulated 73 nutrients, Morin also possessed a mid-level treasure chest awaiting his exploration. Open the mid-level treasure chest. Upon issuing the command, the chest before Morin silently unlocked, its chains falling away. As the chest opened, no grand spectacle unfolded. Instead, 3 orbs of varying colors emerged: 1 white, 1 blue, and 1 gold. A mid-level chest yielding a golden item. Could this be a stroke of luck from the novice quest? Morin's excitement surged upon witnessing the treasures inside the chest. The items were categorized by color: white, blue, purple, gold, and red. Typically, a mid-level chest would yield purple items. So discovering a golden orb was an unexpected stroke of fortune. With a heart full of anticipation, Morin reached for the white orb. As he crushed its outer luminescence, a colorful photograph drifted into view. The image depicted a stunning woman with flowing hair. Upon grasping the photograph, a brief description materialized before him. Portrait of Port-Asti. Rouge. What purpose does this portrait serve for me? If memory serves me right, Porter Casti, Lugio has been deceased for several years now. While I greatly admire this woman's indomitable spirit and her profound maternal love, I cannot commend her taste in choosing a spouse. Moreover, what purpose does this photograph serve for me? Bah. After having drawn nothing of merit from the first luminous orb, I steeled myself and reached for the second blue sphere. Upon shattering it, I found in my grasp a pair of contrasting black and white pistols, crafted from ebony wood and imitation ivory. Their quality is classified as blue and excellent. Special Effect 1. The ebony enhances accuracy, while the ivory facilitates rapid firing. Special Effect 2. Energy bullets. This allows the pistols to be infused with energy, coalescing into unique energy bullets that possess a power far exceeding that of conventional ammunition. Even as legendary weapons, their replicas retain remarkable potency. Both firearms share a similar design. The ebony pistol is black, and the ivory one is silver. They resemble the Desert Eagle, with the grip designed in a twisted, sharp curve inspired by the ebony and ivory from Devil May Cry 4. The moment these exceptional firearms emerged, I was instantly enamored. As a connoisseur of weaponry, who could resist such powerful pistols fashioned from ebony and ivory? After delighting in the craftsmanship of the ebony and ivory, my gaze shifted toward the final golden orb. Rubbing my hands together, I beseeched the heavens and all deities for fortune once more. Morin took a deep breath and then crushed the golden orb before him. Upon being shattered, the golden orb did not yield any tangible items. Instead, it transformed into a cascade of shimmering light that flowed into Molin's body. As the golden radiance dissipated, a resplendent golden skill appeared in Molin's skill bar. Unlike his previous skills, which lacked color, this newly acquired golden skill seemed to herald its uniqueness. Super Electromagnetic Cannon. The flickering electric light at your fingertips is my unwavering faith throughout this life. Only my super electromagnetic cannon shall endure eternally. Upon witnessing the emergence of this skill, Morin could hardly contain his excitement. Having spent a considerable time watching anime with his ex-girlfriend in his previous life, he was no stranger to Misaka Makoto's signature move, the super electromagnetic cannon. It was this formidable technique that established her formidable reputation. What thrilled Molen even more was the overwhelming power and limitless potential of the super electromagnetic cannon. The principle behind the railgun is the ampere force, albeit differing slightly from the propulsion system of a maglev train. When electric current flows through a magnetic field, it experiences the ampere force, quantified as Fb. Consequently, an object carrying current will accelerate within the magnetic field, imparting an exceptionally high initial velocity upon the projectile upon discharge, unleashing a terrifying force akin to that of an electromagnetic railgun. If this technique were to be developed to its utmost potential, coupled with indestructible projectiles, the possibility of obliterating a planet with a single strike would not be far-fetched. Of course, achieving such a feat is exceedingly arduous. Even the capability to annihilate a city with a single blow is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, Molen found satisfaction in his newfound power. With the super electromagnetic cannon, he possessed a genuine killing move. Even those formidable beings who command the seas might struggle to withstand a single shot from the super electromagnetic cannon. However, the top-tier powers in the pirate world are typically adept in kinbunchika haki, allowing them to anticipate attacks in advance. No matter how potent an attack may be, if it cannot land, it serves little purpose. Having drawn the super electromagnetic cannon, Morin gazed upon his 5 fundamental attributes and, with a resolute bite, consumed 50 points of nourishment, shattering the initial phase's constraints. This propelled his physical prowess to surpass the 5-point threshold. Following this breakthrough, Morin vaguely discerned the sound of chains fracturing within him. However, the sound was ethereal, fleeting, and offered no opportunity for him to delve deeper. With the limits of the first phase of his physical attribute now transcended, before Morin, several options emerged once again. Chapter 31, Specialization Ding. The physique attribute has broken through the first threshold. You may select one from the following 3 options to solidify as a special talent. 1. Extraordinary physique. Physique 2, note. After breaking the first threshold, each point of physique will yield double the enhancement effect, and this special talent is not subject to limits. It is a permanent augmentation. 2. Extraordinary stamina. Physical endurance is doubled. With this talent, your persistence will also be multiplied. Note. This talent is truly deserving of your choice. 3. Extraordinary recovery. The body's recovery rate increases by 300%. Note. Upon acquiring this extraordinary talent, your recuperation of energy, strength, and even the healing of injuries will all be enhanced threefold. Gasp. Observing the 3 formidable talents offered by the system after breaking the first threshold of physique, Morin couldn't help but inhale sharply. These 3 talents are immensely powerful. The benefits of extraordinary physique are self-evident after surpassing the physical limits. A 2 in physique equates to an original 4, effectively doubling the physique that he would face, and this enhancement is a permanent one without limitations. Such an advantage speaks for itself. Extraordinary stamina and extraordinary recovery are equally significant. In this world, the monsters exhibit stamina and recovery akin to that of formidable beasts. For those top-tier powerhouses, engaging in battle for 10 days and nights is not unusual at all. Should Morin choose either of these 2 talents, he could significantly bridge the gap between himself and those monsters. However, comparatively, these 2 talents are more suited for the later stages. For the present, their assistance does not match the might of extraordinary physique. After much deliberation among the 3 skills, ultimately, Morin chose to solidify his extraordinary physique as his specialty. After making this decision, a mysterious force surged from the void, beginning to enhance and transform Morin's body. Whether it was due to the nature of his specialty or the uniqueness of the extraordinary physique, Morin experienced excruciating pain during this metamorphosis. It felt as if every cell in his body was being torn apart, only to be subjected to a peculiar fortification. This process was far from pleasant. Time seemed to stretch. It could have been hours or merely a fleeting moment. When Morin regained control over his body, he found himself drenched in sweat. And the military uniform that had previously hung loosely on him now felt as if it had shrunk several sizes, constricting him uncomfortably. What on earth was happening? He lay on the ground, taking a few deep breaths, allowing himself a moment of respite. With a renewed strength, Morin mustered the energy to rise to his feet, unsteadily making his way to the sole mirror in the room to assess his transformation. After solidifying his extraordinary physique, Morin's height surged from 1.8 meters to nearly 2 meters, an increase of approximately 20 centimeters, causing his previously slender frame to expand considerably. Although he had not reached the physique of a muscular behemoth, he had undeniably become more robust and powerful. The thought of growing 20 centimeters overnight left him in a quandary. How would he explain this to the officials outside? Would he claim that their superior had undergone a second growth spurt? A sigh of exasperation escaped him. Yet, amidst the self-deprecating humor, Morin felt a surge of excitement. He sensed that the enhancement brought by his superhuman physique was not merely a matter of increased physical strength. It also signified a profound augmentation of his potential. Prior to acquiring this remarkable ability, Morin's physical attributes offered him no advantage among his peers, akin to an ordinary individual devoid of talent. However, with his newfound extraordinary physique, he could now proudly declare himself a gifted individual, a prodigy of physicality. After reveling in his exhilaration, Morin glanced at the remaining 23 points of nutrients on his panel and resolutely allocated them all to his strength attribute. He elevated his strength from a mere 2.6 to an impressive 4.9, just a fraction away from the coveted maximum of 5 points. Previously, lacking close combat skills, Morin had little need for an emphasis on strength. However, after acquiring swordsmanship, strength had become an indispensable attribute. He was determined not to let this critical aspect become his Achilles heel in duels. The following morning, when Morin emerged from the cabin, he was met with a chorus of astonished gazes. Fortunately, in this world brimming with the bizarre and extraordinary, his sudden height increase was relatively inconsequential. After some persuasion, he successfully attributed his transformation to a physical enhancement resulting from his recent achievements. After spending the morning replenishing supplies aboard the vessel, the Wave Rider set sail on its return journey. Once back on its original course, the ship meticulously patrolled the remaining uncharted waters. A little over a week later, they returned to the East Sea's 13th branch. Having successfully eliminated the Shadow Pirate crew and the One-Eyed Pirate crew during their 2 excursions, Morin swiftly ascended to fame within the 13th branch of the East Sea. Leveraging his tangible accomplishments under the orchestration of his uncle, Morin's rank was elevated from captain to second lieutenant, marking his emergence as a true mid-level officer within the naval system. In the year 1509 of the Oceanic calendar, the world stage witnessed a myriad of significant events. Yet, among them, only one resonated profoundly and spread widely: the heroism of Fisher Tiger, a member of the Fishman tribe, who ascended the Red Earth continent unarmed, infiltrated the sacred land of Mariehua, and not only set ablaze the legendary sanctum but also seized the opportunity to liberate thousands of enslaved individuals held captive by the celestial dragons. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the world, as no one anticipated that Mariehua, long heralded as a bastion of peace for centuries, would succumb to chaos. When the Admiral of the Navy arrived on the scene, Fisher Tiger, the instigator of the turmoil, had already made his escape with a significant number of slaves. In a bid to assert his presence, Fisher Tiger subsequently established the Sun Pirates, dedicated to opposing the celestial dragon slave-catching operations. This audacious act incited outrage among the lofty celestial dragons, who felt their dignity was affronted, prompting the world government to repeatedly raise his bounty. Chapter 32. The Hunt. In an instant, Fisher Tiger ascended to fame, becoming a regular feature in newspapers. Foolish. Morin, now a colonel in Branch 127, shook his head as he set down the newspaper. While he admired Fisher Tiger's audacity in climbing the Red Earth continent, invading Mariehua, and liberating numerous slaves, Morin could not help but shake his head at the subsequent actions taken by Tiger. Indeed, the Fishman tribe held considerable strength at sea, capable of submerging themselves for underwater combat, evading capture, and even launching surprise attacks to breach the hulls of naval vessels, sinking formidable ships with their agility. However, if they were to provoke the world government, could a mere Fishman pirate crew truly evade their wrath? Let us not forget, dispatching Akiji to freeze the ocean's surface would render any number of fishmen into mere ice statues. Could the world government fail to consider such a possibility? The only reason they had yet to capture Fisher Tiger was their inability to locate his hiding place. Yet, if Tiger continued on this reckless path, it would not be long before the world government would unearth their whereabouts. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a stunning female naval officer clad in a major's uniform, who entered Morin's office holding a dossier. Morin glanced up and smiled. Tao Yao, is that you? What brings you here? The visitor was none other than the pink-haired girl from years past who had requested to remain on Moreland's ship, Tao Yao. 5 years had passed, and the little girl had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Due to the Navy's preferential treatment of those with devil fruit abilities and its insatiable thirst for talent, the underage Tao Yao had joined the Navy early on. Over the years, through her own strength and military achievements, She had risen to the rank of Navy Lieutenant Commander shortly after reaching adulthood. In this pirate world, adulthood is acknowledged at 16. Note: do not dwell on age. In this pirate world, Rob Lucci was dispatched by the world government at 13 to annihilate a nation's pirates, along with the execution of 500 hostages. The phenomenon of young warriors is quite prevalent here. Tao Yao set down her folder and addressed Moreland. Colonel, the headquarters has sent word that Fisher Tiger has once again raided a merchant ship, and it is rumored he has arrived in the East Sea. A merchant ship? More like a slave ship, Moreland scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief. But to think they have ventured into the East Sea, that presents quite the headache. I hope they do not encroach upon our territory. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to send them to impel down. A faint smile played on Tao Yao's lips, her confidence in Moreland's words unwavering. By the way, if that were the only matter at hand, you needn't have come to tell me personally. Moreland turned to Tao Yao, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The situation with Fisher Tiger is merely incidental. I have come to inform you that the Sea King you captured last time has been completely consumed. If you wish to feast again, you must go hunting. Ah, it is all gone already? I feel like it was just a few days since my last hunt. Upon hearing the lack of provisions, Moreland instantly perked up, offering a wry smile to Tao Yao. Noticing the grimace on Moreland's face, Tao Yao playfully rolled her enchanting eyes and replied, Colonel, it has been 10 days since your last hunt. With your appetite, the fact that this Sea King lasted so long speaks volumes about the quantity of its flesh. Fine. I understand. I shall head to the calm belt immediately. For Moreland, food was an undeniable priority, the key to his strength. Even after attaining the rank of Navy Colonel, with a plethora of paperwork demanding his attention daily, he still carved out time to address his own sustenance. To facilitate the capture of Sea Kings, Moreland had specifically requested a transfer to the branch closest to the calm belt, numbered 127. Otherwise, given his displayed prowess and achievements, it would be improbable for him to be stationed at such a remote location. He had even had a fierce argument with his uncle, Admiral Nelson, to secure this transfer. Half a day later, at the edge of the cloudless calm belt, 3 warships were arranged in a triangular formation, seemingly awaiting something. The golden sunlight filtered through the colorful clouds, casting its glow upon the azure sea, enhancing the beauty of the scene. Suddenly, a massive shadow, spanning several hundred meters, rose from the depths and swiftly approached the surface. The lookouts stationed on the 3 warships, who had been waiting expectantly, showed no signs of panic upon seeing the enormous shadow. Instead, they shouted, Positions! Prepare the nets and hooks, the catch is coming. As soon as the words left their lips, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending splashes of water soaring into the air. A giant seahorse-like Sea King breached the surface, measuring several hundred meters in length. From the fish-belly white eyes of this colossal creature, the Navy personnel easily discerned that it had lost consciousness, perhaps even met its demise. How enormous! This one must be classified as a large Sea King. Indeed, I've read that any Sea King exceeding 300 meters can be deemed large. And this one is close to 400 meters, without a doubt, it qualifies. Wow, a large Sea King. I have heard that only vice admirals from the Navy headquarters can engage such monsters in battle. Just think, how powerful is our colonel? Who knows? I haven't seen a pirate withstand even a single shot or slash from the colonel in years. Hey, why are you all standing there? Hurry up and get to work. Don't you want to eat? We're coming. No need to rush. After receiving the specially designed large hook from the depths, Moreland leaped from the ocean, landing gracefully onto the central warship. He took a towel from a nearby soldier and wiped the moisture from his skin. Moreland glanced at the frowning Tao Yao beside him and inquired, What troubles you? Is it possible that something has arisen during my hunting? Tao Yao nodded and then shook her head, saying it is not precisely a disaster. It is merely that the Navy headquarters has summoned you once more to the Grand Line. Upon hearing this, Moreland couldn't help but furrow his brow. Again? This marks the 3rd time, does it not? Indeed, it was precisely the 3rd occasion. One cannot tempt fate thrice. Not even Rear Admiral Nelson could intercede on your behalf against the Navy headquarters summons this time. Chapter 33. An unexpected visitor. What is going on? Has the Navy headquarters lost their senses? Why must they insist on summoning a mere colonel from the East Sea branch to the headquarters? Is there truly no one else at the Navy headquarters? Moreland expressed his dissatisfaction. Moreland's words prompted Tao Yao to roll her eyes several times. The Navy headquarters certainly did not lack an ordinary colonel from the East Sea, yet it was in dire need of a formidable individual capable of effortlessly capturing large Sea Kings. Due to his insatiable appetite, Mullen's prowess became widely known after several hunts. Such matters are nearly impossible to conceal. Upon hearing of a Navy colonel from the East Sea who could indiscriminately slay sea kings, the headquarters initially dismissed it as mere exaggeration or boastful claims from certain quarters. However, as rumors proliferated and the corpses of sea kings were dragged into the Navy base for consumption, the headquarters had no choice but to acknowledge the truth. In this era of rampant piracy, with the seas teeming with lawlessness, the Navy's high command faced a critical shortage of combat strength. To quell the uprisings plaguing the Grand Line and the increasingly chaotic New World, the headquarters had resorted to multiple large-scale drafts of naval elites from across the four seas to reinforce their presence in the Grand Line. In truth, had it not been for Mullen's uncle intervening on his behalf once, he would have been summoned to report to the Grand Line upon the issuance of the second draft order. However, it seemed that this time, he would indeed be heading to the Grand Line. Suddenly recalling something, Mullen inquired, "By the way, is this draft temporary or permanent?" "The official document states it is a temporary draft," Tao Yao replied after contemplating for a moment. Upon hearing this, Mullen smiled and remarked, "Temporary? That's a relief. Perhaps after a brief tour of the Grand Line, we might return." Just as Mullen and the crew of their 3 warships prepared to set sail, a lookout on one of the ships made a sudden discovery. Report: at 1 o'clock, 3 nautical miles ahead, a pirate ship has appeared, currently being pursued by our naval vessels. Caution: the enemy is heading towards the calm belt at an accelerated speed. The lookout's loud exclamation immediately captured the attention of everyone on board the warship. Morin and Taoyao approached the bow of the ship and indeed beheld a pirate vessel being relentlessly pursued by a naval warship. Every so often, powerful cannonballs would thunder down around the pirate ship, forcing it to change course in a frantic attempt to evade the onslaught. Curiously, had these pirates been driven into the calm belt out of sheer desperation? For the sake of camaraderie, let us extend our assistance to them. Lieutenant Buddy, prepare to fire. Understood, Colonel. Lieutenant Buddy, having followed Morin for several years and risen through the ranks from sergeant to lieutenant, had developed a profound understanding with Morin over the years. Swiftly, he issued the command to aim and unleashed a barrage upon the fleeing pirate ship. Boom. Meanwhile, the Sun Pirates, evading capture by the formidable Admiral Carp, found themselves on the verge of entering the calm belt. Suddenly beset by this lateral assault, their hearts sank with trepidation. Not good, Brother Tiger. We have 3 naval warships to our port side, and they are firing upon us. I wondered why that naval vessel behind us seemed slower than its counterparts. It was lying in wait for us here. Brother Tiger, this is a trap. You all must flee. The sudden appearance of the 3 warships threw the Sun Pirates into disarray. As the captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger furrowed his brow in contemplation. Had they been solely comprised of their fishermen brethren, they would have abandoned ship long ago. However, there were still some celestial dragon slaves they had rescued and had yet to send away. Just as Fisher Tiger wrestled with the dilemma of abandoning the human slaves on board, a somewhat rotund man, dressed as a chef, stepped forward and addressed Fisher Tiger. "Captain Tiger, you have rescued us from the clutches of the slave captors and returned us to the East Blue. Your kindness has been boundless. Now, it is time for us to repay your great favor. Brothers on board, the fishmen have aided us tremendously. Now it is our turn to reciprocate. All those capable of fighting, gather. Let us cast the fishmen into the sea, for now it is our battle." Fisher Tiger regarded the relieved expression on the chef's face and frowned. "Martin, Captain Tiger, a man must not dither. If we linger any longer, we shall all be ensnared. The legendary admiral, the hero who captured the pirate king, Iron Fist Carp, is hot on our heels. We cannot let our efforts be in vain." Interrupting Fisher Tiger's attempt to speak, Martin swiftly rallied the ship's human crew and took command of the vessel. The rotund Matthew even grasped the helm, steering the ship toward Morin's position. "Celestial dragon lackeys, taste my wrath. Brothers, ignite the cannons. Let them experience our might." Observing the resolute determination in Matthew's eyes, Fisher Tiger inhaled deeply, uttering no further words. He quickly led the members of the Sun Pirates from the ship and plunged into the depths of the sea. In contrast to the human slaves they had rescued, Fisher Tiger was far more concerned for the safety of his fishermen brethren. Martin was correct. Having liberated them from the slave captors and returned them to the East Blue, Fisher Tiger had already shown profound mercy. Before submerging, Fisher Tiger turned back for a final glance at the beleaguered pirate ship, silently offering an apology. "My apologies, Martin." Meanwhile, at the rear of the pirate ship seized by the Sun Pirates, Carp, tossing cannonballs for amusement, sensed that the members of the Sun Pirates had abandoned ship. Stretching and yawning, he remarked, "Have they all fled? Well, good." Beside Carp, his officer Bolt watched in disbelief at Carp's nonchalance and hesitantly said, "Admiral Carp, is this truly acceptable?" After all, this task was directly assigned by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Carp shrugged, dismissing Bolt's concern. What of it if it was a direct order from Sengoku? If he has the capability, let him come and catch them himself. If I could drive this slippery crew from the East Blue, I would have done so. Let them do as they please. By the way, who are the crews of those 3 warships ahead? Have them bring me the hostages captured by the Sun Pirates. Chapter 34. You wish to steal my food? With that, Carp disregarded his officer's increasingly pained expression and boldly sought a recliner to comfortably recline upon. The other naval soldiers aboard had long become accustomed to Carp's capriciousness, while Officer Bolt could only feel genuine sympathy in his heart. Alas, how unfortunate it was that he had allowed himself to be blinded by foolishness and chosen to become Carp's subordinate. With a resigned sigh, Bolt picked up the military transponder snail and swiftly contacted the 3 warships. Despite the chaos, the task must still be accomplished. Bolt understood that. With the departure of the Sun Pirates, the remaining souls aboard the captured pirate ship were merely unfortunate slaves. Had it not been for their sympathy towards those slaves and their disdain for the celestial dragons, did anyone truly believe the Sun Pirates could have so easily escaped from Admiral Carp? Morin and his team received a call from the opposing party along with the directives issued by Cap rescuing the hostages aboard the vessel. That, indeed, posed no insurmountable challenge. Morin extracted a piece of ebony wood and aimed casually at the pirate ship several hundred meters away before gently pulling the trigger. A silent energy bullet, propelled by sound waves, shot forth from the ebony, traversing the distance in an instant and striking the approaching pirate vessel. The soundwave bullet, imbued with the power of the soundwave fruit, shattered upon impact with the ship, unleashing a deafening explosion. As the bullet detonated, a wave of sound exceeding the physiological warning threshold swiftly engulfed the entire pirate ship, rendering most of its crew unconscious. Are there still some standing? Observing the opposing vessel, Morin noticed 2 or 3 individuals swaying unsteadily, seemingly unaffected. He pulled the trigger twice more. If one sonic blast was insufficient, then a few more would suffice. With another 2 sonic blasts unleashed, Martin and his companions, already dizzy and disoriented, finally succumbed and collapsed. All set, buddy. Now, take some men over to the other ship. Bind those who have fainted with ropes and then send them over to Rear Admiral Carp. Understood. Beside Morin, Tayo cast a surprised glance at him and inquired, "Are you not planning to engage with that legendary naval figure by sending Lieutenant Buddy to escort them?" Upon hearing the words, Morin did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered deeply before replying, "Why not go?" To be candid, Carp, to some extent, had indeed done Morin a favor. After all, the first piece of sea king meat he ever tasted was supposedly given to various branches as a delicacy after Carp had defeated the creature with a single punch. However, the truth was that after Carp had taken 2 of the creature's legs, he lost interest and allowed the nearby Navy branches to collect the remaining portions. The meat of the Sea King is rich in energy and is considered a great tonic, capable of enhancing the physical attributes of ordinary soldiers. Hence, the nearby Navy branches were quite eager to claim the leftovers from Vice Admiral Carp. It was thanks to this event that Morin had the fortune to savor his first piece of Sea King meat and awaken his system. Besides this, Morin found Carp himself to be rather intriguing. As the pirate ship approached, Lieutenant Buddy led 30 Navy personnel to land and seize the vessel. They quickly secured the so-called hostages and turned the ship's bow towards the military vessel where Carp was stationed. Carp's dog-headed warship did not halt either. As the 2 naval vessels drew closer, the crew aboard Carp's ship noticed that behind Morin's 3 ships was a colossal creature in tow. One lookout who discerned the enormous Sea King froze for less than a second before sliding down from the lookout station and rushing to report to Major Borja. "Major, we have a situation." Borja glanced at the lookout with exasperation. "What now?" "Sir, we have discovered that the 3 Navy ships are towing a large Sea King." Upon hearing the term large Sea King, Borja paused momentarily. Having accompanied Carp for several years, he had encountered such creatures frequently, but typically, only the strongest from the Navy headquarters could contend with them. When had such a formidable creature emerged from the East Sea, which was not known for producing strong beings? Borja's moment of surprise inadvertently roused Carp, who was reclining in his chair. A large Sea King. Dinner is secured. The mere thought of substantial portions of Sea King meat caused Carp's stomach to rumble thunderously, and soon, saliva began to flow uncontrollably. Sautéed, deep-fried, grilled, boiled, Poach. While Carp indulged in fantasies of culinary delights, Morin, accompanied by Tao Yao and others, boarded Carp's dog-headed warship, guided by soldiers. Morin soon found himself before the daydreaming Carp. While Carp could drift into his thoughts, Morin remained focused. After rendering a proper military salute, he announced loudly, "Vice Admiral Carp. East Sea Branch number 127, Colonel Morin, reporting for duty." Awakened by Morin's call, Carp sensed a subtle yet palpable aura of danger emanating from him, causing his gaze to sharpen. Goodness, this lad has managed to evoke a hint of peril in me. It seems the East Sea indeed harbors remarkable talent. However, Carp quickly dismissed the thought of Morin's strength and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, young man. With such a large sea king, it appears your strength is commendable. How about we share the spoils, and you give me half of that sea king?" That would not be acceptable. Morin had yet to react, but the astute Tao Yao was the first to sense the impending trouble. 5 years of companionship had afforded her a profound understanding of the man's unwavering obsession with food. Throughout these years, except during the occasional return from a hunting expedition when Morin would generously share a portion of his bounty with the naval branch, no one had ever dared to pilfer a morsel of his sustenance. The sight of Rear Admiral Carp attempting to seize half of Morin's rations for the coming days would undoubtedly provoke a fierce confrontation from Colonel Morin. As expected, the moment Carp's words escaped his lips, the smile that once adorned Morin's face vanished, replaced by a fierce glare directed at Carp as he demanded, "You intend to steal my food?" As Morin's words fell, they were accompanied by the last rays of the setting sun. Almost immediately after his utterance, the sky darkened rapidly. "Leave of absence. I drank too much today. I owe you one, and we'll make it up this weekend." Chapter 35. The Battle as the Light Faded. A palpable sense of oppression enveloped the entire ship of the Doghead fleet. In that moment, even the gently blowing sea breeze seemed to become stagnant. The very air felt as if it had dropped several degrees in temperature. Under this immense pressure, even Carp could not help but adopt a serious demeanor. For at that instant, his beast-like intuition warned him that the young fellow before him appeared to be angered, and in a rather perilous manner. Interesting. Haha. In that moment, Carp seemed to revel in mischief, deliberately adopting a stern expression as he asked, "What? Are you unwilling?" Morin gazed at Carp, who seemed to emanate an inexplicable aura, and nodded, declaring, "No one can snatch food from my hands. No one. What if I were to seize it?" He retorted, observing the towering Carp, who loomed over him with clenched fists. Morin silently drew the sword from his waist, its tip pointed directly at Carp. "Then let us engage in battle." The interaction between Morin and Carp left everyone aboard Carp's warship utterly astonished. After serving in the Navy for so many years, they had never witnessed anyone daring to challenge Vice Admiral Carp over a mere morsel of food. It is important to remember that he stood before none other than the legendary hero of the Navy, Vice Admiral Carp. Given Carp's extensive experience and connections, a simple recommendation could elevate Morin to extraordinary heights, transcending social strata and perhaps even reaching the ranks of naval commanders. Yet here was someone, motivated solely by the desire for food, drawing a sword against Vice Admiral Carp. How audacious. Even more bewildering was the fact that their Vice Admiral responded with hearty laughter, accepting the challenge. "Haha, this is amusing, young lad. If that's the case, I shan't hold back. If you lose this duel, then all of that Sea King meat shall belong to me," Carp exclaimed, his laughter echoing as he regarded Morin, whose eyes gleamed with determination. It had been ages since he encountered such an intriguing junior. "You wish to claim my delicacies? Well, let us see if you possess the skill to do so." With that, Morin unleashed a magnificent crescent-shaped strike, golden and radiant. The sheer force of such a slash, was it the mark of a swordsman? Carp was taken aback but quickly brushed it aside, declaring, "If that's all you've got, it's far from sufficient." In an instant, Carp shifted, appearing directly before Morin's attack and retaliating with a single punch. This seemingly simple blow bore an overwhelming momentum. As he struck, Carp's fist became enveloped in a rich, dark hue of hockey, transforming it into a formidable iron hand. Even against a swordsman's slash, Carp had no intention of taking it on barehanded. With a resounding crash, the seemingly indomitable golden strike was effortlessly shattered beneath Carp's might. Morin, however, was unfazed by the destruction of his attack. The moment he unleashed that blow, he had already gripped the cursed blade, Onakiri, tilting the blade and launching a swift strike towards Carp's neck. Impressive speed. Carp did not shy away. Instead, he reached out with his left hand, catching the blade of Onakiri with ease. While holding the cursed sword, Carp's other hand ruthlessly delivered a punch to Morin's abdomen. Clang! The sound of iron meeting flesh resonated as Carp's fist connected with Morin's midsection, producing a violent clanging noise. "Fly away, you little brat," Carp bellowed. With a sudden surge of force, he propelled Morin backward, sending him crashing through a pile of debris on the warship until he finally collided with one of the ship's masts. Coughing, Morin struggled to regain his composure amidst the tumult in his innards. Frowning, he reached into his attire and retrieved a steel breastplate, 1 centimeter thick, and cast it aside. Clang. Carp's gaze shifted to the breastplate, now bearing the imprint of his fist, revealing a peculiar expression. "Ah, I thought something felt off about that punch. Turns out I truly struck steel." Meanwhile, having discarded the breastplate, Morin did not relent. He proceeded to shed the heavy weights affixed to his limbs, each weighing several hundred pounds. Observing this, the onlooker, Tao Yao, grew solemn. It appeared that Morin was about to get serious. Across from him, Carp sensed the shift in energy as well, his anticipation growing even more palpable. First style, Soundwave Slash. Morin gripped the sword with both hands, an inexplicable force immediately enveloping the blade of the demonic sword, Guha. The sword vibrated rapidly under the resonance of sound. With a resonant hum, Morin delivered a swift strike. The blade had not yet arrived, yet the sound preceded it. The intense vibrations of the sound waves enveloped Carp within their grasp. The violent oscillation of the sound waves not only pierced Carp's eardrums, leaving him in agony, but also sent his mind reeling and caused the vital energy within his body to surge tumultuously. In that moment of disorientation, Carp, in a fleeting moment, Morin wielded the swift blade of the demon's sword, Kicho, mercilessly striking at Carp's chest. The sound of the slash echoed as Kicho's glimmering edge effortlessly tore through the fabric of Carp's attire, yet beneath the robust flesh, only a shallow wound remained. Stepping back several paces, Morin gazed at the darkened injury on Carp's chest, now merely adorned with faint traces of blood, and could not help but furrow his brow. How impressive that he so swiftly overcame the adverse effects of the sound extreme slash. One must truly commend Carp, the Iron Fist. Opposite Morin, despite his injuries, Carp displayed no sign of anger. Instead, he expressed a hint of regret, remarking, "Is this a fusion of sound waves and swordsmanship? An intriguing strike indeed. But your attack remains rather feeble. Had your blade penetrated deeper, I would have surely been defeated." Injured, the renowned marine hero, Iron Fist Carp, had indeed been wounded by Morin's strike. Witnessing this scene, the marine soldiers collectively gasped in astonishment, particularly Carp's aide, Borja, whose gaze towards Morin was filled with disbelief. While others may have been unaware, he certainly recognized the formidable strength of Rear Admiral Carp. Were it not for Carp's reluctance to serve the Celestial Dragons, he would have ascended to the rank of Admiral many years ago. In recent years, Rear Admiral Carp had even declined multiple offers from Marine headquarters to promote him to Admiral. It is evident that, based on sheer strength, Rear Admiral Carp undoubtedly ranks among the elite of admirals. Yet, this formidable Carp found himself injured during his encounter with Morin, even if Carp had been somewhat careless. The news of this battle's outcome, should it be disseminated, would undoubtedly catapult Morin to fame. On the other side, it became clear to Morin, indeed, "I am still not strong enough." Morin took a deep breath, and with a swift motion of his arm, a specially crafted steel ball concealed within his sleeve fell into the palm of his hand. After the unexpected tactic failed to yield the desired outcome, Morin realized that any subsequent swordplay would be considerably less effective against a seasoned veteran like Carp. Thus, he resolved to employ one of his trump cards against this formidable foe who sought to take his food. Super electromagnetic. Just as Morin was about to unleash his powerful attack, Carp, across from him, burst into hearty laughter, declaring his surrender. His jovial demeanor was so convincing that one might mistakenly believe he had claimed victory in the contest. "Surrender? You no longer intend to seize my food?" Morin inquired, a frown creasing his brow. Carp's unpredictable nature, declaring to fight and then withdrawing at will, left Morin somewhat perturbed. "Humph, just because you say you won't fight, does that make you a formidable vice admiral?" Indeed, if this vice admiral referred to Carp, he was undeniably impressive. Among vice admirals, and even among admirals in the Navy, Carp's prowess was well recognized. Although their prior encounter had been brief, Morin understood that if Carp were to engage seriously, he would find himself outmatched. "Ha ha ha, you stingy fellow. As a senior, would I truly force you?" Carp exclaimed, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Morin curled his lip and murmured, "It's hard to say. If it were another Rear Admiral, they would likely not engage in such disgraceful conduct. But with Carp, that remains uncertain." Upon hearing this, Carp widened his eyes and grinned, saying, "Heh, you stingy fellow, If you continue to harbor such thoughts about me, I might just take action. Ah, indeed. Morin's expression turned serious as he sheathed the cursed blade, asserting, "How could I ever harbor ill thoughts about you, Admiral Karp? Surely, you must have misheard me. I know well that as a naval hero and a paragon of justice, you would never stoop to such shameless acts as seizing food from a junior. As a voracious eater, it is not beneath me to offer a few compliments in exchange for a meal." Observing Morin's sudden change in demeanor, Karp felt a twitch in his cheek. This young lad, was he paying me a compliment or mocking me? Never mind, as a senior. I shall not stoop to quarreling with a junior. Truth be told, in a moment of boredom, Karp had sparred with Morin and found himself pleasantly surprised by the exceptional talent emerging from his native East Blue. His spirits were lifted, for Morin, as a naval officer, was certainly more admirable than his two grandsons, who had foolishly aspired to become pirates. The mere thought of those two knaves gave Karp a headache. Humph! Those two unruly lads will receive a thorough reprimand when I return, and they shall learn the true meaning of a loving fist. With a huff, Karp turned to Morin and inquired, "What is your name?" A question about my name. Does he intend to hold a grudge? What a petty old man. I am Morin, a colonel from the 127th branch of the East Blue. Morin had nothing to conceal regarding his name, having already introduced himself moments ago. Even if he refrained from repeating it, others would surely inform Karp. "Morin, you say? I see potential in you. Would you care to follow me? I can recommend you to the elite training camp at Naval Headquarters." Karp continued, "If I am not mistaken, while your physical prowess is commendable, you have yet to master the 6 styles of the Navy, nor the Busashoka Haki or Kenbunchika Haki, correct? With your current abilities, failing to learn Haki would be a pity. Should you manage to master even one form of Haki, the enhancement to your strength would be immense. At your age, aspiring to the rank of Admiral is not out of reach. What do you say, young man? Are you tempted?" What? Karp's words left not only the soldiers aboard his ship, but also Tao Yao and Lieutenant Buddy, who had escorted the hostages, utterly astonished. An admiral? The prospect of a mere colonel from a small East Blue branch harboring the potential to ascend to admiral was unfathomable. Had Karp not uttered these words himself, no one would have dared to entertain the notion that Morin possessed such potential. Although Karp was not always reliable, the likes of Borja and others believed that their admiral would not deceive them in such matters. Even more enviable for the majority of the naval soldiers was the coveted spot in the elite training camp at Naval Headquarters. Unlike a typical academy, since Admiral Zifa's retirement from his post to serve as the chief instructor at Naval Headquarters, the elite training camp had been a wellspring of talent for the Navy. Even the current 3 admirals emerged from this prestigious camp, which was often referred to as the cradle of officers within the naval hierarchy. Countless naval officers have graduated from the elite training camp. Within the camp, one can learn various formidable techniques, including the 6 styles of the Navy, Busashoka Haki, and Kenbunchika Haki, among other powerful martial arts secrets. Additionally, students can forge connections with their peers, thereby building a substantial network for their future naval careers. Such an opportunity is highly coveted. Most assumed that Morin would gladly accept this invitation with elation. Morin shook his head decisively and remarked, "The Navy Headquarters Elite Training Camp? I'm afraid I have no interest. However, if Admiral Karp could impart the training methods for the 6 styles of the Navy, along with the techniques for the armament Haki and observation Haki, I would be immensely grateful." To be candid, while the elite training camp at the Navy Headquarters offers a plethora of skills, its allure for Morin is rather limited. Chapter 37. Exchange years prior. Morin had declined an opportunity orchestrated by his uncle, who had toiled extensively to secure a spot for him. The reason was twofold. Entering the elite training camp would entail a minimum of 1 year of rigorous, closed-door training. During that period, he would not enjoy the ample supply of Sea King meat that currently allowed him to relish the joy of attribute enhancement. Furthermore, at that time, his abilities were woefully inadequate. He feared that venturing beyond the East Sea, the weakest of the seas, might lead him to encounter formidable foes en route to the Navy Headquarters, potentially resulting in his untimely demise. One might think such a scenario improbable. Yet, it was not long ago that Admiral Zephyr led a vessel of trainee sailors to sea, aiming to capture pirates. He likely never anticipated that a seemingly routine mission would nearly culminate in disaster, resulting in the loss of his entire crew and, tragically, one of his own arms. Who could foresee such calamity? Ahem, I digress. Returning to the matter at hand, when Morin declined Karp's invitation, the scene left a multitude of onlookers utterly astonished. Even Karp was momentarily taken aback. However, his astonishment stemmed not from Morin's refusal but from Morin's request for the training methods of the 6 styles, armament hockey and observation hockey. Karp stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, I can certainly share the training methods for armament hockey and observation hockey, as they are relatively accessible once one reaches a certain level of strength. However, the 6 styles of the Navy is another matter entirely. This knowledge is strictly confined to the Navy headquarters and is prohibited from dissemination elsewhere. Morin nodded, understanding the situation. Despite the prevalence of CP9 in the anime, where every member seemingly mastered the Navy's 6 styles, it is, in truth, a secret martial art reserved exclusively for the elite within the Navy. This technique is one of the paramount cultivation methods in the world. Even among naval officers, mastery of this technique is not guaranteed, let alone for ordinary soldiers. To prevent the leakage of such profound techniques, the Navy has implemented numerous restrictions. Morin had previously attempted to gather information on the 6 styles but had met with failure every time. Thus, he was not surprised by Karp's response. Just as disappointment began to settle in, Karp unexpectedly approached Morin with a mysterious smile, saying, if you agree to do me a favor, I could possibly share the training methods for the Navy's 6 styles, as well as the armament hockey and observation hockey. Vice Admiral Karp, upon witnessing Karp's laudifying proposition, his aide, Borja, could no longer remain silent and interjected. However, Karp dismissed Borja's concerns, shooing him away with evident annoyance. If Borja were truly capable of restraining Karp, then Sengoku would not be so frequently exasperated. Once Borja was out of the way, Karp returned to Morin's side and continued, So, what do you say, you miserly fellow? Have you given it any thought? Rest assured, should I decide to give you this knowledge, I will enlist Sengoku's assistance to ensure you can cultivate the Navy's 6 styles. Given Karp's esteemed reputation within the Navy and his relationship with Admiral Sengoku, his promise held considerable weight. Though Karp's offer was undeniably tempting, Morin refrained from hastily agreeing. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The training methods for armament hockey, observation hockey, and the Navy's 6 styles are not trifles to be traded lightly. Given Karp's willingness to present such an alluring proposition, the favor he sought from Morin would undoubtedly be of significant magnitude. The astute Karp seemed to sense Morin's hesitation and chuckled, Don't worry, young one. I simply wish for you to help guide my grandson. Help guide your grandson? Morin pondered Karp's words, realizing the implications. It is well known that Karp's approach to family education has been fraught with failures. According to the original trajectory of fate, this naval hero, despite his towering reputation, saw his son inadvertently rise to become the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the world government's most wanted criminal. His 2 grandsons were not much different. His biological grandson, Luffy, has always yearned to become the Pirate King, while the adopted grandson, despite Karp's efforts, has chosen to ally with his old rival, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. Although Karp has inadvertently gained a higher status by becoming the father of his rival, this did little to bring him joy, especially since he soon lost one of his grandsons in the ensuing conflict. These events starkly illustrate the inadequacies of Karp's family education. However, while Morin understood this, it was important to note that these events had yet to unfold. Ace and Luffy were still mere children, and Karp's request for Morin to act as a mentor raised questions. Hence, Morin inquired, Vice Admiral Karp, I am a Navy colonel, not a babysitter. I am not adept at child rearing. Moreover, as a Navy colonel, I am burdened with official duties and lack the time to care for your grandchildren. In response, Karp expressed his discontent. I do not expect you to raise them. I merely wish for you to guide my 2 little rascals. They have abandoned their roles in the Navy to dream of becoming pirates, despite my repeated admonitions. What am I to do? You are young and have already achieved the rank of Navy colonel, and you possess considerable strength. I simply hope you can lead by example and help steer my grandchildren away from their impractical aspirations. Morin, it appears that Vice Admiral Karp harbors such intentions. After a moment of speechlessness, Morin suddenly recalled the 3rd summons from the Navy headquarters. With a flicker of inspiration, he addressed Karp with a tentative tone. I believe I understand your intent, Admiral. You wish for me to instill a proper sense of right and wrong, as well as values, in your grandson, correct? That is certainly not out of the question, Morin remarked, casting a deliberate glance at Karp, and sighed. I have just received a directive from headquarters. I am to be reassigned to the Grand Line imminently. Even if I wish to assist Vice Admiral Karp in instilling a proper sense of right and wrong in your grandson, I fear I lack the time to do so. Upon finishing his words, Morin noticed a glimmer of excitement in Karp's eyes. Chapter 38. Leave it to me. Carp confidently thumped his chest, assuring, the requisition order? As long as you can help me correct that little rascal's misguided thoughts, such a trivial matter as a requisition order is entirely in my hands. Perhaps it was Carp's exuberance that led him to momentarily forget the wounds still afflicting his chest. Though not deep, it could hardly withstand the force of his exuberant pounding. After 2 resounding thuds, a stream of blood erupted forth from the injury. Had Morin not reacted swiftly to evade, he might have been splattered with Carp's own spirited blood. The day after agreeing to the deal with Carp, a new fax arrived from the Navy headquarters, instructing Morin to fully cooperate with Carp's endeavors. It remained a mystery how Carp managed this, as the multiple requisitions from the Navy headquarters concerning Morin seemingly evaporated without further consequence. Having resolved the requisition order from the headquarters, Carp made a special visit to find Morin, tossing a rather prickly little booklet into his hands. Here you go. This is the training manual for the Navy's 6 styles, personally compiled by Zifa. It took me quite a while to dig it out from the corner, he said. You can start practicing it, and if you have any questions, feel free to come to me. How about that? I'm quite generous, aren't I? As Morin perused the newly acquired training manual for the Navy's 6 styles, his spirits lifted. He gave Carp a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Old man, you're quite the sport." In response, Carp placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily, of course. Unlike you, I am not one to be stingy. As long as you train my grandson well, I promise to go to Zifa and fetch his insights on mastering hockey for you. Molin smiled and said, then it's settled. Since Carp had already paid the deposit, Molin had no intention of breaching the agreement. Upon returning to the base and arranging the operations, Molin set off with over 100 tons of frozen sea king meat, trailing behind Carp's dog-headed warship, swiftly heading towards Carp's hometown, Windmill Town. Windmill Town, a picturesque locale on the outskirts of the Goya Kingdom in the East Sea, stands as an unconventional enclave within the kingdom. Renowned as the most beautiful nation in the East Sea, Goya Kingdom has earned a significant reputation both in the East Sea and the wider world. Within this realm, the nobility pursues a grotesque ideal of perfection, adhering to the ideology of excluding all unnecessary elements from the nation. A towering wall divides the prosperous and pristine royal capital from the uncertain and undesirable outskirts, exemplifying a segregated society. The wealthy indulge in hedonism within the royal capital, while the impoverished scavenge through heaps of refuse outside the wall, searching for discarded scraps and sustenance. This is a distorted and pathological nation, yet ironically, the rigid conduct of the royal family and aristocracy is admired by many nobles from other lands. Thanks to Carp, the naval hero, Windmill Town has become a veritable paradise. Largely untouched by the prevailing ethos of the Goya Kingdom, the villagers maintain their simplicity and sincerity. Upon Molin's arrival in the town, following Carp, he was warmly welcomed by many. The village elders greeted Carp with familiarity, exclaiming, "Carp, old chap, you've finally returned. You've been away for quite a while, almost a year. If you don't return soon, your grandsons may forget what you look like." Indeed, Frank has a point, another elder chimed in. As a grandfather, you ought to be more present. No matter how busy you are, it's essential to spend time with your grandsons. Look at me. I always make time to play with mine. Life is quite delightful that way. All right, enough chiding Carp, interjected another elder. I've heard from my grandson in the Navy that it's quite a feat for Carp to return even once a year. Let us not make it harder for him. In response to the elder's gentle admonishments, Carp displayed a hint of embarrassment, scratching the back of his head. If given the choice, who wouldn't he want to be with family, to play with their grandchildren, and relish the joys of kinship? However, as a high-ranking naval officer tasked with deterring increasingly formidable pirates with the threat of nuclear weaponry, Carp was exceedingly busy. Even this return had been hard-won. Taking months of negotiation with Sengoku under the pretense of chasing away the Sun Pirates. After trailing behind Carp, Molin indulged in purchasing an array of snacks and grilled meats in the town. Morin followed Carp through the treacherous terrain of Corbeau Mountain, arriving at the hidden lair of the Dayton family nestled within the dense jungle. By the time they reached the hideout, dusk had already settled in, casting a warm glow as the sun dipped below the horizon. The Dayton family had just finished their evening meal, and a raucous group of bandits gathered around a bonfire outside the outpost, roaring with laughter at the playful antics of Ace and Luffy. At merely 3 years of age, Luffy clung to Ace like a shadow, much to the annoyance of Ace, who was trying to engage in his physical training. "Ah, Luffy, you fool. Move your head away from mine. Your snot is about to drip onto my face," Ace exclaimed, exasperated. "Hey, idiot. Your hand is on my nose. Get off me. You dolt." Luffy retorted, oblivious to Ace's irritation. The sight of Ace, perpetually tormented by Luffy yet displaying a resigned expression, elicited uproarious laughter from the bandits surrounding them. Haha, this is priceless. I love seeing Ace's helpless yet adorable expression. It's utterly delightful. One bandit guffawed. Indeed, Ace's facial expressions were a source of amusement. Yet, as an older brother, he undeniably dotes on Luffy. Even when exasperated by Luffy's antics, he does not cast him aside. At that moment, Carp emerged from the shadows of the forest and, spotting his two spirited grandsons, opened his arms in hearty laughter. Waha! Luffy, Ace, Grandpa's back. How have you been? Did you miss me during my absence? Contrary to Carp's expectations, his arrival did not elicit warm embraces from his grandsons, but instead resulted in an awkward silence. The bandits, upon seeing Carp, scattered in fright, retreating into the nearby woods, trembling with fear and leaving the hideout behind. Although Carp had no intention of capturing them as pirates, they inherently feared the vice-admiral. Moreover, while Carp might not apprehend them, it did not imply he would refrain from delivering a sound thrashing. Each time Carp visited and witnessed his grandchildren's lack of ambition to become pirates, he would take it upon himself to discipline them, often unleashing his frustrations on them, claiming it was due to their poor upbringing. Mercy, we're merely uneducated bandits, they would lament, while they could manage some thievery. The task of educating these men was a daunting challenge. Most could hardly recognize their own names. If they had any semblance of education, they would not have resorted to a life of crime, becoming the despised bandits they were. Initially, they embraced their newfound freedom as bandits, relishing an unrestrained lifestyle. Yet now, their days had devolved into a burdensome existence of raising children, facing the trials of unruly offspring. Their plight was indeed a difficult one. Carp's arrival not only frightened the bandits but even caused Luffy to instinctively shrink behind Ace, attempting to evade Carp's watchful gaze. Only Ace, upon seeing Carp, displayed a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, though he quickly masked it. Carp, noticing the lack of enthusiasm from his grandsons, felt a tinge of disappointment. He lifted the food he had brought, shaking it playfully to let the enticing aroma waft through the air. Ace, Luffy, it's Grandpa. Have you forgotten me after all this time? I brought delicious snacks. Upon hearing the mention of food, Luffy, a glutton by nature, could not resist the temptation. Cautiously peeking from behind Ace, he cast a fearful glance at his imposing grandfather, who loomed like a great demon in his memories. It wasn't that Luffy had forgotten Carp. Rather, the vivid memories of Carp's rigorous training had instilled a sense of dread within him. To Luffy, Carp was nothing short of a terrifying giant. Yet, if this fearsome figure brought meat and delectable treats, Luffy would not hesitate to call him Grandpa. The tantalizing scent of grilled meat and pastries wafted through the air, causing Luffy to sniff eagerly, his mouth watering uncontrollably. After struggling free from Ace's grasp, Luffy scampered towards Carp, shouting meat. Grandpa, I want to eat meat. With a hearty laugh, Carp scooped Luffy into his arms, rubbing his stubbly face against Luffy's small head. Watching this interaction, Ace felt a pang of envy deep within him. Carp had never concealed his lineage from Ace, who was aware that he was not Carp's biological grandson, but rather the illegitimate child of the infamous pirate king, Joel D. Roger. This revelation had led Ace, who once adored clinging to Carp, to stop calling him Grandpa, believing he was unworthy of such a title, being the bearer of the world's most notorious bloodline. Consequently, he envied Luffy, who could freely shower Carp with affection. Ace, what are you daydreaming about? Carp's voice interrupted his thoughts as he unexpectedly pulled Ace into an embrace. Waha! Are you so happy to see Grandpa? I remember when you used to cling to me and crawl all over me as a child. Get off me, old man. I'm not happy at all, Ace protested, though the diminishing strength in his attempts to push Carp away betrayed his true feelings. After a brief moment of affectionate camaraderie between Carp, Ace, and Luffy, Carp joyfully introduced Morin to his grandsons. Haha, Luffy, Ace, this is your new teacher. Don't let his young appearance fool you. He is a bona fide Navy colonel, and his strength is formidable. What do you think? With such a superb instructor, the two of you will surely surpass me and become exceptional Navy officers. No, I refuse to be a Navy officer. I want to be a pirate, Luffy exclaimed. Ah, Ace, don't go. I want to stay with you. Just as Carp was about to say something, two childish voices abruptly extinguished the joy that had been kindled within him. You fools, as my grandchildren. You dare to aspire to be pirates? I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Bang, bang. With two dull thuds, large bumps swiftly appeared on Luffy and Ace's heads. Ah, it hurts. Old man, remember this. I will make you pay for this when I grow up, Ace exclaimed, clutching his swollen head, unable to suppress his fierce words. Little did he know, such bravado would only bring him greater anguish. Bang, bang. 3 more dull thuds echoed, resulting in 2 enormous lumps rising on Ace's head once again. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Before Carp could reprimand his disobedient grandson further, the transponder snail in his arms began to ring urgently with a series of rapid beeps. This frantic sound indicated an urgent call. Carp, who had intended to discipline Ace, was momentarily interrupted. Frowning, he picked up the transponder snail. Moshi Moshi, this is Carp. Hello, Carp. This is Sengoku. Have you finished your delay in the East Blue? If so, hurry back. I don't know who provoked that old man Whitebeard, but he is currently assaulting the Navy's branch in the New World with his crew. G13, G11, and G10 branches have already been overwhelmed by the Whitebeard pirates. If we do not stop them, our Navy's reputation in the New World will be utterly shattered. Carp furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The Whitebeard pirates are attacking the Navy's branches in the New World? What on earth does Edward Newgate intend to do? I have no idea what he is thinking. The most pressing issue is to halt Whitebeard. Otherwise, the prestige our Navy has built in the New World will be destroyed. So, get back here and do your job. Upon hearing this, Carp bristled. Why are you looking for me? I finally get a day off. And you want to drag me back? The admirals, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji, are all available. Shouldn't they handle this? That is irrelevant. Sengoku sighed on the other end of the line. Kizaru just arrived at the battlefield and was sent flying by Whitebeard's punch. Moreover, with several of Whitebeard's commanders joining forces, Kizaru is completely outmatched. Compared to Whitebeard, Kizaru's strength is still lacking. As for Akainu and Akiji, they are tied up with other missions. You are the only one available. Carp retorted, I refuse. I finally got to see my grandson, and you expect me to rush off to the New World? Not a chance. If you want to go, you can go yourself. Without waiting for Sengoku's response, Carp hung up the phone. On the other end, Sengoku nearly exploded with anger upon hearing the busy signal. That rascal Carp. I swear I will never grant him another day off again. Besides Sengoku, Tsuru, who was leisurely sipping her tea, glanced at him and remarked, enough with the pretense. You anticipated this before making the call, did you not? Besides, Carp is still in the East Blue. Even if he hastens, he won't make it in time. Deep down, you know Carp was never your true choice. Facing Tsuru's calm demeanor, Sengoku did not deny it and nodded. You are correct. I have already sent Zephyr to assist in the New World. With Zephyr's strength and Kizaru's support, they should be able to hold off Whitebeard for a while. Furthermore, the world government will also dispatch reinforcements. However, to be on the safe side, Carp must still make a trip to the New World. He is the only one who can withstand Whitebeard's wrath. Tsuru fell silent for a moment before indignantly saying, do those celestial dragons think they are clever? To dare capture Whitebeard's adopted daughter as a slave. Knowing Whitebeard's temperament, it would be insane for him not to go mad upon discovering this. The world government has been far too lenient with the celestial dragons. If not for their indulgence, our Navy's branches in the New World would not have been destroyed by an enraged Whitebeard, and those young sailors would not have lost their lives. Enough, Tsuru. There is no need to dwell on this. I will seek an explanation from the world government later. For now, our priority is to stabilize the situation in the New World. After silencing Tsuru, Sengoku rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. After being admonished, Tsuru fell silent. After a long pause, she rose to leave Sengoku's office. As she reached the door, she said, I will go to Carp tomorrow to convince him. However, when he returns and learns the cause of this incident, Sengoku, you will have to explain it to him. Remember, he despises those people. With that, Tsuru firmly closed the office door behind her. After Tsuru departed, Sengoku sighed deeply. The world government, the celestial dragons, what a mess. At the same time, in Morin, a look of astonishment crossed his face as he gazed at the system panel in his mind. After Carp had openly declared his intention to become their teacher in front of Ace, the implications were staggering. After several years of silence, Morin's system miraculously activated a task. Ding! A fluctuation in fate has been detected, triggering a special destiny mission. Task name, Minner. Description, as the child of the pirate king Gold. Roger. Ace's life is destined for misfortune. Even fate closes its doors on him at the very last moment. How unfair this is for a gentle child. Task content, alter Ace's predetermined fate, guiding him down a different path. The rewards will be determined by Ace's ultimate achievements and his impact on this world. Note, the distinction between good and evil lies entirely within your thoughts. Task reward, intermediate treasure chest or legendary treasure chest. Upon seeing the task rewards, a flicker of fervor ignited in Morin's eyes. An intermediate treasure chest at the very least, and a legendary treasure chest at its peak. This reward is undoubtedly substantial. The former intermediate treasure chest had bestowed upon Morin the golden skill of super electromagnetic cannon. One wonders what extraordinary items a treasure chest of a higher tier might yield. The thought of possibly obtaining such a legendary treasure chest filled him with longing. Moreover, he found the note regarding the task quite intriguing. The distinction between good and evil lies entirely within your thoughts? Does this imply that the mentor task conceals two potential completion routes, one virtuous, the other malevolent? Fascinating. With this task in mind, Morin's gaze towards Ace became more contemplative. Previously, during his transaction with Garb, he had merely intended to deceive Ace into relinquishing his pirate aspirations to fulfill his own agreement with Garb. However, now he found himself taking the matter seriously. After all, the legendary treasure chest was something he coveted greatly. As Morin scrutinized Ace, the perceptive Ace sensed Morin's gaze. Frustrated by Garp's phone call, which seemed to indicate his imminent departure, Ace erupted with his displeasure. He turned to Morin, glaring fiercely. Hey, you. What are you staring at? Don't think just because the old man brought you here, you can become my mentor. Let me tell you, you're dreaming. Observing the uniquely spirited Ace, Morin raised an eyebrow and replied, somewhat disappointed. Portgasti. Ace, do you know? I actually do not like you, just as I do not like your father. The Pirate King, Gold, Roger's posthumous child. Were it not for your existence, a continuation of Portgasti, Rouge's life, you would have perished years ago. As soon as Morin's words fell, Carp, Ace, and the bandit family, Dayton, who had just hidden in the thicket, all gazed at Morin with expressions of astonishment. His words were truly astonishing. Morin's words struck Cap with the sharpness of a dagger, piercing deep into his heart. Chapter 41. A Great Mother Snapping Back to Reality. Cap emanated an aura of danger, his expression grave as he regarded Morin, coldly inquiring, who exactly are you? The fact that Ace was the illegitimate child of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, was a secret Cap had shared with only a select few he deeply trusted. The number of individuals aware of this truth could not exceed the digits on both hands. Cap was certain that none of those he confided in included Morin. The thought of Ace's identity being exposed sent shivers down Cap's spine. Even he, who feared neither heaven nor earth, felt a tremor of apprehension. He was not concerned for his own safety, ever since he had assisted Roger in concealing Portgasti, Rouge's whereabouts, and decided to raise Ace. He had steeled himself for any repercussions that might arise. Cap was prepared for the worst, but Ace was not. Should Ace's identity be revealed, the world government, the Navy, and even most pirates would ensure that Ace would not survive. After all, he was the only remaining bloodline of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger. His identity harbored too many potential schemes. Who am I? What more can I be? I am merely a humble Navy colonel, Morin replied, looking at Admiral Cap. This world holds many secrets, yet truly, there are no genuine secrets. Are there really so few who know of Ace's identity? You need not regard me with such suspicion. If I wished harm upon Ace, wouldn't the world government have sent someone the moment you brought him back to the East Blue years ago? As for how I came to know of Ace's identity, you may interpret it as a contingency plan left by Rouge. Contemplating something, Morin looked at Cap and, with a hint of mockery, continued. Surely you do not believe that a woman who endured 2 years of hardship to give birth to Ace would remain passive upon bringing forth the bloodline of the Pirate King? At that time, she had no inkling that Roger, the Pirate King, would later enlist your aid as a Navy hero to protect his child. Upon hearing Morin's words, Cap, though still skeptical, lowered his guard somewhat. After all, there was merit in Morin's argument. If he truly harbored any ill intentions towards Ace, he could easily divulge the information to the world government, effectively eliminating Ace while simultaneously ascending the ranks and acquiring wealth. Without a doubt, such an achievement would guarantee him the status of a rear admiral or a position within the world government. Given Morin's potential, he might even one day aspire to the ranks of admiral or marshal. However, the absence of such occurrences thus far spoke volumes. At that moment, a tall and fierce-looking mountain bandit, Captain Dayton, emerged from the thicket. She fixed her gaze on Morin and inquired, if that is the case, what did your initial statement imply? What does it mean? I have made my stance abundantly clear. For Rouge's sake, I shall continue to conceal his identity. But I am deeply disappointed in him. Morin glanced at the mountain bandit Dayton before continuing. Being confronted by a stranger possibly connected to his mother, expressing disappointment, was too much for the 8-year-old Ace, who defiantly looked at Morin and retorted, disappointed? Do I know you well? Your disappointment has nothing to do with me. Though he spoke bravely, a glimmer of moisture welled in the corners of Ace's eyes. Observing that fleeting glimmer, Morin felt a surge of excitement within. Haha, there is hope. Ace has taken the bait, and now Cap and the others are wavering in their beliefs. Perhaps with a little more effort, I can craft a false persona for myself. Despite Morin's earlier proclamations, they were merely improvised fabrications. In truth, he did not know Rouge and certainly was not part of any contingency plan left for her child. He simply desired to create an identity to better mentor Ace, aspiring to be the defining figure in Ace's life. It was evident that the transient role of a family tutor summoned by Cap was insufficient, not to mention whether the rebellious Ace would even be willing to heed Morin's guidance was another dilemma altogether. This was evidenced by Ace's unhesitating rejection of Cap's suggestion to have Morin as their teacher. Thus, Morin, in a moment of inspiration, had initiated that startling dialogue. Seeing all eyes drawn toward him, Morin felt a surge of triumph. Morin gazed at Ace and inquired, "Do you comprehend the magnitude of what it is to have a frail mother who, with sheer willpower, suppressed her body's instinctual reactions, extending the gestation period from 10 months to 2 years? The pain she endured for your safe arrival. After 2 years of suffering, Lugio, upon giving birth to you, withered away like a desolate flower, expending the last vestiges of her vitality. Lugio sacrificed her very life for your continuation, but what about you? At such a tender age, you aspire to become a despised pirate. Do you honor your mother as sacrifices? Poor gasped Ace. Is it true that my mother perished to bring me into this world?" Ace, oblivious to the reality that his birth was a matter of life and death for his mother, was utterly taken aback. Meanwhile, Carp, who stood beside Ace, felt his suspicions about Morin dissipate upon hearing her articulate the details of Lugio's ordeal during Ace's birth. The circumstances surrounding Ace's birth were, in fact, a closely guarded secret that Carp had never divulged to anyone, not even to Ace himself. In Carp's eyes, this burden was far too heavy for a child of Ace's age to bear. He had intended to wait until Ace matured before revealing such truths. But now Morin had turned everything upside down. As for the mountain bandit Dayton, who was also hearing this for the first time, she had already huddled with her bandit followers in tears, overwhelmed with emotion. How magnificent! To think Ace had such an extraordinary mother. As a woman, I feel immense pride for her. She was a true mother. Ignoring the sobbing Dayton and her gang, Carp spoke solemnly, "Your words have gone too far. Ace is still but a child." "A child? Does one wish to remain a child forever?" Morin countered. "Or do you desire Ace to become a pirate like his father?" Carp, taken aback by Morin's retort, found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had invited Morin to teach Ace precisely to steer him away from the dream of becoming a pirate. Chapter 42. The Signal for Help. Morin gazed at Ace with an expression of extraordinary complexity and remarked, "I believe your mother, if she were still alive, would never wish for you to become a pirate." Ace stammered, I. The mere thought of his mother, who sacrificed her life to bring him into this world, weakened his resolve. At that moment, Morin continued, "I am not certain whose words you have heeded, leading you to aspire to be a pirate. But I suspect that you have little understanding of what true pirates are really like. For the sake of Lookie, I will take you to witness the reality of genuine pirates. Should you still wish to pursue that path afterward, I shall no longer concern myself with your choices." Hearing Morin's intention to take Ace away from Colbo Mountain, perhaps even from the kingdom of Goa, Carp hesitated and interjected, "Are you planning to take Ace away? That is far too perilous. Disregarding his identity, he is still too young to venture out to sea." Morin turned to Carp and remarked, "It is perilous. He must be around 8 years old now. At this age, countless children have become orphans due to the merciless actions of pirates on the seas. In contrast, with your protection, Ace has been shielded from such dangers over the years. Without experiencing the tragedies brought forth by the onset of the great pirate era, how can he truly comprehend the essence of the term pirate?" Under Morin's insistence, Carp ultimately yielded. Surprisingly, it was Ace's persuasion that led Carp to this concession. The following day, after receiving a phone call, Carp departed from Windmill Village aboard the dog-headed warship, his demeanor heavy with reluctance and gloom. Shortly after Carp's departure, Morin also left this tranquil and harmonious town with Ace. As for Luffy, Morin chose not to take him along. The little fellow was simply too young, and Morin had no inclination to play the role of a caretaker. Moreover, the primary reason was that Morin had not triggered any tasks related to Luffy. Otherwise, as a life mentor, Morin would have been more than willing to dabble in the role of a demonic caretaker, despite the addition of a mischievous child. The daily routine aboard the warship remained largely unchanged. The crew members, upon learning that Ace was the grandson of Vice Admiral Carp, expressed their astonishment. Life on the vast ocean was monotonous. Encounters with pirate ships were not a daily occurrence. Thus, after Ace boarded the vessel, Morin did not allow him to remain idle. Instead, he assigned him to assist several other trainee sailors aboard the vessel with various tasks. Initially, the other trainees, upon noticing Ace's relatively young age, took it upon themselves to shoulder most of the arduous and menial work, eager to spare the little fellow from undue strain, leaving him with only the lighter chores. However, it soon became apparent that Ace, after effortlessly completing his own assignments, began to aid them in expediting their tasks. After accomplishing everything, Ace remained unperturbed, neither breathless nor flustered. It appeared his stamina surpassed that of these trainee sailors by a considerable margin. One slightly stout trainee, panting as he settled into a corner of the storeroom, lamented, "This is utterly unreasonable. My endurance is inferior to that of a mere child. How utterly humiliating." Beside him, a freckled trainee chuckled softly and replied, "Count your blessings. Ace is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, possessing the lineage of a formidable warrior. Is it so surprising that his stamina exceeds yours? Perhaps in a few decades, Ace will emerge as a legendary powerhouse, and at that time, you could boast to your grandchildren about having worked alongside such a legendary figure." Huh? The stout trainee rolled his eyes and retorted, "Are you out of your mind? Speaking of powerhouses, let us not forget our colonel, who is undeniably terrifying. Haven't you heard Sergeant Buddy and the others mention that during a sparring match, the colonel actually wounded Vice Admiral Garp? Being under the tutelage of such a strong figure, we already have bragging rights. Who knows, perhaps in the future, both of us might turn our fortunes around and become part of that elite cadre." The freckled trainee paused momentarily, then nodded vigorously in agreement. "You're absolutely right. If we put in the effort, in the future." Just as the freckled trainee began to envision the possibilities ahead, the ship was suddenly pierced by the blaring sound of an alarm. Is that an alarm? What is happening outside? Regardless of what is occurring, this is a level 2 alert. According to protocol, we must assemble on the deck immediately. Hurry up. Wait, my legs have gone numb. Give me a hand. 3 minutes later, on the deck of Morin's latest vessel, the Sturgeon, over 200 individuals stood densely packed. Even 8-year-old Ace found a corner to station himself. Once everyone had gathered, Lieutenant Buddy seized a microphone and proclaimed, "Fellow soldiers, we have just received a distress signal from the kingdom of Tsuley Rivers. At this moment, the kingdom is besieged by a large band of pirates, with multiple towns on the island under simultaneous attack. They urgently request our assistance. As members of the Navy, it is our duty to respond to this call. So, gentlemen, prepare for battle. Roar. Fear not. Lieutenant, we are always ready." A voice echoed, "This time, we shall annihilate those pirates and demonstrate the might of the Navy." Ah, the kingdom of Tsuley Rivers? My aunt seems to have just married into that country. God bless. I hope she is safe. Amidst the clamor of discussions, Morin keenly picked up on a vital piece of information. He swiftly approached one of the soldiers and inquired, "Soldier, did you just mention that you have relatives in the kingdom of Tsuley Rivers?" The soldier, upon seeing Morin approach, was filled with both excitement and concern. "Yes, sir. My aunt married a blacksmith in the kingdom of Tsuley Rivers last year. Do you know which town your aunt resides in?" With a hopeful and eager expression, the soldier exclaimed, "Yes, sir. My aunt lives in Iron Hoof Town." "I understand." Morin nodded and then turned to the navigator and helmsman aboard the ship, commanding, "Navigator, calculate the optimal route and set sail to the kingdom of Tsuley Rivers at maximum speed. Our landing point will be Iron Hoof Town." Chapter 43. Pirates from the Grand Line now. Everyone else, check your weapons and ammunition. Stay alert and prepare for battle. "Yes, sir." Morin's decisive action to designate Iron Hoof Town as the landing point swiftly garnered the admiration of a multitude of soldiers. The soldier whose aunt had married into Iron Hoof Town looked at Morin with profound gratitude etched upon his face. In this world, human life holds a certain value, yet simultaneously, it can be deemed inconsequential. To those in power, the lives of commoners are evidently regarded as less valuable than those of the nobility. Generally speaking, naval vessels responding to distress signals prioritize the rescue of officials and nobles from the royal capital, even when they embark on rescue missions. Molin's decision to designate Iron Hoof Town as the landing site evidently afforded the soldiers and a greater chance of survival. This alone was enough to remain etched in his memory. For the other soldiers aboard the ship, having such a protective commander was indeed a stroke of fortune. Merely due to this circumstance, Molin's esteem among the naval soldiers significantly soared. After all, in these tumultuous times, No one could assure that their homeland would be spared from the wrath of those frenzied pirates. In this world, the distress signals that the telebugs could intercept were profoundly influenced by distance. In other words, the sturgeon, having received a distress signal from the Kingdom of Rivers, was not far from it. Approximately an hour later, the sturgeon was able to catch sight of the thick smoke rising from Iron Hoof Town in the distance. Had they arrived too late? Morin gazed at the blazing Iron Hoof Town, furrowing his brow as he commanded, "Accelerate, full speed ahead. Gunners, prepare yourselves. Should any pirate vessels come within cannon range, fire at will." "Understood," came the reply. Moments later, the tension in the air thickened. At this moment, Morin could faintly discern certain aspects of the situation in Iron Hoof Town. Along the coastline outside the town, 3 pirate ships, adorned with the Jolly Roger, lingered in the shallow waters not far from the shore. They were vigilant against the town's residents attempting to flee with their valuables, while simultaneously remaining alert to threats emerging from the sea. Thus, when the naval vessel, the Sturgeon, came into view, the pirates stationed aboard the ship swiftly maneuvered their sails, turning their vessels to aim their cannons at the approaching Sturgeon. Boom, boom, boom. Before the naval ship could return fire, the pirates unleashed a barrage upon the warship. Cannons, primed and ready, belched forth a relentless stream of cannonballs. In an instant, smoke enveloped the area, and the thunderous sound of cannon fire echoed. Dozens of glowing red projectiles formed a veritable web of destruction, hurtling towards the naval vessel. In the face of this cacophony, Morin raised an eyebrow, astonished, and remarked, "What range those cannons possess? The artillery aboard those pirate ships has evidently been upgraded to exceptional quality. This band of pirates is no ordinary lot. Such weaponry is not something typical pirates could acquire." Moreover, Morin squinted, murmuring in a low tone, "These pirate gunners possess an uncanny ability to coordinate their fire into a crossfire network. When did such synergy develop among pirates?" He observed the multitude of cannonballs hurtling towards the naval ship. Morin arrived at the forefront of the warship, gripping the ghost cutter in his right hand, and gently waved it forward. Echo wall. With a swift motion, an invisible, colossal barrier rapidly took shape at Morin's command, transforming into a massive sound wall that distorted the air and shielded the Sturgeon from the incoming assault. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the cannonballs struck the echo wall, only to fall silent, as if rendered powerless, becoming mere frozen projectiles immobilized against the barrier. Moments later, as the echo wall dissipated, those cannonballs that should have exploded, having lost their kinetic energy, plummeted swiftly to the ocean floor, creating only a few splashes without causing any further disturbance. How is this possible? On the nearby pirate ships, the crew members gasped in astonishment at the incredible spectacle. A tall, lean man wearing a beret and wind goggles furrowed his brow as he lowered his telescope. "Damn it. It's the Sturgeon, the warship of that iron-willed colonel from Branch 127. What is it doing here? This area is entirely outside the training grounds of the Navy's 127th branch. Even if the Navy were to come to assist, it should not have attracted that monster. That peculiar wall just now could only have been conjured by that individual. This is troublesome. If he is here, our plans will face a significant threat." After gathering some information, the tall man swiftly dialed a number on his transponder snail. After a prolonged wait, the line was finally answered. The voice on the other end was impatient. "Sea Viper, what has transpired over there? I just heard cannon fire. Is there some foolhardy individual attempting to play the hero and rescue those scoundrels? You should just sink their ships and let those lowly fish perish in the sea." Clutching the transponder snail, the tall man replied coldly, "Beaver, you imbecile, I am not in the mood for your jokes. I have encountered a warship, the iron-willed colonel from the East Blue Navy's 127th branch. You should understand what this means. If you wish to survive, return immediately with the spoils you have stolen, and let us retreat to the capital to meet the boss. Only he can deal with that iron-willed colonel." On the other end, Beaver scoffed dismissively, mocking, "Sea Viper, have you been frightened by the Navy during your time in the Grand Line? A mere colonel from the East Blue Navy has you trembling. Even Navy colonels from the Grand Line are not beyond our reach, let alone this weakest of seas. He is nothing more than a figure of hollow prestige in the East Blue. I can deal with him without the boss's aid." Before Sea Viper could respond, Beaver hung up the phone. Sea Viper, his face ashen, gripped his transponder snail tightly and cursed, "Fool, moron, arrogant fool. Damn it. This guy will surely bring us to ruin." Chapter 44, The Blade Drawn, The Waves Rise. "No, I cannot afford to concern myself with that fool any longer. I must leave at once. If the enemy warship draws closer, escape may become impossible." Unlike Beaver, the lean Sea Viper had an instinctive sense of impending danger upon the appearance of Morin Sturgeon. Resolute, he commanded his subordinates, turn the ship around. Engage and retreat. Captain Sea Viper, if we retreat now, what will happen to Lord Beaver? Sea Viper interrupted, that fool Beaver has chosen to ignore my warnings. Let him fend for himself. As for the captain, I will handle the explanation. If you value your lives, set sail immediately. With a dark glare sweeping over his crew. Sea Viper's men shivered at his ominous look. They immediately responded in unison. Understood, Captain. Under the pirates' orders, the 3 pirate ships swiftly set sail. However, at this moment, the distance between Morin's sturgeon and the 3 pirate vessels had dwindled to less than 100 meters. On the deck of the warship, Morin observed the 3 pirate ships that had begun to move. A faint, icy smile graced the corners of Morin's lips. Do you wish to escape? Morin brandished his sword and strode forward, executing a sweeping strike. One sword style, sound wave. The air hummed with a powerful sonic resonance, instantly conjuring a terrifying wave towering 7 to 8 meters high upon the ocean. Like a colossal roar of the sea, the monstrous tide surged forth, engulfing the astonished pirates in its wake. In an instant, 3 pirate ships, which had previously engaged the navy with fervor, were swallowed whole by the ferocious wave. Yet, the tidal onslaught did not cease. It surged forth like a tsunami towards Iron Hoof Town. The towering wave, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the ocean, was a sight to behold from every vantage point in the small town. How could such a colossal wave occur on a day like this? A sense of dread permeated the air as cries of alarm erupted. Run! The tsunami is coming! We must flee, or we shall perish. In that moment, whether they were marauding pirates, the townsfolk rallying to defend their homes, or the civilians wielding makeshift weapons in desperation, all were seized by panic and abandoned their arms, fleeing in disarray. Even the once arrogant pirate captain, Hiley, who stood defiantly in the central square of Iron Hoof Town, was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Damn it. Why am I so unfortunate to encounter this tsunami? No, the timing of this disaster is too coincidental. That rascal Sea Viper just mentioned a formidable navy presence. And now this tsunami appears. Could it be connected to that so-called iron-blooded colonel? Impossible. Such a cataclysmic wave is beyond even the mightiest of pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. How could such a power exist in the East Blue? Meanwhile, aboard the Navy ship Sturgeon, Ace gazed at the distant, unified wall of towering waves, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. This was utterly outrageous. Even his extraordinarily powerful grandfather could hardly orchestrate such a phenomenon. Although Ace was well aware of Morin's formidable abilities and had heard tales of his strength, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Not only Ace, but even the Navy soldiers aboard Morin's vessel were rendered speechless, awestruck by this apocalyptic spectacle. This technique was something they had never witnessed before. Behind Morin stood Tao Yao, adorned in a delicate pink robe, her enchanting eyes glimmering with an unusual brilliance. Had he grown stronger again? However, Morin, witnessing the scene from the ship's bow, shook his head. Even if the sonic energy within his swordplay had been completely expended, the inertia of the resulting waves would continue to surge forward, wouldn't it? It appeared that this technique was more suited for naval combat. Henceforth, he must exercise caution to avoid employing it against islands, lest a tsunami inadvertently harm the innocent. Disperse. To prevent the roaring waves from sweeping through Iron Hoof Town and endangering its citizens, Morin bellowed, using sound waves to scatter the towering wave that loomed ever higher. With a thunderous crash, the colossal wave, shaped by Morin's sword intent, instantly dissipated, transforming into a torrential downpour from the heavens. Once the gigantic wave had been dispelled, Morin turned to the soldiers behind him and shouted, "What are you dawdling for? Prepare to disembark." "Ah, yes, sir." After a moment of stunned silence, the soldiers snapped back to reality, their astonishment directed at their colonel, but soon, under the urging of Lieutenant Buddy, they began to disembark the island in succession. In that fleeting moment when the towering waves collapsed, the ominous clouds that had loomed over Iron Hoof Town also dissipated. The ordinary townsfolk and pirates alike felt as if they had been graced by divine intervention, narrowly escaping calamity. However, for the cunning sea rat, having retreated from the Grand Line and possessing considerable insight, this was far from a fortuitous event. The tsunami had subsided, revealing that it was indeed man-made. Cursed be the ability user, they must be a devil fruit wielder. No wonder that naval colonel held such a formidable reputation. He was a devil fruit user. I cannot confront such a strange power. I must seek out the captain. Only the captain can handle such a monstrous ability user. With this thought, the burly sea rat, resembling a powerful bull, beckoned a few trusted associates and, clutching a portion of the recently looted treasures, dashed towards the depths of the island. With that fearsome colonel capable of manipulating tsunamis nearby, venturing forth was no longer an option. Their only chance for survival lay in traversing the internal pathways to the central capital of the island, where their captain, the notorious pirate known as Sea Urchin Motia, who commanded a bounty of 78 million berries, awaited. The sea rat felt a semblance of security here, amidst the town that had begun to grow perilous. The once boastful sea rat, having witnessed the roaring, sun-blocking tsunami, abandoned any thoughts of confronting Morin, the rumored iron-blooded colonel. At this moment, he yearned only to depart this increasingly dangerous town and return to his captain's side. But just then, a voice, cold and foreboding as death summons, echoed behind him. "Are you the captain of this pirate crew?" Chapter 45, The Art of Deception. The sudden voice startled the sea rat, Nuaku, causing him to jump. Yet, in the next instant, he seized his long blade and swung it around fiercely. This strike was both vicious and urgent, accompanied by a piercing gust of wind. Had it been directed at an ordinary person, they would likely find themselves cleaved in two. However, Morin merely sidestepped, raising his sword to deftly sever Nuaka's arm. With another swift motion, the golden sword energy sliced through both of Nuaka's legs, leaving the notorious pirate bleeding upon the ground. With one arm and both legs severed, Nuaka's life was not immediately forfeit. Thus, Morin stood beside him, continuing to inquire. That was a decent strike. In the East Sea, few pirates possess such skill. Where did you emerge from? In the depths of despair, Nuaka, now aware of the vast chasm of power separating him from Morin, realized the futility of resistance. Though once a formidable pirate on the Grand Line, with a bounty exceeding 10 million, he now felt akin to a helpless pig, resigned to his fate before Morin. The severity of his injuries rendered escape impossible. Even the hope of survival seemed bleak. As realization dawned upon him, Nuaka's eyes glinted with an almost palpable hatred. "Cursed fiend, you have thwarted my captain's plans. He will avenge me. You wait and see. He will surely." But before he could finish, Morin's sword silenced him with a swift slash to the throat. "Not the captain? What a waste of my time." After dispatching Nuaka, Morin quickly eliminated several nearby pirate lackeys with decisive ease. Morin swiftly eliminated the nefarious pirates, yet the sight before him weighed heavily on his heart. Ultimately, pirates were pirates, engaged in arson, murder, and plunder. While others may remain oblivious, Morin's perception, honed through countless experiences, had grown immensely potent. He could sense the pervasive aura of countless lives extinguished within this town, laden with profound hatred and nostalgic remembrances of life. Without the need for visual confirmation, the intensity of these emotions allowed Morin to glean the recent tribulations this town had endured. After a while, Tao arrived with over 200 naval soldiers at Ironhoof Town. They promptly divided into more than 20 small teams, dispersing through the streets and alleys to eradicate the remaining pirates. Upon learning of the Navy's reinforcements, the townspeople collectively exhaled with relief, as if they had survived a catastrophe. Meanwhile, the local militia, possessing some combat prowess, eagerly guided the naval soldiers through the labyrinth of streets. With the assistance of these familiar locals, the Navy's pursuit of the pirates quickened. Soon, Morin heard the echoes of gunfire and the clashing of blades resonating throughout the town. Roots of power, wooden spikes. Just as Morin arrived at a particularly raucous street, he witnessed hundreds of sharp wooden spikes erupting from the ground, skewering dozens of pirates like kebabs. Observing the frigid expression on Tao Yao's face, Morin nodded in acknowledgement. Over the years, Tao Yao's strength had progressed significantly. She could dispatch these ordinary pirates with remarkable efficiency. Once the pirates were dealt with, Tao Yao instructed the soldiers to move the injured to a small grove within the town. After placing dozens of wounded individuals beside the trees, Tao Yao pressed her hand against the earth and invoked her abilities, calling out to the trees in the forest, "Lend me your strength." With her power, vibrant orbs of green life energy emerged from the flora, swiftly merging with the injured. Under the restorative influence of these emerald spheres, the gruesome wounds of the victims began to staunch their bleeding and heal rapidly. The fairy's power, life energy conversion, a skill Tao Yao had developed later in her journey. Because of this ability, Morin had ensured that a variety of vibrant plants were cultivated aboard the sturgeon ship for emergencies. However, as the news of Tao Yao's healing prowess spread, an increasing number of people were brought to her side. Witnessing the continuous influx of the crowd, Morin understood that Tao Yao would be occupied for quite some time. Seizing this opportunity, Morin wandered through the town, which had recently endured a calamity, accompanied by Ace. He showed Ace the shattered families, victims of the pirates' ruthless invasion. Although the assault had only begun recently, the town had already witnessed numerous tragedies. The most grievous losses were among the militia guards who stood at the forefront of resistance. as well as the brave residents who dared to fight back. Among these valiant souls were the only sons of some families and the heads of others. Beside their lifeless bodies, family members rushed to the scene, unable to contain their anguish as they wept uncontrollably. There stood a frail, white-haired elder, a victim of the cruel fate that befalls those who lose their loved ones, staring blankly at the corpse in silent despair. A wife, having lost her husband, collapsed in grief upon his body, while young children cried out for their parents in despair. Furthermore, scattered along the streets, one could occasionally glimpse the fallen bodies within the shops. Witnessing such harrowing scenes, the surviving townsfolk bore an indelible hatred for the pirates, a sentiment etched deeply in their eyes. Morin inquired of Ace, "Is this the kind of pirate you aspire to become?" In response to Morin's question, Ace, who had been silent throughout the journey, instinctively denied, "No, not at all. I would never wish to be such a pirate. True pirates are not like this. They are free and unrestrained." Observing Ace's feeble defense, Morin scoffed, "Free? Unrestrained? Ha! A group of unproductive pirates. What right do they have to live without constraints? Ace, you must understand that their seemingly carefree existence is built upon the plunder of innocent civilians. Of course, I do not deny that there exist pirates who have never resorted to such pillaging, but to call them pirates would be a misnomer. They are more akin to dream-seeking adventurers, and such individuals are exceedingly rare. Those like you, standing before me, are the true, numerous pirates of this world." Chapter 46. A meeting of rivals. Morin never considered himself to be a paragon of justice. In fact, for the most part, he regarded himself as somewhat self-centered, primarily concerned with his own well-being and that of those he cherished. The distinction between right and wrong is often nebulous, influenced by one's perspective. And Morin refused to be constrained by the moral dichotomies perceived by others. He chose to act according to his own convictions. He was not one to embody the idealistic figure, overflowing with a sense of justice and duty, preaching principles of mercy to pirates. Yet, he was not one to resort to violence at the mere sight of them. Throughout the years, Morin encountered a few unconventional pirates who refrained from pillaging merchant vessels or civilians, instead opting to engage in pirate-on-pirate conflicts. On occasions, they even offered assistance to distressed civilians. As long as these pirates did not provoke him, Morin had no inclination to pursue them. However, it must be said that apart from their shared insignia of piracy, Morin was more inclined to categorize them as bounty hunters or adventurers. Such individuals, however, were exceedingly rare, and one could never guarantee that, on the morrow, they would not devolve into true pirates. As Morin recounted his experiences, Ace beside him exhibited a shifting demeanor. Due to his own upbringing, Ace had always been resolute and more mature than his peers. In the present day, his perceptions were continually challenged by the sights and experiences he encountered, nearly shattering the preconceived notions of pirates he held. Despite having heard numerous accounts of their cruelty and cunning, how could he truly grasp the essence of that brutality without first-hand experience? Ace stammered, I. Witnessing Ace's stunned silence, rendered speechless by the weight of Morin's revelations, Morin chose not to elaborate further. The adage Rome was built in a day rings true. Some ingrained beliefs are not easily dismantled. After escorting Ace on a circuit through Iron Hoof Town, Morin returned to the grove where Taoya resided. There, he observed the soldier he had encountered earlier, who had relatives in Iron Hoof Town, assisting a woman in her 30s or 40s as she received treatment from Taoya. Morin left Taoya and her 50-odd naval comrades behind, preparing for the possibility of a pirate resurgence. Morin, accompanied by the remaining 150 naval officers, hastened towards the capital of the Kingdom of Chio Rivers, riding in the carriage provided by the mayor of Iron Hoof Town. Meanwhile, the notorious captain of the spiked pirate crew, the formidable sea rogue known as Sea Urchin Madiga, whose bounty had soared to a staggering 78 million berries, had already breached the gates of the capital. He strode through the streets of the royal city with reckless abandon, flanked by a shadowy figure cloaked in darkness. Observing Madiga's leisurely pace, the cloaked individual hesitated for a moment before stepping closer to him, offering a pointed reminder, "Captain Madiga, my master has tasked you with recruiting personnel and funding the reconstruction of the spiked pirate crew, not merely to amble about. The news of the pirate invasion of the Kingdom of Chio Rivers has surely spread by now, and it won't be long before nearby naval branches dispatch troops for assistance. Should we fail to accomplish what our master has commanded, even you, Captain Madiga, shall face dire consequences." At these words, a flicker of darkness crossed Madiga's gaze as he turned, his voice cold as ice. "Are you instructing me on my duties?" The cloaked figure stumbled back in trepidation, feeling as though he stood before a venomous serpent poised to strike. Yet, Amidst his panic, he recalled that he represented not just himself, but a figure of immense power. Thus, he straightened his posture, but the presence of a pirate with such a monumental bounty still instilled a sense of dread within him. After careful consideration, he replied, "Of course, I would never presume to instruct the captain. I merely wish to emphasize the importance of not delaying the task assigned by my master. After all, if we fail to seize the treasury controlled by the Minister of Finance, the future funding for the development of the spiked pirate crew will inevitably be curtailed." Madiga's eyes glinted with an intensified coldness as he perceived the veiled threat within the cloaked figure's words. However, in the next instant, he tempered his glare, breaking into a grin as he clapped a hand upon the cloaked one's shoulder. "Ha ha ha, I am well aware of the task set forth by my master. It is in our mutual interest, and I, Madiga, am no fool. Rest assured, before the Navy arrives, we shall undoubtedly breach the gates of the kingdom's treasury." With that declaration, Madiga waved his hand and led his core band of pirates, who had narrowly escaped from the Grand Line, towards the treasury of the Kingdom of Chio Rivers. Behind him, the cloaked individual fell silent for a moment before gesturing for the remaining pirates to follow in an orderly fashion. Unlike the unrestrained yet fiercely intimidating crew trailing Madiga, the pirates behind the cloaked figure exuded a markedly weaker presence, resembling a disciplined military unit more than a band of rogues. As Madiga and his crew pressed deeper into the heart of the royal capital, Molan, accompanied by over 100 soldiers, swiftly made his way to the capital of the Kingdom of Tuliver. Upon entering the city, he quickly sensed a cacophony of screams erupting from the streets. Reacting to the distressing sounds, Molan vanished from atop his carriage and reappeared at the very spot where the screams originated. Before long, he encountered several pirates surrounding a beautiful young maiden of 17 or 18, ruthlessly tearing at her garments. "Scum!" he exclaimed. In an instant, a flash of his sword sent blood splattering. As he advanced, the lifeless bodies of pirates littered the ground behind him. For those at a greater distance, he unleashed a wave of sword energy, cleaving the marauders in two from afar. Most of these pirates were mere commoners wielding firearms or blades, with only a handful possessing any notable strength, yet none could reach Molan, as they fell before him in swift succession. Thus, he forged ahead, unstoppable, traversing multiple streets before pausing momentarily. Before him appeared a young man with golden, curly hair, motivator, the captain of the piercing pirates. News of Molan's massacre had spread so rapidly that even motivator, who had recently set out for the kingdom's treasury, was compelled to turn back. Chapter 47. A burning hatred. If Molan continued on this path of destruction, the newly reformed piercing pirates would face annihilation once more, a fate motivator was unwilling to witness. "It's you." Upon recognizing the familiar yet strange visage of motivator, a wave of memories washed over Molan, igniting an overwhelming desire for vengeance within him. For he had identified this golden-haired youth as the very architect of the tragic massacre in the kingdom of Oikit that had nearly cost him his life. When enemies meet, the animosity is palpable. In this vessel of existence, Morin harbors an indelible enmity towards the pirate, Modia. Even though his predecessor has perished and Morin has inherited this body, the profound hatred and intertwined destinies remain unbroken. Moreover, his innate disdain for such a pirate, who has committed the heinous crime of sacking a city, is palpable. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. What truly vexes Morin is the mere sight of this individual. When confronted with Morin's inquiries, Modia displayed minimal reaction. As a notorious pirate with a bounty of 78 million berries, it is hardly surprising that he would be recognized, despite his current state of decline. Modia is undoubtedly a formidable figure in the East Sea, standing at the pinnacle of its piracy. This is precisely why the military minister of this nation sought his collaboration to seize the national treasury. In fact, he had covertly recruited a considerable number of seasoned pirates to aid Modia, though Modia was well aware that many among them were the minister's privately trained soldiers. Yet, what concern is that of his? As long as these individuals are willing to serve him, they become his subordinates, regardless of their origins. For the majority of bloodthirsty pirates, loyalty is a luxury. Modia is convinced that by forging a powerful alliance with the military minister, his spike pirate crew can swiftly reclaim its former glory and even ascend to greater heights. It will not be long before he reigns supreme over the East Sea. And then he shall return to the Grand Line to avenge his previous disgrace. As Modia languished in his daydreams, an overwhelming sense of peril jolted him back to reality, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. A dire warning echoed in his mind. Thorned armor. With a sudden whoosh, the once dashing Modia was transformed into a monstrous figure shrouded in black, spiky armor, resembling a colossal sea urchin. The fearsome spikes, each exceeding a meter in length, combined with a thick, dark shell were enough to instill dread in any onlooker. Motia possessed the powers of the animal type, sea urchin fruit. And this thorned armor was a manifestation of his abilities, a formidable combination of offense and defense. It was this very power that had enabled him to escape with his life after a prior defeat on the Grand Line. However, today, this life-preserving capability seemed insufficient. With a resounding clang of metal, a substantial portion of Motia's armor, hardened to the toughness of steel, was severed in an instant. How could this be? My thorned armor. As he witnessed the sparks fly from the shattered armor, Motia's pupils constricted in disbelief. He knew that his armor had been honed to a hardness rivaling that of fine steel. Even those powerful swordsmen who had mastered the art of cutting through iron found it difficult to breach his thorned defense. Yet, before Morin's sword light, it was effortlessly cleaved asunder. This armor, I recall it well. It was this very armor that nearly led to our complete annihilation. Our fates intertwined with its inception, and now it finds its conclusion in this very moment. Morin gazed upon the vicious thorns of the armor, now far more menacing than he recalled. And a flicker of memory danced in his eyes. He then sheathed his sword. Unbeknownst to him, his position had shifted from directly in front of Motiaga to behind him. It was only upon hearing the sound of Morin's sword being sheathed that Motiaga began to react. Instinctively, he turned to look back. Yet, with this movement, he hastened the end of his own life. The sound echoed ominously, as if a single motion had set off a chain reaction throughout his entire being. Motiaga's turn seemed to trigger some hidden mechanism, causing his body to disintegrate like crimson blocks, scattering across the ground in an instant. With his back turned, Morin heard the sound, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. Morin is hardly a magnanimous individual. Somewhat resentful, in that fleeting moment, he unleashed hundreds of strikes. Though he did not rend Motia to pieces, he nonetheless alleviated a portion of the resentment that had long weighed upon his heart. After vanquishing this former adversary, he found a semblance of closure. Morin felt an immense sense of relief enveloping him. It was as if his spirit had been cleansed of all impurities, leaving him in a state of clarity. In that moment, Morin's soul appeared to transcend, soaring to unprecedented heights, harmonizing with the essence of the Tao. The once perplexing barriers of the sword path, which had long eluded his understanding, unraveled effortlessly before him. Even the sword intent he had forcibly comprehended through sheer effort, which had elevated him to the realm of a sword master, now flowed with newfound vitality. Though its power may not have significantly increased, it became lighter and more fluid, akin to a once rigid skill that had suddenly come to life. With a swift motion of his sword, Morin unleashed a devastating strike. In an instant, a colossal crescent-shaped wave of golden sword energy swept forth. The explosion of sword light resonated with a thunderous roar, traversing a distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The terrifying sword energy carved a profound, dark crack, measuring 100 meters long, several meters wide, and unfathomably deep, into the cobblestone street, before dissipating into nothingness. Along its path, anything that dared to obstruct the sword light was mercilessly shattered by this single strike. As the pirates returned with Motia, several cannons prepared for the assault on the inner city and an array of plundered treasures were reduced to mere fragments beneath Morin's formidable blow. Under the blade of Morin, a significant portion of the elite forces of the spiked pirate crew met their demise. Particularly, those rogues who had retreated from the Grand Line alongside Captain Motiago were decimated. The remaining members of the spiked pirate crew, even those who survived, were rendered pale with terror. A monster, a monster! How could a mere human unleash such a formidable strike? Foolishness! This is the soaring slash of a swordsman, a soaring strike over 100 meters long. Even an ordinary swordsman could scarcely achieve such a powerful blow. Who on earth is that individual? How could such a creature exist in the East Sea? Hey, is this really the time for such thoughts? Captain Motiago has fallen to that monster. What should we do next? Flee? Chapter 48. Invitation flee? Absolutely not. I refuse to die. I have only recently joined the spiked pirate crew and have yet to enjoy any of its benefits. I will not sacrifice myself for this crew. I surrender. With that declaration, the pirate tossed his rifle to the ground and raised his hands, shouting, I surrender. I surrender, with a leader emerging. The majority of the remaining pirates chose to abandon their weapons and surrender. Only a small faction, clinging to the hope of survival, grabbed their arms and fled. They were unwilling to perish, yet equally averse to being captured by the Navy. Thus, their only recourse was to escape. The strike became increasingly concentrated. Was this the benefit of heightened sword intent? Upon sensing the change in his own strike, Morin smiled and turned to deal with the fleeing pirates. The enhancement of his swordsmanship was an unexpected delight for Morin. However, to be candid, it did not significantly elevate his overall strength. After all, swordsmanship was merely one facet of Morin's prowess. After Morin vanquished the captain of the spiked pirate crew, Il Modiaco, the remaining pirates did not put up much of a fight. United with the kingdom's guards of Quilivers and the naval forces led by Morin, they were swiftly defeated and apprehended. In fact, due to the rapidity of Morin's actions against Modiaco, the splinter groups of the spiked pirates that attempted to sow chaos in other towns of Quilivers were still oblivious to their leader's demise when they were abruptly brought to an end. By the time tranquility returned to the kingdom, a significant portion of the day had already passed, and dusk had fully descended. That evening, in gratitude for the naval reinforcements, the King of Quilivers organized a grand banquet at the royal palace, extending invitations to all naval officers of lieutenant rank and above. As the slayer of the notorious pirate chief, Morin was an esteemed guest at this royal gathering. It was important to note that the adversary attacking Quilivers was none other than the infamous pirate Il Modiaco, who bore a bounty of a staggering 78 million berries. After the security officer in charge of interrogating the captured pirates pieced together their testimonies and the dismembered remains of Modiaco, the King of Quilivers was utterly astonished. Had this formidable pirate not been stopped, he could have wreaked havoc, potentially inflicting irreparable damage upon the kingdom and posing a genuine threat to the lives of the nobility. The king was filled with trepidation at this realization. Moreover, the foolish pirates had indiscriminately betrayed a military minister who had conspired with them. The rattled king showed no mercy towards these treacherous individuals, condemning their entire families to join the spiked pirates in the afterlife. Conversely, he felt profound gratitude towards Morin, who had indirectly saved their lives. To ensure Morin's presence at the banquet, the king even dispatched his youthful daughter, a radiant princess, to personally invite him. An invitation to the royal banquet? Morin mused, gazing at the youthful and enchanting princess before him, his eyes shimmering with excitement. However, the source of his elation was not solely due to the beauty standing before him, but rather the delectable dishes prepared by the palace chefs. As a well-known gourmand, Morin had never turned down an opportunity for a complimentary meal, especially one as anticipated as this royal feast. Years prior, he had the fortune to attend a banquet at the palace, where he had become the undeniable center of attention, devouring the majority of the food to the astonishment of the royal elite. Although he had been unceremoniously dragged out by his uncle, he had left with an abundance of culinary delights. A royal banquet undoubtedly featured an array of exquisite ingredients, from grilled sea creatures to 8 treasure fish, colossal lobsters, deep-sea cod, and bear paws, encompassing a veritable cornucopia of delicacies. Moreover, the chef's meticulous preparation ensured that the dishes were not only visually appealing but also tantalizingly flavorful. One particular dish, the heart of the ocean, a rare, multicolored shellfish delicacy, had even triggered 2 points of taste sensation, unveiling a new realm of culinary discovery for Morin. He was astonished to learn that aside from the peculiar devil fruits, there existed other means to evoke such a sensory response. Regrettably, despite engaging renowned chefs to craft exquisite meals for him thereafter, he had yet to experience that sensation again. This would mark Morin's second invitation to such a prestigious banquet, and he could not help but wonder if this occasion would present another opportunity for a dish that could evoke the elusive taste sensation. With these thoughts dancing in his mind, he looked forward to the evening ahead. Molin unhesitatingly printed the invitation for the little princess. However, the glimmer in Molin's eyes seemed to be misinterpreted by the little princess, as a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, prompting her to shyly avert her gaze. Concealing half of her face with a fan, the little princess offered a coy smile to Molin, stating, "I shall await the esteemed colonel's arrival in the palace." Subsequently, she departed in a carriage, escorted by her maidens and guards. Within the carriage, after drawing the beaded curtain, the once bashful royal princess, who had resembled an innocent young girl, revealed a disdainful smile and softly murmured, "The iron-blooded colonel of the navy, a master swordsman, is nothing extraordinary. He will inevitably bow before my allure." In the temporary encampment of the navy, Morin's ears twitched slightly before she turned her gaze towards the direction in which the royal princess's carriage had vanished. Shaking her head with a bemused smile, another woman who was inconsistent in her words and actions. Upon hearing this, Tao Yao, standing beside Molin, shot him a glance before turning away and retorting, "Isn't that rather commonplace? How many women raised in the royal environment possess uncomplicated thoughts? However, I did not expect you to truly accept her invitation. I assumed you would decline." "Decline? Why would I refuse?" Molin asked in astonishment as he looked at Tao Yao. "After all this time, have you ever seen me turn down a complimentary dinner?" A complimentary dinner. Tao Yao exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. You cannot possibly be intending to make a name for yourself at the royal banquet, becoming a notorious glutton, can you? Chapter 49. The banquet. Morin shrugged and retorted, is there anything wrong with that? Tao Yao fell silent for less than a second before placing a hand on her forehead and said, my dear Colonel, are you truly contemplating complete self-destruction? You must remember that the last time you engaged in such a notorious act, your mother personally called to lecture you for an entire half-day, fretting that you might struggle to find a wife because of it. After all, you are already 23 this year, and if you remain single any longer, your mother will certainly grow anxious. Hearing this, Morin couldn't help but roll his eyes. I am not anxious. Why are you? It was indeed a case of the emperor being unhurried while the eunuchs fretted. At the tender age of 23, which in my previous life would have been merely the time of graduating from university, why would one be in a hurry to find a spouse? Moreover, Morin himself lacked a sense of security. Seeking a girlfriend at this juncture would only exacerbate that insecurity. Besides, given his own good looks and capabilities, Morin was confident he wouldn't struggle to find a partner. After all, had he not seen the venerable Edward Newgate, that elderly gentleman surrounded day and night by countless young and beautiful nurses tending to him with utmost care? However, while Morin remained unperturbed, his parents were quite anxious. Their son, having risen to the rank of a powerful naval colonel at such a young age, was undoubtedly a source of pride for them. Yet, the fact that he was in his 20s without a girlfriend stirred their concern. This world did not advocate for late marriages or childbearing. It was commonplace to see individuals in their early 20s already blessed with families. Furthermore, after the incident where Morin consumed a banquet meant for hundreds, his mother's anxiety intensified. She had called him just the other day to impart her worries at length, leaving Morin with a headache. If he were to repeat such behavior, he could guarantee another round of parental admonishment awaited him. What a headache indeed! As he contemplated this, Morin rubbed his temples in frustration. Observing his distress, Talia stifled a laugh, her enchanting beauty complemented by her radiant smile, exuding an astonishing allure. Even the sailors who often saw her aboard the ship found themselves momentarily entranced. Morin himself was momentarily taken aback. However, in the next instant, an ingenious idea struck him. A potential escape from the matrimonial pressures. Are you enjoying my discomfort? How about this? Next time my mother brings it up, you can accompany me home and pretend to be my girlfriend. Let us see who ends up more troubled. You wish, Tao Yao retorted playfully, rolling her eyes and turning away without a backward glance. Morin glanced at it without giving it much thought, as he merely intended it as a jest. However, unbeknownst to him, on the face of Tao Yao, who swiftly departed behind his back, a flush of crimson crept across her features at that moment. It remained uncertain whether this rosy hue was merely a reflection of the fire's glow or a natural blush adorning her visage. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, after changing into a pristine uniform, Morin, Tao Yao, and Batty hurriedly made their way to the royal palace of the Kingdom of Rivers. When Morin and his companions arrived at the royal palace, the atmosphere within the Kingdom of Quivers was already alive with exuberance. Nobles clad in an array of evening gowns mingled in small groups, reveling in the festivities of the banquet hall. The ladies, with their charming smiles, scrutinized the gentlemen with keen, sparkling eyes. Meanwhile, the so-called gentlemen engaged in lofty discussions regarding state affairs, yet could not resist casting furtive glances at the elegantly adorned socialites, who radiated an even more captivating allure than usual. As a co-host of the soiree, the royal princess, resplendent in her finery, became the focal point of all attention. Within the palace, the ambience was one of merriment and gaiety, but just a wall away, the common folk, having recently endured a pirate siege, huddled silently in their homes, nursing their wounds. Although Morin's timely arrival had mitigated further casualties, prior to his intervention, the Kingdom of Quivers had already suffered the loss of thousands, be it from pirate assaults, misfires, or fires. Outside the palace, families mourning their loved ones lost to the calamity were engulfed in indescribable sorrow. In stark contrast, the so-called aristocrats and elite within the palace remained oblivious to the surrounding tragedies, displaying an air of indifference. This blatant disregard elicited a chill in the gazes of Morin and his companions. Had it not been for the tantalizing feast within, Morin would have been compelled to depart in disdain. The arrival of Morin and his fellow naval officers became yet another focal point of the banquet. Although several other naval lieutenants and captains were present in the palace, everyone in attendance understood who the true protagonist of the evening was. Even the other captains, overshadowed by Morin's presence, did not take offense. Firstly, Morin's rank surpassed that of most attendees. Secondly, and perhaps most importantly, they held profound respect for his prowess. A solitary swordsman who had single-handedly vanquished a notorious pirate with a bounty of 78 million berries was not someone they could compare themselves to. Some among them had even witnessed the terrifying sword mark, spanning over 100 meters, left on the streets of the capital. Faced with such a formidable display of skill, none in attendance believed they could withstand such a devastating strike. Upon Morin's arrival, a few majors and one colonel took the initiative to greet him. Colonel McCarthy of the 69th Division, having long heard of Morin's legendary reputation without ever meeting him, expressed his astonishment at Morin's capabilities. Indeed, the mark left by your astonishing slash on the street is something most swordsmen could not hope to replicate, he exclaimed. Haha, indeed. I too made a point to witness that incredible destructive force. It left me utterly awestruck. I am Major Hasley of the 68th Division, honored to meet you, Colonel Morin. After a round of introductions, Morin became acquainted with these naval officers, one colonel and three majors, all hailing from a branch based near the kingdom of Chio Rivers. Upon learning of the pirate siege, they had hastened their journey by ship, though they arrived slightly too late. Had Morin not fortuitously intervened and decisively eliminated the pirate leader, the consequences would have been dire. The kingdom of Chio Rivers fell within their jurisdiction, and any misfortune befalling it would undoubtedly lead to repercussions for them, given that it was a member state under the protection of the world government. While engaging with Morin, the officers' gazes frequently drifted toward Tao Yao. Although she wore merely a pink robe with a naval officer's coat thrown over it, her natural beauty, even in such a simple attire, exuded an enchanting allure. Reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water, unadorned and pure. Even the beauty of the royal princess, half-host of the banquet, seemed eclipsed by Tao Yao's presence. This was evident as the men in attendance covertly shifted their attention to Tao Yao rather than the princess. Confronted with these unwelcome glances, Tao Yao harbored an unmistakable disdain. Unperturbed by their scrutiny, she employed her abilities to conjure swirling petals and intoxicating fragrances of peach blossoms within the palace hall. Noticing something amiss, Morin turned to Tao Yao. Upon catching a glimpse of her displeasure, he merely smiled, deciding not to intervene. Allowing Tao Yao to teach these men a lesson might indeed serve to instill some sense into them. Observing the hall, he watched as the attendees began to lose focus. Entranced in a mysterious illusion, Moulin extended his hand and swiftly pulled his subordinates from the mesmerizing illusion. He then handed them a plate, instructing them to procure their evening meal. As for Moulin himself, he approached the bountiful array of delicacies lining the hall and began to indulge heartily. During his rapid consumption, he realized that attending this banquet was indeed fortuitous, as he encountered culinary delights that were genuinely acknowledged by the system. The first dish, the vegetarian 8 delicacies, was a stunning creation featuring 8 exquisite ingredients: fragrant mushrooms from the post-rain harvest, black fungus grown beside fragrant nama trees, premium carrots, tender bamboo shoots, matsutake mushrooms, shredded tofu, rehydrated royal kelp, and young garlic sprouts. This delightful dish, presented artfully by the chef, resembled a picturesque scroll. Its unparalleled freshness, tender texture, and melt-in-the-mouth quality compelled even the carnivorous Moulin to commend the vegetarian 8 delicacies. This single dish provided him with a remarkable 8 points of nourishment. The second dish, wine-braised bear paw, involved the meticulous preparation of a fresh bear paw. It was simmered for 2 hours in a pot of clear water. Then the coarse skin was scraped away, followed by the removal of fine hair and hardened calluses. Afterward, it was repeatedly stewed in a fresh broth, wrapped in cheesecloth to remove the bones. The bear paw was then simmered in a broth made from chicken, duck, and pork bones, with wine added during the process, allowing it to slowly reduce until the sauce was rich and the paw tender. The final product was a dazzling silver red, with a sticky texture, savory sweet flavor, and a rich aroma of wine, making it a rare culinary treasure. The third dish, golden lamb, and the fourth dish, special 8 treasure fish, were also exquisite. With Moulin's rapid swallowing, these delectable dishes swiftly found their way into his stomach. In the blink of an eye, he had cleared an entire table of food. Observing this, Buddy and the others instinctively recalled the shadow of being dominated by Moulin at the dining table and hurriedly scurried around various tables, piling food onto their plates. Eventually, even Tao joined their ranks. Having just expended considerable mental energy using the peach blossom enchantment, a nourishing meal was the perfect remedy for her. Approximately 20 minutes later, the vast array of food meant to satisfy hundreds had nearly vanished into Moulin's belly. Yet, despite consuming such an abundance, his stomach merely swelled slightly. Satisfied, he patted his belly, feeling perfectly content. With a sense of fulfillment, he departed the royal palace of the Kingdom of Quilivers, accompanied by the well-fed Tao Yao and his companions. After Morin and the others departed, deep within the palace of the Kingdom of Rivers, the old king observed Morin's retreating figure and remarked with a smile, "An intriguing young fellow. Bellies, as a fellow swordsman, do you possess the confidence to best him?" Behind the old king, a middle-aged female swordsman cradling a slender blade shook her head in response. "A swordsman? He is far more than merely that." The moment my observation hockey approached him, it was shattered by his sword intent, that aura of swordsmanship. The old king furrowed his brow. "What? Even you lack the assurance to defeat him?" After a moment of silence, Bellies replied, "He is perilous, more so than you can fathom. In combat with him, I do not even possess the belief in my own survival." Upon hearing this, the old king's body jolted violently. "How can this be?" he exclaimed. "Bellies, you are the hidden trump card of the Kingdom of Rivers. With the Kingdom's backing, you have traveled the Grand Line and even the New World in your youth, returning only a decade ago to assume the role of guardian of the kingdom. You are indeed a true swordsman of exceptional caliber. Moreover, equipped with a finely crafted blade procured by the kingdom, even among swordsmen, Bellies is not weak. Yet, in the face of Morin, she harbors no confidence in her survival. Just how formidable is Morin? It is said that this iron-blooded colonel remains unmarried. What do you think of me marrying him to Eve?" Upon realizing Morin's strength, the old king's eyes sparkled with a glint of ambition, as if he entertained a different kind of thought. Given Morin's prowess, he would undoubtedly not remain simply a colonel. The ranks of rear admiral, or even vice admiral, could hardly be his ultimate destination, especially since he is not without connections within the navy, with both strength and backing. As long as Morin does not fall, the old king could almost predict his boundless future. A timely investment could potentially provide the Kingdom of Rivers with a powerful ally. After distancing himself from the palace, Morin cast a glance back at the tower where the old king resided. Hidden powers within the Kingdom of Rivers? A swordsman? It seems one cannot underestimate the nations allied with the world government. If a swordsman lurks within the kingdoms of the East Sea, one can only imagine what extraordinary beings are concealed within the Grand Line and the New World, where strong adversaries abound. Chapter 51. The renowned blade. Morin's understanding of this world deepened further. He instinctively rubbed his stomach, relieved by the thought, "Fortunately, I possess an advantage. As long as I indulge in delectable cuisine, I shall grow stronger. Just wait a few more years, and I will become formidable enough to venture into the Grand Line to savor its unique delicacies. At present, the Grand Line remains perilously dangerous for me. I must allow myself to mature further." Having resolved this, Morin quickened his pace, swiftly returning to the hotel where he and his fellow Navy soldiers were lodged. This establishment was not only their residence, but had been willingly arranged by the Kingdom of Rivers, with all expenses incurred during their stay to be covered by the kingdom, a subtle benefit of their support. As for any additional costs incurred during their lodging, Morin was none the wiser. Not long after the departure of Morin and others, the enchanting effects of Tao Yao's peach blossom illusion gradually faded in the absence of her abilities. Slowly, among the crowd, those with formidable mental fortitude began to emerge from the realm crafted by Tao Yao, regaining their senses. They beheld the chaotic banquet hall, confusion etched upon many faces. What had transpired just moments ago? It seemed as though I had glimpsed something. Once free from Tao Yao's fabricated environment, most individuals were left utterly drained, both mentally and physically. Some appeared despondent and lost, clearly unable to fully detach from the previous experience. Despite Tao Yao's relatively mild punishment, which did not conjure excessively terrifying illusions, it still took a considerable toll on the minds of ordinary people. Some overindulged scions nearly fainted within the palace. What in the world had occurred? The attendees were the ruling elite of the Kingdom of Rivers. While not all were exceptionally astute, there were certainly many fools among them. After a brief exchange, most realized they had been ensnared by the schemes of certain individuals, just as they were filled with righteous indignation. Eager to unearth the mastermind behind the chaos, the aged king of Rivers made his entrance into the palace hall. With a grand gesture, he commanded the removal of the empty platters and the introduction of a fresh array of fruits and pastries, announcing the continuation of the banquet. During this interlude, the old king took a moment to express his gratitude to the naval officers present and lauded Colonel Morin, who had vanquished the sea urchin monster, with great praise. Publicly, he conferred upon Colonel Morin the title of Honorary Baron of the Kingdom of Rivers. Although this honorary title may seem trivial, it carried substantial benefits. It not only afforded Morin numerous privileges above the common citizenry within the kingdom, but also signified his official ascent from the ranks of the common folk to the esteemed nobility of Rivas. Should Morin decide to settle in the kingdom of Rivas in the future, he might even consider acquiring a genuine baronial title, one that could be passed down through generations. While Morin himself might not place great value on this honorary title, many present were visibly envious. The nobility of Rivas is scarce, and for most, simply holding this title was a matter worthy of fierce competition. Though many ministers of Rivas harbored dissatisfaction and jealousy towards this development, their shrewdness led them to quickly discern the old king's favorable disposition towards Morin. Thus, once the king had declared the banquet's continuation, others refrained from voicing further objections, burying their discontent deep within. After leaving the palace, Morin remained oblivious to the events that had unfolded in his absence. However, the following morning, he was unexpectedly presented with a generous gift from the palace. This bounty included military supplies for the sturgeon, covering 2 months, along with a beautifully wrapped box encased in wood. What could this mysterious gift contain? As Morin opened the gift box before him, he was astonished to find a gleaming silver longsword nestled within. What is this weapon? It radiated an icy chill, measuring approximately 1.67 meters in length. Its style archaic and slightly curved, resembling a tang sword. There was no mistaking it. This was the renowned blade, Frost Dew, crafted by one of the 50 master artisans of the illustrious Liang Kuai Dao. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Morin had never anticipated that after causing the royal family of the kingdom of Tsiuli Fuzi to lose face at last night's banquet, the old king would present him with such a magnificent sword the following day. The world of pirates is vast, with countless nations scattered across the ocean like raindrops. The combined population of the various islands and towns is astronomical. Yet, the number of famous swords in this world is remarkably limited. Even though exceptional craftsmen occasionally forge new renowned blades, their overall quantity remains exceedingly rare. One could say that on the high seas, a genuine famous sword is far scarcer than a swordsman. Moreover, most of these legendary weapons reside in the royal treasuries of world governments or various kingdoms, hidden from prying eyes. This has resulted in most swordsmen wielding only finely crafted, tempered swords. Even Morin, who has navigated this world for several years, possesses only a swift blade of the demon sword, Yao Qie. From this perspective, the old king of the kingdom of Tsiuli Fuzi indeed demonstrated great sincerity in gifting Morin a swordsman, such a treasured weapon. How fascinating, indeed. For Morin, regardless of the old king's intentions, he felt no fear. He would confront any challenge that came his way. Upon his fingers brushing against the famed sword, Frost Dew, an overwhelming desire to consume surged within him. Driven by the tantalizing aroma of exquisite cuisine, Morin, recalling a previous experience, hesitated not a moment before bringing his mouth close to the sword's spine, taking a gentle inhalation. With a slurp, he drew forth a tangible yet intangible essence from the blade and swallowed it whole. The sensation was as refreshing and cool as a chilled jelly, reminiscent of mango pudding. Ding! The system detected that the host is indulging in a special delicacy, Nutrients 111. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a portion of Joy of the Heart. Joy of the Heart, Frost Dew, a unique ambience that has gathered the sword intent of numerous swordsmen over half a lifetime, infused with their essence. Chapter 52, A Fateful Encounter. It also serves as a precious delicacy, chronicling the sword intent of these masters, and the moments leading to their demise. Will the host consume this Joy of the Heart to learn the swordsmanship contained within? Note, a rare opportunity for swordsmanship experience, upon learning. It will enhance your swordsmanship to a certain degree. Delighted by such an unexpected boon, Morin readily agreed. Confirm. In that instant of affirmation, in that moment, Morin seemed to gaze into eternity, transforming into various swordsmen. Some were revered by thousands, their names echoing across the land. Others were solitary figures, bound to their swords for a lifetime. There were those who had taken countless lives, leaving a path of blood and carnage, feared by all as demons. Yet, some were high-ranking dignitaries, who, despite their lifelong companionship with swords, had seldom wielded them in true combat. Throughout myriad lifetimes and cycles, these figures shared a singular connection. Each swordsman held a longsword named Frost Dew. After an indeterminate passage of time, Morin exhaled deeply and reopened his eyes. Indeed, perhaps it was due to the former master of Frost Dew being more formidable than the wielder of the cursed blade. Or perhaps Morin's current state of being was incomparable to his past. This time, the joy he derived from his insights far surpassed his previous experience. Although he had yet to transcend the realm of the sword master, he had made significant progress within his current level. With both the renowned sword Frost Dew and the cursed blade secured at his side, Morin felt a sense of unexpected fulfillment as he prepared to depart from the kingdom of Caraivas. As for the intentions or plans of the aging king, Morin paid them no heed. However, upon counting his companions and preparing to set sail, he discovered that one person was missing. Where has that fellow Ace gone? He pondered. At the banquet the previous night, Morin had intended to bring Ace along. Yet, for reasons unknown, perhaps the impact of what he had witnessed during the day, or a distaste for the noble officials, Ace had declined the invitation, opting instead to remain at the inn. Morin respected Ace's wishes, knowing that there were others at the inn to keep an eye on him, ensuring he would not wander off. However, upon returning last night, Morin had seen Ace still at the inn, so it was perplexing that he had vanished by morning. Ace? He borrowed some money from me this morning and went to the outskirts of the slums. I heard from the soldiers watching over him that he noticed some children while passing through the slums yesterday. And? Morin inquired. Though he could already surmise the implication, the mere mention of slums and children painted a vivid picture in his mind. Yet, he furrowed his brow and questioned. You lent him money without hesitation? And you all were here. He ventured into the slums alone? Batty nodded, confirming, indeed, he went by himself. Morin gazed at Buddy in silence, exasperated, and remarked, Are you truly so at ease with Ace? He is but a troublesome child with aspirations of becoming a pirate. If not, Vice Admiral Garp would not have entrusted me with his upbringing. By relinquishing your oversight, you might find that this rascal could very well abscond. Moreover, to allow a child to wander the chaotic streets of the impoverished, laden with money, is quite audacious of you, Buddy. In response to Morin's grievances, Buddy chuckled nonchalantly. Precisely because he is a troubled youth, I believe it is imperative for him to witness the stark realities of this society. After all, there are numerous ordinary people who suffer at the hands of pirates. As for Ace's safety and the possibility of his fleeing, you need not worry, Colonel. I have taken measures to ensure that someone is watching over him. Morin unexpectedly glanced at Buddy and inquired, You know someone here? Buddy nodded, chuckling, Haha. I ran into him just yesterday upon my return. He is a fellow naval intern from my cohort, a dear brother of mine. He had to leave the Navy to inherit his family business, but now he is a formidable figure in the River's kingdom, with him watching over Ace. You need not worry, Colonel. No sooner had Buddy spoken than two individuals clad in checkered shirts rushed into the hotel, frantically exclaiming, This is bad. This is bad. Lieutenant Buddy, the child you showed to our boss, he is in trouble. What? Buddy's mouth fell agape at the alarming news. Just as he had assured Morin, he was now faced with an unexpected blow to his confidence, the speed of which was astonishing. Yet, he was too preoccupied to dwell on his embarrassment. He hurriedly approached them, asking, What happened? What is wrong with Ace? The two in checkered shirts, panting heavily, explained. We don't quite understand either. He seemed fine just moments ago. We took him to a modest shop to buy food and fruit, which we distributed to the children in the slums. Later, there was a fruit of lesser quality left, and when Ace felt thirsty, he ate it. However, right after consuming it, he began to act strangely. Lesser quality fruit. At this, Morin's gaze suddenly became distant. Lesser quality fruit. Could it be? Before Morin could voice his thoughts, Buddy, now anxious, pressed, What do you mean by strange? What is Ace's condition now? The two in checkered shirts exchanged fearful glances, then swallowed hard, admitting, I hesitate to say, but Ace's body temperature is alarmingly high, and he occasionally emits small flames, which is quite frightening. Upon hearing this, Morin behind Buddy let out a sigh of relief, followed by a bittersweet smile. Fruit, elevated body temperature, and small flames. Evidently, this time his suspicions were confirmed. The fruit Ace consumed was undoubtedly a devil fruit, perhaps even his destined flame fruit. But was it truly the fruit Ace ingested at this moment? Or was there some infernal butterfly effect at play? As Morin pondered various possibilities with a mixture of amusement and bewilderment, he and Lieutenant Buddy, under the guidance of the flamboyantly dressed individual, hastily made their way to the location where Ace was situated. At that moment, Ace found himself inexplicably lifted onto a stone table. Chapter 53, Collector's Edition Photographs. A crowd had gathered around him, busily dousing him with water to extinguish the sporadic flames that flickered upon his body. Upon arriving at the scene, Morin cast a brief glance at Ace before commencing a search of the surroundings. Before long, he discovered a half-rotten, foul-smelling orange-red spherical fruit nestled in a corner basket. The fruit skin was adorned with countless small, flame-like spiral patterns, resembling the exterior of a devil fruit, leaving Morin momentarily speechless. Indeed, it is a flame fruit, he mused. He extended a finger and prodded the half-eaten flame fruit, which had been gnawed down by Ace. To his astonishment, the severely decayed devil fruit swiftly turned black and disintegrated into a mushy mass. Gazing at the putrid substance, Morin, who usually possessed an insatiable appetite, felt a rare wave of nausea. Was it true that the essence of the devil fruit is transferred at the very moment it is consumed by the first eater? Shaking his head, Morin pushed through the crowd and hoisted Ace onto his shoulder, making his way back. "Buddy, Colonel, Ace." Morin waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's nothing of great significance, merely the aftermath of consuming an utterly distasteful fruit. There is no cause for concern. Everyone can disperse now." Thus, Morin carried Ace and made his way out of the slums. Along this journey, Morin observed numerous children and women huddled in the corners of the slums, their faces etched with worry as they gazed at Ace. From the slight bulge in their pockets and the fruits clutched in their hands, Morin seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. As he exited the slum, he addressed Buddy, who trailed behind him, saying, "I recall that our ship's provisions should suffice for at least a month, correct?" Buddy paused momentarily before responding, "You underestimate our supplies. We have enough to sustain us for a month and a half. Moreover, this is based on your standards. If we consider the reserves of similar vessels, our provisions could adequately support the crew for 3 months." With an impassive expression, Morin turned to Buddy and said, "I am aware of my substantial appetite. There is no need for your particular reminder." After casting a cold glance at Buddy, Morin turned away and quickened her pace to depart. Once she had distanced herself, a voice, uniquely belonging to Morin, suddenly resonated in Buddy's ear. "After replenishing the half-month supply we are lacking on our vessel, refrain from adding to the burden of the sturgeon. Also, instruct someone to distribute the remaining provisions to the impoverished in the slums. We have no use for it, so let it not go to waste." Hearing Morin's voice, which seemed to bind itself solely to him, Mr. Buddy paused for a moment, and a subtle smile emerged on his typically stoic visage. Adjusting his coat, he surveyed the slums and contemplated, with the arrival of winter, this batch of food should alleviate the suffering of many in the slums of River's Kingdom this year. He then resolved to promptly assign tasks to the youngsters, for with such an abundance of food, it would take a considerable time to distribute it all. Upon returning to the hotel where he was staying, Morin casually tossed Ace into the hotel bathtub and paid him no further heed. This fortunate fellow, having effortlessly acquired a natural-type devil fruit of immeasurable worth, could consider any ensuing discomfort a mere trifle. Although the initial transformation required considerable time to fully alter the user's physique, endowing the wielder with elemental capabilities, the process was not excessively prolonged. Approximately half an hour after Morin returned with Ace, the latter began to stir in the hotel bathroom. Upon awakening and noticing his own bare form, Ace could not suppress a panicked scream. "Ah!" Bang! Just moments after Ace's exclamation, Morin, clutching one ear, stumbled in. Exasperated. "What is all the noise about? It's utterly irritating." Upon seeing Morin enter, Ace frantically covered his vulnerable parts with his hands and shouted, "Get out! Don't you knock before entering? TCH, look at the little sprout getting all shy." Morin retorted with a mocking roll of her eyes, placing a newly purchased outfit on a small stool in the bathroom. "By the way, I've left your clothes on the stool. Once you're dressed, feel free to come out." With that, without waiting for a response, Morin turned and exited the bathroom, slamming the door behind her with a decisive thud. After Morin exited, Ace, trembling in the corner of the bathtub, could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. However, just as Ace's mind began to unconsciously relax, the bathroom door was suddenly flung open. In an instant, Morin, camera in hand, snapped the shutter at a speed that left no time for Ace to cover his ears. Click, click, click. In less than a second, Morin's fingers flew over the camera's shutter, the incessant flashes nearly blinding Ace's large eyes. Before Ace could fully comprehend the situation, the bathroom door slammed shut with a resounding bang, locked tight. Gazing at the camera in his hand, Morin's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Ace's childhood collector's edition photographs, if they were to exist in a past life, would surely be fiercely coveted by countless otaku and fujoshi. I must keep these photos safe. Otherwise, if Ace were to find them, he would undoubtedly burn them all to ashes. After Morin closed the door once more, Ace, feeling sullied, watched as color drained from his face, leaving him pallid and ghostly. In the next moment, an uncontrollable rage ignited within him. "Ah, you bastard! I will kill you! I will kill you, you scoundrel!" Enraged, Ace felt as though he had transformed into a torrent of fury, his entire being ablaze. No, it was not merely a feeling at that moment. Ace was truly engulfed in flames. Fiery tongues of orange-red fire erupted from him, even his hands morphing into raging infernos. As the astonishing heat radiated from the bathroom, Morin stroked his chin, contemplating. This is a hotel. If it were to be damaged, I would be liable for the costs. I cannot allow that rascal Ace to vandalize property, for I certainly lack the funds to compensate for his recklessness. With this thought in mind, Morin returned to the bathroom once more, turned on the shower, and with his arm encased in a protective gauntlet, pressed Ace's head down, dousing his incomplete elemental form with a basin of water, providing him a refreshing chill. Chapter 54. The use of photographs half a day later. The sturgeon of Morin gently departed from the harbor of Ironhoof Town, leaving behind the kingdom of Chio Rivers and embarking on its voyage back to the Naval Branch number 127, presided over by Morin. As for how to educate Ace, Morin felt it prudent to set that aside for the moment. That rascal Ace, upon seeing him, reacted as if he had encountered the murderer of his father, almost wishing to draw a firearm from his trousers to eliminate himself. It was rather absurd, Morin mused, considering that Ace would hardly heed anything he said at present. Was it truly necessary for a grown man to harbor such a grudge over a few photographs? How petty. Chuckling to himself, Morin rummaged through the drawer of the captain's cabin and pulled out several candid photographs, instantly bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. The expression on this lad's face is priceless. That bewildered gaze and those awkwardly placed hands. I could die laughing, just as Morin was reveling in his amusement. An enraged shout erupted from the open doorway of the captain's cabin. You scoundrel, prepare to meet your end. With a flurry, Ace hurled fiery projectiles towards him, which hurtled swiftly through the air. In response, Morin flicked his fingers, unleashing a shockwave that extinguished the flames completely. Ace's small frame was sent flying backward, crashing onto the wooden planks outside the captain's cabin with a thud. Although knocked down, Ace was undeterred. He grit his teeth and scrambled back to his feet, glaring fiercely at Morin. Seeing the furious Ace, Morin couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. He waved a hand, saying, "Oh, such a small person with such a large temper. Is it really necessary? It was merely a few photographs. Consider them keepsakes. What child doesn't have a few shadows from their childhood? After all, a childhood devoid of shadows is incomplete." He continued, Now, don't be so upset. I took a few photos of you, and I shall show you one in return." Ace glared at Morin, his voice seething with anger. "Who wants to see your stuff? Just give me back my photos, or I will not let this rest." Morin found Ace's furious demeanor rather amusing. He retrieved a framed photograph from the drawer and teased, "Really not interested? If not, I, port asti, Ace, would sooner jump off this ship and drown than look at your ridiculous photo." Ace swore vehemently at Morin. Upon hearing these words, Morin feigned disappointment, saying, "Very well. If that is your stance, I shall put it away to spare you the sight of jumping ship in despair. I had thought that someone like you, who had never seen his mother since childhood, would be curious to know what she looked like and keep that memory close to heart. I took the liberty of bringing out my cherished photograph, but since you have no desire to see it, I shall retract it." As he spoke, Morin pretended to withdraw the photograph from the table. "My mother's photograph." Upon hearing this, the previously furious Ace stood frozen in place. "Indeed," Morin remarked, "Kapu, a man whose mind is wholly consumed by brawn, has managed to delicately preserve a photograph of Port Gasti, Rouge for Ace. It is quite commendable. Yet to expect him to prepare it in advance for Ace seems rather unreasonable." Thus, throughout his life, Ace has remained entirely oblivious to the visage of his mother. Upon learning from his grandfather, Kapu, and others about the immense sacrifices his mother made for his survival, he instinctively felt a profound yearning for her, the remarkable woman who bore him. He longed to encounter her, even if only within the realm of dreams. However, upon hearing that Morin possessed a photograph of his mother, Ace was momentarily taken aback. Particularly when Morin made a motion to retract the photo, Ace's urgency surged forth. He extended his hand and exclaimed loudly, "Wait." Morin rested one hand on the table while holding a photograph of Port Gasti, Rouge in the other, teasingly remarking, "What's the matter? Changed your mind? Did you not declare that you would leap from the ship and drown rather than gaze upon my photograph?" After a moment of hesitation, Ace, filled with trepidation, inquired, "Is that truly a photograph of my mother? Why would I deceive you? Carp has seen Rouge. You can easily confirm whether the woman in this photograph is indeed your mother upon meeting him," Morin replied. Ace contemplated this, recognizing that such a flimsy lie was not one Morin would concoct. Thus, it followed that the image in his hands must indeed be that of his mother. At that moment, he could no longer afford to dwell on his earlier oaths. He hurriedly approached Morin, fixated on the photograph. Observing Ace's eagerness, Morin ceased his teasing and tossed the photograph into Ace's hands. Ace, in a fluster, caught the flying frame, fearful that this exceptionally precious image might sustain damage. Through this photograph, Ace beheld his mother, Porte Rouge, for the first time, though it was merely a simple image. A fleeting glance was sufficient for Ace to instinctively recognize the gentle woman depicted as his mother. It was a peculiar sensation, ineffable yet undeniably real. In mere moments, Ace felt an overwhelming admiration for the woman portrayed in the photograph. As his emotions surged, vibrant orange flames erupted around him, causing the frame in his grasp to begin to singe slightly from the intense heat. In a swift motion, Morin snatched the photograph from Ace's hands before it could be damaged. "Hey, kid, what do you think you're doing? This is the only photograph I possess of Rouge, and it may very well be the only one in existence. This picture holds our cherished memories. If it were to be ruined, you'd better watch out." "Ah, give me back the photograph," Ace exclaimed, startled by the sudden loss. "Return it? This photograph is mine. I merely showed it to you, not gifted it." After several futile attempts to reclaim it, Ace, now exasperated, shouted, "Ah, that is my mother's photograph. Give it to me, quickly. You despicable bully." Picking on a child. Are you even human? Upon hearing this, Morin couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Huh, you still a child? Well, cease your cries. Given your connection to Lucio, allowing you a glimpse of this photograph is already an act of great kindness on my part. Moreover, considering you are currently incapable of controlling your own flames, should you inadvertently incinerate this photograph, you would find no solace for your tears." Chapter 55. A change in attitude. Upon hearing these words, Ace's initial excitement gradually waned. Those who are close to one another understand their own circumstances. Having just consumed the devil fruit, Ace found himself utterly unable to manage the immense energy surging within him. Just moments ago, in a fit of emotion, he nearly ignited a photograph of his mother. If the image of Porte Lucio were to be destroyed by his own hand, Ace would carry the burden of that regret for a lifetime. After considerable contemplation, even the flames enveloping him extinguished. Ace raised his head, looking at Morin with reluctance, and declared, "Humph. Once I master my abilities, I shall reclaim my mother's photograph. Until then, I entrust it to your care." He added, with a hint of concern, "Please ensure my mother's photograph remains unharmed. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable." Morin, the sight of Ace rendered Morin too apathetic to engage in any argument with him. Grabbing the collar of Ace's shirt with one hand, he pivoted and delivered a swift kick to Ace's rear, sending him sprawling. "Curse you, you little rascal." Ace, having been kicked away, grimaced as he rose, patting his slightly aching backside. Yet, this time, his face bore little trace of anger. Instead, a smile that he could not suppress lingered upon his lips. "Hee, I finally know what my mother looks like. Mother, wait for me. It won't be long before I retrieve your photograph. I assure you." The physical discomfort he felt was utterly eclipsed by the exhilaration coursing through Ace's spirit. However, amidst this excitement, a peculiar thought began to take root in his mind. Strange, how could that fellow have a photograph of his mother, and in that photo, his mother appeared so blissful? The expression in her eyes resembled that of Sister Mary gazing at her fiancé. If such a photograph was in that man's possession, it implied that it was either sent to him by his mother or perhaps he had taken it himself. That kind of gaze was unsettling. Though Ace was young, he was perceptive beyond his years, far more mature than his peers. Coupled with Morin's previous disdainful demeanor towards his so-called father, and Ace's own mother's peculiar attitude, along with Morin's youthful handsomeness and high status, which had yet to yield any marriage news, Ace could not help but entertain a strange and absurd conjecture. Could it be that this fellow shared an undisclosed past with his mother? Or perhaps his so-called father was the true third party? After all, his father had been 53 years old at the time of his death, making the term old man seem rather fitting, while his mother remained so youthful. The age disparity between them struck him as mismatched. If there were a romantic entanglement between them, it would seem far more plausible. Perhaps it was a childhood disdain for his biological father, the pirate king Gold, Roger, that led Ace to speculate about Roger in the harshest light. Ah, if my conjectures proved true, how might I face that man? At this thought, Ace could not help but tug at his hair in frustration. "Little Ace, if you keep pulling, you'll lose all your hair. If you have any worries, feel free to confide in your sister." During Ace's moment of despair, Peachy happened to pass by and, intrigued, approached him. Initially, Peachy had regarded Ace with indifference, merely treating him as an ordinary second-generation Navy officer. However, during their time in the slums of the Kingdom of Rivers, Ace's actions had earned her respect, significantly altering her impression of him. Otherwise, just a few days prior, even witnessing Ace in a state of frenzy would have warranted no more than a fleeting glance from her. As the lovely older sister approached briskly, Ace, uncertain of whom to confide in regarding his inner turmoil, hesitated for a long moment before cautiously pulling Peachy closer and sharing his speculations. Upon hearing Ace's conjecture, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment crossed the depths of Peachy's exquisite eyes, accompanied by a hint of unspoken disappointment. A photograph representing memories? To think he would conceal a woman's photograph. No wonder he had not sought a girlfriend all these years. It all made sense based on the information provided by Ace. Along with her observations over the years and some conjectures of her own, Peachy pieced together an internal drama, seemingly grasping something significant, casting a wistful glance toward Morin's office. Yet, this emotion was swiftly concealed. After masking her innermost feelings, Peachy affectionately ruffled Ace's hair and remarked, "Matters of adults are best left to children to ponder less. Rather than indulging in such tangled thoughts, you should focus on how to persuade Colonel Morin to give you your mother's photograph. And remember, do not entertain any crooked ideas. The Colonel's prowess far exceeds your imagination. To snatch that photograph from him, you would need at least a decade of rigorous training." After tousling Ace's hair, Peachy glanced at Morin's office, emitted a barely perceptible huff from her nostrils, and then returned to her quarters aboard the ship. In the ensuing days, spurred by the motivation to prevent his mother's photograph from being incinerated by his own powers, Ace's desire to grow stronger intensified remarkably. Within just a few days, he gradually mastered the rudimentary control over the abilities of the flame fruit, ensuring that his emotional fluctuations would no longer cause flames to escape and ignite surrounding objects. Every day, he would stealthily slip into Morin's office to steal a glance at his mother's photograph. When alone, Ace would talk to the image of Port Gasti, Rouge as if confiding in his own mother. Of course, Morin tacitly permitted this. Otherwise, Ace would not have found it so easy to sneak into his office. The astute Ace was well aware of this, which positively influenced his attitude towards Morin. Although he no longer acknowledged Morin as a teacher, he had begun to address him with a respectful title, Colonel Sir. On their return to the Navy's South 127th Division, Morin deliberately slowed the ship's speed. Through internal Navy channels, he continuously adjusted their course, allowing Ace to witness a variety of pirates. Chapter 56. Red-haired Shanks enters the East Sea. These pirates varied in strength and personality, yet their treatment of civilians and merchant ships was astonishingly uniform, cunning, brutal, and insatiably greedy. Confronted with these authentic pirates, Morin handed them a one-way ticket to hell, revealing to Ace that the pirates he had long dreamed of were not as free and noble as he had imagined. Rather than lecturing him, Morin encouraged Ace to observe and listen for himself. Meanwhile, as Morin pursued pirates with Ace, Garp was aboard his dog-headed warship, traversing the doldrums on his return to Navy headquarters. At Navy headquarters, within the confines of Marineford, Garp sat nonchalantly in Sengoku's office, picking his nose while regarding Sengoku with a scowl. Sengoku, having no recourse against his old friend, was disinclined to witness such an uncouth display from a man of Garp's stature. "Stop picking your nose. I didn't summon you back just to watch you do that. TCH. Garp clicked his tongue. "You can send me to brawl with Whitebeard, but I will not clean up after those bothersome fellows." Sengoku turned to him. Seriousness etched on his face. "I do not expect you to clean up after them. Rather, I need you to go to the New World to prevent more of our brave young men from sacrificing themselves. The world government lacks any strongholds in the New World. That bastard Whitebeard is wreaking havoc, relentlessly destroying our Navy's positions there. Thus far, our soldiers have suffered heavy casualties, and the Navy can no longer endure such losses." Kapu frowned upon hearing this and inquired, "Isn't this mess created by those celestial dragons? Does the world government remain utterly indifferent?" After a moment of silence, Sengoku replied, "This year's Navy budget has already been sent over by the world government, and it is 10% more than in previous years. They have even compensated for last year's withheld funds." With a loud crash, Kapu slammed his palm onto the coffee table, sending cups flying. "Damn it. Do they truly believe the lives of our Navy are worth just a fraction of military funds? We toil tirelessly to maintain order on the seas for them, yet they still withhold our funding. What kind of logic is that?" Kapu's anger boiled over at this semblance of compensation from the world government. If the five elders were before him, he might very well have berated them openly. "What kind of nonsense is this, Sengoku? As the fleet admiral, can you remain silent on such matters?" Sengoku cast a deep gaze at Kapu before unleashing his observation haki, ensuring their conversation remained undisturbed. He moved closer to Kapu and whispered, "Don't you know me by now? Rest assured, this time even the five elders will pay the price." Kapu's eyes brightened at these words, eager to inquire further. But before he could speak, Sengoku quickly covered his mouth, whispering urgently, "Damn it, Kapu. Keep quiet. If this leaks, it will bring no good to our navy. Just stay silent." Kapu, despite having his mouth covered, nodded excitedly, signaling his understanding to Sengoku. "Got it. I won't say a word. Now, tell me your plan. I want to hear all about it." Sengoku shook his head. "Plans often falter with unexpected changes. I've already set things in motion. You only need to wait and watch." A while later, Sengoku and Kapu resumed their previous positions. Sengoku suddenly asked, "By the way, why did you block the Navy headquarters summons for Colonel Morin from the East Blue? From what I know, he should possess considerable strength. The Navy headquarters is in dire need of such strong individuals. Is it that the lad fears for his life and doesn't wish to come to the Grand Line?" Kapu shook his head. "Fear of death? I cannot say. However, that kid's abilities are indeed profound. I have tested him a few times and gauged that, even if he does not match the strength of a candidate for admiral, he surpasses the average veteran rear admiral by a significant margin." "Really? So strong?" Sengoku expressed astonishment at Kapu's assessment. Initially, he believed Morin merely possessed the strength of a rear admiral, considering how few strong individuals emerge from the East Blue. The fact that Morin, in his early 20s, could possess such formidable strength was indeed surprising. Kapu nodded. "He is strong, and this kid conceals many facets. When he truly engages, even I sense danger." Sengoku pondered for a moment before asking, "If that is the case, why did you obstruct my attempt to transfer him to the Navy headquarters?" "Humph. If he is transferred to the Navy headquarters, who would teach my grandson?" Kapu scoffed. At that moment, Kapu inadvertently revealed his intentions, causing Sengoku to grasp the reason behind Kapu's intervention regarding Morin. Soon, Sengoku's office echoed with his furious roar, "Kapu, you scoundrel." Meanwhile, as Morin and Ace wandered about, a massive two-masted sailing ship gradually sailed out of the doldrums. On board the Red Force, Shanks and his crew were hosting a small banquet, centered around a colossal chunk of meat on their deck. This meat was no ordinary fare. It had been freshly harvested from a gigantic lobster-like sea king. Due to the sea king's immense size, the red-haired pirates had only taken the finest meat from the lobster for grilling, discarding the rest into the ocean. The delectable grilled lobster, paired with fine rum, filled the Red Force with laughter and cheer. After the feast, Shanks approached Jesus Burgess, who was leaning against the ship's railing, gazing out at the horizon. "What's on your mind? Missing home?" Jesus did not deny it, nodding as he stared into the distance. "Indeed, it's been so many years since I set sail. Honestly, my memories of them have blurred. In pursuit of my dreams, I haven't returned home even once, leaving them behind. Sometimes, I think I am quite the scoundrel." Shanks patted Jesus on the shoulder and took a hearty swig from his cup. "This time, we will be resting in the East Blue for an extended period. Make sure to spend time with your wife and child." Jesus laughed heartily. "No need for you to remind me. Now that I'm back in the East Blue, I want to hold back." They shared a hearty laugh, and Shanks added, "By the way, I remember you've been saving quite a bit of money over the years. Planning to take some back to support your family?" "Of course. I am neither a good husband nor a competent father. All I can do is this. Fortunately, I've saved enough over the years, and with this money, Banchina and Usopp will have a better life. When Usopp grows up, he can use this money to marry a beautiful bride." Time swiftly elapses, like a fleeting shadow. Before long, Morin returned to the naval base with Ace. Shortly after their arrival, Morin received a package sent from the naval headquarters. The package contained nothing but 2 notebooks and an orange dindin mushi. One notebook detailed the cultivation methods of observation hockey, while the other contained the training techniques for armament hockey. On the first page of the notebooks, there was a handwritten note from Garp. The message conveyed that he had been unable to return to the East Blue recently, and thus had prepaid Ace's tuition to Morin. He had already settled the payment, but if Morin failed to teach Ace properly, Garp would engage him in a friendly sparring session upon his return to the East Blue, with no regard for the consequences. As for the dindin mushi, it served as Garp's contact information, allowing Morin to reach him in case of an emergency. After reading the note, Morin casually tossed it into the office fireplace, watching it ignite. As he observed the ashes disperse, he couldn't help but chuckle at Garp's parting threat. It seemed the old man truly considered Ace as his grandson. One wondered how Roger would react upon discovering he had gained another father in the afterlife. In the days that followed, aside from the consumption of the Sea King meat, Morin ventured into the Calm Belt for a hunting expedition. In a rare occurrence, Morin remained nestled within the base, refraining from venturing outside. Even the patrols of the maritime domain were entrusted to Tao Yao and her team. During this period, Morin engaged in no other pursuits but devoted himself to mastering the Marine 6 styles, as well as the armament hockey and observation hockey. Given Morin's current physique, the difficulty of training in the Marine 6 styles and armament hockey was minimal. However, the observation hockey required him to invest a bit more time and effort. A few days later, several pieces of information appeared in the skill section of Morin's attribute panel. Marine 6 styles, basic, skill description, developed by the masters of martial arts within the Navy and refined in their later years. This structured set of superhuman techniques boasts high practicality and immense power. Mastering all of its forms grants even those with devil fruit abilities a fighting chance. Skill techniques: shave, iron body, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale foot, finger gun. Note: this is merely the fundamental 6 styles, not its ultimate form. Once you master the 6 styles, you will realize that it is but the beginning. Armament hockey, basic, skill description. One of the 3 types of hockey, armament hockey enhances personal defense, acting like an invisible armor. It can also be transformed into offensive power, allowing one to contend with devil fruit users and even touch the corporeal forms of Logia-type users. Armament hockey can be applied not only to oneself, but also to objects. Observation hockey, basic, skill description. Another of the 3 types of hockey. It sharpens one's 5 senses, enabling the perception of the life forces of nearby beings, the anticipation of attacks, the prediction of an opponent's next move, the assessment of an opponent's strength, and the detection of emotions and thoughts. It also allows one to perceive the location and number of objects outside one's field of vision. However, observation hockey is significantly influenced by one's mental state, necessitating calmness to be effectively utilized. It cannot be employed in a state of emotional turmoil or loss of reason. The 3 skills, armament hockey and observation hockey, were rare purple skills, indicative of their formidable nature. For an ordinary person, mastering these 3 skills would require considerable time and effort to enhance them into combat power. However, Morin was different. His years of hunting had endowed him with a wealth of nourishment, now perfectly suited for his enhancement. With this thought, a joyful smile curled upon Morin's lips. Panel. Allocate points. Ding. You have 10 points of nourishment. Would you like to enhance Marine 6 styles, basic? Yes. Ding. Marine 6 styles, basic. Entry. Continue. Ding. You have 50 points of nourishment. Would you like to enhance Marine 6 styles, entry? Yes. Ding. Marine 6 styles, entry, mastery. Ding. You have 200 points of nourishment. Would you like to enhance Marine 6 styles, mastery? Yes. Ding. Marine 6 styles, mastery, proficiency. Ding. You have 1,000 points of nourishment. Would you like to enhance Marine 6 styles, expert? No. Observing the substantial figure of 1,000 points, Morin ultimately opted for a negative response. Although he understood that any skill reaching the expert level undergoes a fundamental transformation, significantly boosting one's capabilities, much like how his swordsmanship evolved to the expert level, granting him the ability of the flying slash, thus transforming him into a swordsman, the cost associated with such an enhancement was still prohibitive. Moreover, having the Marine 6 styles at the proficient level was already sufficient for him, as among the 6 styles, he primarily valued moonwalk, the skill that enabled aerial combat. Marine 6 styles, proficient as a master of the Marine 6 styles, you can not only adeptly utilize shave, iron body, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale foot, and finger gun, but you also possess your unique understanding of these techniques. Building upon the foundation of the 6 styles, you have developed corresponding advanced techniques, rendering the 6 styles even more formidable in your hands. Effect. Strength Chapter 58. The Dire News of Jesus Boo Effect. Strength 0. 6. Entry 0. 1. Mastery 0. 2. Proficiency 0. 3. Agility 0. 6. Entry 0. 1. Mastery 0. 2. Proficiency 0. 3. Physique 1. Entry 0. 2. Mastery 0. 3. Proficiency 0. 5. Perception 0. 3. Mastery 0. 1. Proficiency 0. 2. Having lingered in the East Sea for several years, the time has come. Morin's physique has transcended the 2nd threshold, approaching the precipice of the 3rd threshold, which corresponds to a bare essence of 20 points. 1st threshold extreme value, 5. 2nd threshold extreme value, 10. 3rd threshold extreme value, 20. However, possessing a physique of 20 points does not merely imply that Morin's physical capabilities are 20 times greater than those of an ordinary individual. With each breach of a threshold, the consumption required to enhance one's physique increases exponentially, as does the potency of the resultant effects. When the physique ranges from 5 to 10 points, each increment yields effects that are double those of the preceding level. Similarly, within the 10 to 20 point range, each advancement again results in effects that are twice as potent as before. Thus, a single point of physique equates to 2 points at the second stage, 5 to 10 points, and 4 points at the first stage, 1 to 5 points. Consequently, Moreland's current physique strength of 20 points is equivalent to 55 times 5'5", that of an ordinary person. Coupled with skills and the additional enhancements conferred by his specialties, Moreland's attributes are astonishingly formidable. This formidable strength is also the reason he was previously able to contend with Carp. Enhancing the 6 forms of the Marine Corps is now within his grasp. Moreland then set his sights on the enhancement of armament hockey and observation hockey. The interface indicated a boost to armament hockey. Ding. With 20 points of nutrients at his disposal, would he like to enhance armament hockey basic? What is this? Does the consumption of purple skills double? Well, at least it's better than the gold skills that cannot be enhanced through points. After shaking his head, Moreland chose to proceed with the enhancement. However, this time, he did not pause. He continued to elevate his armament hockey until it reached the expert level, stopping only due to insufficient nutrients. Armament hockey, expert through relentless practice day and night, your development of armament hockey has reached a breathtaking level. Not only do you possess formidable armament hockey, but you have also mastered various techniques for its application. Hardening, the most common and fundamental application of armament hockey, this technique allows one to envelop the body in hockey, rendering it harder than steel, thereby enhancing both defense and attack power. This can be applied not only to oneself, but also to objects. Constricting, by enveloping oneself in a gas-like form of hockey, one can augment both defense and attack power. This technique can be applied to weapons and can also temporarily wrap around projectiles, arrows and bullets, and can be used in conjunction with hardening. Projection. This involves concentrating hockey in one's hands or weapons and releasing it, directly transforming into tangible offensive or defensive capabilities. After contemplating the descriptions in the interface and experiencing the methods of utilizing armament hockey, Moreland hardened his arm into a sleek, jet-black appendage that emanated a metallic sheen. Boom. With a gentle punch, Moreland created a large hole in the solid brick wall of his office. As an offensive maneuver, it serves as a formidable amplifier of damage. And the hardened defense is even tougher than steel, truly a life-saving tool. Moreland felt quite satisfied with his recent experiment. However, before he could continue, a battalion of naval soldiers, alerted by the sound of the explosion, arrived at the door of Moreland's office. "Colonel, I heard the noise. Are you all right?" Moreland waved his hand and commanded, "It's fine. I'm just testing my techniques. You may return." "Yes." Once the soldiers had vanished, Moreland stroked his chin and proceeded to enhance his observation hockey. The entire process consumed the nutrients he had painstakingly gathered from hunting and feasting. Yet, every bit of effort was worthwhile. The combination of armament hockey, observation hockey, and the Marine 6 powers significantly enriched Moreland's combat capabilities, greatly elevating his strength. This newfound power bestowed upon Moreland an unparalleled sense of security. "At last, I have mastered the dual hockey," he exclaimed. "Perfect timing. I can now employ armament hockey when training Ace, alleviating my concerns about inadvertently harming him with sound waves while attempting to subdue him." Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to the Red Force, Yassop returned to Syrup Village aboard a small boat. However, upon returning to his hometown, he was met not with the warm embrace of his wife and child, but rather with devastating news. During the years he spent at sea, Banchina, in her weakened state after giving birth, toiled tirelessly to provide for Usopp. Despite the assistance of neighbors, her health deteriorated under the strain. Recently, she succumbed to a sudden illness that claimed her life. Usopp could only watch helplessly as his mother's condition worsened day by day. In a desperate attempt to improve her health, Usopp resorted to lies, but ultimately found only despair. Following the heart-wrenching loss of his mother, Usopp harbored deep resentment towards his absent pirate father. He could not fathom why. During their most desperate times, his father remained silent and distant. When Yassop, claiming to be his father, appeared before him, the young Usopp reacted with anger, driving him away with a broom. Had events unfolded as originally scripted, the ensuing year would have seen Yassop mending their father-son bond, leveraging his marksmanship and skills to become the great father Usopp envisioned. However, the arrival of Tontada and Ace drastically altered the course of fate. In pursuit of pirates, Tontada stumbled upon Yasop, a notorious pirate in the Grand Line, and made her way to Syrup Village. Upon learning of Yasop's deeds, a fierce confrontation ensued between Tontada and Yasop. Distraught and anxious for his son's safety, Yasop was unable to perform at the level expected of a top sniper, ultimately being forced to retreat from Syrup Village by Tontada, a devil fruit user. Chapter 59. The Red-Haired Assault after driving Yasop away. Tontada swiftly relayed the news back to the base. What? You defeated Yasop and brought back his son? Upon hearing the report, Morin pressed his temples in frustration. Tontada was unaware, but Morin certainly was not. Yasop was a key member of the Red-Haired Pirates. His return to the East Blue was likely to reunite with his family. Now, not only had Tontada chased him off, but she had also taken Yasop's only son, a situation that would infuriate anyone. Moreover, standing behind Yasop was none other than Shanks, the future Emperor of the Seas. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Morin inhaled sharply and instructed Tontada, "You must swiftly return to the base via Route B28 with your team. I will come to support you." Upon hearing the weight in Morin's voice, Tontada seemed to grasp the seriousness of the matter and inquired, "Sir, are you coming personally to support us? Is Yasop truly that formidable? I have faced him before. While his marksmanship is impressive, I believe I can handle it." Molin solemnly stated, "The Jesus cloth is of little consequence. My concern lies with the man behind it." The man behind the Jesus cloth? Could it be that the red-haired pirates have also made their way to the East Sea? But hadn't the red-haired pirates recently been in the New World? As this thought crossed her mind, Tao Yao's expression grew grave. Although the red-haired pirates do not yet dominate the New World as one of the four emperors, they are nonetheless a formidable and renowned pirate crew along the Grand Line. Such a powerful pirate crew has always been a focal point of attention for both the world government and the Navy headquarters. It is inconceivable that they could arrive in the East Sea without a trace. Molin asserted with unwavering confidence, "There is no doubt. The red-haired Shanks would never abandon his crew. Since Jesus Burgess has appeared in the East Sea, it is certain that Shanks has infiltrated the region." Upon hearing this, Tao Yao took a deep breath and declared, "I understand. I will return at full speed immediately." After ending the call with Tao Yao, Molin promptly issued orders and boarded a swift small destroyer, setting off along the B-28 route to support Tao Yao. On board the destroyer, Molin wore a grave expression, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. "I hope it is not too late. Otherwise, even if you are one of the four emperors, anyone who dares to challenge me will pay an unbearable price." Meanwhile, having been repelled by Tao Yao, Jesus Burgess contacted Shanks. On the other end of the line, Shanks laughed heartily. "What's wrong, Jesus Burgess? At this time, shouldn't you be spending time with your wife and children instead of calling a big guy like me?" However, upon hearing his captain's jovial laughter, Jesus Burgess could hardly muster a smile. In a hoarse voice, he replied, "Bangina is dead. Yasop has been taken by the Navy, Captain. Help me." To this, Shanks simply responded with two words, "Wait for me." Thus, an unexpected connection formed between the red-haired pirates and Molin. As the conflict unfolded, both Molin and Shanks hastily made their way to the scene. Though Jesus Burgess had been driven back by Tao Yao, he closely trailed behind the sturgeon, if not for the concern that firing his weapon might endanger his only son aboard the military ship. The gradually calming Jesus Burgess could have single-handedly eliminated everyone on the sturgeon, including Tao Yao. On the open sea, the intimidation factor of a top sniper is immensely formidable. Yet a sniper remains vulnerable when engaged at close range. On the sturgeon, Tao Yao soon noticed the small dark figure trailing behind the military ship. Am I being targeted? To be honest, Tao Yao felt a twinge of regret. Not for having confronted Jesus Burgess, but for bringing Yasop aboard the military ship. Initially, upon learning of Yasop's plight, Tao Yao had no intention of bringing him back, despite feeling sympathy for him and his mother. However, Ace, who had also lost his mother and had a disreputable father, empathized with Yasop's situation. At Ace's earnest pleading, Tao Yao reluctantly agreed to bring Yasop back to the base. Little did she know that this moment of compassion would lead to significant trouble. Jesus Burgess, having been driven away by Tao Yao, did not flee but remained tightly tethered to the sturgeon, neither closing in nor distancing himself. Should the sturgeon turn to retaliate, he would vanish quickly. Yet if the sturgeon continued its course, it would not be long before he reappeared in the corner of their vision. As Tao Yao furrowed her brows in concern, the old navigator approached her and said, "Major Tao Yao, should we not sail at full speed? If we lighten the sturgeon by discarding unnecessary weight, that small sailing boat won't be able to keep up with us. In such a case, we need not fear any schemes from them." Upon hearing this, Tao Yao's eyes brightened. While she suspected that the red-haired pirates had more cunning plans, the old navigator's suggestion was indeed one of the most effective strategies. She immediately ordered the disposal of unnecessary items on board to reduce the ship's weight and commanded full speed ahead. Indeed, the old navigator's experience proved highly effective. As the sturgeon surged forward, Jesus Burgess grew anxious. The small boat he had commandeered was no match for the sturgeon's military-grade speed. This was a blatant strategy, straightforward yet rendering Jesus Burgess utterly helpless. To maintain a safe distance, his small vessel lagged at least 1 to 2 nautical miles behind the sturgeon. And with the howling sea winds, he was powerless to act against the Navy soldiers on board. Fortunately, Jesus Burgess's despair did not last long. Nearly half a day later, Shanks arrived near him aboard the Red Force. From the side of the ship, Shanks waved his arm. Jesus Burgess, come aboard. Upon seeing the Red Force, Jesus Burgess hesitated no longer, propelling himself swiftly onto the ship. Compared to the small vessel he had seized, boarding the Red Force to pursue his son was undoubtedly a far more reliable choice. The Red Force was a warship that the red-haired pirates had invested heavily in, specially modified by top shipwrights, boasting a speed that surpassed typical naval vessels by several knots. Under Jesus Burgess's guidance and Ben Beckman's deductions, a day later, the red-haired pirates finally caught up with the sturgeon. Upon spotting the sturgeon, Shanks turned to Ben Beckman and asked, "Beckman, is there a way to stop that military ship without harming those on board? After all, Jesus Burgess's son is on that ship as well." Ben Beckman took a puff from his cigar, flicked off the ash, and exhaled a plume of smoke. "This is simple. Once we get closer, Captain, you can use your Conqueror's hockey to intimidate them. They will faint from the pressure, and without anyone steering, the ship's speed will naturally decrease." "Haha, excellent idea. Truly. You are remarkable, Beckman." Beckman's approach was straightforward, yet remarkably practical. At this time, Shanks had not yet ascended to the status of a four-emperor and was far from his peak strength. However, in terms of his Conqueror's hockey, he possessed extraordinary talent, allowing him to extend its reach over considerable distances. As the Red Force drew within 3 to 4 nautical miles of the sturgeon, Shanks gazed ahead and declared, "Everyone, stop." His words were not heavy, nor did they convey any menace, yet at the moment his voice fell, a terrifying aura emanated from Shanks, as if he were a sovereign commanding the heavens. Boom! This aura descended with such force that it seemed to solidify, lowering the waterline of the Red Force by 3 inches. If the Red Force was affected, the sturgeon was even more so. Plop! A Navy soldier adjusting the sails on the sturgeon was the first to collapse, followed by another, then a third. The crew fell en masse, as if they were wheat being harvested, and even the cooks in the ship's galley were not spared from this fate, all succumbing to unconsciousness. This is precisely the pride of Shanks, the red-haired pirate, the Conqueror's hockey. This rare power is possessed by only 1 in a million, a natural gift that bestows upon its wielder the potential to become a king. On board the sturgeon, after being struck by a wave of Conqueror's hockey, the ship, which housed over 200 Navy soldiers, saw nearly everyone collapse to the ground, leaving only a few, including the likes of Tohio and Ace, standing, albeit pale and barely conscious. Tohio, having experienced the overwhelming force, felt cold sweat bead on her forehead, her mind slightly dazed. After some time, as she gazed upon the fallen soldiers around her, she widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "How is this possible? What kind of power was that? Is it a devil fruit?" Tohio, a commoner who had joined the Navy for several years and learned much, had never encountered the knowledge of Conqueror's hockey, let alone recognized it. Yet, she clearly understood the formidable strength of the red-haired pirates. The fact that they could incapacitate them from several nautical miles away raised a profound question. Is such power truly human? Looking at the soldiers sprawled across the deck, Tohio sighed, realizing they had truly encountered a force far beyond their expectations during what was supposed to be a routine patrol. She tucked a stray hair behind her ear and gazed up at the sky, her thoughts veering toward the pessimistic. If I perish, he would surely grieve. Meanwhile, Ace, who had also not been affected by the hockey, recognized that the unfolding events stemmed from his actions. Had he not begged Tohio to bring Usopp back to the base, they would not have faced such a terrifying foe. Filled with guilt, Ace rushed to Tohio's side and remorsefully said, "Tohio, this is all my fault. If it weren't for me, don't blame yourself." Tohio interrupted, smiling as she affectionately ruffled Ace's hair. "From the moment we donned our uniforms, we prepared ourselves for sacrifice. We are the Navy, bearing the weight of justice in this world. I know you brought Usopp along with a heart for justice, and that is enough." The colonel once said, "My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All I do is for justice." Today, I pass this wisdom to you. Uphold the justice within your heart. Even if it costs everything for one day, you will realize that this is your most precious possession. Having offered this heartfelt encouragement to Ace, Tohio regained her own morale, declaring, "Moreover, we are not easily defeated. What of the red-haired pirates? I firmly believe that justice will ultimately triumph over evil." Just as Tohio sought to bolster her spirits, an abrupt voice pierced the stillness of the sturgeon. "Little girl, while the red-haired pirates may not embody justice, can you truly say the Navy represents it?" "Who?" In shock, Tohio and Ace swiftly turned to the source of the voice. Soon, a well-built man with red hair and a short beard came into view. Shanks. Upon recognizing the figure, Tohio gasped. As one of the most powerful pirate crews in the New World, the reputation of the red-haired pirates was legendary, and Tohio immediately identified the man before her. "Recognized me? Have you?" Shanks casually wrung the seawater from his coat and drew his sword, pointing it at Tohio. "Hand over Usopp, or I shall not hesitate to make this naval vessel your grave." Just as Shanks prepared to threaten Tohio further, a sudden thud resounded as a figure descended from the heavens, exuding an oppressive aura that shattered the decks of the sturgeon upon arrival. Though merely a silhouette, the presence transformed the serene blue sky into a foreboding spectacle, instilling a sense of heaviness akin to dark clouds looming over a city. Even Shanks' smile vanished. As the figure rose, a chilling voice echoed across the sea. "Pirate, what do you intend to do to my beloved subordinate?" Chapter 61. A Moment of Crisis. With the figure's ascent, Shanks clearly observed the expressions of relief on Tohio and Ace's faces. "Colonel." "The Colonel?" Shanks raised an eyebrow at the figure before him, coldly questioning. "You must be their leader. I did not expect such a formidable presence in the East Blue, but that does not justify your kidnapping of my friend's son." "Kidnapping? My subordinate would never stoop to such an act. As for your companion's son, perhaps you should inquire with your ally." Facing Shanks' accusation, Morin scoffed, responding unflinchingly. Seeing Morin's audacity, Shanks raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether there was more to the story. After receiving news from Usopp, the red-haired pirates were like explosives waiting to ignite, nearly exploding with rage. When they found Usopp, his haggard appearance rendered them hesitant to ask what had transpired. They vaguely understood that Usopp's wife had passed away and that his son had been taken by the Navy, though they did not know the full story. It was an undeniable fact that the Navy had taken Usopp's son. Thus, Shanks pointed his sword at Morin, declaring, "Navy, regardless of the circumstances, hand over Usopp, or I shall not hesitate to bury you all here." "You threaten me?" Morin's expression hardened as she enunciated each word. "I despise being threatened. Pirate. To bury Morin and her comrades here? Is this how the notorious pirates of this world regard the Navy?" The contempt and recklessness in Shanks' eyes ignited Morin's fury. From their brief exchange, Morin realized that Shanks was utterly oblivious to the truth of the situation and unaware that Usopp had willingly left with the Navy. Yet, despite this, Shanks continued to assert that the Navy would face annihilation if they did not surrender Usopp. It seemed he was indifferent to the Navy's stance and the lives of the soldiers aboard. Pirates truly were a lawless breed. With that realization, Morin understood there was no room for negotiation. In an instant, Shanks wasted no words and swung his sword toward Morin. The blade descended like lightning, poised to cleave her in two. Clang! In a moment of peril, the cursed blade, the Sandai Kitetsu, wrapped in haki, was poised beneath Shanks' sword. After blocking Shanks' strike, Morin's wrist twitched, deftly deflecting Shanks' long sword, and with a swift motion, he aimed a cut at Shanks' arm that grasped the sword. Shanks, with a twist of his blade, created a shower of sparks as the edge scraped against the sword's body. He then leveraged the hilt to pin Morin's sliding sword and retaliated with a merciless kick aimed at Morin. The ferocious whip of his leg produced a thunderous crack, rupturing the air itself. Unyielding, Morin mirrored the action, unleashing his own kick. The clash of their right legs, both enveloped in haki, resonated in the air with a bone-shattering roar. Amidst the collision, both warriors stood resolute, their stances unwavering, yet the deck beneath them fractured like a spider's web. The crack sprawling outward. A visible shockwave erupted, sending debris and even several unconscious naval soldiers flying from the vicinity. Oh no! Upon witnessing the soldiers being hurled away, Peach Blossom struck the deck with both hands. Roots of power surged forth, rapidly sprouting thick tree roots from the deck, ensnaring the airborne sailors. At that moment, Morin's voice echoed in Peach Blossom's ear. "Peach Blossom, safeguard the soldiers aboard. I shall compel Shanks to retreat." After delivering his message, Morin bellowed, "Now?" Instantly, his muscles bulged, an immense surge of power coursing through him as he pushed Shanks back a step. Using the recoil to his advantage, Morin was propelled backward for several meters. Quite impressive hockey, yet your strength leaves something to be desired. In mere exchanges, Shanks had recognized Morin's formidable prowess. He inquired, a man of your caliber, why do you remain obscure in the East Blue? With such strength, Morin should have been renowned across the seas, even celebrated in the ranks of the powerful Navy headquarters. Yet, this remarkable warrior was merely a small colonel in the East Blue, a notion that perplexed Shanks. You talk too much. Morin retorted, one sword style, sound extreme slash. Moreland grasped his sword tightly, an inexplicable force suddenly enveloping the blade of the cursed sword, Onakiri. The sword vibrated rapidly, resonating with an ominous hum. With a decisive stroke, Moreland unleashed a strike. Before the blade could reach its target, the sound of its approach preceded it, enveloping Shanks in a sonic wave. The intense oscillation of the sound wave caused Shanks' blood to surge, leaving him momentarily disoriented. This very strike, which had previously wounded Carp, now aimed to achieve further glory against Shanks. As Moreland faced the formidable Shanks, he infused his grip with renewed vigor, as if intent on cleaving him in two. Just as Moreland's blade was about to connect, 3 obsidian bullets aligned in a row struck the tip of his sword with a resounding impact. This brief moment of interruption allowed Shanks to shake off the debilitating effects of the sonic slash. Upon reopening his eyes, a terrifying power surged within Shanks. Awakened as if provoked by Moreland's assault, a majestic aura erupted from Shanks, transforming the once clear sky into a cacophony of thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. The tumultuous winds and dark clouds descended upon the battlefield, overwhelming the few Navy soldiers aboard the Sturgeon who were barely holding on. With the exception of Tohya and the innate conqueror, Ace, no other soldier stood upright on the vessel. Moreland, directly affected by Shanks' overwhelming presence, felt momentarily dazed. In a reflexive gesture, he enveloped himself in a sonic armor while simultaneously channeling his armament hockey to harden his entire body, positioning Onakiri against his chest. Almost immediately after concluding this series of defensive maneuvers, a dark blade, infused with armament hockey, surged towards him. The crisis had arrived. With Moreland's support waning, Onakiri was forcefully repelled by the oncoming dark blade. The blade struck Moreland's chest with relentless might. As it neared, the dark blade momentarily hesitated, as if ensnared in an invisible armor. Once it pierced through the sonic armor, much of its force had dissipated. Nevertheless, the strike still tore through Moreland's clothing, igniting sparks as it collided against his fortified chest. Though Shanks' blow did not eviscerate Moreland, the sheer power behind it sent him flying. He only came to a halt after crashing through a significant portion of the ship's interior. Coughing violently, Moreland rose from the debris, one hand pressed against his chest, unable to suppress the spitting of blood. The internal damage inflicted by Shanks' strike was evident. Despite the injury, a disdainful smile crept across Moreland's face as he regarded Shanks. Had it not been for your companion's interference, I would have already claimed victory. If not for those 3 sudden bullets, I might not have completely triumphed in this battle, but I would have certainly wounded you. Yet now, it is I who suffers first. Opposite Morin, Shanks understood that Morin had not spoken in error. Just moments ago, Morin's enigmatic swordplay had caught even him off guard. However, Shanks paid little heed to Morin's claim of victory, thinking, you can say what you like. At least I have a dependable crew, whereas you do not. Among the 4 emperors, Shanks seemed to regard victory and defeat with the utmost nonchalance. Otherwise, he would not have been so heartily amused after being thoroughly beaten by the mountain bandit king in that tavern. Thus, he found no fault in his comrades joining forces to confront Morin. Morin, taken aback by Shanks' unabashed words, felt a pang of frustration. Surrender? I have a reliable crew. But you. As he spoke, Shanks cast a glance at the somewhat strained Tiao Yao, who was struggling under his conqueror's hockey, and at the young boy beside her, who was beginning to ignite with fiery determination. Though he said nothing further, that gaze conveyed an entire narrative. Tiao Yao, having caught that glance, clenched her teeth, her eyes brimming with fierce resentment, even as her delicate lips bled crimson from the pressure. If only I were stronger. Just a bit stronger, I could assist the colonel. Shanks' inadvertent glance ignited a previously unfelt desire within Tiao Yao to grow stronger. Meanwhile, Ace, standing beside her, also tightened his fists. He understood that all of this stemmed from him, had he not implored Tiao Yao to aid Usopp in leaving that cold, desolate home devoid of family, she would not have agreed. Ace longed to confront Shanks himself, rather than letting others bear the brunt of his choices, wishing that his decisions would not drag others into peril. Yet, at that moment, Tiao Yao held him firmly in place, fearful that he might charge forward and place Morin in an even more precarious situation. This sense of helplessness reddened Ace's eyes, his expression a tumult of frustration. Upon hearing this, Morin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied ambiguously, "Reliable companions, you say? It seems that before addressing you, I must first deal with your group of companions." With that, a steel ball of alloy appeared at his fingertip. Super electromagnetic cannon. As the electric sparks flickered at his fingertips, a formidable electromagnetic field enveloped Morin, and under the induced ampere force, the conductive steel ball was instantaneously accelerated, propelling forth with a resounding explosion. A tremendous sonic boom erupted, accompanied by a fierce wind pressure that carved a vast white line across the sea, akin to a white dragon roaring forth with terrifying power, crashing towards the red-faced pirate ship. The red force. Although Morin did not maximize the ampere force of his super electromagnetic cannon, the might of the golden skill was undeniably evident at that moment. The speed of the super electromagnetic cannon was such that even Shanks could not intervene in time to halt its trajectory toward the red force. Oh no! Upon witnessing the terrifying might of the super electromagnetic cannon, Shanks' pupils constricted sharply, a wave of dread washing over him as he gazed at his beloved ship and the crew aboard. Shanks felt an impending threat. The crew of the red-faced pirates aboard the Red Force similarly sensed the peril posed by the super electromagnetic cannon. In response to the imminent attack, Ben Beckman, Yassop, and Lucky Roo swiftly squeezed their triggers, attempting to thwart the assault with bullets, while the swordsmen aboard unleashed powerful slashes in a desperate effort to counteract the oncoming threat. Yet, amidst the hail of bullets and slashes, the super electromagnetic cannon advanced relentlessly. Only a scant few projectiles managed to intercept the path of the super electromagnetic cannon, but they were utterly insufficient to impede its advance, being swiftly obliterated. In the next instant, boom! Debris scattered, wood splintered. The super electromagnetic cannon struck the Red Force, creating a gaping hole approximately 10 meters in diameter. After piercing through the Red Force, the cannon continued its path for several thousand meters before the steel ball was completely vaporized and dissipated. Damn it, Red Force! What have you done to my ship? My companions? Witnessing the devastation of the Red Force ignited a surge of fury within Shanks, and for the first time, a profound desire for vengeance against Morin arose within him. Faced with the severely damaged ship and the uncertain fate of his comrades, even Shanks, known for his easygoing demeanor, could not suppress the murderous intent brewing within him. What's this? Did you not claim your companions were reliable? Where are they now? Morin, who had turned the tide with his super electromagnetic cannon, showed no signs of yielding to Shanks' burgeoning wrath, rather provoking him further. In his hand, a glimmering steel ball began to spin once more, this time enveloped in a thick layer of armament hockey. As the steel ball emerged, Shanks' pupils constricted once again, the murderous aura surrounding him momentarily stalling. Chapter 63. Stalemate faced with Morin's super electromagnetic cannon. Shanks felt a renewed sense of confidence in his ability to withstand the impending strike. Yet what of the others aboard the Red Force? The previous super electromagnetic cannon, devoid of armament hockey, had already exhibited tremendous power. Now, reinforced by hockey, what could the upgraded version unleash? The current red-faced pirates were far from the peak of their strength that they would achieve in over a decade. It was uncertain how many members of the crew could withstand an attack of such magnitude, regardless of who might falter. The loss of any member of the red-faced pirates would be an unbearable tragedy for Shanks. Thus, the two wary adversaries found themselves locked in a tense stalemate. As Shanks faced Morin, he pondered the implications, simultaneously acknowledging the formidable power of the super electromagnetic cannon. Truly, as a golden skill, its strength was remarkable. Yet, with greater power came swifter depletion of ammunition. The alloy steel balls that Morin had commissioned at great expense had barely sustained their journey before vaporization, and ordinary materials would fare even worse. Additionally, this was under circumstances where Morin had not fully activated his skill. Had he done so, the range would have been even shorter, albeit with greater destructive potential. He mused whether the armament hockey could delay the vaporization of the steel ball. Observing the hockey enveloping the steel ball, Morin reflected on why he had not initially wrapped it in hockey. It was not a strategic test of the red-faced pirates, but rather an oversight born from his recent mastery of the technique. After all, he had only recently learned armament hockey, and adapting to its application in combat remained a challenge. Aboard the Red Force, the crew, having narrowly escaped the devastating super electromagnetic cannon, stared in shock at the gaping hole it had left behind. Had the angle of the attack been slightly lower, the very keel of the Red Force might have been shattered. Once the immediate crisis had passed, Ben Beckman shouted, "Everyone, take account of the crew. See if anyone is missing." "I'm still here." "Me too. I'm fine." My leg feels broken. Someone help me set it. I'm injured too. Ship's doctor, come stop the bleeding. After swiftly checking on their comrades, Ben Beckman breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that the red-faced pirates had not suffered any casualties. Although many had sustained injuries from splintered wood and debris, miraculously, no lives had been lost, an unexpected stroke of fortune amid the calamity. However, before Beckman could relax for even a moment, he keenly sensed a dangerously potent aura rising once more from the distant sturgeon. Oh no! Beckman's expression changed, and he quickly commanded, "Row, you and the others take the red force further away. I will assist the captain. I'll go with you." Jesus Burgess, who bore a gash on his cheek from a splinter, emerged from the wreckage, his voice resolute. Seeing the determination in Jesus' eyes, Beckman nodded. "All right. Jesus and I will provide long-range support for the captain. The rest of you must leave quickly. We have become a liability, restraining the captain. The sooner we escape the enemy's attack range, the sooner the captain can break free and retaliate." Beckman's analysis successfully dissuaded the other red-faced pirates who had considered joining him in support of Shanks. Lucky Rowe adjusted his goggles and swiftly moved to the helm, calling out, "Beckman, Jesus, we'll leave the captain's side to you. If anything happens, call for us immediately." Beckman nodded and lowered a small boat, undamaged by the recent discharge of the electromagnetic cannon from the side of the Red Force. Together with Jesus Burgess, he began to row towards the sturgeon. Meanwhile, aboard the sturgeon, the red-haired Shanks remained in a tense standoff with Morley. Shanks was apprehensive, knowing that if Morley were to strike again, the formidable electromagnetic cannon could pose a dire threat to the lives of his crew members. Morin was deeply concerned that if he unleashed his electromagnetic cannon, it would indeed inflict severe damage on the red-haired pirates. In the wake of Shanks' fury, the lives of the other naval soldiers aboard the ship hung precariously in the balance. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Just as both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate, the drenched Jesus Burgess climbed onto the deck from the side of the sturgeon ship. His arrival momentarily stunned Shanks. "Jesus Burgess, how did you manage to come up here?" Shanks inquired. "Captain, this is my affair. Allow me to handle it myself." Jesus Burgess replied earnestly after casting a glance at Shanks. It was evident that the situation had escalated to a point that Jesus Burgess had not wished to witness. The formidable strength of Morin and his East Sea Navy far exceeded Jezeb's expectations. If the rescue of his son were to result in the sacrifice of his comrades, Jezeb would find it utterly unacceptable. Thus, after persuading Beckman, he embarked alone upon the naval vessel, the Sturgeon. However, Jezeb's intention to resolve the matter independently was evidently not aligned with Shanks' perspective. The unfolding events had not only taken Jezeb by surprise, but also Shanks himself. Should he truly delegate this issue to Usopp, what purpose would his role as captain serve? A captain incapable of safeguarding the lives of his crew and their families would surely earn the disdain of others, with Shanks being the first to look down upon him. Therefore, Shanks spoke with a grave tone. "Jezeb, this situation is far more complex than you perceive. Moreover, this individual will not relinquish your son so easily. Rest assured, I will assist you in bringing your son back." At this point, Morin let out a derisive snicker, addressing Shanks with contempt. "You misguided fool. It is clear that his son, consumed by hatred for his father, abandoned his wife and child to become a reviled pirate. He sought our Navy's assistance to escape from Syrup Village after much pleading. How is it that we, the Navy, now appear as kidnappers in your eyes? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." As Morin's words fell, both Jesus and Shanks simultaneously voiced their strong objections. Before Morin could respond, a cold snort escaped from Tao Yao, who interjected, "Humph, what is impossible?" Chapter 64. Hatred were it not for Ace's sympathy towards Usopp's plight, I would have no desire to take your son away. If you doubt my words, inquire with your son yourself. Tao Yao's response instantly shook the resolute convictions of both Jesus and Shanks. Could it be that these Marines were not lying? Did Usopp truly leave his hometown out of hatred for his father? What? You still don't believe it? Tao Yao sneered at Jesus. Your son is in room 203 on the second deck. If you are skeptical, go fetch him and ask him yourself. That door isn't locked. Her words seemed to pierce straight to Jesus' heart. To provoke him further, Tao Yao deliberately emphasized her final 4 words. I don't believe it. Even if he were indeed the scoundrel that Tao Yao depicted, Jesus could not fathom that his son would harbor such disdain for him, to the extent of forsaking his homeland. With that, he disregarded the potential traps within the cabin and made his way directly to the room mentioned by Tao Yao. Minutes later, Jesus emerged from the cabin, a grim expression etched across his face, reappearing before Morin and Shanks. with a youth of notable resemblance trailing a few meters behind him, a young Pinocchio with a long nose, waxy skin, and disheveled hair. Upon seeing Jesus accompanied by a boy who bore a striking resemblance to him, Shanks's eyes lit up. "Jesus, is this your son?" Jesus nodded silently. "Now that you've found your son, let us take our leave." With their primary objective achieved, Shanks was no longer inclined to continue confronting Morin. While Jesus was seeking his son, he had learned from Beckman that none of their companions aboard the ship had perished, having resolved a significant concern. Shanks's animosity towards Morin had considerably diminished. Thus, departing with Jesus' son seemed to be the most favorable conclusion for both parties. Shanks's intentions were noble, yet it was evident that not everyone was inclined to align with his wishes. As soon as he finished speaking, Usopp, who had been following Jesus, shouted loudly, "I refuse to go with him." Hearing the outcry, Shanks turned, confusion evident on his face as he regarded the resolute Usopp. "Jesus, your son wouldn't." Emerging from the cabin, Jesus looked at Shanks with a wry smile and said softly, "Usopp, he does not wish to come with me." "Why?" After a moment of silence, Jesus replied, perhaps in his eyes, "I am the one who caused Banchina's demise." Observing the incredulous expressions on Shanks's face and the bittersweet countenance of Jesus, Morin scoffed. "What did I say? It's we Marines who intend to take Usopp. And it is Usopp who begs us to take him away. I suppose there is no need for further elaboration." The scornful remarks from Morin induced a prolonged silence between the two. Shanks found it unfathomable how a child could harbor such deep-seated grievances toward his father, to the extent of seeking assistance from unfamiliar naval forces rather than leaving with his biological father, who had labored tirelessly to rescue him. Meanwhile, the distressed Jesus Burgess was tormented by his own inner turmoil. Earlier, he had managed to communicate with Usopp in the ship's cabin. Yet all he gleaned from Usopp's words was a sense of dissatisfaction and even hatred. From the perspective of the young Usopp, the myriad of challenges he faced throughout his childhood were attributed to the abandonment by his father. He even believed that his mother, Banchina's death, was intertwined with Jesus Burgess's departure. Had it not been for Jesus' abandonment, Banchina would not have succumbed under the dual burdens of providing for the family and raising Usopp. In many ways, Usopp's animosity towards Jesus was not unfounded. Could a man, who was married and had children, truly forsake his family at the mere call of a pirate flag, running off to the unknown seas? Is it reasonable to think that the concept of freedom can obliterate all responsibilities and grief? What right does a husband, a father, have to expect the love of his wife and child when he shirks his responsibilities and flees? Undoubtedly, had there been no intrusion by Tayo, and had Jesus Burgess's paternal affection endured, the rift between him and Usopp might have eventually healed. However, with Tayo's involvement, Usopp's future now veered into the realms of uncertainty. After his taunts yielded no response, Morin lost interest in continuing his mockery. He approached Usopp and said, "Hey kid, do you wish to join us in the Navy? It's not a life of luxury. You must think this through. There will be menial tasks, scolding, and punishment. This is the norm, so don't come crying to me later. If you haven't made up your mind, feel free to follow your father. We have no interest in coddling a crybaby." To be honest, Morin didn't hold Usopp in high regard. Although Usopp had inherited Jesus Burgess's talents and possessed the potential to become an exceptional sniper, his temperament, Morin preferred not to dwell on it. Moreover, it remained uncertain how long it would take for Usopp to mature into a top-tier marksman. If Usopp chose to leave with Jesus Burgess at this moment, Morin would not hinder him in the slightest. Upon hearing Morin's words, a flicker of hope crossed Jesus' gaze. However, this glimmer was soon extinguished by Usopp's response. "No. As for work, I'm not afraid of hardship. Since childhood, I've handled the household chores while my mother was busy." Faced with Morin's discouragement, Usopp seemed either provoked by rebelliousness or genuinely unwilling to leave with Jesus Burgess, resolutely shaking his head. Witnessing his son's stance, Jesus Burgess sighed and turned to Tayo, saying, "I will send Usopp's support funds to you later, to the East Blue Branch number 127, if I remember correctly. But my son will not serve as a mere errand boy for your Navy. Please, do not be too harsh on him. Consider it a plea from me." After turning away in solitude, Jesus Burgess, accompanied by Shanks, boarded Beckman's small boat and gradually drifted away. Just as Jesus' silhouette began to fade, Morin's voice echoed from behind them. "Jesus, besides the support funds for your son, don't forget the repair costs for the Sturgeon. Send that over as well, otherwise." Chapter 65, Rising Fame. "Otherwise, I won't hesitate to deduct it from your son's support. Not far away." Jesus Burgess stumbled at the audacity of Morin's demands, nearly losing his balance. Had naval discipline deteriorated to such an extent? In this world, did pirates ever compensate for damages inflicted upon naval vessels? Throughout his life, Jesus had never encountered such an absurd request. Moreover, the cost of a warship's repair was exorbitant. How could a poor pirate like Jesus Burgess afford it? Yet, knowing his son was under Morin's authority and would rely on the Navy for survival, Jesus had no choice but to swallow his indignation. "I understand. I will send it over," he replied. Once their small boat had traversed some distance, ensuring Morin and the others were out of earshot, Jesus Burgess leaned closer to the red-haired Shanks and whispered, "Captain, could you lend me some money?" To support a large crew, the equally cash-strapped Shanks glanced at his own ship, the Red Force, which also required extensive repairs, and then at the imposing naval vessel. Inwardly lamenting, "What on earth? Why must I bear this burden? Is it so easy to be a captain?" On the battered deck of the Sturgeon, after Shanks returned to the Red Force and steered it away, Morin finally let out a sigh of relief. At last, they are all gone. After exchanging a few moves with Shanks, Morin realized that mastering the two-color hockey significantly enhanced his strength, narrowing the gap between him and those top-tier powerhouses. However, that disparity still persisted. Even now, he found himself struggling against Shanks, who had yet to fully reach his peak. How much more daunting would it be against those seasoned elites? The only reason Morin had initially gained the upper hand was due to Shanks's unfamiliarity with him, catching the latter off guard with his sonic sword technique. The next time they clashed, it would undoubtedly be more challenging. Yet, through his encounter with the still-maturing Shanks, Morin had a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. Indeed, if he wished to roam the seas freely, it would be prudent to wait some time before venturing forth. The unconsciousness of the Navy soldiers left the Sturgeon unable to set sail. Only after rousing each comatose soldier could the vessel be restarted. Meanwhile, the small, swift destroyer that Morin had initially boarded finally arrived near the Sturgeon. Concerned for the safety of his companions, Morin had to utilize the moonwalk technique he had just mastered to hasten his journey through the air, thus reducing the time for their reunion. Fortunately, this decision allowed him to arrive just in time, even performing a dramatic descent akin to a hero saving the day. Unbeknownst to both the weary Morin and the distant Shanks, thousands of meters above them, a fearless newsbird wielding a camera captured their confrontation in stunning clarity. A day later, as Morin and his crew piloted the damaged Sturgeon back to Navy Base 127, they remained oblivious to the unfolding events. A newspaper from that day, propelled by the World Economic News Agency, spread across the globe. Shockingly, the headline proclaimed that a man had forced back the notorious pirate Shanks, accompanied by an image of Shanks departing in a small boat. The article detailed how a hidden powerhouse within the Navy had repelled Shanks, featuring numerous images of Morin engaged in battle with the red-haired pirate. The East Blue, a realm of hidden talents, became a topic of fervent discussion. In the East Blue, within an orchard of a village, a striking figure with deep crimson hair paced anxiously by a window. Inside the room, a middle-aged man, drenched in sweat, was diligently conducting tests on a young girl of 5 or 6. As he examined her, he muttered in frustration, "How can this be? Why can't I find anything? What symptoms could this be? I have no similar case to reference." A gust of wind swept through, prompting the figure by the window to instinctively reach for the window to close it. Yet, recalling the doctor's advice to maintain ventilation, she hesitated, feeling conflicted. Just then, as she partially closed the window, a newspaper blown by the wind fluttered through the gap and landed at her feet. Picking it up, she glanced at the front page and was struck by the familiar figure captured in the photograph. It was him. Simultaneously, at Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku encountered Morin for the first time, whom Garp had mentioned as a potential candidate with Vice Admiral strength. Gazing at the newspaper, Sengoku murmured, "He forced back Shanks. A top pirate vying for the throne in the New World? It seems this young man possesses greater strength than Garp suggested." However, if he had the power to repel Shanks, why had he previously refused the Navy's orders to head to the Grand Line? Was it hidden ambition or some unknown concern? Furthermore, he recalled that Morin was the nephew of Rear Admiral Roy Nelson. Sengoku, pondering this connection, swiftly retrieved Morin's background information from a drawer in his desk. As he perused the details, his finger traced the lines rapidly. He found it, East Blue Navy Colonel Morin, related to Rear Admiral Roy Nelson. Upon seeing Nelson's name, Sengoku recalled the latter's ambition to ascend to the position of East Blue Navy Governor. As the Fleet Admiral, he was certainly familiar with the name. Sengoku had even reviewed Nelson's application for promotion. Thus, he was well acquainted with the strategic-minded Nelson, who lacked significant combat prowess but was known as the little strategist of the East Blue. If Morin remained in the East Blue to assist his uncle during this critical time for his promotion, everything would make sense, leading to a beautiful misunderstanding born from mere coincidence. After completing the handover and ensuring the injured aboard were safely taken to the hospital for recuperation, Morin could only delegate several squads of soldiers to maneuver the damaged sturgeon to the nearest Navy dock for repairs, amidst a long waiting list of ships and the shipwright's workload. Morin longed to encounter the sturgeon once more, though he was uncertain how much time had elapsed since their last meeting. Fortunately, the naval base was not lacking in warships. The temporary absence of one vessel would not significantly impact operations. It was only upon returning to his office that Morin noticed two newspapers on his desk, one of which featured a photograph of himself engaged in combat with Shanks. Upon seeing such an image, Morin's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. What on earth? How did my photograph end up in the newspaper? Moreover, he pondered, who was the scoundrel that captured the moment of my battle with Shanks? How can I maintain a low profile under these circumstances? This is utterly toxic. Drawing upon his previous studies of photographic angles, Morin quickly deduced that these images had been taken from a high altitude. Considering the aerial photography and the fact that he had not sensed any significant life force in the sky during the fight, he felt a growing unease. Morin quickly discerned that the entity responsible for capturing these photographs was not a human, but rather a notorious group of avaricious newsbirds. To think that a dignified traveler from another realm, was surreptitiously photographed by a mere bird without my knowledge. What a disgrace to our kind. How infuriating it is. These wretched newsbirds and the accursed Morgans, the World Economic News Agency, shall remember this. One day, I shall ensure that you all pay dearly for invading my privacy. After regaining his composure and perusing the newspaper's sensational report, Morin was left with a throbbing headache, his palm pressed against his temple in exasperation. Alas! Having successfully repelled the red-haired Shanks, could the contents of this newspaper be any more exaggerated? At last, Morin understood the adoring gazes of the naval soldiers back at the base upon his return. It was evident that the source of their admiration was this very newspaper. He had initially believed their reverence stemmed from his safe return with Tao Yao and others, only to discover it was instead due to this publication. After collecting his thoughts, he continued. Outside Morin's office, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Morin's voice resonated. With a creak, the office door swung open, and a diminutive figure slipped inside, expertly shutting the door behind them. Upon recognizing the visitor, Morin's expression shifted to one of surprise, followed by a smile. Oh, it's Ace. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be resting instead? Or perhaps you wish to gaze upon your mother's photograph? Not at all, Ace exclaimed, his voice rising. After a moment of hesitation, he added, Of course I want to see my mother's picture, but that is not why I'm here. Then what is it? Morin inquired, his curiosity piqued. With a determined bite of his lip, Ace closed his eyes and shouted, I am here to apologize. Apologize? For what? Morin asked, intrigued. If it weren't for my pleas to have Usopp aboard the ship, his father would not have pursued us with the red-haired pirates. And nobody would have been harmed. As he spoke, tears welled in the corners of Ace's eyes. He understood that. Had Morin not arrived in time to fend off Shanks, the Navy aboard the Sturgeon would have faced grave danger. No one could predict what the red-haired pirates would have done to the Navy that had taken Jesus Burgess's son without a formidable force to deter them. Morin shook his head in response to Ace's apology. You should not be apologizing to me, but rather to the others on the ship. For they are the ones truly endangered by your actions. I have already apologized to everyone, one by one. Ace replied earnestly. Oh. Morin's eyes lit up at this revelation. It seemed that Ace had a grasp on certain matters after all. And what next? Apart from your apologies, is there something else you wish to discuss? If I'm not mistaken, you have come to me for more than just that. Feeling as though Morin could see through him, Ace clenched his teeth and, with a heavy thud, knelt before Morin. Bowing his head to the ground, he implored, I wish to ask you to teach me how to become stronger. I want to grow in strength so that I can protect everyone when danger arises, rather than standing helplessly aside as I do now. Morin looked down at the kneeling Ace. Mollin chuckled softly. Very well. I consent. Huh? Upon hearing Mollin's response, Ace looked up in disbelief, as if unable to comprehend how Mollin could so readily acquiesce. Is that so surprising? Mollin inquired. Ace, bewildered, nodded in affirmation. However, Morin chuckled and remarked, It is not surprising. To seek strength in order to protect others is indeed commendable. I believe that Lu Jio's spirit in the heavens would also rejoice upon hearing this. Will Mother be pleased as well? Upon hearing this, Ace also broke into a smile. Meanwhile, Morin, seated opposite Ace, displayed an even broader grin. Having witnessed the numerous atrocities committed by pirates and having personally endured a setback, Ace's perspective on pirates had gradually undergone a transformation, one that he himself had yet to fully recognize. Recently, Ace had not vocalized his aspiration to become a pirate for quite some time. While working aboard the warship, he had begun to exert himself more diligently. The desire to grow stronger and protect others encapsulated the very essence of why many passionate youths chose to join the Navy. After Ace had smiled for a while, Morin inquired, "Since you wish for me to teach you, what should you now call me?" As Ace observed the playful expression on Morin's face, his smile faltered. He clearly remembered the disdain that had crossed his grandfather's face when he suggested that Colonel Morin become Ace's mentor, along with the mockery directed at Colonel Morin. Now he found himself beseeching Morin for guidance, which felt like a swift slap in the face. Although embarrassment flushed Ace's cheeks, he respectfully addressed Morin, calling out, "Teacher." Simultaneously, a notification pinged on Morin's interface, indicating that the progress of the mentor task had reached 10. Chapter 67, Lieutenant Commander. Since Ace had called out that one word, teacher, Morin's level of attention towards him significantly increased, not only assigning Ace to perform routine-based cleanup alongside other naval personnel, thereby facilitating his further integration into the naval ranks. Morin also prepared a personalized training regimen for Ace. After the daily chores were completed, Morin tailored a set of exercises specifically designed for Ace. Initially, the intensity of this training plan was modest, merely to gauge Ace's physical foundation and to gain a better understanding of his current physical capabilities. In addition to the training program, provisions were made to promptly replenish the energy expended during Ace's training, as well as to supply the necessary nutrients for his growth. Morin had to extract some meat from the gaps between his teeth to provide nourishment for Ace. The flesh of the Sea King is rich in nutrients, considered a top-tier supplement even for ordinary individuals. Regular consumption can enhance physical strength to a certain degree, making it particularly suitable for Ace in his current condition. Thus, time quietly passed for 2 days. Morin believed that after the incident with the red-haired pirates, he would be able to enjoy a brief period of tranquility. However, it was not long before the peace he anticipated was abruptly shattered. On the 3rd day, early in the morning, a call came in from the Navy headquarters, compelling Morin to rise from his cozy sanctuary in his warm bed. Initially, as he groggily answered the phone, he was still half asleep. But the name that introduced itself on the other end jolted him into full awareness. "Moshi Moshi, this is Sengoku." Sengoku. Sengoku the Fleet Admiral. "Indeed, it is I." Upon hearing the voice on the line, a cascade of questions flooded Morin's mind. What could this possibly mean? Why would the Supreme Commander of the Navy personally call a mere East Blue captain so early in the morning? Was he perhaps summoned to headquarters again after his skirmish with Shanks? Unsure of Sengoku's intentions, Morin cautiously inquired, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, may I ask what brings you to contact me?" On the other end, Sengoku seemed to sense Morin's apprehension and confusion. With a hearty laugh, he reassured him. "Do not be alarmed, Captain Morin. The reason I am reaching out to you at this early hour is to share some delightful news." After lightening the mood with a jest, Sengoku continued, "I am calling primarily to congratulate you, Captain Morin. You have been promoted. As of today, you are now an esteemed Rear Admiral of the Navy." Promoted? Morin's eyes widened in shock, utterly bewildered. What was happening? How had he suddenly been promoted? Was it truly because he had fought with Shanks? That seemed implausible. The rank of a Navy general was certainly not so easily bestowed. Although the rank of Brigadier General lay between that of Colonel and Rear Admiral, it was, in a broader context, an authentic general's title. What was going on? "Marshal, I don't believe I have accomplished any noteworthy feats recently. Why the sudden promotion?" Morin inquired of the snail phone, perplexed. "Have you truly not achieved anything of significance?" Sengoku retorted before elucidating, "Brigadier General Morin, do you not recall the recent request for assistance from the Kingdom of Rivers? During that event, you independently eliminated the pirate known as Sea Urchin Mariah, who had a bounty of 78 million berries. The Kingdom of Rivers even took the liberty of commending you to the world government for your valor, coupled with your previous years of service in the East Blue. Your promotion to Brigadier General is quite justified. Moreover, your battle with the red-haired Shanks has propelled your reputation to new heights, garnering recognition from the world government regarding your capabilities. This is one of the reasons for your swift elevation to the rank of Brigadier General." As Sengoku explained, Morin finally grasped the circumstances surrounding his promotion to Navy Brigadier General. Once his doubts were dispelled, he felt a mix of excitement and hesitation. After a moment's contemplation, he posed his query, "Marshal Sengoku, does this promotion necessitate my presence at Navy headquarters for a formal briefing?" according to Navy tradition. And to reinforce the authority of headquarters over the branches in the four seas, every officer attaining the rank of general was summoned back to headquarters for a ceremonial briefing. During this ceremony, the newly promoted officer would receive a cloak emblazoned with the word justice amidst the gaze of an eager audience. A practice designed to greatly satisfy the vanity and sense of duty of the newly minted Navy leaders. It was, after all, a strategic tool employed by the higher-ups to win the loyalty of their ranks. Of course, you must attend. This is a Navy tradition. Sengoku's laughter from the other end of the line momentarily lightened Morin's heart. Yet, as the implications settled in, he felt a growing weight in his chest. If he were to report to Navy headquarters, he would need to traverse the Grand Line. The headquarters was situated at the terminus of the first half of the Grand Line, an area teeming with formidable foes, starkly contrasting the feeble power dynamics of the East Blue. The difficulty of survival there was exponentially greater. What if he encountered an attack along the way? Common thugs were manageable, but what if misfortune led him to cross paths with hidden elite warriors or a colossal sea monster? After a pause, Sengoku noted Morin's silence and gradually withdrew his smile. This reaction indicated that Morin truly dreaded the prospect of traveling to Navy headquarters. With a sigh inwardly, Sengoku continued in a jesting tone, "What is this? Have you become so overjoyed that you've lost your ability to speak?" In response, Morin forced a smile. "Of course. It is an honor, but I fear I cannot leave the East Blue just yet." Sengoku, anticipating this, queried, "Why not? Is it related to that rascal Carp asking you to help look after his grandchild? Surely that wouldn't conflict with your attendance at headquarters. If you wish to avoid separation from the child, simply bring him along to Navy headquarters. I would like to meet Carp's grandson myself. Additionally, I could assist in finding a tutor for him, lest the little one inherit Carp's unreliable disposition." Morin silently pondered within himself. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from speaking. If the old general were to discover that Cap's grandson is none other than the son of the pirate king, Roger, he would surely be driven to the brink of apoplexy. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, Morin, with an expression of sincere regret, replied, "I apologize, Admiral, but I truly cannot depart at this time. Might we consider postponing the reporting ceremony? After all, the red-haired pirates are currently in the East Sea. Should I leave, I fear it would be exceedingly difficult to find a naval force capable of counterbalancing them." As he concluded his statement, Morin's tone grew increasingly grave. Although this excuse was a spur-of-the-moment fabrication, he could not shake the genuine concern that accompanied it. How could a future Emperor of the Seas crew possibly squander such an extensive amount of time in the East Sea without reason? Clearly, Shanks's repeated ventures to the East Sea must serve a purpose. Yet, the specifics eluded Morin at present. After all, the anime he had once watched merely portrayed a fragment of this vast world, rendering its depictions trivial in comparison to the grand tapestry of reality. To suggest that Shanks returned to the East Sea merely to visit family is absurd. If that were the case, he could simply have sent Jesus Burgess and the others back alone. Moreover, the red-haired pirates have lingered in the East Sea for extended periods, sometimes even a year. Such an extensive duration cannot possibly be explained solely by familial visits. After Morin finished speaking, there was a profound silence on the other end of the line. Where Zhangguo was, Morin is not mistaken. Although the three admirals, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji, have matured and are heralded as the golden generation of the Navy, the death of Pirate King Roger also ushered in the golden age of piracy. In recent years, the seas have become increasingly tumultuous, with powerful pirates emerging in abundance. Even though the Navy has grown stronger than ever, it appears to be gradually losing its vigor. Presently, the Navy headquarters lacks the control it once wielded over the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World. To suppress the pirates on the Grand Line, the Navy headquarters is currently unable to allocate forces to restrain the red-haired pirates in the East Blue. Given the formidable strength of Shanks, at least an admiral-level candidate would be required to contend with his crew. The dilemma is that such power is either stationed in various branches throughout the New World or is engaged in extinguishing fires created by other formidable pirate crews. At this juncture, having Morin, a native of the East Blue, to restrain Shanks and provide him with a worthy adversary, preventing him from acting recklessly in the East Blue, is indeed the most prudent course of action. Morin's use of the red-haired pirates as an excuse was indeed quite fitting. However, if he were to simply let Morin off the hook, he would miss the invaluable opportunity to meet this formidable naval officer hidden within the East Sea and gain a deeper understanding of him. After contemplating for a moment, Sengoku ultimately shook his head. It was settled. As a member of the Navy, he had captured numerous pirates over the years. Under his jurisdiction, The 127th branch had become the safest area in the East Sea over the past 2 years. If this young man wished to linger in the East Sea, so be it. As long as he refrained from actions that would jeopardize the Navy or violate justice, he was free to pursue his desires. Why should he concern himself with such matters? Rewards for merit and penalties for transgressions. Let nature take its course. There was no need to pressure him excessively. Having come to this realization, Sengoku no longer felt the need to insist on Morin's presence in the Grand Line. He organized his thoughts and spoke. In that case, let us postpone your swearing-in ceremony. However, your rank has already been elevated, and I have arranged for your uniform as a brigadier general to be delivered to you. Considering the time, it should have arrived by now. You may collect it yourself. Oh, and since you mentioned the red-haired pirates, it would be fitting for you to keep an eye on them while they are in the East Sea. Furthermore, aside from your role as the base commander of the 127th branch, I hereby appoint you as the temporary East Sea Guerrilla Admiral, enabling you to mobilize nearby naval forces as needed to deal with the red-haired pirates. After further discourse, the conversation continued. Molen hung up the phone with a look of astonishment. He had merely broached the subject tentatively, yet to his surprise, Sengoku had indeed postponed his reporting schedule. Furthermore, he had conferred upon Molen the title of acting commander of the Eastern Sea Guerrilla Forces. Though this position was temporary, it granted him substantial authority to mobilize the naval branches of the Eastern Sea and command their fleets. Once Sengoku proceeded with the documentation to officially promote him to the rank of brigadier general while concurrently holding the title of acting commander, Molen would ascend from an ordinary colonel to one of the most powerful figures within the Eastern Sea Navy. His influence would surpass that of a typical rear admiral and even exceed the authority of many vice admirals. However, Molen was acutely aware that this power was contingent upon his own capabilities. Had he lacked the strength to counterbalance the red-haired pirates, Sengoku would not have bestowed such formidable authority upon him. Not long after Morin ended the call with Zhanghua, the naval transport ship arranged by Zhanghua to deliver military uniforms arrived at Naval Branch Number 127. In addition to Morin's uniform, the vessel was laden with a substantial quantity of essential supplies, as it was originally intended to transport provisions to Branch 127. In comparison to the cargo on board, Morin's brigadier general uniform seemed almost like an ancillary item. After receiving his brigadier general uniform solemnly from the hands of the transport ship's chief petty officer, not long after, Morin changed into a new outfit and stepped out of his office. Having received a promotion, he felt no need to conceal his achievements. After all, who would shy away from basking in the limelight? Life is akin to a grand performance. Since resistance is futile, one might as well relish the experience. Upon glimpsing Morin's new attire, news of his elevation swiftly spread throughout the entire Branch 127. After wandering around the base, Morin returned to his office. Hardly had he settled in when the intercom rang once more. The persistent ringing echoed through the room, a stark contrast to its usual silence, which might stretch for days without a call. Curiosity piqued, Morin answered, "This is the 127th Naval Branch. Who am I speaking to?" On the other end, the caller hesitated upon hearing Morin's voice, uncertainly responding, "Is this Morin?" The melodious voice that emanated from the receiver struck Morin as extraordinarily familiar. Yet he struggled to recall its owner. Despite racking his brain, the identity eluded him. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Morin admitted, "This is Morin. I'm sorry, but I can't quite place who you are." Chapter 69. Belmel, the individual on the other end, seemed unfazed by Morin's inability to recognize her voice. Instead, she expressed surprise that Morin had personally answered her call. "It's really you, Morin. I'm Belmel, from the 13th branch. Do you remember me?" The mention of the 13th branch and the name Belmel instantly jogged Morin's memory, illuminating the identity of the voice he had found so familiar. As Morin recalled the voice's owner, he exclaimed with excitement, "Sister Bell, is that really you?" "Of course it is. Is there anyone who would impersonate me?" replied Bellimer, a former lieutenant of the Navy's 13th Division where Morin once served. She had previously held the position of instructor there, and coincidentally, she was the one who trained Morin's cohort of soldiers. It was Bellimer who instilled in Morin the foundations of physical training and marksmanship. Given Morin's handsome appearance and sunny disposition, he enjoyed a rather close relationship with the straightforward Bellimer, to the point that he had once impulsively confessed his feelings to her. Upon confirming Bellimer's identity, Morin, puzzled, inquired, "Sister Bell, you're alive. This is wonderful news. We suffered tremendous losses in that battle against the Oikote Kingdom. Although we never found your body, we all thought you had perished in that conflict. To think you have survived. However, He couldn't help but wonder why. After all these years, she had not reached out to him. Bellemere, also an officer under Captain Jim, had participated in the very battle that Morin mentioned. After the conflict ended, the Navy only managed to locate a handful of survivors, including Morin, but Bellemere was not among them. Though I was severely injured, I miraculously survived. Eventually, weary of war, I returned to my hometown, and now I am a mother of two, she explained. Hearing this, Morin felt a twinge of sadness. Although he had once confessed his feelings to her, she was now a mother, and the realization brought a mix of embarrassment and disappointment. "Ah, you have two children now?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed," Bellemere replied with a smile. After a brief silence, Bellemere continued, her tone growing serious. "The reason I called you is actually because of my children." Morin's heart tightened at her words, and he instinctively took a sharp breath. "Wait, this doesn't seem right. Could it be that Bellemere's children are mine?" He pondered. Yet, his memories indicated that they had merely been good friends, with Bellemere never showing any inclination towards something more, viewing him simply as a brotherly figure. But if there were no connection between them, why would she say such a thing? Was it possible that his memories were incomplete? Besides the battle against the Oikote kingdom, might there be other memories he had lost? Fortunately, Bellemere did not allow Morin much time for further speculation. She continued, "My daughter Nami fell ill recently, and despite consulting every doctor nearby, no one could ascertain her condition. A few days ago, I happened upon your picture in the newspaper, and it reminded me that your parents are renowned physicians in the Oikote kingdom. I thought perhaps you could help me. I'm truly at my wit's end." "Oh, I see." Morin realized he had overthought the situation. Embarrassed, he smiled and replied, "You want to consult my parents? No problem. Where are you now? I can send someone to bring you over. However, if you've already seen many doctors without finding a diagnosis, I cannot guarantee that my parents will be able to cure Nami's illness." "Nami?" Morin exclaimed, Nami?" as the two common names became intertwined in his mind. He blinked in surprise. Could it be that this ailing Nami was the one he had imagined? At that moment, Bellemere responded, "I know, but at least there is hope." "Isn't there? I have exhausted all my options." As she spoke, her once clear voice grew hoarse, and despite the distance between them, Morin could sense her helplessness. The contrast between the spirited soldier he remembered and the desperate woman on the other end of the line was stark. Morin let out a sigh of disbelief. "I see. Belle, are you currently in Cocoa Village?" "Yes, I am still in Cocoa Village." "All right, please wait for a moment. I will send someone to fetch you." After hanging up the phone, Morin found it hard to comprehend. He never imagined that Nami's mother had once been the object of his affections. Had Bellemere accepted his confession back then, would he now have gained two daughters? Meanwhile, far away in Cocoa Village, Bellemere, equally puzzled, ended her conversation on the village's only telephone worm belonging to a Jian. After the call, she remarked curiously, "I don't believe I mentioned that I was in Cocoa Village." "How did Morin know I was here?" A Jian casually replied, "Did you not say that he used to have a good relationship with you? Perhaps you mentioned it to him before." "Is that so?" Bellemere murmured, but she did not dwell on it further. Morin is currently stationed at Naval Branch 127, situated near the doldrums, which can be described as the fringes of the East China Sea. In contrast, Bellemere resides in the village of Kakoja, located near the Kingdom of Oikote. While not in the heart of the East China Sea, it is certainly far removed from its edges. Should Morin embark from Branch 127 to retrieve Bellemere from Kakoja and then proceed to the capital of the Kingdom of Oikote, the journey would undoubtedly entail considerable delays. Thus, despite his burgeoning desire to personally fetch Bellemere, Morin ultimately chose to make a prudent phone call to a newly appointed major at East China Sea Branch 13. Morin once saved the life of that major during a joint operation, establishing a bond of deep camaraderie between them. After briefly explaining the situation, the major readily agreed to assist Morin. Chapter 70, Home. After promising to treat the major to drinks upon their next meeting, Morin ended the call. Subsequently, Morin made the necessary preparations and set sail once more aboard another warship. The military title of the Eastern Sea Guerrilla Admiral, held by the warlord of the warring states, was not bestowed lightly. Since Morin had accepted this position, he could no longer regard the red-haired pirates with indifference. Of course, Morin's return to the Kingdom of Oikote while monitoring the red-haired pirates was nothing of great consequence. Molin's voyage to the Kingdom of Oikote was remarkably smooth. Aside from effortlessly dealing with two minor pirate crews, each with bounties of less than 5 million berries, the warship carrying Molin arrived at the Kingdom of Oikote without incident. The capital of the Kingdom of Oikote, much like the majority of capitals in the pirate world, is situated at the very heart of the island. Upon disembarking from the warship, Molin, accompanied only by a select few including Tao Yao and Ace, boarded a carriage bound for the capital. After all, this journey was not solely to visit Belmel. It also bore the semblance of a homecoming. Moulin had already met his parents several times during a vacation a few years prior. Although they were both doctors, perpetually busy with their demanding schedules, their affection for Moulin was unwavering. Every time he returned, his mother, Emily, would, despite her exhaustion, personally venture to the nearby market to procure an abundance of fresh vegetables and ingredients, preparing a sumptuous feast for him. Despite Morin's attempts to halt the flow of memories, a gentle smile graced his face as he reflected on his parents in this lifetime. The familial affection he had never experienced in his previous existence was now a tangible reality. Perhaps it was the bond of blood or the sincere emotions expressed by his mother, Emily, and father, James, that allowed Morin to swiftly embrace the reality of having an additional pair of parents. After several encounters, he regarded them as his true parents. The kingdom of Oikot, an archipelago, boasted a moderately sized main island. After a lengthy journey in their carriage, Morin and his companions finally arrived at the capital of Oikot. However, the sun had long set, and the clock indicated it was around 7 or 8 in the evening. Had they arrived any later, the city gates would have closed. Once inside the capital, Morin leaned out of the carriage to gauge the darkness of the sky and decided to return home first. There was no rush to meet Belmir the following day. On Narcissus Flower Street, at number 221, stood a charming 3-story house. The kitchen's hot water boiler gurgled softly, nearing a boil. James, having just returned from a shift at St. Paul's Hospital, was uncharacteristically bustling about, retrieving ingredients from the refrigerator to prepare dinner for his wife. Though in his 40s, James's handsome visage and refined demeanor made him appear even more alluring. Typically, upon returning home, he would collapse onto the sofa, seeking respite from his fatigue. Yet today, he was determined to cook dinner. Since their marriage, it had been ages since James last stepped into the kitchen. Even on days when Emily was too weary to cook, they would simply dine out at a nearby restaurant. As a couple of physicians, they belonged to the affluent class, living a life of comfort and even abundance, which was evident in their residence located in the heart of the Oikot capital. Recently, however, James had rediscovered his culinary skills, and despite his exhaustion, he consistently prepared nutritious and delectable meals for Emily, his face beaming with joy. He even took it upon himself to manage the household chores. Observing her husband diligently at work in the kitchen, Emily, with her long, dark hair elegantly pinned back, stood at the doorway, her eyes reflecting tenderness as she said, "That's enough. Just prepare a couple of dishes. I can't eat much right now. That's simply one tea do," James replied, adeptly slicing tender veal into even slices, seasoning it before tossing it into the frying pan. "Your body requires nourishment now more than ever. You must eat more. By the way, why not take an extended break from work and rest at home? That's out of the question. You know that my choice to become a doctor was not solely due to family reasons. I wish to save lives. I'm perfectly capable of working. Staying idle at home would drive me mad." Emily firmly rejected her husband's suggestion. James sighed in resignation, but soon found himself smiling. Though exasperated, this was the Emily he knew, the very kindness that had captured his heart long ago. "Very well, but please step outside for a moment. I'll finish cooking shortly. The kitchen is filled with smoke, and it's not good for your health." With that, James wiped his hands on a clean cloth and gently ushered his wife out of the kitchen. After being sent away, Emily noticed the fondness in her husband's eyes and couldn't help but smile. She cradled her slightly rounded belly and made her way to the sofa, sinking into its soft embrace, which relieved her fatigue. Finding a comfortable position, she picked up a newspaper beside the sofa and began to read. This newspaper was not from today, yet Emily was engrossed, for it featured her son, Morin. After some time, James emerged from the kitchen with dinner. Catching sight of Emily's engrossed expression, "You've been perusing that newspaper for days. Haven't you had enough? Why do you keep going back to it?" Emily looked up and playfully rolled her eyes at her husband. "It's not every day that our son's news is published. What's wrong with me reading it a few more times?" Seeing her enthusiasm, James felt a twinge of jealousy. "That rascal hardly visits us. Wouldn't it be better to focus on honing our little one's skills instead? We wouldn't want him to turn out like that cheeky boy." Emily playfully chided her husband, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "What are you saying? You're the one who was flaunting our son's achievements to Dr. Owen and the others during the day." James's face flushed, and he turned away, muttering in annoyance, "You're no better. I saw you boasting to those female doctors and the head nurse this morning. What are you murmuring about? Emily shot him a knowing glance, her eyes narrowed. James, ever the good husband, quickly backed down and changed the subject. Nothing important. I was merely saying that if we don't eat soon, the food will grow cold. And cold meals aren't good for your health. By the way, I brought back a box of kiwis. I'll peel a few for you after dinner. Kiwis? Well, all right. I'll have a little after we eat. The thought of the sweet and tangy kiwis made Emily's mouth water. Ever since she discovered her pregnancy, she had developed a particular craving for sweet and sour foods. It was quite different from when she was expecting more in all those years ago. Was it possible that her taste had changed over time? After consuming a few pieces of veal, Emily suddenly felt nauseous. James immediately inquired with concern, "What's wrong? Is something unappetizing?" Emily shook her head, covering her mouth. "It's nothing, just a normal physiological reaction. Honey, I can't eat anymore. Please peel me a kiwi." "All right. Just a moment." James went to the entrance and retrieved a few ripe kiwis, carefully peeling them as he chatted with Emily. "My dear, time flies. Can you believe how many years have passed? That little rascal used to be so small, just a bundle of joy, and now he is a naval commander, fending off pirates on the Grand Line." Reflecting on the time when little Morin was merely the size of his palm, James couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Emily, with a glimmer of reminiscence in her eyes, echoed, "Indeed, how swiftly time passes. Little Linlin no longer requires our protection. The infamous red-haired Shanks commands a bounty of over 1 billion berries. We managed to fend him off. And others claim our Morin is now the strongest in the East Blue." The title of the strongest in the East Blue bestowed upon that insufferable brat. Initially, James intended to argue that Morin still had a long way to go, but the thought of Shanks and his staggering bounty rendered him speechless. The East Blue was neither the pirate-infested Grand Line nor the formidable New World. At this moment, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million berries was already celebrated as a great pirate. The sheer power of a pirate with a bounty surpassing 1 billion berries was beyond James's imagination. After a moment of silence, he remarked, "By the way, that kid hasn't returned in several months. I wonder when his vacation is this year." Emily sighed. "It's still early. Our son now oversees a naval base. And vacations are hardly easy to come by. My brother didn't return home for years, and if it weren't for my sister-in-law purchasing a house near the branch, they might never have gathered as a family. Now our son is no longer a child. I believe it's time we found him a bride. Look at that girl who visited our hospital. She's only a few years older than our son, and she already has 2 children. And what about our son? All these years, he is still alone." James nodded in agreement. "You speak the truth." Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through their conversation. "Hey, Mom and Dad. I just got back, and you're already discussing this? Give your son a break. I'm only 23. Startled, James and Emily exchanged glances towards the entrance, only to find it empty. They turned back, one peeling a kiwi and the other continuing to enjoy it. "Oh dear, I must be missing him too much." "It's just an illusion," Emily mused, shaking her head slightly. "That can't be right," James muttered to himself, though he couldn't shake the feeling that he had indeed been thinking more about that insufferable brat lately, perhaps spurred by a recent newspaper sighting. Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, open up, Mom and Dad. I can smell dinner from a mile away. Are you trying to starve your son?" "Not an illusion." The couple exchanged astonished glances before springing to their feet simultaneously. "You stay put. I'll answer the door." After reassuring his pregnant wife, James dashed towards the door with the speed of a sprinter. With a click, he swiftly unlatched the door, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Standing in their courtyard, alongside his beloved son, was a breathtaking young lady in a pink dress, clutching a gift and appearing notably anxious. Beside her was a curious child. Observing him intently, James scratched the back of his head and asked, "Son, aren't you going to introduce me to these two?" Casting a glance at the visibly nervous and somewhat awkward Taoyao, Morin cleared his throat. "Ahem, Dad, this is Taoyao, my friend, and this little rascal is Ace, my apprentice." At that moment, Morin's mother emerged from the room. Upon seeing Tao standing alongside her son, resembling a pair of golden boy and jade girl, her eyes sparkled with delight. As for Morin's apprentice, Ace, Emily offered a polite smile before her gaze swiftly returned to Taoyao. "Why are we just standing here? Come in, everyone." Moments later, after Morin and Taoyao entered the house, Morin glanced at the steaming dishes on the table, which had barely been touched. He exclaimed, "It seems I have returned just in time. I was about to starve. I shall not be polite." Emily, upon hearing this, shifted her gaze from Taoyao and rolled her eyes, retorting, "Come now. With your current appetite, The dishes your father prepared are hardly sufficient to satisfy your hunger. Darling, while old Tom is still at the market, hurry and buy 30 pounds of beef and 20 pounds of lamb. Oh, and do get some potatoes. Be quick about it. Chapter 72. The Egg of Insects. Upon hearing the names of the dishes, Morin instantly deduced what his mother intended to prepare: lamb shank and beef stew with potatoes. This was a dish Emily excelled at, and it had once been Morin's favorite. Previously, Emily prepared it in standard portions, but ever since Morin's last visit, when he devoured an entire pot that she had stewed all day for family and friends, she had adjusted her son's portion to an extraordinary level. Fortunately, due to Morin's uncle, Emily was aware that many formidable individuals in this world possessed remarkable appetites. Otherwise, she would have surely sent her son to the hospital for a thorough examination. What good is buying groceries if you don't know when you'll finish cooking? Old James grumbled. Unwillingly. You've worked all day. Given your current condition, I cannot allow you to cook for this little rascal. Emily shot her husband a disapproving glance. If I say go, then go. No need for all this chatter. Morin, perplexed by James's words, glanced curiously at his mother. Upon noticing her slightly rounded abdomen, he paused. And then his ears perked up as he sensed another presence through the observation of hockey and emerging life. This is, after a moment's contemplation, Morin looked at his father with astonishment and teased, Father, am I to become an elder brother? James's face flushed with embarrassment, and he stammered, What? Is that not acceptable? We spent so much effort on the first. Should we not take the opportunity to practice for a second while we are still young, rather than relying on you, a home dweller, to support us in our old age? Enough. The child is busy with work. You know that. Must you keep prattling on? Emily kicked James lightly, and then took Tao Yao's hand, leading her to sit beside the sofa. Morin had intended to sit down, but before he could make his way over, he was pulled outside by James. What do you think? Do you expect me to carry this hefty load all by myself? Hurry up. Moulin was conscripted, and naturally, his apprentice Ace was also swept up in the same fate. When the master has matters to attend to, the disciple must bear the burden. Even in a different world, some principles remain universally applicable. Although darkness had descended, the capital of the Oikert kingdom, Pompeii, was still bustling with numerous itinerant vendors and shops that had yet to close for the night. In a short span of time, Moulin and Ace, following closely behind James, each carried several dozen pounds of goods. Upon returning home and learning that his mother was still pregnant, Moulin could not possibly allow Emily to cook again. With his current appetite, it would surely exhaust her. Of course, he also refrained from entrusting the kitchen to the culinary novice, James. Instead, he, with his superior culinary skills, prepared a hearty and plentiful dinner for the entire family. The feast included black pepper beef strips, pan-seared lamb chops, stewed beef with potatoes, a mixed lamb soup, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Dinner was a delightful affair. Except for little Ace, who indulged a bit more, all the other dishes, along with a large pot of rice, found their way into Moulin's stomach. After the meal, Moulin's family, along with Tao Yao and little Ace, gathered around the dining table for a leisurely chat. Emily whispered with Tao Yao, while Moulin engaged in conversation with James. That little rascal, with your current strength, I dare say your military rank will surely rise in a few years. TSK. A brigadier general before 30, your uncle would be envious beyond measure. He only attained that rank when he was nearly 35, and I recall his nose was practically in the clouds back then. Moulin gazed at his father with a smile and said, A brigadier? I already am. Huh. Wah. What? Upon hearing this, James instantly faltered, unable to maintain his aloof demeanor, and could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. So soon? Morin jested about himself, expressing that it was quite unimpressive. There were many brigadiers at the naval headquarters who were not yet 20, and his rank seemed trivial in comparison. He felt he still lagged considerably behind their promotion pace. Although James was somewhat astonished by Morin's rapid ascent, he was somewhat displeased with his self-deprecating humor. How can you compare? The naval headquarters is one realm, and the East Sea is another. At least in the East Sea. I have yet to hear of anyone becoming a brigadier at the tender age of 23. At the very least, you have surpassed your uncle considerably. Emily, sitting nearby, nodded with a smile upon hearing that her son had achieved the rank of brigadier. As for the brother who had been used for comparison by her husband, a few words wouldn't cost him any flesh. Besides, her son was indeed remarkable, was he not? Upon learning of their son's commendable achievements, both Emily and James could not help but feel a surge of excitement. As they continued their conversation, they inadvertently drifted towards Morin's matrimonial prospects. Emily gazed at Tao Yao, who sat beside her, and with a hint of implication remarked, "My son, you are now a naval brigadier, having achieved a measure of success. Heed your mother's advice. Make haste to settle your marriage in the coming days, so we may soon embrace our grandchildren. Taeyao is a fine young lady, and I am quite pleased. Do ensure you do not mistreat her." She continued, "Consider that naval colleague of yours who visited our hospital a few days ago. She is merely 3 years your senior, yet she already has 2 children." Caught off guard by the sudden mention, Taoyao's face flushed crimson. Even Morin felt the awkwardness, coughing lightly as he swiftly redirected the conversation. "By the way, you were referring to Sister Belle, weren't you? How is her child's condition?" Though somewhat displeased with her son's change of subject, Emily answered, "Her daughter is not in grave danger. It's merely a case of a child consuming something inappropriate, resulting in an obstruction that has caused gastrointestinal inflammation. The facilities in that small area are limited and could not diagnose it properly, hence the delay has exacerbated the situation. We employed an emetic method, supplemented with some medications, and have successfully removed the object from her stomach. In due time, once her gastroenteritis subsides, she will recover." Morin heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Eating random things? As long as she's cured, that's what matters." At that moment, James beside Emily frowned and interjected, "Actually, it's not such a trivial matter. What she ingested was an insect egg. Had we not removed it in time, that egg could have hatched inside her digestive tract, gnawing away at her internal organs. An insect egg." Upon hearing those words, Morin's lips twitched involuntarily. How could anyone recklessly consume something like that? Chapter 73. The visit. Even the most gluttonous child wouldn't eat something so vile. Emily shot her husband a glare. "Stop exaggerating. We already examined it. It was a dead egg. There is no way it could have hatched." Yet as she spoke, her own brow furrowed. "Still, lately, there have been quite a few strange insect eggs appearing around the kingdom. Adults might know better, but children have accidentally ingested them. Just from the news alone, we've heard of many tragic deaths because of this." Morin frowned. "Has the kingdom not intervened?" "Of course they have. They dispatched forces to deal with it. But despite destroying many of the eggs, they still haven't traced their origin." After grumbling about the kingdom's inefficiency, the family resumed their conversation, and Morin took the opportunity to inquire about Belmir's condition. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Morin rose and began his exercises in the courtyard. Ever since mastering the Navy's 6 powers and armament hockey, his training regimen had intensified. Previously, without a systematic method, his efforts had yielded meager results, prompting him to rely on his unique advantage. But now, with the disciplined techniques of the 6 powers and armament hockey, even routine training allowed him to perceive subtle progress. Though incremental, it was still a path toward strength. Until he attained true security, Morin would seize every opportunity to grow stronger. In the courtyard, aside from Morin, Ace was also up early, diligently performing physical drills under his guidance. Meanwhile, Momo sat quietly on the grass, observing their training. Yet upon closer inspection, one would notice Momo's palms pressed against the earth, drawing something unseen from the soil. And on this day, every tree in the city of Pompeii sprouted fresh buds in unison. After 2 hours of training, as the sky lightened with the first hues of dawn, Morin stepped out of the courtyard and purchased a substantial amount of food from a nearby breakfast shop. Upon returning home, he took a quick shower. And by the time he finished, the large pot of vegetable and lean meat congee he had prepared that morning was freshly ready. He called over James, who was already awake, after Emily had finished her breakfast. Morin ventured to the shopping street to select several gifts for Belmare before making his way to St. Paul Hospital, where Belmare was located. Following the instructions provided by James regarding the ward, Morin arrived at the door of room 3021 and knocked gently. Tap, tap, tap. Please enter. Room 3021 was one of the hospital's premium wards, not quite the elite suite reserved for the kingdom's nobility, but still a private space. Were it not for Morin's father, James, currently serving as the deputy director of St. Paul Hospital, Belmer's family would not have been able to occupy this room. Upon opening the door, Morin was greeted by a moderately sized room. A young girl with short orange hair lay restlessly in bed, receiving and for drip, while beside her, a girl with blue hair leaned over the bed, quietly observing her sister. On the opposite side of the bed, Belmare, dressed in a light blue checkered shirt with her chestnut hair tied in a neat ponytail, exuded a radiant charm even without makeup, her face glowing with joy as she gazed at her daughter. When she turned to see Morin entering, she froze momentarily in surprise. What's the matter, Sister Belmare? Do you not recognize me? Morin chuckled, noting the familiar yet unfamiliar expression on her face. Is it really you, Morin? Belmare exclaimed. Indeed, it is I. After placing the gifts he had brought for Belmare on the nearby table, Morin retrieved 2 plush toys that children would adore, offering them to Nami and Nokaheo. Upon seeing the exquisite plush toys, a glimmer of desire flickered in the eyes of Nami and Nokaheo, who had never encountered such toys before. Yet neither reached out to accept Morin's offerings. Instead, they turned to their mother, Belmare, seeking her approval. Noticing the longing in her daughter's eyes, Belmare laughed heartily. If you like them, take them. This is your Uncle Morin, a wealthy man. Do not hold back. Hearing their mother's encouragement, Nami and Nokaheo finally accepted the fluffy toys. After presenting the gifts, Morin sighed. Well, in the blink of an eye, I have become an uncle. Belmare rolled her eyes at him. You think you are still so young? You are in your 20s. In our village, someone like you would be called an old bachelor. After teasing Morin, the sense of unfamiliarity between them dissipated significantly, as if they had returned to the carefree days of yore. Oh, by the way, I wonder if you all have had breakfast. I picked up a little something on my way here, Morin said, handing Belmare a bag containing breakfast. Just then, Nami and Nokaheo's stomachs audibly protested, having caught the scent of food. You haven't tea eaten yet? It seems I arrived just in time. After giving the bag to Belmare for her to distribute, Morin exchanged a few words with her before taking his leave from the ward. Wait, Morin. Not long after he exited, Belmare hurried after him. Turning to face her, Morin asked, What is it, Sister Belmare? Let's South find another place to talk. On the rooftop of St. Paul Hospital, Morin and Belmare stood amidst the undulating rooftops, enjoying the cool breeze, sharing a moment of silent understanding. Eventually, Belmare broke the stillness. It's astonishing how, in the blink of an eye, that little follower who trailed behind me has transformed into a formidable naval force capable of repelling notorious pirates with bounties in the billions. Your current strength must surely rank among the top at the naval headquarters. Morin shook his head. It's still too early. Belmare responded with a non-committal smile, sincerely thanking Morin. I truly appreciate your help this time. I cannot bear to imagine how I would cope after losing Nami without your assistance. Furthermore, Belmare clenched her teeth and added, As for Nami's medical expenses, it may take me years to repay you. I have already exhausted my savings to treat her. As a single mother who had embarked on this journey later in life, Belmare's existence was far from prosperous. It could even be described as strained. Chapter 74. The outbreak of pests. Even though Belmare had painstakingly cultivated an orange grove, her days remained arduous due to the responsibilities of caring for 2 children. Previously, it was her friend, Ajian, who had helped cover the medical fees for Nami's treatment. If it were not for Morin ensuring her transportation and James considering Morin's involvement, advancing Belmare's medical costs upon their arrival at the hospital, she might have found herself homeless. Yet, despite this assistance, her remaining funds barely amounted to 3,000 berries. Such a sum would scarcely last a few days in the bustling city of Pompeii. As Belmare lowered her head, her gaze evasive and somewhat embarrassed, Morin circled around her teasingly. TSK, TSK, TSK. I never imagined Sister Belmare could be shy. When you struck me back then, you showed no hesitation. You must realize that was my first confession. Upon hearing this, Belmare playfully struck Morin's chest, exclaiming, How dare you bring that up? It's a miracle I didn't knock you out in front of so many people back then. Morin let out a piercing scream, exclaiming, Ah, is this truly the Belmare I remember? Dashing and unconcerned with trifles. As for the matter of medical expenses, isn't that akin to slapping my face? I recall when I first entered the battlefield, you saved my life on several occasions. Are you implying that I should repay you for those acts of salvation? Dream on. After a playful exchange, the camaraderie between Morin and Belmare deepened, reminiscent of their earlier days. Observing the bustling capital, Morin turned to Belmare and remarked, By the way, I have stowed away 1,000,000 berries in that red gift box. Please keep an eye on it when we return. It must not be lost. 1,000,000 berries. Upon hearing this, Belmare felt compelled to respond. She believed she already owed Morin so much and was reluctant to accept such a sum. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Morin interjected, Do not overthink it. This money is not for you. It is meant for Nami and Nojiko. Since we have come to the capital, once Nami regains her strength, I wish to take them out, to explore and indulge in some delightful treats, ensuring these 2 young ones do not harbor regrets about their childhood. Belmare thought of Nami and Nojiko, who had grown up alongside her, enduring hardships. Although a pang of sadness struck her, she resolutely shook her head and replied, No, you have already assisted me immensely. I cannot accept this money. Once Nami recovers, I will naturally take her and Nojiko around the capital, but that will not require any funds. Morin, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "See, this is still being distant. If it weren't for your rejection of my confession back in the day, both Nokigo and Nami could have almost called me father. If I am not mistaken, both of them are survivors from that battle in Watanabe town of the Kingdom of Wicked, right? I participated in that battle as well, ultimately. It was our failure to protect them. However, not long ago, I avenged them. As the instigator of that conflict, the urchin Modia has already been slain by my hand." Upon hearing this, Belmel turned abruptly, gazing at Morin and asking, "Is it truly him?" Of course, I would not mistake an enemy who nearly took my life. Upon receiving the news of Modia's demise, Belmel appeared to shed a heavy burden, visibly relaxing. After much persuasion from Morin, Belmel reluctantly accepted the 100,000 berry. Following his departure from St. Paul Hospital, Morin unexpectedly found himself with two goddaughters. As Morin strolled along the bustling streets of Pompeii, feeling a pang of hunger, he intended to purchase some food when chaos erupted around him. "Make way, step aside. Urgent military matters, clear the path." The sound of galloping hooves echoed as a small troop of cavalry, slightly reducing their speed, charged down the relatively broad Mercury Avenue. Instantly, there was a flurry of activity, with people and horses alike thrown into disarray. Fortunately, the cavalry had been shouting warnings from afar. Although the street remained chaotic, there were no casualties. Observing the royal palace's guard passing by, Morin furrowed his brow, wondering if something had gone amiss. Half an hour later, within the royal palace of the Kingdom of Wicked, the middle-aged king, Josilas V, glared furiously at the captain of the royal guard reporting to him. "Incompetent fools. A 3,000-strong army, alongside 3 large warships and 7 medium vessels. And yet you could not eliminate a single pest? Instead, you suffered a catastrophic defeat. Are you all utterly useless?" In a fit of rage, Josilas V kicked over an antique vase beside him and seized an object to hurl at those kneeling before him. The object missed its target, but the shattering vase startled the assembled men to their core. At this moment, the kingdom's Minister of Internal Affairs stepped forward, attempting to calm the king. "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. What has transpired cannot be undone, and our outrage serves no purpose. Our foremost priority now is to eliminate that monster. If it escapes, the entire Kingdom of Oikit will face utter devastation." Taking a deep breath, Josilas V managed to suppress his fury and regain some semblance of composure. "What do you propose we do?" he inquired coldly. "Your Majesty, the monster is on the verge of emergence, and it will not only threaten us but other realms as well. Therefore, why not report to the world government and request their assistance in dealing with the creature on that island? After all, we cannot afford to waste the exorbitant heavenly gold we pay each year, can we?" Reporting to the world government? Josilas V pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. Although it might be somewhat humiliating, and the amount of heavenly gold due next year would likely increase, he realized that such concerns paled in comparison to the potential devastation that could be wrought by the monsters within the Kingdom of Oikit. The prospect of severe losses to his subjects, coupled with the kingdom's failure to harvest this year's crops, loomed ominously. In that scenario, the true peril for Josilas V would begin. "Then, I entrust this matter to you." The Minister of Internal Affairs bowed in acknowledgement. "As you command, Your Majesty." After dispatching the Minister of Internal Affairs, Josilas V turned to the Minister of Military Affairs. "We cannot afford to remain idle while we await the world government's resources. You shall lead a team to exterminate the mutated giant locust eggs in the fields and forests. We must not allow a plague to sweep through our kingdom." "Understood, Your Majesty." Once the Minister of Military Affairs had taken his leave, Josilas V hesitated for a long moment before addressing the Minister of Public Affairs. "Prepare to inform my subjects of this situation." The Minister of Public Affairs was taken aback and immediately stepped forward to protest. "Your Majesty, we cannot. If this news spreads across the nation, it will undoubtedly incite panic among the citizens, leading to unnecessary unrest. It may even attract those revolutionary forces, akin to a swarm of pests, to attack our Kingdom of Oikit." "Humph. And what are the revolutionary forces? Am I to fear these pests? I am the king of this nation. As for the citizens' panic, it is far preferable to them being caught unawares and sparking even greater turmoil, potentially costing them their lives." "Enough. There is no need for further discussion. Proceed as I have instructed." The Minister of Public Affairs could only respond with a bitter smile. At that moment, the Minister of Internal Affairs spoke up again. "When the Minister of Public Affairs disseminates this information nationwide, he could also encourage the citizens of the Kingdom of Oikit to voluntarily destroy the hidden locust eggs in the fields and forests. A collective effort would undoubtedly yield better results than relying solely on the military." Upon hearing this, the eyes of both the Minister of Public Affairs and Josias V lit up. Excellent suggestion. Minister of Public Affairs, proceed as advised by the Minister of Internal Affairs, commanded Josias V, satisfaction evident in his voice. As you wish, Your Majesty. Off you go. With the decision of King Josias V, news of the impending locust plague in the kingdom of Oikot swiftly spread across the realm, fueled by the eagerness of royal officials and the military. The fear of such a calamity, particularly a locust invasion, has haunted agricultural communities since time immemorial. In a state of panic, countless farmers began a frenzied campaign to eliminate every locust egg they could find scattered across the hillsides. This time, however, the kingdom was set to confront a colossal mutated locust creature whose eggs were as large as quail eggs, glimmering like translucent yellow jelly. The origins of these eggs remained a mystery, but as the farmers grew increasingly frantic, they discovered that exterminating the eggs proved simpler than they had anticipated. Interestingly, some adventurous chefs, after conducting their experiments, transformed these quail egg-sized locust eggs into gourmet dishes. Fried locust eggs, roasted locust eggs, each egg, after undergoing special preparation, swiftly became a delicacy on dining tables. Rich in protein and delightfully crisp when fried, locust eggs quickly became a culinary trend. In various towns, individuals even began to pay for the procurement of these locust eggs to create diverse culinary masterpieces. Amidst this culinary craze, the public's fear of the locust plague began to wane considerably. Within the royal palace of the kingdom of Oikot, King Josias V, upon perusing the intelligence reports, couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Bravo, indeed. Brigadier General Morin has displayed remarkable wisdom. A few simple dishes have remarkably alleviated the populace's dread of the locust plague, restoring their faith while simultaneously igniting their enthusiasm to search for locust eggs and accelerating the efforts to prevent the impending disaster. The Minister of State stroked his long beard in satisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, Your Majesty, with Brigadier General Morin currently visiting family. I propose we invite him to assist us in addressing the locust plague. King Josias V shook his head at the suggestion. I had that thought when Brigadier General Morin's messenger conveyed the news, but he declined. His position as a naval officer allows him to assist us in repelling pirates or quelling rebellions, yet addressing a locust plague is beyond his responsibilities. Furthermore, with his role as the East Sea Guerrilla Commander, his status is not significantly inferior to mine, and I cannot command him. The Minister of State countered, Your Majesty, you are mistaken. While Brigadier General Morin may not accept your invitation, we could request the assistance of Mr. Morin, an esteemed citizen of the Kingdom of Oikot, for a day to tackle the creature. You mean, the minister continued, to deal with that monstrosity, we need only invite Mr. Morin. What we lack in Oikot are not mere foot soldiers, but formidable individuals capable of eradicating the source of this calamity. Given that Mr. Morin has successfully repelled a notorious pirate like Red-Haired Shanks, he should be more than capable of handling that creature. In truth, even if we were to await the arrival of powerful figures from the world government, it remains uncertain if they would surpass Mr. Morin's might. King Josias V nodded in agreement, but expressed his concern. But how do we approach him? The Minister of State, exuding confidence, replied, Leave that to me, Your Majesty. If I succeed, it will be a significant achievement on your behalf. That evening, a beaming James carefully assisted Emily back home, observing the unmasked pride on his father's face. Morin teasingly remarked, Father, have you struck gold? Why so cheerful? Enough of your nonsense. I have not struck gold. I am elated because I have been promoted. As of today, I am the director of St. Paul Hospital. What? How is that possible? Is St. Paul Hospital not a private institution? What happens to the previous director? Is he abandoning his own hospital? Seeing the look of confusion on Morin's face, James declared, Stop guessing. Old Paul has sold St. Paul Hospital to me at a bargain, but he claims he has not lost out, as someone has already paid. I suspect this is connected to you. Expect someone to come looking for you shortly. Wait a moment. Morin interjected incredulously. Father, if you see through this so clearly, why would you sell me out? Knowing there are issues, you still accepted St. Paul Hospital. Aren't you putting me in a bind? James rolled his eyes and retorted, You've tricked me plenty in the past. What's wrong with me pulling one over on you? Rest assured, I doubt this will be a significant issue for you. Otherwise, they wouldn't be handing over a hospital in a half-sold, half-given manner. Chapter 76. The mother of Locust Morin gazed speechlessly at his father. Though the request was not of great significance, it was still unthinkable for a parent to impose such a burden on their child. Just as Morin was about to voice his thoughts, his father abruptly dragged him into the kitchen. Enough of your chatter. It's late, and you should be preparing dinner. Do you wish to starve us? Once inside the kitchen, James firmly closed the door and whispered in Morin's ear, "Listen closely, you little rascal. There exists a premium ward in St. Paul Hospital, equipped with the finest facilities, but only the director possesses the voting rights. Your mother endured immense suffering while giving you life, nearly losing her own. No matter what, I will not allow her to face such risks again." Seeing the concern and sincerity in his father's eyes, Morin felt a flicker of amusement in his heart. He couldn't help but think that perhaps his parents were the embodiment of true love, while he himself was merely a byproduct of some fortunate accident. Nonetheless, since his mother was involved, he knew he could not turn a blind eye. After all, it was just a hospital. He could accept that. Shortly after Morin finished his dinner, visitors arrived. After sending Ace to wash up, Morin noticed the three individuals standing at his door. To his surprise, they were quite considerate, not arriving while he was eating, for he would have been loath to share his meal with another. Once outside, he closed the door behind him and approached the trio. He invited the unexpected guests to sit on a bench in his courtyard. The three did not hesitate, but took their seats immediately. The eldest among them spoke up, "Mr. Morin, I am the Minister of Affairs from the Kingdom of Oiket. I have come to extend a personal invitation for you to assist our kingdom." Noting that the minister refrained from mentioning the hospital, Morin nodded. "Go on." Under the minister's persuasion, Morin found himself surprisingly swayed. Although the Kingdom of Oiket offered neither renowned swords nor the legendary treasures of the sea, they presented him with an opportunity he could not refuse, a guarantee of his parents' safety within their borders, along with a prestigious social standing. For Morin, that was sufficient. The assurance of his parents' safety was paramount. Their elevated status was secondary. James and Emily rarely ventured to sea, and if the kingdom truly committed to safeguarding Morin's parents, their security would be far better than it was now. Having accepted this arrangement, the following morning, Morin boarded a warship belonging to the Kingdom of Oiket, setting sail for the island inhabited by the colossal mutated mother locust. After several hours of navigation, Morin and his companions arrived at a relatively sizable deserted island. It is no exaggeration to refer to it as a deserted isle, for there exists not a trace of life upon its shores. To the naked eye, everything within sight has been devoured by swarms of colossal locusts. Having consumed both flora and fauna, these ravenous insects, driven by insatiable hunger, have even begun to gnaw at the very rocks themselves, long before they have drawn near. Morin beheld an innumerable swarm of locusts soaring through the sky. And at the heart of a desolate island, a colossal mound of earth revealed the gargantuan head of a locust, measuring several meters in size, emerging from the soil. This was merely the head of the immense locust. Upon witnessing this gigantic creature, Morin instinctively swallowed hard. Such a sizable locust! Surely, it could provide me with several hearty meals. Having subsisted on ordinary meat for several days, Morin felt an insatiable hunger gnawing at his belly. And now this colossal locust had fortuitously presented itself, instantly resolving his food predicament. To be candid, Morin had never encountered such an enormous locust before. He pondered the abundance of flesh within. Given its considerable size, frying it would be impractical. It appeared that roasting would be the most suitable method of preparation. Beside Morin, the military minister, trembling with fear at the sight of the colossal mother locust, instinctively took a step back upon witnessing Morin's eyes gleaming with excitement and his incessant swallowing. The man's expression was utterly terrifying. The minister's reaction jolted Morin back to reality, and he offered an apologetic smile, saying, "My apologies for the spectacle. I have never encountered such a gigantic locust before. The mere thought of savoring this rare delicacy makes my stomach grumble." Grumbling stomach? What a bizarre reason. The military minister thought. Since encountering this monstrous creature, he had witnessed various reactions: fear, panic, disgust, despair, but never had anyone claim to be hungry. Surely, he must be underestimating this giant locust, which resembled a colossal sea creature. However, to be frank, Morin truly regarded it with little concern. He had consumed countless creatures even larger than this locust. Did he truly lack the courage to tackle this one? After a moment of hesitation, the military minister cautioned, "Brigadier Morin, I must remind you that the chitinous exoskeleton of this giant locust is as tough as rock. Even the mightiest artillery would struggle to inflict significant damage upon it, merely inciting its ire. Moreover, the seemingly endless swarm of locusts surrounding it poses an even greater threat. Our kingdom's fleet was previously devoured whole by these locusts, ships and all. These fist-sized mutated locusts are exceptionally agile, rendering standard attacks nearly ineffective against them." Before the military minister could finish, Morin waved his hand dismissively. "I understand. These little nuisances are indeed bothersome." With a casual gesture, he dispatched the locust that had landed on his clothing, then continued, "In that case, I shall eliminate these pests first. It will also allow me to test that technique. Listen, everyone step back and cover your ears. The military minister paused, hesitating for a moment upon realizing Morin had no intention of offering further explanation. Ultimately, he instructed the crew aboard the ship to comply. After exhaling heavily, Morin prepared for what was to come. Molin treaded upon the lunar path. Arriving at the wound of the deserted island, his mouth agape in astonishment at the desolate land below. In the blink of an eye, nearly visible white sound wave particles swiftly coalesced within Molin's mouth. Mere moments later, with his power fully charged, Molin bellowed towards the Forsaken Isle. Experienced the judgment of sound. Chapter 77. Soundwave Nuclear Missile Boom. A dazzling white beam of sound waves erupted forth from Molin's mouth, rapidly expanding into a colossal column of light, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, entwined with violently oscillating sound waves. Like a gargantuan warhead, it descended from the heavens towards the island, home to the colossal mother locust. Under the astonished gazes of the military minister and the soldiers of the kingdom of Oiket, it seemed as though a white sun emerged in the sky, trailing a long tail as it plummeted from the ninth heaven to the earth below. Morin devoted nearly 3 years to meticulously developing his formidable sonic nuclear missile. Upon its descent, the colossal missile struck the earth with a thunderous roar, causing the ground to tremble and shatter within a 100-meter radius. However, the true terror only began to unfold after the missile's impact. The immense energy contained within the missile erupted in an instantaneous explosion, transforming into a devastating sonic shockwave that radiated outward, engulfing an area exceeding several kilometers. The entire desolate island was shrouded in the aftermath, with even the surrounding sea succumbing to the missile's destructive reach. In that fleeting moment, the earth itself seemed to convulse. An ominous realization struck the military minister as the blinding white light descended from above, but before he could command his warship to retreat further, the cataclysmic sonic shockwave erupted in full force. Amidst the cacophony, a swarm of locusts was obliterated, their minuscule brains shattered under the overwhelming pressure. The remnants of their bodies were sent spiraling through the air, while even the rocks upon the island were pulverized, tumbling in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a towering circular wave surged across the sea, roaring outward in all directions. When tranquility finally returned, the once visible swarm of locusts had vanished, leaving only scattered corpses as testament to their existence. The waters surrounding the island bore a thick layer of locust remains, so dense that it obscured the ocean's natural hue, a testament to the sheer magnitude of their numbers that once plagued the island. At the island's heart, the towering earthen mound had been obliterated, replaced by a vast pit several dozen meters in diameter. Under the onslaught of Morin's sonic nuclear missile, countless locusts, numbering in the trillions, lay lifeless upon the ground. Even the gargantuan locust queen lay moaning at the bottom of the massive crater, motionless. Viewed from above, her once mighty body appeared shattered, with a murky yellowish fluid seeping from her mangled limbs and gaping wounds. In the sky, Morin, gracefully descending, gazed at the still-breathing locust queen with astonishment. Her resilience was remarkable. Despite her internal organs being obliterated by the sonic nuclear missile, she clung to life for a while longer. Yet, he pondered, what significance did that hold? With that thought, Morin unsheathed his longsword. Channeling all his strength into a singular focus, he amplified his armed hockey to its utmost limit, cultivating a terrifying and palpable aura. The atmosphere around him grew heavy with tension. One sword style, Moonfall. With this strike, infused with Morin's entire being, he mercilessly cleaved downward. A massive crescent blade of energy, hundreds of meters in size, descended from the heavens, instantly bisecting the colossal locust queen. Following the slaying of the immense creature, the terrifying blade of light continued its trajectory, tearing into the desolate island and rending a horrifying fissure that spread in both directions. The violent tremors extended to the island's periphery, reaching the sea and stirring monstrous waves that crashed ferociously around the isle. After what felt like an eternity, the tumultuous winds and waves finally began to subside. Molin beheld the center of the desolate island, where a chasm, several hundred meters long, gaped open to either side. Upon suspending midair, after cleaving this immense fissure, he appeared to discern something, descending to the colossal corpse of the giant locust he had bisected. Beneath the massive locust, buried in the earth, lay 7 or 8 enormous eggs, each several meters in size. At that moment, Molin comprehended the reason why the locust matriarch, despite having devoured everything on the island, remained stubbornly anchored to its shores. It was likely intent on nurturing those special, giant eggs. If Molin's conjecture held true, these eggs were destined to hatch into a new generation of locust matriarchs. Once these eggs truly hatched and matured, 8 or 9 mutated giant locust matriarchs, along with countless smaller mutated locusts, would certainly culminate in a genuine and terrifying locust plague. At that juncture, unless a naval admiral intervened, it was unlikely that many could contend with such formidable adversaries. However, for Molin in the present moment, all that lingered was a profound sense of regret. Regrettably, the exquisite eggs had shattered, their true essence strewn across the ground, leaving little for him to salvage. As Molin lamented the destruction of the egg, reminiscent of a dinosaur's, silence enveloped the warship that had transported him. The stillness was palpable. From Molin's ascent into the sky, unleashing a cataclysmic sonic nuclear missile, to his swift strike that annihilated the locust matriarch, larger than their vessel, occurred in the blink of an eye. Just moments prior, they had been fraught with trepidation in the face of such a colossal creature. Now, it lay alongside its progeny, perished at Molin's hands. With a clatter, a sailor, overcome with weakness, dropped his sword onto the deck. Every individual aboard the warship was engulfed in a cacophony of disbelief, their minds still resonating with the thunderous roar they had just witnessed. They were utterly astounded by the sheer magnitude of what had transpired. Powerful, incredibly powerful. Among them, a handful were survivors from the previous expedition against the Locust Matriarch's fleet, and thus they possessed a deeper understanding of the terror embodied by that creature, along with the sense of helplessness experienced when confronting such monstrosities. Chapter 78, The Flavor of Chicken. Yet now, that once dreadful creature lay before the man, as fragile as a mere chick, easily snuffed out at his whim. For the soldiers of the kingdom of Oiket, who had scarcely witnessed any true power, this was akin to a surreal dream. After sheathing the demonic blade, Kitchi, Molin gracefully returned to the warship, stepping lightly as if treading upon the moon. Morin felt a sense of reflection. Had he, without realizing it, become capable of slaying sea kings with a single stroke? Recalling his first venture into the ocean to catch small sea kings, driven by the need for sustenance, he could not help but sigh at his once timid demeanor. Upon returning to the warship, Morin instructed the military minister to depart, taking with him some practical ingredients from the colossal locust mother before retreating to his cabin. It was only long after Morin's departure that the warship was filled with the sound of swallowed breaths. Gradually, some began to awaken from their astonishment, dazedly making their way to the bow of the deck, leaning against the railings, gazing at the sea strewn with locust carcasses and the enormous corpse of the locust mother on the desolate island. Could this truly be the might of the East Sea's strongest? Previously, if there were any aboard who questioned Morin's title as the strongest after he had repelled the red-haired Shanks, now everyone present was utterly convinced of this accolade. If such an extraordinary being were not the strongest of the East Sea, then who could claim that title? Those so-called masters? Sword saints? Spare me. The recent scene replayed in everyone's minds, their eyes reflecting profound reverence. No longer did anyone harbor disdain for Morin's youthful and handsome visage. Instead, they felt an authentic and deep respect for the powerful. With this in mind, the military minister of the Oiket kingdom took a deep breath and commanded, "Why are you all still standing there in a daze? Haven't you heard Brigadier Morin's orders? Quickly set course for that island and procure the ingredients Brigadier Morin desires. Do you understand?" Understood. After the minister's reprimand, the warship erupted into a flurry of activity once more. However, the general no longer felt the fear that had accompanied their approach to the island. Instead, he was consumed by a thrill that penetrated to his very core. Of course, the multitude of locust corpses remained a daunting psychological barrier for those with a phobia of such things. Observing his soldiers as they set out to fulfill his orders, the military minister cast a lingering glance at Morin's vanished cabin. Such immense power, such a formidable individual, was indeed a citizen of the Oiket kingdom. Upon returning, he would certainly advocate for the king to bestow upon him noble status, ensuring his permanent residence within the kingdom. Moreover, he had heard that Brigadier Morin remained unmarried. He would introduce his young daughter to him upon their return, perhaps even envisioning himself as the father-in-law of such a powerful being. The mere thought of his own beautiful 18-year-old daughter invigorated the military minister with confidence as he began to conjure delightful visions of the future. Time passed. Perhaps half an hour or even an hour. After resting in his cabin for a considerable while, Morin found himself unable to endure his hunger any longer. Each time he recalled the immense locust mother outside, he felt his hunger intensify. Even his stomach began to grumble audibly. "No, I have trained for so long. I must not be governed by mere hunger." With indomitable willpower, he persevered against his cravings, allowing a minute, then 2, and 3 to slip by. Morin instantly rose to his feet and strode purposefully towards the deck. A wave of hunger washed over him. He was ravenous, with his eyes gleaming with a greenish hue. Morin unwittingly utilized his chi and moonstep techniques as means of hastening his journey. He swiftly arrived at the island, where the military minister was directing soldiers in the disposal of locust carcasses. Whoosh! The military minister was taken aback as Morin suddenly appeared before him. For a fleeting moment, he had thought that the island was haunted. Catching his breath, the minister placed a hand over his heart, still shaken, and inquired, "The exoskeleton of this locust is exceedingly tough. Our soldiers will likely require more time to extract the edible flesh from this creature, Brigadier Morin. Please bear with us for a moment." Too slow. Morin observed the soldiers laboriously struggling to cut through the tough membranes at the joints of the locust queen. At that moment, Morin felt that his decision to venture out was exceedingly prudent. Otherwise, if they were to take their time dissecting the corpse of the locust queen, he might have to wait until the morrow, by which time he would likely have perished from hunger. The military minister before him appeared somewhat embarrassed upon hearing the words "too slow." To be frank, it was not only Morin who felt the pace was rather sluggish. Even he acknowledged that their speed was lacking. However, there was little to be done, as the capacity of his troops was limited, despite their best efforts. They could not sever the locust queen's exoskeleton with a single strike. After some contemplation, I thought it impractical to transport such a massive locust queen back with us, which would be quite cumbersome. Instead, let us roast and consume it here. Upon hearing Morin refer to the enormous locust queen as a potential meal, the military minister's initial surprise had faded, but he still managed a wry smile and remarked, "Brigadier Morin, in truth, even if we wish to roast the locust queen here, it would be impossible. As you can see, this island offers nothing but locusts, not even a single piece of wood to start a fire. How are we to cook it?" As he spoke, the military minister pointed out the desolate surroundings, devoid of any human presence, save for the countless lifeless bodies of locusts scattered across the barren isle. Morin pondered for a moment. Pointing to the corpses of the locusts, he suggested, "Let us use these locust carcasses as fuel and procure some oil from the ship, along with the surplus timber. That should suffice." Under Morin's insistence, the military minister ultimately lent a hand, roasting 2 succulent hind legs. Naturally, these were devoid of their shells. Otherwise, the thick exoskeletons and the multitude of locust remains would have proven insufficient. The roasted leg meat was remarkably chewy and delicious, bearing a flavor reminiscent of chicken, yet possessing a far more robust texture. Of the lengthy portions, approximately 1/5 was shared among the hundreds of soldiers aboard the vessel, while the remainder found its way into Morin's stomach. Chapter 79, The Eerie Shadow Ding. The host has been detected, indulging in the nutritionally rich locust leg meat. Nutrients 11111. As Morin finished consuming the 2 large hind legs, his nutrient panel recorded an impressive increase of 368 points. Though this was not comparable to the nutrient points he had previously accumulated, it was certainly a significant recovery. Meanwhile, the soldiers, still reeling from the shock of Morin's terrifying prowess, found themselves once again astounded by his prodigious appetite. Was this the astonishing capacity of the strongest individual in the East Sea? The sheer volume of food consumed left the soldiers in a state of bewilderment. Even the military minister stared in disbelief at Morin, silently critiquing him. Is he truly capable of such consumption? If little Tia were to unite with this fellow, could her body endure his voraciousness? The military minister, lost in thought, hesitated for quite some time before ultimately dismissing his initial intention to introduce his daughter to this man. After the hearty feast, Morin embarked on a warship of the kingdom of Oikot, bearing a colossal locust head alongside a bounty of freshly gathered provisions as he commenced his journey homeward. What Morin and his companions were unaware of was that, several hours after their departure, a figure clad in a jester-like garb approached the small island where Morin had vanquished the mother of locusts. Upon observing the remnants strewn across the ground, this figure emitted a chilling cackle. To think that experiment number 13 had been slain, truly the most successful specimen in recent years. The admiral would surely be devastated upon learning this. As the figure continued its eerie laughter, it made its way to the center of the island, halting before the vast chasm carved by Morin's strike. Crouching down, it touched the smooth earth beside the gash. Such a level of incision, was it the work of a grand swordsman? How intriguing, indeed. Who would have imagined that the humble East Sea concealed such a formidable warrior? Yet, having damaged the admiral's cherished creation, it mattered not who you were, you would meet your demise. Prepare yourself for the hunt, foolish prey. Meanwhile, Morin remained oblivious to the unfolding events on the deserted island. At that moment, he was aboard a warship, returning to the main island of the Kingdom of Oikot. thanks to the military minister who had relayed the exhilarating news of Morin's triumph over the mother of Locust via a communication beetle when Morin's vessel finally docked. King Joselra's V of Oikot awaited with a throng of citizens, eager to welcome the hero's return. The townsfolk, having heard the news, celebrated with drums and cheers, heralding their beloved heroes. Through the perceptive lens of observation hockey, Morin sensed not only the throngs gathered at the port but also additional townsfolk rushing towards the harbor. Fueled by the news they had received, he could even discern their shouts amidst their hurried footsteps. "Quick, everyone, to the dock. What is happening? I heard the king summoned a great figure to help us with the locust plague, and that individual is waiting at the dock. Let us hurry to see." Heavens! The locusts have been dealt with. How splendid! Come, I must thank this great hero who saved us from calamity. Otherwise, we would not know how we would survive this year. Thank goodness, our crops are saved. This year, we can finally live. Indeed, I too wish to express my gratitude. Have you heard? This great figure is one of our own from the kingdom of Oikot. Is that true? Please, tell me more. As they drew nearer, Morin spotted his parents, along with Tao Yao, Ace, and even Nami, who had just regained some strength, all mingling within the crowd that had come to welcome him. As the warship approached and the colossal head of the locust was lowered, the dock fell silent for a few moments before erupting into jubilant cheers. The military minister and Morin's companions were met with a hero's welcome, and King Joselra's V personally approached to extend his congratulations, bestowing upon Morin the honorary citizen medal of the kingdom of Oikot. However, overwhelmed by the astonishing warmth of the crowd, Morin, after exchanging greetings with his parents, soon found himself retreating in haste. Morin has fled. However, his parents are reveling in the cheers of the crowd, although the applause is not directed at them. James and Emily are more elated than anyone else, for the hero everyone speaks of is none other than their son. What parent in this world does not aspire for their child to excel? When their offspring truly becomes a remarkable figure, who would not feel a swell of pride? Amidst the throngs of people, the formidable Belmere carved a path through the crowd with her 2 children in tow. Once she emerged from the throng, she cast a silent smile at the cheering masses behind her. Beside her, Nami and Nojiko exclaimed loudly, "Belmere, Belmere, I saw the uncle who brought us dolls that day. He is so handsome." Thud, thud. Did you not hit? Should I call for Mama? After delivering a playful punch to each, Belmere effortlessly lifted Nami and Nojiko, one in each arm. Listening to the thunderous cheers resounding behind her, Belmere mused, "That fellow is not doing badly, is he? I never anticipated that Morin would grow to such heights in just a few years. That enormous locust head must indicate that the true size of this creature rivals that of a sea king. That little one has truly become stronger." In the midst of the crowd, the youthful Ace gazed at the throngs gathered, their cheers and heartfelt gratitude for his master filling the air. He yearned to proclaim to everyone that the person they were shouting for was his master. Simultaneously, a thought blossomed within Ace's heart. How wonderful it would be if one day, I could also receive such genuine admiration and acclaim like my master. I too wish to be that revered hero. Chapter 8. The Weeping City Having Hidden Away. Morin was taken aback when he saw the progress of his life's mentor task jump unexpectedly from 30 to 40. Was this a delightful surprise? A day later, after attending to matters at home, he departed from the kingdom of Oikot. With his personal affairs settled, it was time to commence his duties. Upon returning to the warship, Morin discovered that the supplies he had procured from the mother locust, along with the ship's provisions, had been systematically organized under Lieutenant Buddy's direction. Nodding in approval at Buddy's work, Morin inquired, "Have you gathered intelligence on the red-haired pirates?" "I have collected everything available within the Navy's intelligence system," Buddy replied, moving aside to retrieve a stack of documents from an unknown source. "However, to speak frankly, these reports are somewhat outdated." "Oh, is that so?" Morin questioned, as Buddy pointed to the documents. "Indeed, these reports contain no specific leads on the movements of the red-haired pirates. The most recent record dates back 3 days. With such scant information, we cannot ascertain the whereabouts of the red-haired pirates." Upon receiving the document, Morin pursed his lips and casually remarked, "It is quite ordinary. If the movements of the red-haired pirates were so easily discernible, he would have long been imprisoned and impelled down by the formidable forces of the Navy headquarters. Moreover, the task assigned to us by the Navy headquarters is not to apprehend the red-haired pirates, but merely to keep them in check. In truth, as long as we occasionally make an appearance before the red-haired pirates, our mission will be accomplished." After a brief glance through the document, he continued. Morin extracted several sheets of paper detailing the locations frequented by the red-haired pirates, and then led a group to the captain's quarters of the ship. Just as he was about to proceed, Morin made a gesture for silence, halting Buddy, who was about to speak. They then entered the captain's quarters, where a vast map of the East Sea adorned the wall. One by one, the regions and islands frequented by Shanks were marked with red circles. Thus far, the red-haired pirates had been recorded by the Navy on 7 occasions, including the previous confrontation I had with him. The first instance occurred near Windmill Town in the Kingdom of Goa, the second in the waters adjacent to the Kingdom of Babylon, the third at Canyon Town, and the fourth at the location of my battle with Shanks. The fifth was at the City of Weeping, known as the Exile Island. If these locations were to be connected, it would reveal that, despite varying appearances, the general area of the red-haired pirates' activities remained consistent. Observing the map, one could discern a large circle drawn with the Kingdom of Goa at its center. Moreland's brow furrowed involuntarily. Was it mere coincidence? Or could it be that the item the red-haired pirates sought lay in proximity to the Kingdom of Goa? Yet, what could possibly hold significance for Shanks and his crew near the Kingdom of Goa? Morin shook her head, deciding that it was futile to ponder further. She would simply let it go. Morin placed the documents on the adjacent wooden table and instructed, "Buddy, head to the City of Tears on the Isle of Exile." The City of Tears is no ordinary place. It resides on the Isle of Exile, located at the fringes of the powerful nations, including the Kingdom of Goa and the Kingdom of Oikot. After numerous fruitless campaigns, this moderately sized island has gradually been forsaken by the surrounding nations, transforming it into a lawless territory. Over time, it became a haven for the exiled criminals from these nations. Centuries have passed, and what was once merely an isle of banishment has evolved into a no-man's land of lawlessness. The descendants of those once exiled, along with the outcasts from various lands, have constructed a prosperous yet decadent city, the City of Tears, a city that seems to weep for its own existence. As time progressed, due to its strategic location, this island has gradually morphed into a vast black market thriving in the East Sea. Here, one can encounter underground syndicates, information brokers, smugglers, slave traders, and even arms dealers. Pirates can also brazenly roam the streets. Will the Vice Admiral and the red-haired pirates make an appearance in the City of Tears? Haven't they already been seen there before? Morin shook his head, pondering the uncertainty of it all. Then why venture there? Just as Buddy was about to voice his thoughts, he recalled Morin's vow to obliterate that wicked city. After a moment's hesitation, Buddy inquired, "Brigadier, have you made your decision?" Morin chuckled, remarking that several years had passed, and it was high time for that city to pay the price. After all, the blood of our navy must not be shed in vain. 3 years prior, when Morin had pursued a band of pirates into that city, he had been forced out by 1,000 ruffians, resulting in the loss of several of his soldiers. At that time, filled with resentment, Morin had swiftly returned to his headquarters to request the eradication of that lawless place, yet his plea had vanished into silence, as if cast into the abyss. Even when he resorted to personal connections to seek assistance from his uncle, he had been met with a cold rejection and a reprimand, admonished not to meddle in matters that did not concern him. Now, with several years having elapsed since the deaths of those subordinates, it was finally time for him to exact vengeance. Otherwise, it would be unfair to keep them waiting on the road to the underworld for too long. Beside Morin, although Buddy also yearned for vengeance on behalf of the fallen soldiers, he exhibited a remarkable degree of rationality. The complexities of Crying City and the myriad of forces at play, including the shadows of nations behind them, made the situation precarious. Even within the Navy, should we act against Crying City, it is likely that even the Eastern Sea Navy would not consent. Before Buddy could finish his thoughts, Morin interrupted, "Buddy, have you forgotten the burdens we carry?" Buddy replied, "Aye. Rest assured, Buddy. The Eastern Sea Guerrilla Admiral possesses the authority to act decisively." Observing the determination flickering in Morin's eyes, Buddy took a deep breath and declared, "I understand, Commander." Following Morin's orders without hesitation, he promptly went out to convey the directives. In Crying City, within a chamber of an underground black market organization, a girl of about 15 or 16, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders, was diligently organizing a heap of documents on a massive desk, seemingly committing them to memory. Chapter 81. Nico Robin. Despite her youthful appearance, the girl exhibited remarkable proficiency in managing the piles of paperwork before her. The room, cluttered with documents, was rather modest, containing only a sofa, 2 rows of bookshelves, and a desk. A burly man with a thick beard lounged on the sofa, savoring a cigar while observing the girl at work. He was the proprietor of the chamber, a notorious information broker in the Eastern Sea known as Law. No one knew his true name, as it was said that those who did had met untimely ends. Time passed unnoticed until the black-haired girl had meticulously organized the last document. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she nodded towards Law, seated behind the desk. "All done." Law exhaled a cloud of white smoke. a smile creeping across his rugged face. You truly are unexpectedly competent. It was worth bringing you all the way from the West Sea. Nico Robin. Indeed, the girl before him was none other than Nico Robin, the infamous demon child from the original tale. At present, she was struggling for survival, hidden in the underworld, leveraging her nearly photographic memory. Robin was a pivotal figure within this underground intelligence organization. She had passed her doctorate in archaeology at the tender age of 8, her memory and analytical abilities beyond reproach. No matter how convoluted the information, she could swiftly memorize it and provide immediate responses when queried. Such capabilities offered Law significant advantages in his information dealings, allowing him to amass wealth. Thus, he resisted the temptation of Robin's bounty of 79 million berries and chose to shelter this woman known as the Demon Child. In response to Law's praise, Robin lowered her head and replied, "You flatter me." "Flatter you? I do not dispense compliments lightly. I say this because you possess value. Should that value ever diminish, I shall no longer offer you my protection." Upon hearing this, Robin trembled slightly but dared not speak further. As a master of intelligence, Law possessed keen observational skills, and he immediately detected Robin's subtle shudder. The ability to induce such a reaction from a woman with a bounty of 79 million berries filled him with a peculiar sense of accomplishment. As he regarded Robin, slender yet visibly maturing, a wicked thought flickered through Law's mind. "If memory serves me right, you should be 16 now, Robin," he remarked, appraising her. "Yes," Robin nodded. "What a delightful age. Do you know? Your current appearance stirs something within my long-dormant heart." Rising lazily from the sofa, Law approached Robin, inhaling her fragrance, and reached out as if to lift her chin. Robin's expression shifted slightly, and she stepped back. Unperturbed by his empty gesture, Law smirked. "How dull. Rest assured, I shall not force you, for I find greater amusement in witnessing you, unwilling yet compelled to submit and gratify me." With that, he withdrew his outstretched hand, clasped his behind his back, and regarded Robin with a slow, deliberate gaze. "I recall when I took the risk of harboring you, despite your 79 million berry bounty. You claimed you could do anything. If my memory serves, those were your own words. I shall grant you 3 days to ponder. Will you please me? Or shall I discard you like refuse?" At the mention of the 79 million berry bounty, Robin's expression shifted, her tightly clenched teeth biting down on her lips, which were gradually losing their color. Burdened by a fictitious accusation and the accompanying bounty, Robin had witnessed too much darkness and betrayal. To survive, she had sacrificed everything. Had it not been for her calm and wisdom far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, she would not have endured to this day. Now, in her fight for survival, was she truly to relinquish her last shred of dignity? Unbeknownst to her, she bit down harder, her sharp teeth breaking the skin, a trickle of blood slowly sliding down her chin. Observing Robin's plight, Law found it rather entertaining. To him, she was merely a tool for amusement during his moments of boredom. After all, the emaciated Robin, suffering from long-term hunger, paled in comparison to the voluptuous beauties on the island. His desire to possess her stemmed solely from the allure of her substantial bounty. With intentions to ensnare Robin, Law turned to the door, speaking over his shoulder, "Only by becoming my woman shall you truly be regarded as one of my own and not discarded at whim. The power of choice lies with you. How you choose is entirely up to you." Upon finishing his words, Law promptly opened the door and stepped outside, slamming the door of the intelligence room behind him. After closing the door, Law took a deep drag from his cigar, a look of rapture spreading across his face. He relished the sensation of controlling the fates of others, as if, at that moment, he had grasped the very throat of destiny. As for Robin, Law was confident she would ultimately yield. In truth, Robin had only one path before her: submission. Talk of choice was simply absurd. Under Law's orders, Robin was utterly unable to leave the base. Even if she managed to escape this intelligence stronghold, within the underground black market, she would find herself utterly trapped. The bounty of 79 million berries was enough to drive most to madness. Should it come to that, Robin's fate would be far worse than mere submission. Law believed Robin was astute enough to make the right choice. 2 days later, in the same room and at the same location, Robin mechanically processed the documents before her, failing to notice even as several files were miscategorized. Her mind was no longer on the paperwork. Time was of the essence when the shift change occurred. It would be her final opportunity to escape. After pondering for a day and night, Robin, unwilling to submit to the bearded Law, resolved to flee. Utilizing the abilities of the Hana no Mi, she dispersed hands with eyes and ears throughout the base, gathering a wealth of intelligence. While this information did not guarantee her escape, it provided her with a fighting chance. Chapter 82. The Broken City. Minutes later, Robin silently calculated her next move. As the two guards stationed outside awaited their replacements, Robin crossed her arms over her chest and exerted force. 30-petal flower. Claw. A flurry of petals scattered as numerous arms sprouted behind the four guards. Before they could utter a sound, hands swiftly covered their mouths while others tightened around their jaws in a V-shape, with additional arms coiling around their heads. With a series of sharp cracks, the necks of the four guards were snapped before they could make a sound, their lives extinguished. After dispatching the guards, Robin displayed no sign of distress. She was no stranger to taking lives. Manipulating the arms that had emerged from behind the door, she retrieved the key to unlock it from the other side. Concealing herself in the shadows, she darted towards another exit of the base. Before long, the exit of this intelligence base, which occupied little territory within the underground black market, came into view. It was the exit. Upon spotting it, Robin's eyes sparkled with hope. However, she did not act impulsively. As the front of the intelligence organization, this exit was guarded by 4 armed sentinels, patrolling back and forth. Nearby, 2 burly men wielding swords occasionally glanced in her direction. Compared to the guards Robin had previously dispatched, these 4 armed sentinels and the 2 swordsmen exuded a far more formidable presence. Relax, Robin. If you can eliminate them, you can escape amidst the chaos. Taking a deep breath, Robin once again resorted to her previous tactic. 30-petal flower. Claw. Crack. Crack. Amidst the sound of bones breaking, Robin's expression suddenly changed as she dissipated the arms created by her powers. Clang. A flash of a bright sword light appeared, accompanied by the scattering of petals. A crimson line appeared on Robin's arm. With a cry of pain, she nearly collapsed. I have been struck. Although the unique properties of the Hana no Mi meant that injuries to her created limbs did not translate to her body, the sensation of pain was no less intense than if her actual arm had been severed. Moreover, the destruction of each arm would deplete her stamina significantly. Across from her, having shattered the arms Robin had conjured, a swordsman with a hooked nose regarded her warily and stated, "A devil fruit user? No wonder the Navy refers to you as the child of the devil. It seems Law truly underestimated you." Nico Robin. As Robin faced the hook-nosed swordsman, who stood between her and her only means of escape, her heart plummeted to despair. It was over. Just as Robin attempted to break free unsuccessfully a few times, Law, the head of the intelligence organization Crying City, arrived with several subordinates. His expression darkened. Upon seeing the fallen bodies of his men, Law's countenance darkened further. He coldly gazed at Robin and said, "Good, very good, you wretch. Soon, you'll learn what true pain is." With that, Law barked orders at his subordinates. "You lot. What are you waiting for? Go and subdue her. Remember, I want her alive." As despair began to envelop Robin, a sudden rumble shook the hidden underground market of Crying City. The unexpected upheaval disrupted everyone's composure. An opportunity. Seizing this slender chance in her moment of despair, Robin charged into the throng, slipping through the gaps in the encirclement. The crowd hindered the hook-nosed swordsman, who, after regaining his footing, found it difficult to pursue her, allowing Robin to gain some distance. "What are you staring at? Go after her," Law shouted angrily upon witnessing Robin's escape. At his command, a group of about 10 men rushed out in pursuit. After dispatching a portion of his men to chase Robin, Law surveyed the still trembling black market and took a puff from his cigar, instructing, "You two, go find out what just happened above. What caused such a commotion?" "Understood, boss." After sending off 2 subordinates, Law suddenly felt an inexplicable unease. Sensing something amiss, he hurriedly gathered his remaining men and loaded his entire fortune into 4 large suitcases. After locking other rooms, he exited the underground black market through a secret passage known to only a few. Above ground, with a single sword, Morin shattered the towering gates of the City of Tears, along with the 2 surrounding turrets, into fragments. This time, Morin chose not to bring his soldiers along. In urban warfare, the Navy's advantages could hardly be leveraged. There was a risk of suffering significant casualties from enemies lurking in every corner. To avoid unnecessary bloodshed, Morin decided to land on the island alone, even leaving behind Tao Yao and Ace. For him, embarking solo would allow for greater efficacy in his endeavor. At the heart of the City of Tears stood a lavishly adorned hotel of decadence. Although the exterior gleamed with opulence, it concealed unfathomable darkness within. Beneath the hotel lay numerous dungeons, imprisoning a variety of slaves. Some of these captives bore vacant expressions, their eyes devoid of light. Others struggled desperately, their cries met only with brutal beatings, their wails never reaching the surface. Meanwhile, in a room on the top floor of the hotel, 2 individuals sat across from each other, indulging in massages from 2 attendants. One of them, with flowing golden hair and a narrow scar tracing his face, exuded an extraordinary charm despite his flaws. He was Osvid Kevin, the ruler of the City of Tears, once a nobleman, now a lord of vice. Not long after the city gates were breached, Osvid Kevin furrowed his brow and retrieved a telephone bug from his waist, inquiring with concern, "What is it, Boss Kevin?" "It's bad news. The Navy has arrived." Chapter 83. Slaughter. Upon hearing this, Osvid Kevin's expression shifted dramatically. "Are they coming for us?" "Yes. Yes. They've already breached the gates and are advancing into the city." "The gates breached so swiftly?" Osvid Kevin's demeanor darkened as he quickly demanded, "How many are there? And what weapons are they wielding?" Although the enemy had sent a warship, only one individual had disembarked. "One person?" Osvid Kevin erupted in fury. "Are you all incompetent? Can't you handle a single individual? Why do you even bother consulting me?" After abruptly ending the call, the enraged Osvid Kevin transformed into a different persona. Turning to the elderly man across from him who remained unfazed, enjoying his massage, with a bright smile, he remarked, "My apologies, my lord, for the disturbance. We must resolve this issue promptly. I cannot afford delays in the delivery of those slaves. Remember, those fellows may not possess my level of patience. If we are late, you shall explain the situation to them yourself." Osvid Kevin's face stiffened at these words, his teeth clenched. "Rest assured, my lord, I will handle it immediately." Not long after exiting the gates, Morin found himself surrounded by over 100 armed men wielding firearms. The ability to mobilize such a force so quickly indicated the island's unusual circumstances. Observing this scene, Morin displayed no hint of surprise. In contrast, the armed men, upon realizing their adversary was but a single individual, could not mask their astonishment. Only one person? How dare he cause a disturbance in the City of Tears? Unaware of the meaning of death? Perhaps he was simply audacious? A swordsman capable of cleaving through city gates, this was no ordinary foe, whether in mockery or fear. The minions emphasized the phrase "great person." "Enough chatter, brothers. Do not allow him to close and open fire." As Morin stood undaunted within the encirclement, the leader furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping in. With a snort, he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. At the leader's command, every armed man unleashed a torrent of bullets toward Morin. How bothersome. As the bullets rained down, Morin activated his observation hockey, strolling leisurely through the hail of gunfire, advancing step by step toward the gunmen. "No, this is impossible. Sorcery. He must be using sorcery. How can none of our bullets hit him?" Witnessing Morin remain unscathed amidst the barrage, many of the gunmen's composure began to unravel. In an instant, Morin charged into the throng of armed men, dispatching them with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables, leaving nearly 100 thugs vanquished. Blood splattered everywhere. Having dealt with this wave of adversaries, Morin proceeded toward the city center. The darkness within this city surpassed his expectations. While others may remain oblivious, Morin, with his observation hockey fully engaged, could hear the cries of despair echoing, along with the relentless crack of whips hidden in the shadows. No need to witness it firsthand. Merely sensing the wails of the suffering and the merciless lashings allowed Morin to grasp the depth of darkness concealed within this island. The City of Tears was indeed aptly named. Though Morin never considered himself an embodiment of justice, today, he felt a surge of desire to obliterate this wretched city. With each sound he perceived and every image relayed by his hockey, his fury intensified, yet his visage remained increasingly tranquil. He walked steadily forward, stepping over the bloodied streets. As Morin delved deeper, he encountered more foes. However, with a flash of his sword, tranquility returned, and he traversed over the fallen bodies, approaching a terrified thug. "Where is your boss?" "Kevin." "Boss Kevin is in the Decadent Hotel." "Very well." With a swift motion, the blade flashed, and the thug clutched his throat, collapsing. There was no hesitation, no mercy. The individuals residing in this city, save for the lowest rung of the food chain, the slaves or the impoverished, each bore the stain of blood on their hands. Even the slaves and the destitute were not entirely innocent. Morin held no desire to elaborate on the city. Only complete annihilation could purify this foul and detestable place. The Decadent Hotel, situated at the very heart of the city, may not have been the largest structure, but it was undoubtedly the tallest and most luxurious. From a distance, Morin could already see the hotel towering over the other buildings. Molin gripped the cursed sword, Yao Dao Gui Che, and stepped onto the street with measured determination. Before him, a new wave of adversaries emerged, yet he paid them no heed, sweeping his sword horizontally with a single stroke. One sword style, funeral. A crescent-shaped arc of sword light flashed, and the unparalleled sharpness of his slash consumed all foes before him. With Molin's martial prowess unleashed, these obstructive enemies posed no challenge whatsoever. The upheaval occurring within the city of Weeping had already been vividly reported by the lookouts stationed atop a naval vessel outside the island. The sight of a solitary swordsman infiltrating enemy territory, effortlessly reaping foes amidst relentless assaults, ignited palpable excitement among the sailors aboard the ship, who longed to follow the brigadier into battle. However, they were bound by the task assigned by Mullen to provide naval support and thwart any enemies attempting to flee by sea. As Mullen advanced steadily, he drew nearer to the location of the fallen hotel, which inevitably signified increasing casualties among the lawless elements circling the city of Weeping. Chapter 84, Apologies. I do not accept. Inside the fallen hotel, Oswald Kevin stood before a grand floor-to-ceiling window, a glass of red wine in hand, silently observing the carnage outside with a cold smirk. He retrieved a communication device and commanded, "Rhine, take Quinn and the others to deal with this arrogant Navy officer. Does he truly believe he can act with impunity on my territory, simply because he wields a sword?" "Understood, boss." Rhine, a burly man resembling a formidable Alaskan brown bear, ended the call and rose from the nearly collapsed sofa. He turned to the other members of the city of Weeping present in the room and declared, "Hummingbird will provide long-range support. The rest, follow me." With that, Rhine led the way towards the exit. "Hee, is there more fun to be had?" "I hope this time it lasts a bit longer," Rhine remarked as a man adorned in heavy clown makeup, reclining on the sofa with a beautiful woman in his embrace, suddenly plunged his hand into her chest with a sickening sound. From her warm body, he extracted a still-beating heart. "Why?" The woman's incredulous gaze met his, prompting a sinister grin from him. "Because I found a more entertaining toy." He discarded her lifeless body like refuse, crushed the heart in his hand, and began to grotesquely lick the blood and remnants from his palm. In the room, apart from the terrified and trembling escorts who dared not scream, the other leaders had long since grown accustomed to such horrors. Clop, clop, clop. At the door, Rhine glanced at the deranged clown, a glimmer of disdain and wariness in his eyes. After a brief look at the corpse on the ground, he scoffed, "Stop wasting time. Otherwise, you'll face Kevin's wrath." The clown, unfazed, poured wine from a bottle to cleanse his hands, then wiped them on the scant fabric of the trembling escorts before skipping merrily to follow Rhine and the others. The minions of the city of Weeping were indeed numerous. The number of armed personnel far exceeded that of a typical naval branch. With another swing of his sword, a piercing beam of light instantly dispatched 7 or 8 assailants brandishing cleavers rushing towards him. Morin is rather peculiar. Since Morin's arrival, the number of lives lost at his hands has reached 300 to 400. Such a staggering casualty count would challenge even the most steadfast naval soldiers devoted to their righteous beliefs, let alone the ragtag mob before him. Under normal circumstances, these individuals would have succumbed to despair long ago. Yet here, they appeared invigorated, as if imbued with a fervor akin to that of a bloodthirsty beast, charging fearlessly into the fray. Perplexed, Morin meticulously analyzed the waves of sound that returned to him, only to discover that, several hundred meters away, a bounty was being proclaimed. This was not a reward issued by the world government, but rather one from the city of Crying. Anyone capable of vanquishing Morin would be entitled to a staggering sum of 50 million berries from the city lord. It was this tantalizing promise of wealth that drove those mercenaries and lackeys to recklessly throw themselves into the fray. Truly, the ancient adage rings true: men die for riches, and birds perish for food. Shaking his head, Morin suddenly chuckled. However, it seems this city lord is rather affluent. 50 million berries offered as a bounty. It appears that fortune may smile upon me this time. With the branch's recent budget shortfall for provisions, I might just replenish our supplies courtesy of you. With a sudden burst of speed, Morin, wielding one of the Navy's 6 styles, the shave, traversed several hundred meters in an instant, appearing before a group of individuals who were incessantly sending their minions to their doom. 1, 2, 3, 11. After counting the heads, Morin addressed the formidable figures before him, whose presence was markedly superior to that of the minions. "Ho, finally a decent bunch has arrived. I was beginning to think this place couldn't muster a single capable fighter." Bang! After the sound of a gunshot, Morin tilted his head to the side, narrowly evading a bullet aimed at his skull. Is it customary to initiate combat without a word? That seems rather unsportsmanlike. Yet, I relish it. With a swift motion, Morin executed the one-sword style, instant slash. In the blink of an eye, he advanced to stand before the 11 adversaries, his blade slicing towards a towering giant clad in a horned helmet, who wielded an enormous shield measuring 2 meters square. Just as the blade and shield were about to collide, a surge of armament hockey enveloped the sword, mercilessly cleaving through the 5-centimeter thick solid iron shield, and, in a single stroke, bisecting the giant behind it as well. How is this possible? His speed is astonishing, and Quinn's shield is solid. How could he not withstand a single strike? The sword that Morin unleashed at the outset left all present, including Rhine, utterly astounded. Even the ever-smirking jester found his grin abruptly frozen upon witnessing this strike. Only those who had experienced it firsthand could truly comprehend the depth of Morin's might. Disperse and attack. Be wary of his sword. Upon issuing this command, Rhine gritted his teeth and, donned with spiked gauntlets, launched a punch aimed at Morin's back. However, before his fist could land, Morin's figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind 2 armed assailants wielding dual pistols. A glint of cold light flickered, and then the sword struck with the ferocity of a dragon. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 gunshots rang out, yet the gunmen's desperate shots failed to graze Morin. Instead, they resulted in a splatter of blood from one of their own comrades. After swiftly dispatching the 2 gunmen, Morin proceeded to eliminate the remaining 7, including Rhine. With the same efficiency, only the jester, who had unknowingly retreated to a safe distance, managed to escape this fate. Observing the jester's frantic flight, Morin let out a cold chuckle. Trying to flee? As the jester dashed forward, he seemed to sense the looming threat from behind. In a desperate roll, he narrowly evaded a fatal blow. Clutching his bleeding abdomen, he fell to his knees before Morin, raising his hands in surrender. My lord, I yield. Spare me. Yield. I am afraid I cannot accept the surrender of such scum. Chapter 85. The repugnant wretch confronted by the jester, the most bloodthirsty among the group. Morin raised his sword without hesitation. The haunting voice of the girl he had just lost echoed clearly in his mind. He would not waste any sympathy on this deranged individual. Such filth deserved no mercy, even in the depths of hell. However, at that very moment, the jester's lips curled into a grotesque smile. As if sensing Morin's murderous intent, he frantically tore open his clothing, revealing rows of explosive devices hidden within. You wish to kill me? Ha ha ha, let's die together. Navy. Boom. A violent explosion, accompanied by a blinding flash of fire and a billowing cloud of smoke, engulfed the area where Morin and the jester had just stood. Yet, at a distance of several dozen meters from the blast, Morin had already sensed the impending danger through his advanced observation hockey, allowing him to retreat to safety, emerging unscathed at the corner of a nearby building. No wonder I sensed a hint of danger from that fellow. It was a bomb. I thought I was facing another hidden menace. How disappointing. After eliminating a group of formidable officers within the city of Weeping, who could be roughly classified as 10 million bounty pirates, no one dared to stand in Morin's path any longer. After traversing several streets, he finally arrived beneath the highest point of the city, the Fallen Hotel. Gazing up at the figure silhouetted against the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor, Morlin revealed a cold smirk, with a resounding crash, accompanied by the shattering of glass. Oswald Kevin, donned in a suit, leaped from the pinnacle of the Fallen Hotel and approached Morlin. Brigadier General Morlin of the Iron Blood, Branch 127 of the East Sea. I wonder what brings you to my city of tears for a spree of slaughter. Even if you are the Admiral of the East Sea Navy, such reckless abandon cannot be tolerated. Do you not fear the retribution of the Navy headquarters and the world government for your wanton massacre of innocents? Oswald Kevin, the Lord of the City of Tears and a figure of considerable influence among the East Sea elite, had discerned Morlin's identity just moments prior. It was this knowledge that emboldened him to stand before Morlin. Unfazed by the accusations of a criminal overlord, Morlin expressed a degree of surprise. So, you recognized me and are well aware of my position. It seems your intelligence is quite astute. Oswald Kevin, unable to elicit a response from Morlin, could only stifle his irritation and reply, of course, Brigadier General Morlin is a significant figure. As a businessman, it is not surprising that I recognize you. Is that so? Then how could you forget the incident from a few years back when I entered the city to pursue a band of pirates, only to be driven out by your men wielding firearms? What? Oswald Kevin's pupils involuntarily constricted. At that moment, he grasped the reason behind Morlin's visit to the City of Tears. It was an act of vengeance. The memory of that event had indeed faded from his mind, as it had seemed trivial to him. After all, Morlin was not yet a notable figure at the time, and only a handful of ordinary naval soldiers had perished in that encounter. Once he had spent a little money to suppress the matter, Oswald Kevin had dismissed it entirely. Yet now, with Moreland resurrecting the past, it signified that their previous conflict had not been resolved. Nevertheless, at this juncture, Oswald Kevin felt an unexpected sense of relief. He displayed a remarkably sincere smile and bowed in apology to Moreland, saying, "My apologies, Brigadier General Moreland. The events of years past were indeed the fault of our City of Tears. Had I been present at the time, I would have certainly prevented that accident from occurring. For the families of those brave naval soldiers who sacrificed their lives, I am willing to personally compensate them with 5 million berries each, and for the injured soldiers, we shall provide 20,000 berries for their recuperation. In addition to these compensations, we will also donate 50 million berries to Branch 127 for the replacement of outdated standard equipment. Moreover, I have prepared a gift for you, one that I believe you will truly appreciate." Observing Oswald Kevin, who appeared more akin to an aristocrat than a nefarious criminal, discussing compensation with such eloquence, Moreland felt a wave of revulsion. It seemed that, in the eyes of such a man, the world was composed entirely of profit. Family, love, friendship, and even human life were merely quantifiable units measured by monetary value. Perhaps due to a clash of values, Moreland felt a surge of disdain upon first encountering him, which intensified exponentially upon hearing Oswald Kevin speak. Thus, Moreland retorted with a tone of derision, "Is this your response?" Oswald Kevin paused for a moment, then chuckled. "Not sufficient? Then how about doubling what I just proposed?" Moreland shook his head, declaring, "Not enough." Upon hearing this, Oswald Kevin's expression darkened momentarily. Yet he swiftly regained his composure and responded, "Brigadier Moreland, the compensation I have offered is substantial. After all, the turmoil you caused in the City of Weeping has inflicted losses upon me that far exceed the damages you initially incurred. Of course, considering your position, I am willing to increase my previous offer by an additional 30%. This is the utmost sincerity I can extend." Moreland continued to shake his head. "It is still insufficient." Upon concluding his remarks, Moreland observed that Oswald Kevin's expression had darkened considerably. "Is it still insufficient? Does one truly consider oneself a noble?" Gazing at the somewhat avaricious Moreland, Oswald Kevin cautioned, "Brigadier General Moreland, I trust you are aware of the influential figures who stand behind this city, known as the City of Weeping. Although your status is indeed remarkable, opposing such individuals may not yield favorable outcomes. I advise you, my good sir, to know when to cease your pursuits." "Are you threatening me?" Moreland chuckled coldly. "What I desire are merely your heads. Since you cannot provide what I seek, I shall take it upon myself to obtain them." As Moreland observed Oswald Kevin opening his mouth, he casually waved the ghost cutter in his hand. Chapter 86. Decapitation. A faint golden sword aura, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, sliced through the air. Witnessing this scene, Oswald Kevin's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he leaped into the air, narrowly evading the perilous sword energy. However, in the next moment, his body froze in place. With a gentle flick of the ghost cutter, Moreland shook off the blood from the blade, and Oswald Kevin's headless body collapsed behind him. In his final moments, Oswald Kevin's eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he could not fathom that he would meet his demise in such a manner. His eyes, rife with resentment, seemed to silently accuse, "I am unwilling. I have not yet revealed my trump cards. I possess a formidable network that remains untapped. Yet, I am already dead." The death of Oswald Kevin did not stir significant emotions within Moreland, for he understood that, from the very beginning, Oswald Kevin was merely a puppet thrust into the limelight by those operating behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could someone of Oswald Kevin's caliber summon subordinates far more formidable than himself and command the vast expanse of this weeping city? Gazing at the shattered window left in the wake of Oswald Kevin, Moreland forcefully pushed off the ground with his feet, propelling himself like an arrow released from a bow toward the uppermost chamber of the fallen hotel. To Moreland's astonishment, he discovered that the room was still occupied. Reclining on the sofa, meticulously groomed, was a silver-haired elder who, despite the bloodshed in the weeping city below, remained utterly engrossed in the attentive service of several beautiful women by his side. A look of surprise crossed Moreland's face. Setting aside other matters, the calm and composed demeanor with which this old man continued to relish life after the demise of Oswald Kevin genuinely astonished Moreland. Although Moreland's instincts informed him that the individual before him was merely an ordinary old man, nearing the end of his days, this very state of mind rendered it impossible for Moreland to regard him as an ordinary person. Upon noticing Moreland's arrival, The elderly gentleman slowly rose from the sofa and addressed him. Since you have appeared here, it seems that the worthless Kevin has finally met his end. Brigadier Morin, your presence has presented me with quite the conundrum. Whether that fool is alive or dead is of little consequence. However, the shipment in her possession must not encounter any issues. Observing the old man muttering to himself, Morin furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you?" The old man, with a hint of pride illuminating his features, replied, "I am Victor, the steward of the Augustus family." The Augustus family? The celestial dragons? Morin frowned at the mention. Upon hearing this, Victor's pride immediately faltered, his face flushing as he retorted, "Though the illustrious Augustus family is indeed noble, we are not yet among the world's aristocracy." Upon hearing this, Morin scoffed disdainfully, exclaiming, "You are not even a celestial dragon, so what right do you have to be proud as a mere steward? You ignorant fool. The Augustus family boasts a lineage spanning over a millennium, a noble house that has dominated the East Sea for 1,000 years. How dare you insult the illustrious Augustus family?" Unbeknownst to him, Morin's contemptuous smile deeply wounded old Victor's pride, transforming the previously calm and composed elder into a visage of fury, his face flushed with indignation. With a resounding crack, Morin struck Victor, sending him sprawling. Before Victor could regain his footing, Morin seized his collar, pinning him against the wall. With one hand grasping Victor, Morin, towering at an impressive height of 2 meters and 3 centimeters, loomed over him, exuding an aura of intimidation. "Tell me, who are the individuals involved behind the City of Tears?" Upon hearing Morin's words, old Victor trembled involuntarily, as if haunted by a terrifying realization. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "The City of Tears is a product of the tacit approval of those powerful figures. Even within your own Navy headquarters, there are high-ranking officials involved. If you merely wish to eliminate Kevin, that would be trivial for those influential individuals. They would simply replace one leader with another. However, should you dare to meddle in the affairs of the City of Tears, the immense vortex behind this city will undoubtedly grind you to dust. Are you warning me?" Morin asked, glancing at the old man in surprise, momentarily perplexed by his meaning. After a brief silence, Victor responded, "I simply wish to avoid dying at the hands of a madman like you. That would be utterly worthless. My previous confidence stemmed from the belief that you were a rational individual, but your question has revealed your insanity. You seek to uncover the identities behind the City of Tears? That will lead to your demise." With a cold laugh, Morin retorted, "There are many who could bring about my downfall, yet I do not believe they possess the merit to do so." Victor, too, chuckled coldly. "The primary trade of the City of Tears is the slave market. Each year, our Augustus family selects numerous exceptional slaves for training. And do you know to whom the finest specimens are sent? They are delivered to the world government. Occasionally, even the world's nobility casts their gaze upon such offerings." "I see now," Morin mused. "A city of slaves. No wonder I could hear the desperate wails at harbors. It also explains why my uncle intervened when I sought to take action against it. From ancient times to the present, only the wealthy can afford to maintain slaves. Nobles, officials, and tycoons from various nations, even high-ranking officials from the world government, have forged a web of relationships that can render most powerless. Yet, I find myself unaffected by their machinations. Although Morin occasionally resorts to despicable acts, it is done with a sense of principle. Thank you for your response." After expressing his gratitude, Morin gently crushed the laryngeal bone of old Victor, granting him a slightly more dignified demise. This could be considered Morin's way of repaying his own alleviated doubts. After resolving the issues among the upper echelons of the Weeping City, Morin did not cease his actions. He swiftly navigated the streets and alleys of the City of Tears, ruthlessly quelling all who opposed him. Any individual daring to resist met their demise beneath Morin's blade. After extinguishing the visible threats, he retrieved his communication device to summon the soldiers from the warship to the island, initiating the takeover of all affairs within the City of Tears. Chapter 87. The girl emerging from the underground passage despite the fact that the majority of the populace in the City of Tears deserved their fate. Morin could not slay them all indiscriminately. Most of them, after all, were not guilty of crimes warranting death. Labor reform or imprisonment was a more fitting consequence for their actions. As for those whose sins were grievous, Morin contemplated that advancing them to the city might be a suitable resolution. While Morin was lost in thought, a sewer grate beside him was suddenly pushed aside from below. The sound of metal scraping against the ground instantly drew his attention, causing his hand to instinctively grip the hilt of his sword. Moments later, a filthy, malnourished young girl emerged from the sewer. As she cautiously surveyed her surroundings, her gaze met Morin's, who was clad in the naval cloak of justice. Upon closer inspection of the girl with ebony hair, Morin's lips curled in surprise. Nico Robin, although there were slight differences in physique and appearance, Morin recognized her immediately as the girl known as the Demon Child. However, was not Nico Robin originally from the West Sea? Even in later events, she was supposed to appear in the Grand Line. How had she silently traversed to the East Sea? And why had she appeared before him? Ding. Special fluctuations detected. Triggering a special mission. Mission name: The Gift of Knowledge. Description: as an entity favored by knowledge in this world, Nico Robin's fate was irrevocably altered the year she became a doctor at the age of 8. The gift of knowledge not only transformed her destiny, but also cast a curse upon her. As the sole individual capable of deciphering ancient texts, Nico Robin became an object of fear for the world government, earning a bounty of 79 million berries at the tender age of 8. To survive, she was forced to betray her companions repeatedly to evade the pursuit of the Navy and bounty hunters. But what fault lay with a girl yearning for knowledge? Mission objective: protect the girl who craves knowledge for 3 years, allowing her to savor the beauty of life. Note: look, there is a girl awaiting rescue. Youth, what are you waiting for? Proceed quickly. Mission reward: the gift of knowledge. Once again, a mission was triggered, and what could the gift of knowledge entail? Through prior experiences with mission triggers, Morin had discerned that encounters with characters from the original narrative often facilitated the activation of system missions. Thus, he pondered whether he should. Meanwhile, Nico Robin, having just escaped from the underground black market, had scarcely caught her breath when she spotted Morin, cloaked in justice, nearby. As a wanted criminal of the world government and the last survivor from O'Hara, the sight of the Navy did not provide her with any sense of reassurance. Rather, it instilled a profound fear within her. Especially upon hearing her name from Morin's lips, her unease reached a peak. He recognized me, realizing her identity had been exposed. Nico Robin quickly scanned her surroundings for an escape route. Just then, a commotion arose from the sewer she had climbed from. Hurry, chase her. I saw that wretched girl run this way, let us go after her. There is light above. She must have escaped from here. Let us pursue her. Upon hearing those voices, a bitter sense of despair washed over Nico Robin's face. Truly, she was caught between pursuing foes and an obstructive barrier. No, I cannot give up. I still have a chance. Mustering her resolve, Nico Robin turned and fled just as the pursuers emerged from the sewer. Her flight redirected Morin's attention, which had been captivated by the system's mission. After a fleeting glance at Robin's desperate escape, he confronted the individuals pursuing her. From his elevated position, he inquired, "Why are you chasing her?" The thugs, just emerging from the sewer and oblivious to the happenings on the surface, momentarily froze upon seeing Morin's naval attire. The City of Tears was notorious for its lawlessness, and the presence of the Navy, particularly someone in full naval uniform like Morin, was exceedingly rare. However, the moment they caught sight of the fleeing Robin, their focus shifted entirely. The command from their leader took precedence over the unexpected appearance of a naval officer. "I see her. Let us chase after her." Morin, feeling somewhat bemused by their blatant disregard, experienced a sense of incredulity. It was the first time since entering the City of Tears that he had been overlooked. "You have yet to answer me." Before he could take a few steps closer, the thugs were intercepted, unable to reach Robin. "How dare you block our path? Do you know who we are?" Morin grew weary of the mundane prattle of the minions, thus resorted to allowing the Vines to personally experience a moment of societal retribution. Following a rigorous initiation by the world, those henchmen pursuing Robin divulged every morsel of information they possessed to Morin, as if spitting out beans. Upon learning that Robin had nearly been coerced into submission, a peculiar glint flickered in Morin's eyes. Observing the disdainful countenances of the informant's subordinates only intensified his contempt. In both his past life and the present, Morin harbored a profound aversion for those who forced others into degradation. Scoundrels! Moments later, as Morin departed, the henchmen, who had been summoned by the informants, writhed on the ground in agony, clutching their lower halves. With his remarkable speed, Morin swiftly caught up to Nico Robin, whom he had firmly locked onto with his observation hockey. "The demon child Nico Robin, with a bounty of 79 million berries, you are hereby apprehended in the name of the Navy." As the imposing figure of the Navy loomed before her, Robin bitterly halted her escape, contemplating, "So I have been caught after all? It seems my fate concludes here." Perhaps fatigue from evasion had taken its toll. The moment she relinquished her resistance, she appeared to shed an immense burden, entirely relaxing. Witnessing Robin's capitulation, Moreland felt a sense of ease. He had no intention of elucidating matters with her. Several hours prior, as Moreland and his naval subordinates arrived at the city of Weeping, a topic intimately connected to him unfolded high above in the sky on a floating island. Chapter 88. The Falling Island. Ha ha ha. Did Indigo locate the scoundrel who eliminated experiment number 13? The formidable golden lion Shiki, with a mane of thick golden locks resembling an enraged lion, inquired of his subordinate. Indigo, the ship's doctor and vice captain of the Flying Sky Pirates, grinned widely, his peculiar shoes making a squelching sound as he replied, "Indeed, Admiral. Our informants in the East Blue have just relayed that the Navy officer responsible for slaying your cherished experiment has made an appearance on the notorious Exile Island. The City of Weeping. The City of Weeping." The Golden Lion bellowed with laughter. What a splendid name. Let that individual experience the world's lamentations. Hours later, Moreland's countenance darkened as he surveyed the array of slaves adorned with collars, unearthed from the fallen hotel, the underground black market, and even from households scattered across the island. These captives were a motley crew, men, elders, women, and children. Seemingly anyone of perceived utility was subjected to enslavement. The prolonged existence of servitude, coupled with relentless conditioning and indoctrination, had long since extinguished the will of the majority. Even when Moreland removed their collars, the metaphorical shackles binding their spirits remained steadfast. Aside from a few recently captured individuals or those of resolute spirit, the majority of slaves within the City of Weeping, despite being liberated by Moreland, exhibited vacant, dulled eyes. In response to this, Moreland could only sigh deeply. Some scars can only be healed with the passage of time. At that moment, Moreland noticed a naval soldier, his face awash with terror, pointing skyward and exclaiming, "Major, there is something in the sky." Something in the sky? Is it another newsbird? But what is with that expression of sheer horror? Moreland gazed in the direction indicated by the naval soldier, and with just a fleeting glance, he stood in stunned silence. What nonsense is this? As he surveyed the sky, Moreland quickly discerned the object above him. It was no mere newsbird, but rather a colossal island plummeting at an alarming speed. From an initial speck, it gradually revealed its ominous outline, expanding until it transformed into a descending landmass. Moreover, the trajectory of the island's fall was directly aligned with the Exile Island where Moreland and his companions resided. A vast shadow began to envelop the Weeping City. For given the island's descent velocity, it would soon collide with this city steeped in decay with an unstoppable force. In no time, the naval personnel, slaves, and original inhabitants of the city became aware of the falling island above them. As the immense mass loomed closer, fear washed over their faces, rendering them pale. The specter of death hung heavy in the hearts of all. "Help!" cried the residents and criminals in panic, frantically fleeing in all directions. Not even the soldiers tasked with guarding them were immune to the frenzy, with some racing towards the harbor in terror. What in the world is that? Panic spread like wildfire, and even Tao Yao, who had been diligently tending to the slaves, could not resist glancing skyward, a sight that sent chills coursing through her veins. In the presence of such a colossal island, large enough to overshadow much of the Exile Island, ordinary people found no courage to resist. The descent of an island of this magnitude offered no chance of survival to anyone. Not even she, a wielder of a devil fruit ability, could escape its wrath. Her powers could conjure wooden shields or walls capable of withstanding blades and bullets, but how could they possibly withstand the impact of a falling island? Moreland, in her despair, Tao Yao instinctively turned her gaze toward him. Gritting her teeth, she implored, "Moreland, you must flee. If anyone can survive, it would be you. Live on. But do not forget me." In her desperation, she longed to embrace Moreland, to confide in him all the things she had never dared to voice before. Yet she understood that this was not the moment for such sentiments. Moreland had not concealed his mastery of the Navy's 6 forms, shaving, or even the moonwalk technique from them. Thus, Tao Yao envisioned that had it been solely her, Moreland would undoubtedly have managed to escape and perhaps even survive. Upon hearing Tao Yao's words, Moreland paid no heed. Instead, he was fervently calculating ways to resolve this crisis in his mind. Indeed, with Moreland's current prowess, disregarding all the inhabitants of the island, including Tao Yao and the others, he could certainly make his escape. It was even feasible to flee with Tao Yao and Ace by his side. Yet, what about the other inhabitants of the island? What of the Navy soldiers he had brought along? Can Moreland truly escape? In truth, before Tao Yao could utter a word, Moreland already comprehended that he could not leave. If he were to depart in such a manner, he would cease to be Moreland. Moreland, observing the stillness that enveloped Moreland, Tao Yao could not help but urge him once more. If they did not depart soon, it would be too late. The island in the sky was drawing ever closer to the ground. Taking a deep breath, Morin, with a grave expression, declared, "There is no use in running. Unless we sever it, the people on the island will perish. Sever it." Es, who possessed an inexplicable confidence in Morin's strength, suddenly brightened at these words, a flush of color gracing his pale face. Yet, in the next moment, he seemed to ponder something, his spirits dampening as he remarked, "Sever an island? But teacher, even if you truly split it, it would be futile. Even if Morin were to cleave the island in the sky in twain, given its size, it would merely transform from one island into two, for them. The outcome would remain unchanged. No, it is indeed useful." Morin gazed skyward, as if calculating something. "As long as the height and angle are sufficient. If the island is divided, the air currents will cause them to swiftly slide apart. Provided the angle is sufficiently broad, the separated islands could bypass our own. There is no time to explain. Tao Yao, you must protect Es and the others. I shall sever it." With that swift command, he set forth. Morin bent slightly, his hands gripping the hilt of the renowned sword, Frost Dew, which remained sheathed at his waist. A humming sound resonated as the high-density hockey enveloped Morin's entire being, dyeing him in an inky hue. The ferocity of the hockey seemed insatiable, even saturating the ground beneath his feet in darkness. This time, Morin channeled all his hockey into this strike, augmenting it further with a layer of sonic waves. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, and a brilliant radiance illuminated the heavens. A colossal, deep golden slash surged forth as the blade was unsheathed, soaring towards the descending island. The sound of metal rang out as the strike cleaved through the island, and upon contact, the sonic waves erupted, creating a massive shockwave that pushed the severed land apart. As the sonic blast reverberated, the waning deep golden slash also detonated, scattering shards of sword energy in all directions, leaving the divided island marred with deep fissures. The radiating energy further separated the two halves of the island. In a cataclysmic moment, the vast fragments of the island grazed the edges of the refuge island before plummeting into the surrounding sea. Although Morin's strike had dissipated much of the island's momentum, the impact still generated a tremendous splash and a terrifying tremor. The proximity of the event made it feel as though Refuge Island had experienced a violent earthquake. The ground cracked, buildings collapsed, and the underground black market was buried entirely. Fortunately, due to Morin's prior search, most of the island's inhabitants had gathered in open areas such as squares and streets. Despite the panic causing injuries among many, it was far better than being crushed beneath the massive falling island. Those fleeing in desperation, whether residents, slaves, or even Marines, gazed upwards in disbelief at the cleaved island, mouths agape and eyes wide with astonishment. What just happened? Is this for real? How can this man possess such terrifying power? Who is he? Beside Peach Blossom, Nico Robin watched in awe as Morin's sword energy surged into the sky, shattering the shadows and cleaving the island in two. Her eyes were filled with astonishment, even more profound than the fear instilled by the formidable man, Admiral Kazan, during her childhood. Ace, brimming with excitement, leaped into the air, exclaiming, "I knew it. I knew Master could do it. Ha ha ha, that was thrilling. I thought I was going to be turned into a pancake." While Ace bounced with excitement, even Peach Blossom felt a surge of relief wash over her. However, unlike the others, Morin's expression remained grim after cleaving the falling island. Sheathing the renowned sword Frost Dew, he shook his fatigued arms, reflecting on his overconfidence. Despite the impressive spectacle of his earlier strike, it had exhausted nearly all of his abilities, depleting his sonic power and hockey significantly. Although the immediate threat from the falling island seemed averted, Morin remained on high alert. The sudden descent of the island was shrouded in mystery. Morin was aware that within the ethereal realms of this world, there might exist uncharted aerial islands, perhaps even inhabited by enigmatic denizens of the sky. However, the floating island in question was not merely a figment of imagination. It stood majestically amidst the pristine expanse of white seas above the clouds. If it were so facile for an aerial island to plummet from the cerulean heights, the islanders would have long since perished. Furthermore, the precise location of this fallen isle was too fortuitous to be a mere coincidence. What were the odds that he, on a casual outing, would have a floating island descend upon him? Such a probability was exceedingly slim. Moreover, having perused the original text, Morin was aware of an individual who possessed such extraordinary capabilities, Captain Shiki, the Golden Lion, a legendary pirate who escaped from Impel Down 20 years ago and has remained shrouded in mystery ever since. Morin lifted her gaze towards the direction from which the island was approaching. Could it truly be Golden Lion Shiki? She pondered. Just beside her, Tao Yao furrowed her brow in contemplation, murmuring, "That name rings a bell." Before she could grasp who Golden Lion was, Nico Robin, who trailed behind her, gasped, her pupils constricting as she stammered, "Is it Golden Lion Shiki? The legendary pirate who once cornered Pirate King Joel D. Roger over a decade ago?" Tao Yao cast a surprised glance at Robin, inquiring, "You know him?" Robin nodded. Golden Lion Shiki is one of the 3 legendary pirates, renowned alongside Pirate King Joel D. Roger and Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard. He is the only known escapee from Impel Down. To my knowledge, he has been silent for over 20 years. How could he possibly reappear in the East Sea? The thought of a pirate of such repute unsettled Tao Yao. Upon hearing the words Pirate King, Ace felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, his previously buoyant spirit plummeting. With Robin's reminder of Golden Lion's identity, Tao Yao also grew anxious. Despite her confidence in Morin's abilities, the prospect of facing such a legendary pirate left her feeling somewhat insecure. Did you see what kind of attack they launched? Is it even possible for a person to strike with an island? Morin, what should we do? Should we notify the Navy headquarters? Tao Yao asked nervously. Morin pondered for a moment before speaking. Though it is already too late, we should still inform them. What does too late mean? Before anyone could voice their inquiries, a peculiar and domineering laughter suddenly echoed across the heavens. Ha ha ha. I never expected to find a formidable warrior capable of shattering islands with a single sword in this so-called Sea of the Weak, the East Sea. How utterly surprising. Morin squinted, his expression grave as he gazed at the figure shimmering with golden light in the sky. A few moments prior, amidst the clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a floating vessel glided through the sea of clouds. Below it, a colossal void was slowly yet rapidly healing. At the center of this airborne ship, a man with a mane of thick golden hair, reminiscent of a lion's mane, adorned with a ship's helm atop his head, and a cigar clenched in his mouth, seemed to sense something, breaking into a delighted smile. Ha ha ha. Has the island I dropped been shattered by someone? How amusing. Chapter 90. The Golden Lion as a user of the float fruit, he could undoubtedly perceive whether the island he controlled shattered upon impact or was destroyed by another. On one side of the vessel, Indigo, the vice-captain of the flying pirates, lowered his telescope and replied, "Captain, the one who severed the island you dropped is the very same who eliminated our 13th experimental subject." Ah, so it is him. The Golden Lion Shiki's expression shifted from joy to a sinister grin. "Indigo, it is time for us to settle the score with this fellow below. I have remained silent for far too long. If I linger any longer, those old friends of mine may forget me. It is time for the world to remember the terror of the Golden Lion. At your command, Captain." Watching the Golden Lion Shiki in midair, Morin's expression darkened considerably. What fortune to encounter the infamous Golden Lion Shiki today. Only moments ago, he had met Nico Robin, who should not have appeared in the East Blue. And now he faced Shiki, who was supposed to remain in hiding for another decade or so until the fated one, Monkey D. Luffy, matured. Was his luck truly defying the heavens today? Do not underestimate the Straw Hat crew. Even in their current state, they could potentially vanquish the legendary pirate, Shiki. However, one must recognize that they are the protagonists, favored by the world itself, allowing them to conquer all odds. Yet, under normal circumstances, how many would confidently believe they could contend with the legendary Golden Lion Shiki? One cannot expect them to possess the same fortuitous prowess as Luffy. In the interest of safety, Morin began to swiftly analyze Shiki's weaknesses. His gaze was immediately drawn to the conspicuous ship's helm embedded in Shiki's head. It was said to have been accidentally lodged there during a clash between the flying pirates and the Roger pirates at the Battle of Whitewall. Since forcibly removing it could be fatal, the helm remained firmly in place. For a normal individual, having such an object embedded in their head would surely be lethal. The fact that Shiki was alive indicated his extraordinary vitality. However, Morin doubted that the helm posed no detriment to Shiki. He was certain it was one of his vulnerabilities. Aside from the helm, Morin found it perplexing that Shiki, as a master swordsman, chose to affix his 2 swords, Sakura Tin and Moku Ko, to his legs. As a user of the float fruit, losing his legs would not significantly hinder him. He could easily manage with prosthetics. What peculiar reasoning led him to attach his weapons to his legs? Perhaps the helm had indeed muddled his mind, though Shiki could wield formidable sword techniques using his legs. Morin did not believe they could surpass the power he could wield with his hands. Nonetheless, this presented Morin with a silver lining. Moreover, the only substantial advantage Morin might possess was his youth. In this world, there is no adage that suggests age brings strength. Even the formidable Whitebeard, in his later years, bore the weight of countless injuries, unsure of how much of his power remained. Morin gritted his teeth and said, "Tao Yao, you and Buddy should organize the navy to take the slaves and spoils from the island. I will confront the Golden Lion." Tao Yao's expression shifted, and she shook her head, insisting, "No, I must accompany you. It suffices for Buddy to lead the retreat. I will stay with you. With my presence, should you be injured, I can aid in your swift recovery." Is healing truly necessary? Indeed. Although the Golden Lion was formidable, Morin, having endured rigorous training for several years, could not believe that his opponent could easily dispatch him. While he acknowledged that his strength might not match that of the Golden Lion, he was confident that he would not be so easily vanquished. Nevertheless, he suspected that injury was an inevitable outcome. Morin pondered for a moment and replied, "There is no need to stay. Despite the formidable strength of the Golden Lion, he cannot detain me. However, you may absorb some of the essence of the flora to aid in my recovery. I anticipate that injury is inevitable." "Very well." Tao Yao ceased her insistence. After exchanging a brief affirmation, she swiftly departed with Ace. Naturally, she did not forget to take Robin along as well. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought that in this so-called weakest sea, the East Blue, there exists a formidable warrior capable of shattering islands with a single stroke? How utterly surprising. In the sky, the Golden Lion's figure descended rapidly, soaring towards Morin's location. Observing the intense sword intent radiating from Morin, the Golden Lion expressed admiration, saying, "Marine, was it you who shattered my attack? Ha ha ha, you are indeed quite young. As a senior in the way of the sword, I offer you an opportunity. Join me and become my subordinate, and I shall overlook your prior offense of slaying my 13th experiment." He continued with a laugh. "With your strength, I might even appoint you as the vice-captain of our flying pirate crew." On the floating airship, the Golden Lion's first mate, Indigo, was momentarily taken aback by these words, then shouted down, "Captain, am I not the vice-captain? What will happen to me if this kid joins the crew?" The Golden Lion shot a glare upward and retorted, "Indigo, silence. I have no interest in becoming a pirate," Morin stated, shaking his head. "However, if you don't mind, could you enlighten me about the 13th experiment? What transpired?" "The 13th experiment. It is the locust you have slain," the Golden Lion replied. Morin had yet to respond when Indigo, still recovering from being silenced by the Golden Lion, interjected. Under the weight of two nearly simultaneous gazes fixed upon him, Indigo dutifully sealed his lips. Upon diverting his attention from Indigo, Morin finally grasped the origin of that peculiar locust and comprehended how he had incurred the enmity of the Sky Pirate crew, the mother of locusts. The colossal locust that nearly brought devastation to the citizens of the Oikot Kingdom was, astonishingly, a creation of the Golden Lioness experiments. Unforgivable! The mere thought of the horrific ramifications that the mother of locusts could unleash, alongside the soldiers devoured by it, ignited a surge of fury within Morin. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a glinting blade of light. Clang! Shiki raised his foot, the renowned sword embedded in his shoe effortlessly blocking Morin's strike. Such refusal, truly a lack of appreciation. Chapter 91. A prolonged wait upon receiving Morin's response. The once radiant face of the Golden Lion, who had just invited him to join, now bore a sinister smile. With a swift motion, the Golden Lion soared into the air, his left foot aimed at Morin's chest. Morin sidestepped, deflecting the blade that was poised against the tip of the Golden Lion's sword. A peculiar smile flickered across the Golden Lion's face as the sword tip veered away from Morin's blade, launching straight for his chest. Simultaneously, the lion's other foot lifted, swinging towards Morin's head. "After all, I am a man with two blades." Clang! With a swift twist of his wrist, Morin wielded a blade that struck directly at the Golden Lion. As he parried the lion's attack, his other hand deftly swept to his waist, seizing the cursed blade. Demon Severance, in a reverse grip, effectively countering the sword aimed at his head. What of two swords? The dual-wielding technique is hardly a rarity. Allow me to show you what you lack. With a technique known as Gale Foot Line, he barely managed to fend off the Golden Lion's onslaught. His dual blades enveloped in the formidable aura of Haki. Morin concentrated his strength in his right foot and delivered a powerful kick towards the Golden Lion. Unleashing a strike reminiscent of a straight line, known as the Raging Foot, the Golden Lion chuckled heartily, declaring, "Such childish tricks are futile against me." With a sudden twist of his body, the golden lion began to spin rapidly, resembling a whirling top. Clang, clang, clang. The whirlwind kick executed by Morin resembled a fragile doll, easily shattered by the spinning golden lion. After breaking Morin's kick, the top-like golden lion suddenly accelerated, charging directly at Morin. The base and sides of the spinning figure gleamed with a chilling light, emanating from the renowned blades of Sakura, Ju, and Muka's flashing swordplay. To be struck by this spinning figure would be akin to facing 1,000 cuts in a brutal onslaught. With a forceful stamp of his foot, Morin executed a moonwalk, shattering the air beneath him. Utilizing the reactionary force of the air, he performed a nimble turn in midair, deftly evading the oncoming assault of the spinning projectile. Morin took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and unleashed a battle roar directed at the oncoming golden lion. Sonic boom, resonance. Under Morin's command, a formidable wave of sonic energy surged forth from within him, crashing toward the golden lion in relentless torrents. The air vibrated with a resounding hum. Under the impact of the sound waves, the equilibrium of the golden lion's small brain was instantly shattered. Staggering, it was abruptly thrown off its spinning state, swaying in midair as if intoxicated. A prime opportunity. Upon witnessing this, Morin's eyes sparkled with intensity as he suddenly unleashed a powerful strike. A deep golden slash that sliced through the air in an instant. The airborne Shiki, shaking his slightly dazed head, revealed a sinister grin. "You think you can contend with me? You are far from capable." With a wavering stance, the golden lion deftly sidestepped the slash, and with a flick of his toes, launched a golden counterstrike that pierced through the void. Dual blade style, cross. Morin gripped his sword with both hands and, with a sudden flourish, unleashed a colossal cross-shaped sword aura, spanning over 100 meters, directly across the path of the golden lion's devastating slash. Although formidable, the cross-shaped sword aura proved inadequate against the immense, 1,000-meter-wide cutting wave, shattering after merely 2 seconds of resistance. Nevertheless, this brief interval allowed Morin to break free from the golden lion's sword-intent lock, evading to the side and narrowly escaping the onslaught of the powerful slash. The residual force of the strike, along with the golden lion's cutting wave, diverged in opposite directions, carving out a waterline stretching dozens of kilometers across the vast sea. Rocks and islands in their vicinity were obliterated by the sword wave, leaving even the island of exile beneath their feet cleaved in two. Gazing at the torn landscape below and the white line extending to the horizon, Morin inhaled sharply. Such an extensive range of devastation. Wielding sword intent to manipulate the rules of nature and augmenting the strike's power and density. Could this be the essence of a grand swordsman? Despite Morin's considerable strength, capable of exchanging blows with formidable figures like the red-haired Shanks and Carp, he had yet to truly step into the realm of a grand swordsman. Each grand swordsman could be regarded as a vice-admiral in the Navy or a high-ranking officer among the 4 emperors of piracy, and this merely reflects their prowess in the art of the sword. Although Morin's prowess can be regarded as that of a quasi-admiral, it is primarily due to the formidable attributes of his physique, his haki, and skills. In the realm of swordsmanship alone, Morin still falls short of the level of the Golden Lion. "Ha ha ha ha, come again, boy." The Golden Lion, having not fought for some time, seemed to revel in this battle. He eagerly dove towards Morin once more, his feet swift as rain, targeting Morin's vital points with rapid thrusts. The clash of blades rang out, sparks flying as Morin's dual swords met the Golden Lion's in a fierce aerial confrontation, the sound echoing across the skies. Meanwhile, after witnessing the Golden Lion's devastating attack that could split the sea, Buddy, Tao Yao, and the others swiftly abandoned most of their spoils and hurried onto the naval vessel with the liberated slaves. As for the other fleeing criminals and pirates on the island, they had lost the energy to concern themselves with such matters. After boarding the ship, Tao Yao did not leave immediately. She stood at the shore, her hands transforming into roots that penetrated the island's soil, delving deep underground. Very forbidden technique, life deprivation. Since she had developed this fruit ability, it was the first time Tao Yao had unrestrictedly drained the life force of all plants within her perception. Before her eyes, a vast expanse of flowers wilted, grass withered, and even the sturdy trees dried up, transforming into lifeless wood. And this circular area continued to expand. Just a bit more, a little more. I require additional vitality. On the other side, after boarding the warship, Buddy was not idle. He immediately retrieved the military transponder snail equipped on the vessel and dialed the naval headquarters. Moshi, this is the naval headquarters. Who are you looking for? This is Lieutenant Buddy from the 127th Marine Branch. I have a first-level military report to make. Under the authorization of East Blue's Garrison Admiral Morin, I hereby request the highest authority to connect to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Authorization number XXXXXXX. Authorization number verified. Connecting to the Admiral's office. Please hold. Listening to the busy tone emanating from the transponder snail, Buddy took a deep breath. In that moment, the brief wait felt like an eternity. Greetings, this is Sengoku. What is the matter? Coming back to his senses, Buddy instinctively straightened his posture and declared, Report to the Admiral, Lieutenant Buddy under Admiral Morin has an urgent military report. An urgent military situation. Hearing Buddy's words, Sengoku's tone grew serious. Speak, Lieutenant Buddy. What has transpired? Admiral, we have encountered the Golden Lion, the legendary pirate of the Flying Sky Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki. As he gazed at the Golden Lion still engaged in battle with Morin above, Buddy spoke in a low voice. Golden Lion Shiki? Are you certain it is him? Upon hearing that familiar yet distant name, Sengoku's voice rose sharply. Admiral, I am certain, for he has just hurled a massive island from the sky. Hiss. To throw a giant island from the sky, this can only be the work of the Golden Lion. No one else possesses such an extraordinary ability. Yet, after years of being off the radar, why has the Golden Lion suddenly appeared in East Blue? Has he been biding his time for a grand resurgence? Contemplating this, Sengoku immediately inquired, Lieutenant Buddy, did the Golden Lion's attack result in significant casualties? To be honest, Sengoku had mentally prepared for this question. After years of dealing with the Golden Lion, he knew that such an act would not be without purpose. An island plummeting from 10,000 meters would undoubtedly wreak havoc. In response to Sengoku's question, Buddy solemnly stated, although Admiral Morin shattered the island thrown by the Golden Lion, the aftermath of its descent still caused numerous casualties among those on Exile Island. What? You mean to say Admiral Morin shattered the island thrown by the Golden Lion? Indeed. What is he doing now? The Admiral is currently engaged in aerial combat with the Golden Lion, but it appears he is being suppressed. We require reinforcements. I understand. Having cleaved through the island hurled by the Golden Lion and managed to contend with him, Morin, is this truly your strength? How delightful and unexpected. At the naval headquarters, Sengoku set down the transponder snail and swiftly summoned Borsellino Kizaru, who had recently replaced Carp from the New World, to his office. Upon entering Sengoku's office, Borsellino was met with the Admiral's directive. Borsellino, the Golden Lion Shiki has just appeared in East Blue. I need you to make a trip. The Golden Lion Shiki? The one renowned alongside Whitebeard? Upon hearing the name of the Golden Lion Shiki, Kizaru instinctively placed a hand on his still aching chest. During his time in the New World, he had endured a near madness inflicted by the relentless Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, who had shown no mercy to his subordinates. Several of Kizaru's ribs had been broken in that fierce battle. After recently retreating from the front lines to recuperate, he found himself once again summoned by Fleet Admiral Sengoku to confront yet another legendary pirate, one whose notoriety rivaled that of Whitebeard himself. Oh, how difficult it was for him. The lethargic Kizaru felt, in that moment, that he must have somehow provoked some malevolent force during this period of turmoil. With an involuntary gesture to shield his chest, he lamented to Sengoku in a notably feeble tone, Admiral, my injuries have yet to heal. Even if you seek to maximize productivity, you cannot treat me in such a manner. I am but an injured soldier. If this continues, I shall lose my life. Why not assign someone else? Kazan or Akainu would suffice. They have been comfortably residing in the New World for 6 months, without a scratch. Witnessing Kizaru's woeful expression, a flicker of guilt stirred within Sengoku, but it was swiftly extinguished. Enough of this pity party, Sengoku interjected. The doctor has informed me that your injuries are nearly healed. Moreover, if we were to replace you with someone else, time is of the essence. As one of the Navy's foremost combatants, Kizaru's plight was of paramount concern to Sengoku. Thus he saw through Kizaru's pretense and unhesitatingly assigned him the task of supporting the East Blue, although this decision weighed heavily on his conscience. The reality was that Kizaru was the most suitable for the mission at hand. Aside from Kizaru, who possessed the power of the Pika Pika no Mi and extraordinary speed, no one else could possibly reach the East Blue in time. By the time others arrived, the Golden Lion would likely have vanished without a trace. Given his fruit's abilities, he could effortlessly conceal himself in the sky. Who among them could possibly locate him? In truth, even if Kizaru were to hurry, there was no guarantee he would arrive in time. Can Morin truly hold out until Kizaru's arrival? In this regard, Sengoku could only cling to a glimmer of hope. For Morin had indeed managed to entangle the Golden Lion, had he not? Perhaps a miracle might occur. After accepting Sengoku's task with a bitter expression, Kizaru found himself unable to smile. According to Sengoku, traveling by warship to the East Sea would surely take too long, so to reach the East Sea with utmost speed, Kizaru had no choice but to fly. Considering the distance from Marine headquarters at Marineford to the East Sea, even with Kizaru's extraordinary stamina, he felt a pang of dread. However, with the command of the fleet admiral, he could not shirk his duty. Should he take a moment to rest during the journey? After all, Sengoku would be none the wiser. Yet, just as this thought flickered through Kizaru's mind, Sengoku's voice echoed ominously, as if from the depths of the underworld. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that Carp's grandson happens to be on that Navy ship you were to assist. If you arrive late and something unfortunate befalls him, well, rest assured, I will do my utmost to keep Carp occupied. Upon hearing this, Kizaru instantly looked up. His face etched with shock as he gazed at Sengoku, who seemed to be saying, I will help you. Is this truly assistance? You are clearly endangering me. Carp's grandson. If I arrive late and he meets with calamity, given Carp's temperament, he would undoubtedly beat me to a pulp. Undoubtedly. Recalling the Vice Admiral Carp, who with his iron fist withstood Whitebeard's onslaught in the New World, Kizaru's head throbbed painfully. At that moment, Kizaru had lost the will to argue with Sengoku. He transformed into a streak of yellow light and, with a resounding crash, shattered the window of Sengoku's office in a fit of frustration before vanishing into the sky. After Kizaru departed, Sengoku approached the broken window, gazing at the fleeting light that disappeared into the horizon, sighing, I hope it is not too late. Chapter 93. A recognized rival, the East Sea. Above the ruins of the City of Tears, the battle between Morin and the Golden Lion Shiki gradually reached a fever pitch. The incessant clashing of swords resonated through the air, a symphony of steel. In the blink of an eye, Morin and the Golden Lion could exchange dozens of blows. Although the Golden Lion possessed significantly greater strength than Morin, the latter's well-rounded attributes, terrifying enhancements gained from surpassing his limits, and an array of skills and formidable abilities contributed to the intensity of their confrontation. Morin ultimately persevered and, with each strike, found a growing exhilaration, becoming increasingly unrestrained in his combat. Unlike his earlier encounters with Carp or Shanks, which were characterized by sparring and mutual caution, this clash was a fierce confrontation between blade and blade, swordsman and swordsman, life and death. The stakes were real. Defeat here could indeed prove fatal. At this point in the battle, Morin had already summoned all his strength. In the midst of this exhilarating conflict, his practical combat experience was rapidly advancing. The 6 styles of the Navy, armament hockey, swordsmanship, martial arts, sound waves, and various chaotic abilities were continuously being integrated and refined by Morin under the pressure of looming death, gradually forming a combat style uniquely his own. Although still weak and merely in its nascent form, it undeniably existed, hidden for so many years. Ever since he began to hunt sea kings, driven by poverty, no one had compelled Morin to unleash his full power. Thus, despite being formidable due to the accumulation of attributes and skills, he possessed a lamentably scant experience in battles against opponents of this caliber. This life-and-death struggle was precisely the catalyst for a tremendous surge in Morin's combat experience. Morin is not lacking in combat skills. The system's enhancements are comprehensive. Each skill upgrade brings forth a myriad of combat techniques. However, despite Morin's knowledge of these techniques, he struggles to apply them effectively in battle. It is akin to a mind that asserts, I know, while the hands question, who am I? Where am I? What do I even know? Previously, Morin experienced similar difficulties, but his opponents were not formidable enough to truly challenge him. Now, under the pressure of the formidable Golden Lion, these flaws and weaknesses are magnified, laid bare before Morin. Ironically, in the beginning, the self-important Golden Lion did not regard Morin as a serious contender, viewing him merely as a sparring partner to alleviate his own restlessness, thus providing Morin with the opportunity to address these shortcomings. The Golden Lion observed this progress keenly. Yet he did not perceive it as a threat. Rather, he displayed an excitement akin to encountering a worthy rival. Time slipped away in their combat, perhaps an hour, maybe 2, or even 3. After what seemed like an exhilarating bout, the Golden Lion, having once again repelled Morin with a strike, casually inquired while puffing on his cigar. To hold your ground against me for so long, you must possess considerable strength within the Navy. Pray, tell me your name. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Morin smiled nonchalantly and proclaimed, I am Morin, Rear Admiral of the Navy. The Golden Lion, having tracked Morin's movements, was evidently not oblivious to his identity. The reason for his earlier ignorance of Morin's name likely stemmed from a belief that it did not warrant remembrance. Now, however, it was clear that the Golden Lion deemed Morin worthy of recognition. After Mo Lin responded, the golden lion once again emitted his distinctive, hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. I remember you, Rear Admiral Mo Lin. Next, as a sign of respect, I shall send you on your way with my true strength. Do convey my regards to Roger when you arrive in the afterlife. Having genuinely acknowledged Mo Lin, the golden lion seemed to harbor a newfound respect for him. Thus, in honor of this respect, he intended to unleash his full power. The golden lion's admiration for those he recognizes is not feigned. Much like when he believed the Navy could never capture and execute Roger, his respect and admiration for Roger propelled him to single-handedly challenge the Navy headquarters, nearly obliterating the entire Marine fort. Even after his eventual defeat, imprisonment and impelled down, and the loss of his legs, the golden lion harbored no regrets for his actions. To this day, he remains convinced that the foolish Navy could never capture someone like Roger, whom he himself could not subdue. This is a pride unique to the golden lion, a testament to the audacity of Shiki. Feeling the unmasked killing intent of the golden lion, Mo Lin seemed to grasp something profound. Do you wish to kill me? Then come forth. Let us battle. Dual-wielding technique. Sound extremity dual slash. Morin gripped his twin swords tightly, as layers of sonic waves instantly coiled around the already pitch-black demon blade Katetsu and the frost-laden Shuang Lu, causing both blades to tremble rapidly under the vibrations of sound. Hum. With two resonant hums, Morin swiftly alternated his blades, slashing out two golden arcs of sword light. The swords had not yet arrived, but the sound had already struck first. Violent sonic waves, crossing over one another, enveloped Golden Lion Shiki before the sword beams could reach him. The intense oscillations of the sound waves surged back and forth, churning Shiki's blood and making his head ring. Even the ship's rudder embedded in his skull for countless years began to tremble violently. Hum, hum, hum. Under the relentless sonic vibrations, the rudder lodged in Shiki's forehead shook violently, slightly agitating his brain. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Damn you, brat. You've truly enraged me now. After I kill you, I'll slaughter your parents, your loved ones, burn your homeland to ashes, and erase everything you hold dear. Racked with pain, Golden Lion Shiki roared with crimson eyes. His wild hair and beard flaring like a furious lion king, his presence alone enough to intimidate all beasts. Die already. Lion's 1,000 slashes. Madness flashed in Shiki's bloodshot eyes as he kicked out repeatedly, unleashing massive slashes imbued with haki, all aimed chaotically at Morin. Countless gigantic slash waves, no weaker than his previous attacks, instantly clashed with Morin's sonic twin slashes. Boom. A shockwave erupted from the collision of the two devastating attacks, sending violent winds spiraling outward, dispersing the clouds for miles. The sky cleared for 100 li. Meanwhile, the ground below was ravaged as if struck by a hurricane. Dead trees were uprooted, roofs of collapsed houses were torn away, and debris scattered in all directions. Even Tao Yao, who had been absorbing the life force of the island's trees, was forced to halt her forbidden technique, erecting a massive, sturdy wooden shield around herself to block the flying rubble. Chapter 94, The Terrifying Degree of Devil Fruit Mastery as the dust settled. Shiki's hastily executed Lion's 1,000 slashes had been too scattered, giving Morin ample opportunity to evade. Seeing that his attack had failed to land, Shiki snorted coldly. Humph. With a single downward gesture, he clenched his fist abruptly. Lion's roar. Earth roll. Rumble. The earth trembled violently. The island that Morin had split in half earlier, which Shiki had dropped from 10,000 meters in the air, now responded to his call, warping and reshaping itself. Countless rocks and soil fragments separated and reassembled, forming several mountainous lion heads that blotted out the sky, completely surrounding Morin in midair. The tremors roared like the wrath of lions, shaking the very soul. Before these colossal lion mountains, Morin's figure seemed pitifully small, no larger than a palm. This technique. Oh no, Tao Yao is still down there. As Morin turned his gaze downward, he swiftly discerned the figure of Tao Yao concealed behind a hemispherical wooden shield, captured instantaneously by his keen observation. Noticing Tao Yao's position at the edge of the area enveloped by the lion's will, Morin felt a slight sense of relief. He then concentrated, channeling his thoughts directly to Tao Yao. I shall create an opportunity for you shortly. Return to the ship and lead your companions away from the battlefield. Hurry. Upon hearing this, Tao Yao clenched her silver teeth. However, as the colossal lion mountains emerged, she realized that remaining would only serve to hinder Morin and distract him. Thus, after casting a glance at Morin, she swiftly turned and soared towards the battleship. Watching her retreating figure, Morin inhaled deeply, grasping the hilts of his swords. Ghost Cleaver and Frost Dew, adopting a stance of preparation. Dual sword style, rondo slash. Two immense, Crescent-shaped slashes, connected end to end, surged forth like a grand ring, striking in all directions. Enhanced by his haki, the slashes swept through, instantly reducing the Lion Mountains to mere dust. With a single maneuver, the Lion Mountains surrounding him were obliterated. The Golden Lion, Shiki, following Morin's earlier gaze, spotted the female Navy officer in standard naval attire sprinting desperately towards the sea. Shiki seemed to grasp the situation. Despite the intense headache clouding his thoughts and stirring his irritability, his intellect remained largely intact. Are the Lion Mountains attacking to allow that female Navy officer to flee? What nonsense is this? I am the Golden Lion, Shiki. I have not stooped so low as to attack an opponent's comrade in the midst of battle to secure victory. A hint of dissatisfaction crossed his face as his crimson eyes fixated on Morin, who he then addressed with fury. Afterward, Shiki called out to the fleeing Tiao, "Hey, you there. Run faster. Do not disturb our battle." With that, he clenched his fist once more. The remnants of the Lion Mountains, shattered by Morin, began to coalesce again, reforming into the massive, beastly mountains. Once the flotation fruit was developed to such an extent within Shiki, ordinary slashes could hardly inflict significant damage on the objects under his control. Unless those entities had been completely annihilated, any form of attack would prove futile. Whenever he desired, he could expend a portion of his power to restore the disintegrated Lion Mountains to their original state. However, this time, Shiki refrained from launching an immediate assault, seemingly waiting for Tao Yao to depart before he would strike. Morin gazed at the Golden Lion, who had seemingly abandoned its assault, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. "What are you staring at? I am, after all, the Golden Lion." Upon hearing this, Morin nodded at the Golden Lion and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for this matter." Sky, with a cigar clamped between his teeth, gazed at the thanking Morin and suddenly broke into a sinister grin. "Ha, you expressed your gratitude too soon. My intent was merely to prevent her from disturbing our battle. Once our conflict concludes, not only will she perish, but also your subordinates, your friends, and even your family shall meet their demise at my hands. I shall lay waste to your homeland as well. Ha. If you wish to thwart me, then stake your life and engage me in combat. According to the customs of the sea, the victor claims everything." Upon hearing these words, Morin tightened his grip on his dual swords and took a deep breath, declaring, "In that case, let us wager everything and determine who shall live and who shall perish. Ha. Let it come." As Morin engaged in conversation with the Golden Lion, the swift and determined Tao Yao had already returned to the warship. Thus, with no further reservations, the two once again clashed fiercely. Lion's might. At that moment, the towering Lion Mountains transformed into living, breathing lions, charging toward Morin with relentless ferocity. The ground beneath, trapped between the multitude of Lion Mountains, was mercilessly trampled by these colossal lions. Buildings and city walls crumbled like mere tofu, reduced to rubble under the onslaught of the lion horde. Those who had sought refuge within the city or had yet to escape the Weeping City, including criminals and pirates, were obliterated in this wave of destruction, their cries silenced before they could even escape their lips, buried beneath the debris. With a swift stroke, Morin shattered one of the approaching Lion Mountains into fragments. As he executed his moonwalk technique to ascend rapidly into the air, he propelled himself toward the Golden Lion. Having witnessed the Golden Lion's effortless restoration of the Lion Mountains, Morin realized that entangling himself with these earthen constructs would be folly. The most effective strategy against a devil fruit user, after all, was to eliminate the user themselves. Facing the oncoming barrage from Morlin, the Golden Lion remained unperturbed. With one hand, he caressed the air, then made a graceful wave. Lion's might, domain of the wind. In an instant, a visible mini-tornado rapidly took shape, expanding within the blink of an eye into a colossal whirlwind, reaching a diameter of several meters and connecting heaven and earth. Go! With another flourish, this massive tornado, under the Golden Lion's command, obstructed Morlin's path. Although Morlin swiftly adjusted his direction, the tornado's rapid rotation generated a centrifugal force that relentlessly drew him closer to it. Damn it, this freakish Golden Lion has developed his fruit ability to the extent of manipulating the very air he encounters. Is there no escape from this madness? As Morlin grappled with disbelief, he recalled the original narrative where the Golden Lion could even command vast volumes of seawater. After invoking his lion's might, Morlin could only curse the absurdity inwardly. The foremost minister of the Great Ming. Even the seawater that counters the powers of the devil fruit can be controlled by him. What hope do I have against a mere portion of air? It was clear that one could only blame the Golden Lion for the horrifying potential he had unlocked within the float fruit. Chapter 95, Sharp-tongued and astute in a moment of desperation, Morlin had no choice but to strike again. He unleashed a colossal slash, severing the towering tornado with precision. Following the destruction of the whirlwind, he aimed to strike at the golden lion, who effortlessly evaded the attack. Frowning slightly, Moreland propelled himself forward once more. Charging at the golden lion. Lion's might, domain of the wind. The golden lion grasped the air, summoning a colossal earth-in-stone lion that leapt into the sky. Its massive jaws poised to bite down on Moreland. Goodness, a stone lion can fly? This is excessive. Excessive, indeed, but there was more to come. Lion's might, domain of the wind. With a boisterous laugh, the golden lion Shiki summoned more earth-and-stone lions that, unbound by gravity, soared into the air as if riding on clouds, encircling Moreland from all directions. Ha ha ha. I, the golden lion, am a wielder of the float fruit. I can manipulate all non-living objects within my domain. What do you possess to contest against me? Perish. A pack of lions devours the heavens. Curse this freak. Moreland realized he had no choice but to resort to a particular technique. The golden lion's aerial mobility, granted by his float fruit, far surpassed Moreland's capabilities, which were limited to mere steps on the ground. Furthermore, with this monstrous devil fruit ability, even approaching the golden lion was an arduous task, let alone defeating him. To close the distance, Moreland resorted to a technique still in the experimental phase. After shattering one of the leaping colossal lions with a single strike, he exhaled a burst of soundwave energy, wielding his dual swords to shape it into a massive arrow-like energy form. Moreland's body shrank, and he instantly merged into the massive energy. Then, with a swift motion of his right hand, the energy form vanished from sight, leaving a massive stone lion to bite the air in vain. Swift walk, sound escape. This technique was one that Moreland was still experimenting with. In theory, it could elevate his speed to a terrifying sonic level. However, in practice, the technique was fraught with various issues. Despite recognizing the immense utility and allure of this ability, he had yet to refine it to the point of genuine application. Nevertheless, today, in an effort to approach the golden lion, Moreland had no choice but to employ this incomplete technique. A subtle sound wave passed through the air with a faint hum. Moreland's figure unexpectedly vanished from the gaze of the golden lion, and even with his observation hotkey, he was unable to capture Moreland's presence. Had he disappeared entirely? Could it be the power of a devil fruit? The golden lion scanned his surroundings, tirelessly searching for Moreland's shadow, yet he could not ascertain where Moreland had gone. 1 second, 2 seconds. After an agonizing 3 seconds of disappearance, the golden lion's observation hotkey finally detected Moreland's silhouette. Above him, the moment the hotkey caught sight of Moreland, he instinctively looked up. Sound extreme slash, falling needle. In the sky, just a few dozen meters above the golden lion's head, Moreland was inverted, sword poised like a spear, hurtling downwards towards him with terrifying speed. It was impossible to quantify the acceleration he had undergone. Moreland's velocity was nothing short of horrific. In the blink of an eye, he descended from a height of several dozen meters, thrusting his sword towards the golden lion's forehead. Damn it, there's no time to disperse. As Moreland appeared above him in an instant, the golden lion had no opportunity to react adequately. He could only envelop his arm in a dark, polished layer of Busashoka haki, hardening it as he raised both arms in an X formation to shield his head, simultaneously leaning back to evade Moreland's assault as much as possible. Clang! A faint sound of metal clashing echoed for less than a second before a piercing sound of flesh being torn reached the ears of both the golden lion and Moreland. The golden lion's Busashoka haki defense was shattered. Die, you bastard. The pain of the blade piercing his flesh caused the golden lion's gaze to sharpen. Utilizing the powerful inertia from Moreland's downward dive, he let his upper body plummet sharply, then swiftly kicked upward with his right leg, executing a fierce upward slash and a reverse hook motion. As the golden lion launched this unexpected counterattack, Moreland attempted to evade, only to find his demonic sword, Onakiri, had become ensnared within the muscles of the golden lion's left arm. This was bad. Moreland's pupils constricted. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, he found his form halted. There was no time left. Having missed the opportunity to evade, Moreland hastily raised his left hand to shield Frost Dew, positioning it protectively over his chest. Clang! With a powerful kick slash from the golden lion, Moreland was sent hurtling through the air, both he and his blade propelled away. It took several hundred meters before he finally managed to halt his backward trajectory. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Lowering his gaze to his chest, Moreland discovered that his garment had been rent asunder, leaving his breast exposed. Beneath the torn fabric, the formidable haki was gradually receding from his skin. Yet, despite the protective barrier of the haki, a gruesome wound, deep enough to reveal bone, marred his chest. Just moments ago, had Frost Dew not intervened to deflect the blow, he would likely have been disemboweled by the golden lion's vicious strike. Truly, Such a technique inflicts harm upon the enemy while causing oneself grievous injury. Across from Morin, the golden lion Shurji glanced at the incessantly bleeding wound on his left arm, which had even pierced the bone, while he controlled the surrounding muscles to stifle the bleeding. He looked at Morin and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, how amusing. That sudden disappearance technique you just executed was quite intriguing. It even took me by surprise. However, in the face of absolute power, how effective can such trivial tricks be? Moreover, it seems you are wounded even more severely than I am. With that, the golden lion cast a derisive glance at Morin. If your petty tricks can inflict such damage upon you, it appears you have truly aged, golden lion. Morin retorted without hesitation, matching his opponent's mockery. Though he may not rival the sharp tongue of his former life as a Serbic girlfriend, under her influence, countering the culturally inept golden lion was a task far too effortless. And so it went. A single remark from Morin nearly caused the proud golden lion to explode with indignation. However, he found himself unable to refute it. After all, the term petty trick had originated from the golden lion himself. You, sharp-tongued fellow, behold the wrath of the Lion King. Enraged, the golden lion let out a muffled grunt, choosing silence and instead opting for a more visceral expression of his fury. Chapter 96, The Awakening of the Lion King. With a powerful sweep of his hands, several colossal lions materialized once more, ruthlessly lunging towards Morin. What an exasperating maneuver! With a fierce surge of power, Morin charged forward, his blade cutting through a blocking giant lion as he gracefully executed a moonlit step. He then turned his attention to the golden lion. Frost 2 and Ghost Cut launched a simultaneous assault, their strikes meeting the golden lion's Sakura Tin and Withered Wood. The sound of clashing blades resonated in the air. Once again, they engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Their bodies intertwined, and dazzling sparks erupted like fireworks beneath the sun, brilliant yet not ostentatious. The silhouettes of both combatants met in midair, showcasing a series of breathtaking swordplay. Shurji utilized his legs as extensions of his hands, his feet rising and falling with remarkable agility. Though he wielded his strikes with his feet, the force and finesse of his technique surpassed even that of Morin, who fought with his hands. Morin deftly sliced open Shurji's sword and, with a swift motion, directed the blade at an exceptionally awkward angle towards the space between the golden lion's legs. Before the sword even reached its target, a chilling gleam sent a shiver through Shurji, causing him to feel a sudden chill in his lower body. As a man, even one in his 60s, Shurji would never permit the slightest affront to his masculine dignity. Despicable! He cursed vehemently, raising his right leg to block Morin's provocative thrust. After successfully parrying the strike, Shurji clenched his right fist, enveloping it in a thick layer of armed haki, and aimed a powerful blow at Morin's striking visage. You scoundrel! Since you dare to assault my masculinity, I shall shatter your face, ensuring that this pretty boy can never attract a maiden even in hell. In response to Shurji's retaliatory strike, Morin raised an eyebrow, exerting force through his right hand to repel the golden lion while gracefully retreating. What a formidable adversary! Gazing at Shurji before him, Morin truly felt a twinge of frustration. Yet amidst this vexation, he also sensed a tangible improvement in his swordsmanship. Perhaps this was the essence of pain intertwined with pleasure. Over a decade ago, during his prime, Shurji was a man who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the pirate King Roger and the mighty Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. In addition to his formidable abilities granted by the flying fruit, Shurji was also a master of both armed haki and observation haki, proficient in the dual sword style. Engaging with such a powerful swordsman not only enriched Morin's experience in the art of the sword, but also significantly broadened his perspective and understanding of swordsmanship. It could be said that a single battle with the golden lion vividly illustrated to Morin what it truly meant to be a great swordsman. Even if this particular great swordsman was somewhat lacking, as Morin lamented the formidable nature of the golden lion. How could the golden lion himself not curse Morin's tenacity in return? Prior to the onset of battle, the golden lion, Shiki, had never anticipated that the seemingly trivial adversary he had chosen to assert his dominance and remind the world of his existence would possess such bizarre and formidable prowess. Logically, one would assume that a naval officer of such caliber would have long been summoned to the naval headquarters by Sengoku to become a candidate for admiral. Yet here was Morin, lingering in the East Blue, with a mere rank of brigadier general. Is there truly such a powerful brigadier general in the Navy? If every brigadier general in the Navy possessed such strength, they would have long since subdued the pirates and perhaps even ruled the world. No, this cannot continue. With a sidelong glance at the warship gradually receding into the distance, the Golden Lion was certain that news of his presence in the East Blue had already been relayed back to the naval headquarters. At this moment, It was entirely possible that formidable warriors dispatched from the headquarters were already en route. Exhaling a deep breath, the golden lion twisted and secured the mechanisms on his legs. Reclaiming the two renowned swords, Sakura-ten and Mukakage, embedded in his limbs. With both swords in hand, the golden lion Shiki underwent a profound transformation in demeanor. One sword in hand, and the world is mine. If the golden lion prior to this moment resembled an aging, lethargic lion, now he had become the awakened Lion King, a fearsome sovereign of beasts. Gripping his swords, the golden lion addressed Morin. Young man, I offer you one more chance, submit to me and join my flying pirate crew. I can grant you the position of first mate, and even promise you the captaincy after my demise. Before him, Morin's expression grew grave once more in the face of what seemed to be a completely transformed golden lion. A swordsman wielding a sword and a swordsman using his legs to fight were two entirely different realms of existence. Nevertheless, Morin remained unmoved by the golden lion's renewed invitation. He replied resolutely, I am a navy officer, not a pirate. The golden lion, seemingly having anticipated Morin's rejection, shook his head in disappointment. If that is your choice, then let me show you what a true swordsman is capable of. With that, the golden lion swung his sword fiercely at Morin, unleashing a colossal and concentrated golden sword aura that surged forth. This strike was terrifying. Despite Morin unleashing several powerful counterattacks, they were swiftly obliterated, and residual waves descended ominously towards Morin's head. Clang! As Morin swung his sword in a sweeping motion, he effortlessly dissipated the residual force of the sword aura, betraying no sign of shock. Instead, a glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes. Is this truly the essence of a great swordsman? The previous strike imparted a sensation to Morin that was utterly distinct, a refined and profound cut, imbued with an unwavering sword intent that he had never before encountered. As a legendary pirate, the true golden lion could not possibly possess only the strength displayed moments ago. Yet, what of this great swordsman? To attempt to slay me. This swordsman is insufficient. This time, Morin sheathed both Frost Dew and Ghost Severing, grasping the familiar hilt of Ghost Severing, adopting a stance reminiscent of Iajutsu. One sword style, Iajutsu. Wave slash. Once more, he unleashed a strike, extinguishing the remnants of Morin's Iajutsu. The golden lion Shiki addressed Morin, stating, Your slash is too crude. Your intention's too overt. It should be more cunning, not merely a display of brute force. Adjust your application of power, condense it with sword intent, and then strike again. Otherwise, no matter how potent your blows, you shall remain merely a swordsman, not a great swordsman. Oh, I nearly forgot. You have no opportunity left. Lion, Thousand Cuts Valley. At the instant his words fell, the golden lion Shiki swung his arms in rapid succession, unleashing over 10 arcs of golden sword aura, cascading like a rain of brilliance, radiant and lethal as it descended upon the earth. Chapter 97, The Imperfect Secret Art. With the awakening of the golden lion, the previously manageable sword technique, Lion, Thousand Cuts Valley, surged in intensity. Coupled with the sword intent of golden lion Shiki locking onto him, the myriad intertwining arcs of golden sword aura resembled a meticulously woven net, ensnaring Morin within its grasp. Flash, 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 another slash. With both hands gripping his sword, Morin let out a low growl and suddenly surged towards the heavens, delivering a fierce strike. Although he had yet to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, he was tantalizingly close, bolstered by formidable physical attributes on the verge of another breakthrough. After numerous concentrated slashes, the disparity between him and a true sword master would be negligible. With the convergence of 4 swords, even the intricate web formed by the golden lion's Thousand Cuts Valley was forcefully rent asunder by Morin. Observing Morin emerge from the sword net crafted by the Thousand Cuts Valley, the golden lion grinned malevolently and unleashed another wave of slashing energy. Ha ha ha. Futile. You cannot escape. Having defied me, your fate is destined for ruin. Oh, is that so? Morin retorted, standing resolute against the golden lion's onslaught. Morin grasped the hilt of the sword Goethe with one hand, while the other glided along its blade. The sword, enveloped in the aura of armed haki, suddenly shimmered with a faint white light. The essence of sound, endless wave slash. The previously fearless golden lion Shiki was instantly struck by an overwhelming sense of danger. This aura is. Taste my yet unfinished essence, golden lion. As layers of sound waves surged and collided, the entire blade of Goethe, along with Morin's arm gripping the hilt, manifested after images, a visual echo induced by the intense vibrations. With a swift swing of his sword, Morin unleashed a dazzling cascade of platinum and vibrant hues, swirling above the blade as if to tear the very fabric of the sky asunder. This strike, poised yet unlaunched, cleaved through the slashing waves emitted by the golden lion. This time, the seemingly invincible and domineering attack was violently shattered and severed upon encountering Moreland's strike. Witnessing his attack being torn apart, the golden lion, Shiki, discarded his initial disdain. A newfound seriousness etched upon his gaze. However, he mused to himself, with just this strike. You cannot hope to slay me. I am the golden lion, after all. With a thunderous roar, the golden lion dove downward, wielding his sword with ferocity. One warrior struck upward while the other swung down. Their blades collided mid-air with a resounding crash. Boom. In that instant, it felt as though the world held its breath. The myriad colors of the realm dimming in the wake of their clash. The collision of gold and platinum unleashed a force capable of rending the heavens and cleaving the earth, erupting into a cataclysmic upheaval. As Moreland and Shiki became the epicenter of this chaos, a terrifying wave of energy radiated outward, the clouds above tearing apart, while below, the ocean and nearby islands fractured in a web of intersecting rifts. Boom. At the heart of the collision, dozens of lacerations marred Moreland's body. His naval uniform torn to shreds, and even the emblematic cloak of justice he wore was severed in twain. The multitude of varying depths of wounds transformed Moreland into a figure drenched in crimson. Yet, this was merely the residual force from the clash of their swords. Meanwhile, facing Moreland, the golden lion, Shiki, fared little better. His attire lay in tatters, and his once voluminous golden locks had been reduced to mere shoulder-length strands by the residual sword energy. The unexpected turn of events stripped the golden lion of his imposing presence, rendering him somewhat comical. However, beyond this superficial absurdity, the injuries Shiki sustained were considerably less severe than Moreland's. Apart from a dozen wounds still seeping blood, the most egregious was perhaps the portion of his ear that had been sheared away. This was not to suggest that Shiki's strike was more potent than Moreland's. It was merely that Moreland's armament hockey lacked the intensity of the golden lion's. In terms of raw power, the outcome was a stalemate. Impressive tremor, indeed. This technique evokes memories of an old comrade. Were it not for my certainty of his survival, I might assume you inherited his devil fruit abilities. Shiki remarked with a mocking grin. If you were to wield this strike after becoming a grand swordsman, I might genuinely struggle to parry it. But for now, boy, you remain far from that mark. Is that so? I beg to differ. Morin cast a peculiar smile at the golden lion, who was still locked in a stalemate with him. Waves of sound energy coalesced silently around Morin. Let the sound waves explode. At this moment, Morin utilized 2 points of his sensory touch to ignite his sound explosion ability, a tactic he had rarely employed against foes, now directed at his adversary. Boom, boom. The sound waves, formless and colorless, were omnipresent. Caught off guard, the golden lion was struck right on target. Morin's explosive aim was the helm atop the golden lion Shiki's head. Through previous encounters, Morin had discerned that Shiki's most significant vulnerability lay in that helm. No matter how formidable or resilient the golden lion was, the helm embedded in his skull had a profound impact on him. Typically, Shiki safeguarded this weakness with great diligence. But now, the sound explosion, the dual sound blasts, comparable to high explosive grenades, shattered the helm atop the golden lion's forehead. Fragments of wood splintered in all directions, some of them piercing deeply into the golden lion's brow. The golden lion, who was engaged in a standoff with Morin, collapsed with a resounding crash, hurtling backward, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, while he spat a mouthful of blood. Ah, damn it, that accursed helm, my head. After plummeting several hundred meters, the golden lion finally managed to stabilize his fall, his crimson eyes glinting with ferocity as he soared upward once more, bellowing to the heavens. I shall not submit. Witnessing the frenzied golden lion, Morin instinctively adopted a defensive stance. Chapter 98. The Golden Lion's Bizarre Behavior. The wooden splinters deeply embedded in his brain made Morin's targeted assault on Shiki's weakness far more than just a grievous injury. This wound was fatal. Regardless of the golden lion's strength, he could not transcend the limitations of the human body. The small portion of the helm and splinters that had abruptly pierced his mind had effectively turned the golden lion's brain into a mushy pulp. Within Morin's perception, the once vibrant life force of the golden lion, which burned like a blazing torch, had suddenly extinguished by more than half, with the remaining flicker wavering precariously, as if it could be snuffed out at any moment. I never imagined I, the golden lion, would ultimately perish due to a mere helm. If that scoundrel Roger were to learn of this, he would surely mock me in hell. Ha ha ha, I am the golden lion. Even in death, I shall leave an indelible mark. Though his brain was in turmoil from the penetrating splinters, the pain only heightened the golden lion's awareness. Get out of my head. With a furious roar, he expelled the remnants of the helm he had touched countless times. With a splatter, akin to a geyser, a portion of his brain matter erupted. What a relief. Although his life force plummeted once more, the golden lion's face bore an indescribable satisfaction. This bothersome helm was something he had longed to remove. In his quest to achieve his ambition of dominating the seas, he had endured the relentless torment of that helm, even losing peace during sleep. Only now could he finally liberate himself. Upon forcefully ejecting the last vestiges of the helm from his mind, an ineffable essence awakened within the golden lion. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The sky seemed to shroud itself in gloom, with thunder rumbling ominously, as an oppressive aura saturated the air. As the golden lion's vitality dwindled chaotically, the overwhelming ambition to conquer the world surged forth from him. Conqueror's Haki, as one of the 3 legendary pirates who once stood at the pinnacle of the world. How could the golden lion lack Conqueror's Haki? Yet, until now, that comical yet lethal helm had suppressed and sealed his power, leaving him with no outlet for his rage. Now, with the seal broken, the Lion King that roared across the world was reborn. Ha 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 ha. The heavens and earth echoed with the golden lion's maniacal laughter. Molen swallowed hard. Gazing at the raucous laughter of the golden lion, a cold sweat finally trickling down his forehead. Faced with the return of the Lion King, Molen's countenance turned ashen. What a jest! During his skirmishes with the Straw Hat Lad, the golden lion had been repeatedly weakened, to the extent that he was even vanquished by the newly emerged Luffy in the New World. Yet here, the golden lion first erupted in fury, sword in hand. Then unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, staging a dramatic return as if he were the rightful heir of destiny, while Molen appeared to be the villain in this narrative. Was it truly necessary to toy with one's psyche in such a manner? Amidst the incessant laughter, the vitality of the golden lion waned. Yet his Conqueror's Haki grew increasingly formidable. The once azure sky, adorned with but a few white clouds, had morphed into a tempestuous expanse, shrouded in ominous clouds and howling winds. Within the obsidian depths of the sky, countless flashes of lightning erupted, as if the heavens themselves were fracturing, creating a cataclysmic symphony of chaos. This aura was immensely powerful. As he pondered how long the laughter would endure, Molen found himself contemplating whether the golden lion might perish amid such mirth. Suddenly, the golden lion raised his sword, pointing it at Molen. Watch closely, boy. Lion's roar. With a fusion of Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, he unleashed an exquisitely condensed black and gold slash. As the strike descended, a colossal golden lion phantom materialized in the sky, enveloping the atmosphere. The spectral lion emitted a roar that resonated with the essence of reality itself, then lunged forward with a ferocious swipe. This strike was as swift as lightning. Sound barrier. Armament. Flash. Crack. With a single stroke, Molen's defense was effortlessly shattered, and the sound barrier that had shielded him crumbled like glass, shattering into fragments. It was only after a deep wound was inflicted upon Molen, one that bore witness to the depths of his flesh, that the might of the lion's roar began to dissipate. After Moren coughed up a mouthful of blood, he stared in horror at the golden lion. The force of that slash was beyond anything he had previously encountered. Was it a moment of reflection? Observing the flush that crept onto the face of the golden lion, Shurji, Moren couldn't help but ponder. After injuring Moren with a single stroke, the golden lion did not pursue further, but instead discarded the 2 renowned swords, Sakura Tin and Withered Wood, and made a pulling gesture with both hands directed toward a certain direction, exerting a powerful tug simultaneously. What is the golden lion attempting to do? Instinctively sensing something amiss upon witnessing the golden lion's actions, Moren reflexively unleashed a flying slash. However, the 2 discarded swords, now united, countered Moren's attack with a formidable slash of their own. Moren's sudden movement, nonetheless, captured the golden lion's attention. Turning his head, he furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Moren, saying, "Fool, did you pay close attention to my earlier strike? I have told you, if your slashes do not coalesce, you will never reach the realm of the great swordsman. Even if you possess extraordinary talent and can deliver a strike comparable to that of a great swordsman, you will never truly become one." Is this a form of guidance? We are adversaries now. Moren cast a peculiar glance at the golden lion, perplexed by the thoughts swirling in his mind. Could it be that the brain matter expelled by the wooden spikes had somehow impaired his intellect? Opposite Moren, the golden lion also noticed the peculiar expression on Moren's face. Yet he felt no inclination to elucidate anything. After discerning a direction, the golden lion resolutely set forth, soaring swiftly towards that chosen path, disregarding even Moren trailing behind him. What is happening? Something feels amiss. What exactly is the golden lion attempting to achieve? It is due to Moren that the helm atop the golden lion's head has pierced into his consciousness. At this moment, Morin harbored a hatred that rivaled that of a sworn enemy. What could possibly compel the Golden Lion to abandon even his mortal foe and depart so recklessly? Regarding the progress report in the additional chapters, as of yesterday, by 1 o'clock in the morning, the pre-orders for the culinary expert in the pirate realm have surpassed 400. In accordance with my previous promise, reaching 400 pre-orders warrants an addition of 4 chapters. I have no backlog, so I can only repay this gradually. I will begin by adding 1 chapter daily. And I assure you that I shall completely fulfill this by the weekend. Alas, I am constrained by my daytime job, leaving little time for writing. I will promptly release a chapter shortly. Chapter 99, The Grand Funeral. After 9 years observing the departing Golden Lion, Morin instinctively pursued him, sensing that something was amiss. However, at that moment, a cacophony of cannon fire erupted above him. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of cannonballs, accompanied by the thunderous roar of artillery, rained down upon Morin's head. Is this the floating airship of the Golden Lion? As Morin gazed upward, his eyes fell upon a colossal airship soaring amidst the clouds, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire directed at him. Each fiery projectile plummeted towards his head. Upon the floating vessel, Indigo watched in awe as the Golden Lion, embodying the ferocity of a returning Lion King, awakened with a domineering aura. The Admiral from 20 years ago had returned. In Indigo's recollection, 2 decades prior, before the cursed helm adorned with the Golden Lion had been placed upon his head, the sheer charisma and authority of the lion had inspired profound admiration and loyalty in him. It was this very magnetic allure that had compelled Indigo to join the Golden Lion's aerial pirate crew, assuming the role of ship's doctor. Even after the demise of Roger and the subsequent frenzy that led to the Golden Lion being imprisoned and impelled down, resulting in the disbandment of the once mighty pirate crew, Indigo chose to remain. He waited patiently at a base of the aerial pirate crew for the Golden Lion's return. When the Golden Lion finally escaped from impelled down, Indigo was met with a man who had lost his legs, yet not the audacious hero he had revered. However, upon witnessing the overwhelming presence of the Golden Lion's aura once more, Indigo realized that the man he had longed for had truly returned. The audacious pirate admiral. The Golden Lion was back. With the confirmation of his return, Indigo's fervent admiration reignited. He felt no need to inquire about the Golden Lion's intentions this time, for he was unwaveringly devoted to his captain. As for Morin, who relentlessly pursued his captain, Indigo resolved to do everything within his power to thwart him. Without hesitation, he commanded the cannons to fire upon Morin. In response, Morin executed a dual-wielding technique, the rondo slash. With both swords raised, he cleaved through the incoming cannonballs, bisecting them effortlessly before launching himself skyward with a graceful moonwalk. As he ascended, the barrage of attacks intensified. Cannon fire, gunshots, spears, and even massive boulders rained down upon him. How bothersome, he muttered. Closing the distance, Morin unleashed a single sword technique, the ship-cutting slash. With a decisive stroke, he sent forth a concentrated golden wave of energy, which soared upward with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the meticulously crafted airship, designed at great expense by the Golden Lion, was cleaved in twain. As Morin shattered the floating airship, he simultaneously severed the powers granted by the float fruit, held by the notorious Golden Lion. In an instant, the airship plummeted from the skies. The unprecedented experience of falling sent the crew of the airborne pirate ship, who had been recklessly attacking Morin just moments before, into a state of utter despair, their panicked screams echoing. The ship, it's falling. Admiral, save me. Help. Amidst the chorus of despair, Indigo, dressed in an eccentric manner and also hurtling downward, seemed utterly unfazed. Even as he descended beside Morin, he laughed heartily. You cannot stop it. No one can halt the awakening of the Admiral. Just wait. Soon the world shall descend into madness, and all shall be shocked by the Admiral's return. Seeing Indigo, who cared not for his own life, Morin grimaced and muttered a curse at the madman. Then he swiftly pursued the direction in which the Golden Lion had fled. Indigo's interference had delayed Morin, causing the Golden Lion to become merely a distant speck on the horizon. Damn it! The Golden Lion's speed was already formidable, and the distance between them had only widened. After a prolonged effort of leaping through the air, Morin realized with dismay that he was falling further behind. However, the indifference of the Golden Lion to the demise of his own crew only deepened Morin's unease. Thus, even as the Golden Lion became nearly invisible, Morin remained relentless in his pursuit. On the surface of the sea, once the chaos subsided, the naval officers, including Tao Yao, who were observing the battle through telescopes, stood agape in astonishment. The legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, has escaped? Of course, he has. Did you not see the Admiral pursuing him? Ha ha, I told you. The admiral is invincible. How could a mere pirate stand a chance against him? Flatterer, the admiral is not on the ship. No matter how loudly you praise him, he cannot hear you. However, one cannot deny that the legendary pirate is indeed swift. The admiral can hardly keep up. This life-saving ability is truly remarkable. Pa, who are you calling a flatterer? Do you want to fight? Ignoring the tin soldiers who suddenly relaxed and spoke without thinking, Tao Yao commanded, change direction, head toward where the admiral is pursuing. After a short while, the exhausted and pale golden lion finally reached his destination above. These sea. A crucial passage into the Grand Line. The town where the pirate king Gold. Roger was born and met his demise. Known as the town of beginnings and endings. Logue Town. Hovering a kilometer above Logue Town, the golden lion bellowed with laughter. Ha ha ha. Roger, I do not believe the Navy can capture and execute you. I shall personally bury this false history, shattering it all. Rest assured, Roger, you will not be alone. I will grant you a grand funeral. With the 10 celestial dragons of Logue Town accompanying you in death, to have the world's nobles attend your burial, perhaps even the gourmet have never enjoyed such treatment. Ha. Though this funeral comes 9 years late, I trust you do not mind. Roger, ha. While inquiring about Morin's whereabouts, Indigo had learned that a group of celestial dragons from Mariehua had recently arrived in the East Sea, seemingly intending to enjoy a peaceful sojourn. Their first stop, Logue Town, the site of the Pirate King's execution. Although Roger's last words ignited the Great Pirate Era, the Navy's act of executing the Pirate King solidified the world government's and Navy's formidable authority. The idly bored celestial dragons came to flaunt their supreme power and bask in the adulation of mortals. However, they were oblivious to the fact that their leisurely outing had drawn the attention of a ferocious lion, who had forsaken all and was beyond reason, heralding their doom. Chapter 100. The Madness of the Honest Man Fall. Descend. Carry my will and obliterate all. With a resounding laugh, the golden lion extended his right hand and snapped his fingers. With the snap, golden lion Shiki relinquished his float fruit powers. Then, the islands descended. One by one, islands, each unique and collected by the golden lion, shattered through the clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters, plunging silently into the sea below. In that moment, above the islands, whether it was members of the Golden Lion pirate crew or the natives who had been captured and forced to live on the floating islands, or even the enormous beasts ferociously modified by the Golden Lion, all were powerless as they tumbled downward along with the islands. Every soul, human or beast, was filled with terror and disbelief. The islands, they are falling. This is impossible. Has Shiki abandoned us? Captain, we are still on the island. Help! Save us! A hoarse voice cried out amidst the chaos, desperately pleading. The islands plummeting toward the sea signified something clear to all. After all, Shiki had attacked with islands before. These islands had floated in the sky due to the float fruit's power. Now that they were falling, it indicated that Shiki had indeed relinquished that power. Especially when some caught a glimpse of Shiki during the fall, they understood everything. And despair turned into the most venomous curses hurled at the Golden Lion. Golden Lion, may you meet a wretched end. In Logue Town, the sudden appearance of colossal shadows cast by the descending islands captured the attention of many. Soon, the outlines of one island after another became visible in the sky. Is this a mirage? One learned individual remarked with certainty. Yet others rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Am I still dreaming? So many islands are flying in the sky. After a while, some began to sense that something was amiss. The massive islands in the sky were plummeting with a deafening roar, and their trajectory pointed directly toward Logue Town. No, it's not a mirage, it's real. Islands are truly falling from the sky. Run, everyone, run. Hurry. No, Enkyra. My Enkyra is still in the house. I must save him. In the blink of an eye, a shadow of despair enveloped Rogue Town. In the town square, a group of 10 or so celestial dragons, accompanied by hundreds of guards, were approaching the execution platform of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger, but panic had seized them. So many islands. If they fell, they would be reduced to mere pulp. At that moment, these descendants of self-proclaimed creators, the immensely noble celestial dragons, exhibited expressions of horror and fury as they shouted at their surrounding guards. Quick! Protect me, you worthless fools. Get rid of those things in the sky. One particularly rotund celestial dragon bellowed at a tall guard beside him. You, carry me and run. Indeed, even without the commands of these celestial dragons, the meticulously selected guards had already begun to hasten towards the luxurious cruise ship at the port. Yet, even if they reached the ship, could they truly escape this calamity? Doubt clouded everyone's mind, including Charles, the captain of the guard responsible for protecting the celestial dragons. He lacked confidence that they could survive this cataclysmic disaster. For Charles, given his own capabilities, he could indeed escape recklessly. He might even manage to save 1 or 2 celestial dragons along the way. But what then? As the captain of this operation, if he failed to protect them and several noble lives were lost, even saving a couple of celestial dragons would not guarantee his survival. The families of those fallen celestial dragons would not concern themselves with whom he saved. They would only see who perished under his watch. If he survived while the esteemed celestial dragons perished, Charles knew all too well that not only would he face his doom, but his family would also suffer the wrath of these unreasonable celestial dragons. For his family, the most favorable outcome would be for him to perish alongside this group of world nobles. If they all died, no one would blame his family, for even a strong protector like him would have fallen in the line of duty. Thoughts of his grown son, his plump 3-year-old daughter, and his wife, who had accompanied him throughout his life, flooded Charles's mind. This honest and humble man, known as the Shield of Kings, silently made an unprecedented and reckless decision. When the lives of his beloved family were weighed against those lofty celestial dragons, Charles roared within himself, "Celestial dragons, for the sake of my family, I shall slay even gods before you." Having made up his mind, Charles shouted, "Stop running. It's too late. There are too many islands. We cannot escape. Even if we reach the ship, the aftermath of their fall will consume us." He commanded, "All who wish to live, gather around me." With that, Charles halted, striking the ground fiercely with both hands. "Shield of Kings, arise." As he roared, a massive, semi-transparent glass dome ascended, enveloping the 7 or 8 celestial dragons nearby. Within the shield, the guards and celestial dragons' eyes lit up with hope. Indeed, their captain, known as the Shield of Kings, possessed strength that even the admirals of the Navy could not breach with a single strike. Rather than floundering in a desperate dash, it would be wiser to take refuge beneath Charles's shield, as their chances of survival might increase. Some guards mused, if the captain, a powerful figure capable of escaping, chooses to stay, he must have confidence in his ability to withstand the falling islands. The guards' thoughts echoed in the minds of some celestial dragons as well. "Quick! Carry me into the shield, fool. Are you blind? Can't you see everyone has stopped?" Those celestial dragons who had been fleeing hastily turned around, rushing towards Charles's shield, pleading for him to let them in. Naturally, Charles could not deny their entry. As the wielder of the shield fruit, he opened several portals in his barrier to accommodate them. Even some astute Navy personnel seized the opportunity to slip into Charles's protective dome. However, when the townsfolk of Rogue Town attempted to seek refuge within the shield, they were ruthlessly cast out by the guards at the behest of the celestial dragons. A few celestial dragons even grew impatient, drawing their firearms and shooting down several civilians who dared to intrude. "Charles, what are you waiting for? Close your damned shield. Do you wish to bring about our demise?" Under the orders of several celestial dragons, Charles hesitated, saying, "Stommel Saint and Elizabeth Palace are still outside." Stommel Saint was the celestial dragon who initially insisted on being carried to safety, and his accompanying guard was surprisingly adept at fleeing, even while bearing the weight of a pampered creature. They were nearing the port. As for Elizabeth Palace, she was a young maiden in her 20s, one of the few elite celestial dragons, and a direct granddaughter of one of the current elders. She was among the highest echelons of the celestial dragons, often engaged in political affairs for the world government, and had merely come to the East Blue to unwind from her burdens. Typically, the celestial dragons, accustomed to a life of luxury, had little interaction with Elizabeth Palace. Observing her from a distance, a flicker of wariness crossed the eyes of some celestial dragons. Yet in the face of imminent peril, they gritted their teeth and spoke. "Why should we concern ourselves with them not entering? Once they arrive, we can simply open another entrance for them." Yes, in the face of the threat to their lives, these once lofty celestial dragons displayed a greater fear of death than most. Even among the celestial dragon people, comrades can be discarded without hesitation. Under the command of the dragon, Charles cast a reluctant glance at Stommel Saint and Elizabeth Palace, who had yet to enter his protective shield, before ultimately resigning himself to closing it. In the blink of an eye, Charles's shield enveloped the dragon and his guards, resembling an inverted half-shell, tightly enclosing them within its confines. On the other side, upon the activation of the King's shield by Charles, she too had intended to join him. However, just as she was about to make her move, an elderly witch, adorned in traditional garb, abruptly blocked her path, pointing to a floating crystal orb in her hand. The witch warned Elizabeth Palace, "My lady, do not venture forth. To do so would be to court death." At her words, Elizabeth Pallas furrowed her brow and halted. This witch was one of the guardians arranged by Elizabeth's father, possessing extraordinary divination abilities. Her prophecies boasted an astounding accuracy rate, with 8 or 9 out of 10 predictions coming true. Such remarkable precision granted the witch considerable renown throughout the Holy Land of Mariewa. Were it not for the fact that each divination consumed a portion of her life force, causing Elizabeth's father to treasure this rare asset, she would likely be besieged daily by those seeking her counsel. Just moments prior, the witch had conducted another divination. In this critical moment, Elizabeth could hardly afford to doubt her. If we do not go there, what shall we do? The crystal orb in the witch's hand glimmered once more, revealing a series of peculiar messages. Above, my lady, there lies a glimmer of hope. Let Barry carry you skyward. Only by ascending will you find a chance for survival. Very well. In this dire situation, Elizabeth Pallas no longer hesitated. She turned to another guard beside her and commanded, Barry, take us upward. A man with keen eyes silently complied. As you wish, my lady. With a leap, Barry soared into the air, transforming into a massive sea eagle. He then crouched down before Elizabeth Pallas. My lady, please. Once Elizabeth mounted the back of the sea eagle, the witch was also grasped and lifted into the skies. Barry, now wielding the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit, charged towards the heavens, navigating the perilous gaps between the descending islands in search of an escape route. Time was of the essence. As one island after another plummeted with terrifying acceleration, the town of Rog was met with devastation. Countless civilians were crushed to oblivion beneath the weight of the first falling island, buried under the rubble. The only ones to withstand the impact were the celestial dragon and his guards encased within the shield. Having survived the initial onslaught, Charles suddenly coughed up blood, his shield now riddled with cracks that threatened to shatter at any moment. The force of the falling island surpassed even the mightiest of admirals. Before Charles could catch his breath, a second island descended without warning. With a resounding crack, the already fractured shield shattered. No. In that instant, a chorus of anguished cries erupted from within the shield. With just a hint of energy left, Charles knelt on the ground, his gaze filled with longing. Farewell, my family. My beloved. Before he could make another move, he was crushed into a mere mass of flesh under the overwhelming weight of billions of tons, buried entirely beneath the colossal stones. As the islands crashed down upon Rog Town and its surroundings, the earth fractured and the islands crumbled. Even the vast ocean was stirred into a catastrophic tsunami, sweeping across the land. Watching the destruction of Rog Town. A colossal cloud of dust rising like a mushroom and a tremendous tsunami engulfing the surroundings, the golden lion Shiki, high above in the clouds, erupted into a maniacal laugh. Roger, do you see? I've delivered your hometown, your everything, straight to hell. I can't wait to see your face when you learn of this. Will it be joy or rage? Regardless, soon I shall join you in the afterlife, and we shall have a grand battle, be it in joy or anger. Suddenly, amidst Shiki's raucous laughter, the sound of wings flapping caught his attention. Moments later, a gigantic sea eagle burst through the dense smoke, carrying a richly dressed young lady and a half-conscious elderly witch to the azure skies above. This peculiar duo quickly drew Shiki's attention. As he focused on them, he recognized the young lady atop the sea eagle. Her attire was unmistakable. Was she a dragon? Most of the celestial dragons in this world favored peculiar, bulky garments resembling space suits. Some even wore bubble helmets to avoid breathing the same air as common folk. Although Elizabeth Pallas did not don a bubble helmet, her extravagant attire was equally characteristic of the dragon people. Given the exclusivity surrounding such garments, Shiki recognized her immediately as a dragon. A stray fish, is it? But your fate ends here. Recognizing Elizabeth, Shiki mercilessly unleashed a massive wave of slashing energy. He had promised Roger he would send a dozen dragons to accompany him in death. With his pride, he could not allow even a single escapee. However, after executing the strike, Shiki faltered slightly. He was nearing exhaustion and could scarcely afford the energy expenditure of such an attack. Several hundred meters away, Barry had finally managed to lead Elizabeth Pallas and the witch to safety. But just as they emerged from the smoke, before they could celebrate their narrow escape, they found themselves locked in Shiki's deadly gaze, the overwhelming force of his sword intent descending upon them. In that fleeting moment, the trio in the sky felt as though they were plummeting into the depths of despair, chilled to the bone. As the moment of the Golden Lion's decisive strike approached, the witch perched upon the talons of the Eastern Sea Eagle broke free from the oppressive aura of the Golden Lion's sword intent. Crystal orb, explode. Without a shred of hesitation, the witch hurled the resplendent crystal orb glowing in her hand towards the impending threat of the strike. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Upon the golden strike's contact with the crystal orb, an extraordinarily fierce explosion erupted. This orb, composed of an indeterminate material, astonishingly managed to shatter a fragment of the golden lion's strike upon its detonation. Yet, it was merely that, just a fragment. After obliterating the orb, the relentless strike surged forth, racing towards the three individuals a mere few dozen meters away. In this perilous moment, Eastern Sea Eagle Bali finally broke free from the golden lion's intimidation. Without hesitation, he flung the witch from his talons towards the oncoming strike, while he himself swiftly dodged to the side. In a fleeting instant, the witch, standing in the path of the strike, was cleaved in twain, and the massive Eastern Sea Eagle, attempting to evade, met the same fate. However, Bali's abrupt maneuver inadvertently granted the celestial dragon girl upon his back a slim chance of survival. The razor-sharp strike grazed the body of the celestial dragon girl, merely leaving a few superficial wounds from the dispersed sword energy. Yet, deprived of the support from the Zoan-type devil fruit user, her fate loomed ominously close to its end. Plummeting from a height of 1,000 meters, only death awaited her. Humph! The pallid-faced golden lion yearned to unleash another sword strike to definitively claim the life of the celestial dragon girl. However, his body, nearing exhaustion, was suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness. This unusual sensation alerted the golden lion to the brevity of his time remaining. With a cold snort, he hesitated momentarily, ultimately deciding against squandering his last remnants of strength on an inconsequential individual. He still possessed one final strike. This strike, it was reserved for someone significant. In the blink of an eye, the golden lion's Kinbunchika haki seemed to perceive something, causing his eyes to gleam with anticipation. It was coming. Morin hurriedly approached, finally catching sight of the golden lion once more. However, as he drew near, he witnessed the terrifying spectacle of the golden lion commanding the islands to plummet, wreaking havoc upon the world. With a single strike, a colossal tsunami erupted across the expanse of the sea for hundreds of miles. At the very center of the island's descent, a towering mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. This scene was more astonishing than the detonation of an atomic bomb in a past life. Morin's pupils constricted in shock. Rogtown was gone, the inhabitants of the island. In that moment, memories flooded Morin's mind of the joyous laughter of the townsfolk when he first arrived in Rogtown. Yet, under the golden lion's devastating blow, over 100,000 residents and everything in Rogtown had vanished into nothingness. My icy beauty of a wife, golden lion, you seek your own demise. The sheer loss of civilian lives ignited a furious wrath within Morin. The essence of sound, endless wave slash. In his fury, the power of the essence of sound unleashed by Morin was exponentially greater than before. At that moment, the sword broke free from its previous constraints, transforming into a massive soaring strike, unleashed from its sheath. The sword flew forth, splitting the heavens. Ha ha ha, bring it on. In the skies above, the golden lion wore an ecstatic grin, gripping his sword with both hands as he soared upward. Lion King, self-sacrifice slash. In the clouds, a gigantic phantom of a lion king flickered momentarily, then, infused with a resolute will, merged into the golden lion's self-sacrifice slash. The self-sacrifice slash, which kills both enemies and oneself. Boom. Chapter 103, The Fall of a Legend. The clash of the essence of sound, endless wave slash. With the Lion King, self-sacrifice slash. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the point of collision, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave that radiated in all directions. This shockwave unleashed an ominous tidal wave, sweeping across the surroundings, dispelling the clouds of dust that had just settled, and causing the newly formed island to shatter once more. With a resounding crash, the shockwave surged onto the sea, causing it to churn and roar, with towering waves rising meters high, engulfing everything in sight. After an indeterminate period, the tumult gradually subsided. At this moment, Morin, drenched in blood, lacked the strength even to perform a moonwalk, swiftly plummeting from the air. With a thud, Morin crashed to the ground, unable to suppress another spurt of blood. Upon hitting the earth, he gazed up at the golden lion in the sky, his expression a mixture of emotions. At the edge of his vision, he noticed a line of blood appearing on the golden lion's body. After glancing at the bloodline on his chest, the golden lion forced a smile, realizing, I never expected to be defeated in my final moments. What a pity. If I hadn't wasted a strike earlier, this sword could have at least taken you down with me. In the golden lion's meticulously crafted plan, he intended to take a formidable adversary down with him when he met his end, ensuring that his legendary reputation would not fade into obscurity. Alas, plans often yield to unforeseen changes. Not only had the time and energy expended in toppling his lair over Rogtown exceeded his calculations, but also, at the crucial moment of success, a few meddlesome intruders had squandered his last vestiges of life force. This ultimately led to his weakened final explosion. The Lion King, self-sacrifice / was unexpectedly shattered by Morin's essence of sound, endless wave / in the East Sea, ha ha ha. I never imagined that in my final moments, I would fall to a man from the East Sea. Is this destiny? Yet, the Golden Lion would not accept fate. With his remaining strength, the Golden Lion raised his arm defiantly toward the sky, extending his middle finger. Ha ha. As he laughed, the Golden Lion's voice dwindled, eventually becoming silent. Standing motionless in the sky like a statue. Is this what it means to be a legend? Observing the Golden Lion, who stood defiantly until his last breath, Morin's expression grew complex. Before encountering the Golden Lion, Morin had faced Iron Fist Carp and Shanks, one of the future 4 emperors. After exchanging a few moves with these 2 top-tier warriors of the sea without suffering significant losses, Morin couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Although he had not yet set foot beyond the East Sea, he began to underestimate the strength of those in the vast oceans, believing them to be less formidable than they truly were. However, his battle with the Golden Lion shattered that arrogance entirely. His combat experience was utterly overwhelmed. His skills were suppressed. His realm was constrained. Even his physical attributes were at a disadvantage. It's worth noting that he had confronted a Golden Lion who was aged, crippled, and with a ship's helm embedded in his forehead. Had he encountered the peak forms of Whitebeard or Kaido, he would have surely been dispatched in mere moments. Had it not been for the Golden Lion's insistence on relocating numerous islands to provide a grand funeral for Pirate King Roger, or rather, to orchestrate a magnificent farewell for himself and the destruction of Rog Town, the outcome of the battle between him and Morin might not have concluded in Morin's favor. This battle thoroughly extinguished Morin's arrogance, allowing him to recognize the terrifying strength of the current warriors of the sea. It also made him acutely aware of the gap that lay between himself and those top-tier powerhouses. After the Golden Lion lost his life force for several seconds, the final vestiges of his devil fruit ability dissipated entirely. Subsequently, the Golden Lion's body, still standing defiantly, succumbed to the force of inertia and split in 2. Plummeting from the sky, with a thunderous crash, the remnants of the Golden Lion fell from a height of 1,000 meters, creating a massive crater approximately 10 meters deep on the newly formed island created by the impact. The 2 famed swords, Cherry Blossom and Withered Wood, stood like gravestones at the edge of the crater left by the Golden Lion's fall. Morin, despite his injuries, made his way to the site of the fallen pit, unceremoniously retrieving the 2 renowned blades embedded in the ground. Although he had no use for these exquisite swords, their sale would undoubtedly yield a substantial fortune. He harbored no illusions of camaraderie with the Golden Lion, who had merely offered him a few cryptic words of guidance. Let there be no misunderstanding. The Golden Lion is a pirate of unspeakable infamy. To speak of his deeds, one only needs to recall the recent devastation wrought upon Log Town, where countless lives were extinguished. Was it in the tens of thousands, or perhaps even more? Morin did not wish to know, nor did he want to tally the numbers, for the weight of that figure was too burdensome. After retrieving 2 renowned swords, he took a moment to rest before commencing a search through the ruins using his observation hotkey. He hoped to find survivors within this desolation while awaiting the arrival of his subordinates. In this present moment, he lacked the stamina to traverse the seas with the grace of the moonwalk. Of course, Morin had not forgotten to retrieve the miraculous unscathed snail phone from his tattered clothing, dialing Buddy and the others. Hello, is this Buddy? This is Morin. Colonel, is that truly you? How wonderful. Where are you? We shall come to find you immediately. If the Golden Lion has lost track of us, it is no great concern, after all. Dealing with a legendary pirate is not an easy feat. I am here in Log Town. You should bring your warship to me. However, I must inform you that I have slain the Golden Lion. Upon hearing this, Buddy and Tao Yao aboard the warship, who had been amplifying the snail phone's sound, were momentarily frozen in disbelief. The Golden Lion is dead? The legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, has fallen, slain by our colonel. Hello? Is anyone listening? Ah, sir. We are listening. All right. I will be waiting for you amidst the ruins of Log Town. So hurry. Understood, Colonel. But wait. What happened to Log Town? Log Town is no more. Chapter 104. A grave situation on the other end of the line. Buddy remained silent for a long moment before feigning a light-hearted tone. How can Log Town be gone? It is one of the most prosperous towns in the East Blue. It is home to hundreds of thousands of people. Colonel, you truly have a knack for joking. I am not joking. After briefly recounting the events that transpired in Logtown, the atmosphere aboard Buddy's warship turned somber, enveloped in a heavy silence. Even after hanging up, the entire vessel remained devoid of any smiles. The exhilaration they initially felt upon hearing that Colonel Morin had vanquished the legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, had dissipated, overshadowed by the destruction of Logtown. The loss of countless vibrant lives weighed heavily upon them. After a while, one of the sailors suddenly recalled that, out of concern for Colonel Morin's safety, they had previously requested assistance from the Navy headquarters. Hesitating momentarily, the sailor voiced his thoughts. Lieutenant Buddy, we did request support from the Navy headquarters earlier, and now that the Golden Lion has been slain by the Colonel, what will become of that assistance? Upon hearing this, Buddy slapped his forehead in realization. Oh no, I had completely forgotten about that. Wait, I will call the Navy headquarters right now. What? The Golden Lion was killed by that kid Morin? A few minutes later, at Navy headquarters, Sengoku, holding a teacup in one hand and the snail phone in the other, let the cup slip from his grasp, shattering silently upon the floor when he heard the shocking news. Are you certain the Golden Lion is truly dead? Sengoku asked incredulously, his eyes wide with disbelief. Not long ago, Sengoku had been troubled by the news of the Golden Lion's activities, worrying that if Kizaru arrived late, the deranged Golden Lion might go on a rampage, endangering the Navy personnel and even his friend Garb's grandson. After all, the Golden Lion possessed the powers of the float fruit, making him a formidable opponent even for the admirals. Could Morin truly have been able to stop the Golden Lion? A myriad of questions plagued Sengoku's mind. Yet, scarcely had time passed since Buddy's last call when the news of the Golden Lion's demise at Morin's hands reached him. What level of strength has Morin attained? Has he truly reached the combat prowess of an admiral? Or has the Golden Lion, having lost 2 legs, weakened far beyond expectations, no longer possessing his former might? Commander, I am certain that Shiki the Golden Lion is dead. The Colonel would not deceive us, especially since his body is currently lying amidst the ruins of Logtown. Sengoku fell silent. He understood that Buddy could not possibly lie or jest, as he lacked the audacity to do so. Moreover, there was no reason for Morin to deceive him. It would serve no purpose. Wait, the ruins of Logtown. What does this mean? Wasn't our battlefield in the City of Tears? Also, if I recall correctly, the celestial dragons who departed from Mariehua were headed to the East Blue, with Logtown being their first destination. As Sengoku attempted to digest the shocking news of Morin's slaying of the Golden Lion, he suddenly grasped a crucial realization. He quickly pressed Buddy for further details. Under Sengoku's inquiry, Buddy swiftly recounted the events leading to the destruction of Logtown by the Golden Lion. It's over. This is a grave situation. Upon learning of the Golden Lion's detour to annihilate Logtown, Sengoku's complexion drained of color, and a dreadful thought crossed his mind. Yet, clinging to a glimmer of hope, he ultimately decided to call Morin directly. Dialing the number, he awaited a response. Brew, 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 brew. Click. Hello, this is Sengoku. Sengoku? Is that truly you? Yes, it is I, Morin. What is it that you wish to discuss? What do you wish to inquire about the Golden Lion Shiki? He is deceased. I wish to discuss the situation in Logtown. Upon hearing this, Morin was momentarily taken aback, and his emotions were subtly stirred. In the heart of the fleet admiral, was the matter of Logtown truly of greater significance than the legendary fall of the pirate Golden Lion? It appears our esteemed admiral is unexpectedly commendable. Contemplating this, Morin's attitude towards Sengoku improved slightly. Admiral Sengoku, whatever you wish to know, I shall share, provided I possess the information. Excellent, Brigadier Morin. I wish to ascertain whether there are any survivors in Logtown, and also, were the world nobles, the celestial dragons, present in the town during its destruction? World nobles? Celestial dragons? It dawned on Morin that Sengoku's heightened concern for Logtown surpassed his interest in the Golden Lion, likely due to the presence of celestial dragons, or perhaps because they were expected to arrive there. With this realization, Morin promptly retracted his previous assessment of Sengoku, his gaze now imbued with a hint of coldness. I apologize, Admiral Sengoku, but I am not attuned to matters concerning the world nobles, the celestial dragons, so I cannot confirm their presence in Logtown. However, as for survivors, to date, I have found no evidence of anyone surviving in Logtown. If those esteemed celestial dragons were indeed present, they would likely have perished without a trace. On the other end of the line, Sengoku keenly sensed the shift in Morin's demeanor. He merely frowned but chose not to comment. After all, many within the Navy harbored disdain for the existence of the celestial dragons. He himself held an extraordinary aversion towards them. Yet, despite his distaste, Some matters were unavoidable due to the celestial dragon status. Brigadier Morin, I command you, in my capacity as Fleet Admiral, to exert every effort to search for survivors in Rocktown. Should you uncover any leads regarding the celestial dragons, report to me immediately. Understood. After Morin hung up the phone, he stood motionless, his expression darkening with a hint of gloom. After a prolonged silence, he let out a derisive laugh and muttered to himself, the downfall of a legendary pirate, even the deaths of hundreds of thousands of civilians, in the eyes of Sengoku. The Admiral of the Navy who should uphold justice are less significant than the safety of a celestial dragon. Indeed, this world is profoundly ill, and it is severely so. Chapter 105. The hunger of devouring 3 hours later, amidst the ruins of Rocktown. Morin had constructed 3 enormous bonfires upon a hillside. Above these towering flames, he was roasting a massive wild boar, a gigantic white-furred tiger king, and a mammoth towering over 10 meters high. However, the corpses of these 3 colossal beasts were not intact. All of them had perished during the island's cataclysmic descent. To be frank, the fact that their flesh remained relatively well-preserved was a testament to their formidable physicality. Adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, Morin cleverly utilized these remarkably fresh ingredients for his roasting. At this moment, having lost copious amounts of blood, he found himself ravenously hungry. The 3 hours had been sufficient for Morin, employing his observation hockey and ultrasound perception to thoroughly explore the newly formed island inside and out. On this newly emerged land, aside from a handful of birds that had survived due to their ability to fly, there were also several gigantic mantises and a frail, boneless giant octopus that managed to endure the horrific impact due to its physical advantages. Nevertheless, this exceptionally harrowing experience had thoroughly instilled fear in these wild beasts, compelling them to cower in the shadows of the ruins, trembling in terror. Moreover, in a section of the island overrun with vines, Morin indeed discovered a fortunate survivor amidst the tangled vines. However, upon observing the garments adorning her form, the initial joy of finding this survivor swiftly diminished. Is she one of the celestial dragons? How truly? Although Morin harbored a rather unfavorable perception of the celestial dragons due to certain information he possessed, he could not abandon a life in peril upon finding the survivor. After extricating the celestial dragon girl, who was ensnared like a bundle of rice dumplings amidst the verdant tendrils, he proceeded with compassion. Morin discovered that her injuries were unexpectedly severe. Not only was her body riddled with multiple fractures, but she also bore numerous wounds on her face and body. The ghastly lacerations adorning her visage would undoubtedly be deemed disfiguring in Morin's previous life. With a slight shake of her head in sympathy, Morin hoisted the sole survivor of Rogue Town onto her back and made her way toward the slope where the colossal beast awaited roasting. Anticipating the arrival of Tao Yao and her companions, Morin was not skilled in healing. He had neglected to tend to his own numerous injuries, let alone treat someone else. As he carried the celestial dragon girl on his back, she stirred from her unconsciousness, awakening with a soft whimper. Her entire body felt as though it had been torn apart, pain radiating from every part as she struggled to open her eyes. The first sight that met her gaze was a vague silhouette. Upon hearing her stir, Morin, who was leaping among the ruins, called back without turning. Awake? The celestial dragon girl did not respond immediately. It was only after recalling the image of her fall from the sky that she weakly murmured in acknowledgement. Where is this? Is this Rocktown? But the Rocktown of the past has sunk to the seabed. Is this Rocktown? What about that dangerous being in the sky? Upon realizing she was still in Rocktown and severely injured, the celestial dragon girl gritted her teeth, mustering her strength to anxiously gaze skyward. She feared the terrifying figure that had struck at them from above would reappear and claim her life. Having never truly experienced danger before, she found herself feeling an unprecedented fear towards a person. That dangerous being in the sky. Had she encountered the infamous golden lion Shiki? Sensing the profound fear emanating from the girl on his back, Morin gently reassured her. You mean golden lion Shiki, right? Do not worry, I have slain him. Setting aside his prejudices against celestial dragons, Morin recognized that he was merely carrying a pitiable girl who had survived a great disaster. You killed him? Is he truly dead? But even the witch and Barry couldn't withstand his strike. How could you? Hey, who are you looking down upon? Morin interjected. But the witch and Barry, are they your guards? It made sense now. She had survived the calamity thanks to her protectors. Yet, after narrowly escaping, she encountered the golden lion again? Those individuals were indeed unlucky. The sword of a great swordsman was not something just anyone could withstand, after all. The witch and Barry had already fallen prey to the golden lion. In response to the celestial dragon girl's skepticism, Morin chose not to explain further. Before reaching the hillside, he made a point to detour to the massive pit created by the golden lioness strike, allowing her a glimpse of the grotesquely torn body of the golden lion lying within. If what you see is him, then you are not mistaken. Upon witnessing the horrifying figure that had haunted her memories, the celestial dragon girl's mouth fell open in astonishment. Then, overwhelmed by the shock, she fainted once more. Morin, bemused by her repeated fainting, carried her to the hillside and carefully settled her near the warmth of the fire. Morin could no longer endure the hunger gnawing at his belly and swiftly devoured the 3 enormous pieces of roasted meat that lay upon the fire. Each piece, golden and crisp, although devoid of any salt or seasoning, offered a delightful contrast of charred exterior and tender interior, satisfying Morin's ravenous appetite profoundly. After a few hearty bites, he swallowed the simple yet delectable meat, and a familiar warmth surged from his stomach, radiating throughout his body. In this comforting state, it felt as though every pore in his body had opened, bestowing upon him a sense of exquisite pleasure that made Morin involuntarily close his eyes in bliss. Ding! Consuming the poorly flavored yet nutritionally rich roasted meat, his injuries began to mend slightly. Nutrients 1, nutrients 1, nutrients 1. As Morin continued to eat voraciously, the warm sensation flowed steadily from his stomach, swiftly replenishing the stamina he had expended during his battle with the golden lion. Even the gruesome wounds adorning his body began to contract and heal rapidly, aided by this invigorating warmth. After satisfying his hunger and regaining his strength, Morin finally called Sengoku to inform him of the discovery of a surviving celestial dragon. Upon delivering the message, he hung up without waiting for Sengoku's response. As for the attack on the celestial dragons, he left that burden for Sengoku to ponder. In truth, Sengoku had already been grappling with the situation before Morin's call. Within hours, the fully operational Navy intelligence system had tracked the whereabouts of the celestial dragons, coupled with the unanswered calls he had made. It was almost as if the news of their demise was imminent. Sengoku had prepared himself for the grim reality that the entire group of celestial dragons in Roga Town might have perished. However, Morin's last call brought him a modicum of relief. Thank goodness, one still lives. This at least provides me with a plausible explanation for the gourmet. Reflecting on the relentless barrage of calls from the gourmet over the past few hours, Sengoku could only shake his head in resignation. How could he blame anyone for seeking their own demise? Not long ago, he had provoked Whitebeard in the New World, and before the dust had settled, he felt compelled to seek solace in the East Blue. Did he truly believe the East Blue was the weakest sea and that he could act recklessly? Just as he stepped out, he had been ambushed and nearly obliterated by the Golden Lion's crew. Perhaps the demise of this group of celestial dragons would grant a brief respite to those troublemaking celestial dragons residing in Mariewa. Strangely, the thought eased Sengoku's previously dreadful mood somewhat. On the ruins of Roga Town, as Tao Yao and the others navigated their warship towards the site, the wounds on Morin's body have fully healed, with even the scabs having fallen away. Were it not for the bloodstains that mar his entire form and the tattered garments he wears, one might be oblivious to the remnants of his ordeal. Morin himself almost doubted whether the injuries he had sustained in battle were merely an illusion. Morin, you're all right. This is truly wonderful. Upon seeing Morin, Tao Yao leapt into his embrace, burying her head against his chest, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, unwilling to let go for even a moment. As she felt her chest begin to dampen, Morin was momentarily taken aback. Was she crying? Sensing Tao Yao's concern, Morin gently stroked her pink head and reassured her. See, I'm perfectly fine. At your age, still shedding tears? Aren't you worried about Ace laughing at you? As he spoke, Morin tenderly wiped away the traces of tears from Tao Yao's face. I'm not crying. I merely had some sand blown into my eyes. After forcefully arguing her point, Tao Yao suddenly exclaimed, Ah, I almost forgot you're injured. You've lost so much blood. You must lie down while I attend to your wounds. Without regard for the propriety between genders, Tao Yao tore apart Morin's tattered, blood-stained clothing. However, once the barrier of his clothing was removed, revealing Morin's well-defined, robust physique, she was left wide-eyed and utterly stunned. Where are the wounds? The ones I saw before. So large and numerous? Staring at Morin's body, seemingly unscathed and as if he had never been injured, Tao Yao stood there in disbelief. As Morin engaged in battle with the golden lion above the City of Tears, she vividly witnessed the gruesome sight of his wounds bursting open, his body drenched in blood. Yet now, how little time has passed, and there is not a trace of injury upon him. No, something is amiss. The muscles in certain areas appear to have newly formed. Gazing at the tender, crimson flesh adorning Morin's body, Tao Yao's mouth opened and closed in a bewildered manner. her expression one of innocent charm. Having never seen Taoyao exhibit such endearing naivety, Moreland couldn't help but laugh aloud. He gently patted her head and pointed to some remnants of bones beside the fire, assuring her, "Rest assured, I am quite well. I merely consumed a little sustenance, and my wounds have nearly healed. Are you not aware of my constitution?" Observing the fresh tissue on Moreland's body and the sporadic blood clots scattered on the ground, Taoyao's lips involuntarily twitched as she lowered her head, muttering under her breath, "Freak. To heal one's wounds in such a brief span of time simply by eating. Could this be the ability of an ordinary human?" Speaking of injuries, Moreland suddenly recalled the celestial dragon girl, battered and left aside. Almost forgot. I recently encountered a survivor from Rogue Town. Your arrival is fortuitous. You can provide her with treatment. A survivor from Rogue Town. Upon hearing these words, Taoyao was taken aback. She glanced around at the drastically altered landscape of Rogue Town, struggling to fathom how anyone could have survived such catastrophic devastation. Just how fortunate must that survivor be to endure amidst such terrifying calamity? Morin pointed at the still unconscious celestial dragon girl beside her and said, "It is her, Taoyao. Please attend to her wounds. By the way, her identity is rather special, so do your best to make her injuries presentable, lest she seek trouble with us in the future." Trouble? We are her saviors. How could she possibly bring us trouble? Taoyao mused, though she acknowledged that addressing the wounds properly posed no real issue. With a sense of perplexity, she approached the celestial dragon girl, crouching beside her to examine her injuries. Perhaps it was Taoyao's movements that were too abrupt, or perhaps the girl had just regained consciousness. As Taoyao inspected and tended to her wounds, the celestial dragon girl stirred awake once more. The moment she regained awareness, she felt a sharp sting on her face. Instinctively reaching for her face, her hand was swiftly swatted away by Taoyao. "Stay still. I am cleaning your wounds. If you wish to avoid unsightly scars on your face in the future, it is best you endure and do not move." Scars. Upon hearing this, the celestial dragon girl, who had just been struck down, froze in place. A desire for beauty may very well be an innate trait etched into the essence of every woman, and the celestial dragon girl was no exception. After a few moments, recalling the image of her face being torn apart by several sword strikes, she trembled and asked, "Will my face be able to return to its original state?" With practiced precision, Taoyao continued to clean the debris from the wounds using tweezers and other tools, responding, "The scars inflicted by a swordsman of immense caliber cannot simply be healed with current medical techniques, let alone restored to its original state. Even healing itself will be a formidable challenge." At these words, the celestial dragon girl's body shuddered. The thought of living with a face marred by scars filled her with despair. Yet, at that moment, Chapter 107, The Arrival of Kizaru. Taoyao continued, "However, concerning you, the Major General has specifically instructed that as long as you do not cause me any trouble from here on out, restoring your original appearance is certainly feasible." The celestial dragon girl, who had just plummeted into the depths of despair, was nearly driven to the brink of collapse by this unexpected turn of events. After a long pause, she gritted her teeth and asked, "Is that true?" "Of course, provided you do not create any disturbances. Rest assured, I will remain still." Upon hearing this, Taoyao glanced at the celestial dragon girl before returning to her task of wound care. Meanwhile, as Taoyao tended to the celestial dragon girl, Lieutenant Buddy and his soldiers climbed the small hillside. "Major General." Upon seeing Morin, Buddy excitedly saluted her. Morin waved his hand, halting the salute of the soldiers, and earnestly instructed Buddy, "Buddy, take your team to scour this island for any remaining survivors. Although I have already conducted a search, we must not relinquish even the slightest glimmer of hope." Upon hearing this, Buddy and his companions, with solemn expressions, saluted once more and proclaimed loudly, "We pledge to accomplish the task. Go now." However, there are certain areas on the island where ferocious beasts reside. It would be prudent to avoid those places, even though they are likely terrified at present. After offering these brief admonitions, Buddy hurriedly set off with his team in different directions. They had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Buddy, having laboriously ascended the slope, barely had the chance to exchange a few words with Morin before being directed to search for survivors. Morin did not intend to dismiss them. Rather, he genuinely hoped that Buddy and his companions could uncover survivors he had overlooked. Even if there was just one, it would be worth the effort. Although this hope seemed exceedingly slim, Morin could not suppress the urge to try. After all, the town of Rogues was home to hundreds of thousands of residents. What if someone had been fortunate enough to survive? As Morin anticipated, Over 200 naval soldiers traversed mountains and valleys, calling out endlessly. Yet, their voices grew hoarse, and they found not a single survivor. As night descended, rendering the search perilous, the dejected soldiers returned to the hillside. Upon reaching the makeshift camp, a profound silence enveloped them. The mere thought of the countless innocent souls buried beneath them, victims of the Golden Lion, prompted a young sailor to bite his lip in anguish and tremble as he uttered, "Pirates! Can they truly act with such impunity? Pirates! Can they slaughter without restraint? Rogues! Is a grand city of hundreds of thousands. Just because of a mad pirate, tens of thousands have vanished in an instant. The Golden Lion is a beast." Observing the despondent soldiers, Morin sighed and rose, slowly making his way to the towering flames of the bonfire. Addressing the cursing soldier, he inquired, "Soldier, convey to me your current feelings." After a moment of hesitation, the soldier gritted his teeth and replied, "Commander, I am in great pain and filled with fury. I yearn to slay that beast, the Golden Lion." "Do you wish to kill the Golden Lion?" "Excellent. But if the Golden Lion remains alive, even should he stand before you, would you be able to slay him? Answer me, soldier." Under Morin's intense scrutiny, the soldier instinctively took a step back. Though he longed to assert his capability, having witnessed the cataclysmic powers of the Golden Lion's devil fruit and his formidable swordsmanship, the sailor understood all too well that he was no match for the Golden Lion, even if the opponent stood before him, allowing him to attack. He doubted he could inflict any harm. He could deceive others, but he could not deceive himself. After a prolonged silence, the enraged sailor, biting his lip until it bled, despondently confessed, "I cannot kill him." "Excellent. I greatly admire your honesty." Morin patted his shoulder and said, "However, the fact that you cannot slay him now does not imply that you will be unable to do so in the future. Strive to grow stronger, soldier. You are still young. As for your future, who can truly predict it?" Morin surveyed the surroundings, gazing at the youthful faces before him, and continued, "Although the Golden Lion has perished, the seas are not devoid of pirates who, like him, are utterly indifferent to human life. If you wish to avoid finding yourselves powerless in the face of such circumstances in the future, and if you desire to protect your homeland from the kind of assault that befell Rogue Town, then strive relentlessly to grow stronger. Do it for yourselves and for your families. Remember this feeling of helplessness today. It will serve as a beacon on your path forward, constantly reminding you." His words, devoid of excessive sentimentality, yet penetrating to the core, etched the notion of strength deeply into the hearts of all the soldiers who witnessed the events of the day. After uplifting the spirits of the Navy soldiers, Morin made his way toward the spot where the Golden Lion Shiki had fallen, and soon his figure vanished into the shadows of the night. Upon reaching the profound pit created by the Golden Lion's descent, a powerful sound of applause resonated from the depths. Clap, clap, clap. Indeed. It seems I have heard an extraordinary speech. It has stirred a sense of fervor within this old man. Morin gazed at the towering figure squatting at the bottom of the pit, scrutinizing the corpse of the Golden Lion, and remarked with a hint of indifference, "Admiral Kizaru, you jest. I merely wish to prevent their spirits from sinking any further." Observing Morin's frigid demeanor, Kizaru, who had been clapping, suddenly felt a sense of futility in his amusement, and with a touch of discontent, he exclaimed, Hey, your attitude is rather too aloof. I am, after all, a Vice Admiral of the Navy. Morin, I apologize, Admiral Kizaru. Today, my demeanor has regrettably been less than pleasant. But the thought of the countless innocent lives that perished beneath our feet renders me incapable of smiling. Upon hearing this, Kizaru fell silent, rising effortlessly from the deep pit. As he surveyed the eerily tranquil surroundings, akin to a deathly stillness, he let out a deep sigh. The deaths of hundreds of thousands of civilians, even in the chaotic New World, was an event that had not occurred in a long time. Contemplating this, Kizaru's earlier dissatisfaction with Morin dissipated, replaced by a tinge of guilt as he said, I apologize for my tardiness. Upon receiving the news, I flew here from Marine headquarters at Marineford without pause. However, the distance from Marineford to the East Blue is truly vast. No more of this. Chapter 108. You have done enough. After listening to Kizaru's explanation, Morin was taken aback, turning to look at Kizaru in disbelief. He had never imagined that Kizaru had flown all the way from Marine headquarters at Marineford. Though Morin had not measured the distance, he was well aware that it was no short journey, spanning half of the Grand Line. It had been less than a day since his encounter with the Golden Lion Shiki. In that brief span, Kizaru had managed to reach Rogue Town from Marine headquarters. This, even considering Kizaru's status as a Marine admiral, was quite astonishing. Kizaru glanced at Morin and weakly remarked, I am not deceiving you. I exerted every effort to reach here. not even pausing for a sip of water along the way, yet I still arrived too late. Observing Kizaru's feeble state and the fatigue that lingered in his eyes, Morin understood that Kizaru was indeed speaking the truth. For an admiral-level powerhouse to achieve such a feat was commendable. With this realization, Morin took a step back and earnestly bowed to Kizaru. On behalf of the hundreds of thousands of civilians in Rogue Town, I extend my gratitude to Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru swiftly evaded the bow, waving his hand dismissively. There is no need for thanks. I cannot accept such an honor. To be frank, I rushed here to ensure that neither you nor Captain Garp's grandson fell victim to the Golden Lion's madness. It was only after arriving in the East Blue that I learned of the Golden Lion's lunacy in launching several Sky Islands at Rogue Town. Do you realize? The devastation wrought by the Golden Lion's actions did not merely claim the lives of hundreds of thousands in Rogue Town. The ensuing cataclysmic tsunami swept across the region, inundating numerous islands and large towns in its wake. The number of vessels swallowed by the sea was incalculable. In the past few hours, the casualty figures from those islands, combined with those from Rogue Town, have exceeded 1 million. In this vast world dominated by the sea, what constitutes the greatest natural disaster? Earthquakes? Storms? Volcanic eruptions? None of these. The answer is unequivocal: tsunamis. The impact of an island weighing hundreds of millions of tons plummeting from a height of 10,000 meters creates a tsunami of terrifying proportions. Previously, while caught in the heart of the tsunami, Morin had inadvertently overlooked the devastation unleashed by the Golden Lion. It was only when Kizaru reminded him that the memory of the monstrous tsunami flooded back. The staggering toll of over 1 million casualties and countless missing persons tightened Morin's chest with dread. At that moment, Morin couldn't help but wonder, if I had intercepted the Golden Lion above the City of Tears, would this tragedy have been averted? Would those lives have been spared? As Morin succumbed to his tumultuous thoughts, Kizaru approached and patted Morin's shoulder. Young man, do not dwell too much on it. You have done enough. At the very least, you avenged them by slaying the Golden Lion. But, Kizaru interjected, there is no but. Truly, you have done enough. To be candid, your ability to slay the Golden Lion astonished me. I had anticipated that upon arriving in the East Blue, I would need to exert myself further. But it appears now that I merely have to tie up loose ends. After offering Morin some words of comfort, Kizaru shifted the topic. Oh, by the way, I heard that you found a surviving celestial dragon. Sengoku specifically instructed me to escort her back to Mariewa. The celestial dragon? She sustained severe injuries. But after having Peachy tend to her, I placed her on the warship. If you wish to see her, I can take you there. Pausing for a moment, Morin succinctly briefed Kizaru on the condition of the celestial dragon girl. Severely injured? Kizaru's expression darkened, and he forced a smile. Then we should pay her a visit. If anything were to happen to the last celestial dragon, the Gorosei would surely go mad. Actually, her injuries have been mostly treated by Peachy. Observing Kizaru's troubled visage, Morin felt an inexplicable urge to swallow the words he was about to utter and led Kizaru on their way. The darkened path was difficult to discern, and the recently collapsed island was riddled with crevices. Without the illumination of light, an ordinary person could easily stumble into a fissure. However, for powerful beings like Kizaru and Morin, such obstacles posed no significant challenge. After a short while, finding Morin's pace too slow, Kizaru simply took to the skies. Upon witnessing the scene, Morin had no choice but to glide upwards with a graceful moonwalk, paving the way for Kizaru. With their swiftness, it was not long before they arrived at the warship anchored not far from the shore. Compared to the temporary naval camp on the hillside, the warship was far from tranquil. The vessel, which should have been dimmed for slumber, was ablaze with light. In the distance, Morin spotted a young celestial dragon girl, adorned in a new attire, standing at the bow of the ship, silently gazing at the newly formed island, reshaped by the collision of numerous isles. Behind the celestial dragon girl, aside from the attendant Tao Yao who remained aboard to care for her, there was a group of slaves rescued from the City of Tears. These individuals were wrapped in the standard-issue blankets of the warship, whispering among themselves, their conversation shrouded in secrecy. However, as Morin and Kizaru descended onto the deck, the murmuring slaves instantly fell silent, their expressions shifting to one of fear as they regarded Morin. Morin, am I truly so terrifying? Perplexed by the unfolding events, Morin pointed at the group of slaves intending to sleep on the deck and inquired, Tao Yao, what is the situation with them? Tao Yao glanced at the slaves and replied, there are too many slaves rescued from the City of Weeping. Even though the soldiers have vacated their cabins, it is still insufficient for accommodation. The cabins are currently filled with the elderly, women, and children. For those with better constitution, I plan to let them spend the night on the deck. Otherwise, if they all crowd into the cabins, it could lead to chaos due to the sheer number. Is that so? Morin nodded in understanding. After exchanging a few words with Tao Yao, Morin pointed at the young girl standing at the bow, catching the breeze, and said, "Admiral Yellow Ape, that is the person you seek. If you have any inquiries, feel free to approach her directly." After casting a glance at the girl at the bow, Yellow Ape swiftly turned his head, fixing his gaze intently on Morin. The small eyes beneath his yellow sunglasses seemed to question Morin. "Hey, didn't you say that the celestial dragon was gravely injured? What about that person at the bow? Does she look like someone who has been hurt?" Chapter 109. Night Conversations. That very night, a luxurious and colossal cruise ship, laden with black-clad CP agents, approached Morin's warship. Upon nearing the vessel, unexpectedly, the formidable female steward who disembarked from the cruise ship did not awaken the celestial dragon girl, who had just fallen asleep. Instead, she stationed 2 female agents outside the girl's door and proceeded directly to Morin. "Lord Morin, good day." The steward greeted with a respectful bow. Morin, somewhat unaccustomed to such formalities, waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not fond of this formality. Just state your business plainly." "My apologies. Perhaps my actions have caused you unnecessary inconvenience, but I wish to express my sincerest gratitude for your rescue of Elizabeth of the Palace." After a moment's hesitation, the steward adjusted her black-framed glasses and quietly added, "This also includes my personal thanks." Morin shook his head and said to the female steward, "Very well. I graciously accept your gratitude." Morin's words left the young maid momentarily stunned. According to the conventional progression of events, one would expect Morin to offer a polite exchange before asserting that safeguarding the esteemed celestial dragons was his solemn duty. Yet, this young and audacious brigadier seemed to defy all norms. During the few seconds of the maid's bewilderment, Morin continued, "Is there anything else you require of me? Frankly speaking, should you not be attending to the cabin now and escorting that noble lady from the world? I dare say she may find it quite difficult to rest in the confines of a warship." "Your Excellency Morin, that is Her Highness, Lady Elizabeth. I must urge you to be mindful of your language," the maid interjected, correcting Morin's oversight. "I have just observed Lady Elizabeth sleeping far more peacefully than I had anticipated. I believe that, rather than seeking a more comfortable environment, what she truly requires at this moment is genuine rest." Upon hearing this, Morin cast a surprised glance at the resolute and efficient female steward before him. Seemingly aware of Morin's astonishment, the steward replied with a polite smile. "A competent steward should possess the most fundamental judgment capabilities. To become a qualified steward, I underwent rigorous training for a decade, emerging from hundreds of competitors to serve as the lady steward. Well, it is no surprise that someone who can excel among such fierce competition is not to be underestimated. However, do the celestial dragons hold such lofty expectations for their mere stewards? Is the competition truly that fierce? This indeed seems to be a waste of resources." After a while, the bespectacled steward retrieved a document bearing the seal of the world government from her briefcase and handed it to Morin. "What is this?" Morin inquired casually as he accepted the paper. Upon unfolding it, the steward recited beside him, "In light of your esteemed actions in vanquishing the notorious pirate, the infamous Golden Lion, and rescuing Miss Elizabeth, the 5 elders have made a special decree to promote you to the position of Governor of the East Blue." With the rank of Rear Admiral, once the steward departed, the room fell into silence. Morin caressed the appointment letter in his hand, devoid of any joy. Instead, enveloped by an extraordinary sense of absurdity. The Governor of the East Sea, one could assert that, aside from the Admiral of the Navy and the Grand Admiral, it ranks among the most powerful positions within the naval hierarchy. Should the naval headquarters fail to dispatch representatives within the confines of the East Sea, the governor assumes the role of a local sovereign, wielding authority that, to some extent, surpasses that of certain kings of the world government's member nations. Yet, this profoundly significant appointment letter was extracted from the possession of a mere steward of a celestial dragon. Morin harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of the appointment letter. Yet it was precisely this certainty that rendered his sentiments all the more ironic. It felt as though, amidst the countless individuals within the Navy vying for coveted positions, the aspirations of the common man were deemed trivial in the eyes of the celestial dragons, as if their steward could dictate the outcomes at will. "Admiral Cazaro, might you enlighten me as to why the appointment of the naval governor was not conferred by your esteemed self, but rather retrieved casually from a bag by a mere steward outside the naval hierarchy? When did the position of naval governor become so devalued?" With the appointment letter clutched in his hand, Morin leaned against the ship's railing, his expression tinged with melancholy as he posed his question. Tap, tap, tap. From the shadows on one side of the deck, Admiral Kizaru emerged silently, producing a packet of cigarettes from his pocket. He turned to Morin and inquired, "Care for a smoke?" Morin, in a rather brusque manner, extracted a cigarette from the pack and placed it between his lips. "Do you have a light?" The yellow ape, also taking a cigarette for himself, extended his long arm to offer it to Morin. With a buzzing sound, a brilliant beam of laser light flickered from the tip of the yellow ape's finger. In the next moment, the cigarette Morin held was ignited. Observing the burning end of his cigarette, Morin remarked, "Your technique seems rather extravagant with the tobacco." "Ha ha ha, is that so? Don't you think it looks quite stylish?" The yellow ape chuckled. "In my youth, this very skill captivated many young maidens." After sharing a hearty laugh, he ignited his own cigarette. Thus, an admiral of the Navy and a newly appointed governor of the East Sea, two high-ranking figures within the Navy, silently stood by the ship's railing, indulging in their smoke. One cigarette, two cigarettes. Time passed unmeasured, with cigarette butts accumulating around them. When the yellow ape reached once more into his pack, he discovered it was utterly empty. "What a predicament! It's all gone." With a pained expression, he discarded the empty pack overboard. Following that, he unleashed a laser to incinerate it completely. Turning to Morin, the yellow ape continued, "Regarding your earlier question, even if I don't articulate it, I believe you already grasped the answer in your heart. In my youth, I too harbored similar doubts and even earnestly protested to the world government on various matters. Yet those pleas vanished without a trace. And here we are now, transformed into what we have become. The ambiguous justice I uphold and the slothful justice embraced by Akiji are merely compromises with reality. As someone who has walked this path, I can only convey that we cannot change the world. Our sole capability lies in making the present better than before. Indeed, in hindsight, the appointment letter of the East Sea Navy governor you possess is quite a valuable asset. Regardless of its origins, it grants you the legitimate authority to effect change in the East Sea. In the City of Weeping, I recall there being quite a number of such places in the East Sea. Morin was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the words. Holding the appointment letter of the governor of the East Sea in his hands, rendered speechless. Could this truly change everything before him? The following morning, the Celestial Dragon Girl, Elizabeth, awakened and departed aboard the grand cruise ship sent by CP agents. As soon as she left, Kizaru, who had been assigned to ensure her safety, followed suit. Before her departure, Elizabeth unexpectedly sought out Morin to express her gratitude for saving her life, leaving him with a means of contact and assuring him that he could reach out to her should he encounter any insurmountable troubles in the future. Similarly, she did not hesitate to provide her contact details to Taoyao, the one who had tended to her wounds. Later, Taoyao shared with Morin that Elizabeth had privately invited her to serve as her personal physician in Mariehua, but she had politely declined. Aside from the Celestial Dragon Girl's expressions of gratitude, a minor incident transpired during their departure. A foolish member of the Celestial Dragon family had approached the gourmet, demanding that they send someone to retrieve the remains of the fallen Celestial Dragons in Rogue Town to be buried in Mariehua. Was such a task even feasible? With the barrage of numerous islands, the frail bodies of the Celestial Dragons would likely be reduced to mere remnants, if they could even be found at all. Even if they were, they could be buried deep beneath the earth, or even the sea. Moreover, should a collection of remains be retrieved, who could ascertain that they belonged to the Celestial Dragons? It would be rather comical if what was returned to Mariehua were merely the remains of ordinary people, while the true bodies lay buried beneath. Both Morin and the gourmet were well aware of this absurdity. Yet in order to placate the family members of the deceased Celestial Dragons, the gourmet ultimately issued a command to excavate their remains as best as possible. Fortunately, this undertaking was eventually handed over to a senior CP officer. Otherwise, Morin might have considered resigning from his duties. The departure of the Celestial Dragon Girl did not instigate any change for Morin. After she left, he continued his search for any signs of life on the newly formed island. This time, to ensure the safety of the naval soldiers, Morin took the decisive action of eliminating the remaining dangerous beasts on the island, incorporating them into the ingredients for lunch. It was time to demonstrate the value of the reserve food he had left behind. As Morin and his team continued their search for survivors, a flock of news birds began to circle overhead. They seemed puzzled as to how such a once bustling town had suddenly transformed into a vast deserted island. Observing the circling news birds, Taoyao retrieved a 100-berry coin from her pocket and tossed it into the air. The sound of the coin's vibration quickly attracted the attention of the news birds. One particularly clever bird swooped down, snatching the coin in its beak. After confirming the coin's denomination, the newsbird, amidst the envious gazes of its companions, retrieved a newspaper from its satchel and dropped it for Tao Yao. As she caught the falling newspaper, Tao Yao, stationed at the camp with little to do, found a relatively clean rock to sit on and began to browse through the paper. As soon as she opened it, she was greeted by the bold headline proclaiming the legendary fall. Days later, news spread across the seas of the demise of the only escapee in the history of Impel Down, the notorious pirate Shiki, the Golden Lion, who had once driven Pirate King Roger to desperation and was renowned alongside the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate. The news reverberated throughout the seas, stirring up a tempest not only in the East Blue but also across the Grand Line and even the New World. In Windmill Town, within an inconspicuous tavern, a group of revelers indulged in drinks and merriment. "Miss Makino, is there any more alcohol? Bring us another barrel," exclaimed Shanks, the red-haired captain, as he sat at a table, carefree, playing cards and drinking with his crew. Behind the bar, a green-haired girl struggled to haul a barrel of rum from beneath the counter. "Hey, let us men handle the heavy lifting, Miss Makino," called out Lockie, the stout man sitting nearby, as he effortlessly lifted the heavy barrel with one hand. "Haha, Captain, the drinks are here." Makino, observing the rapid depletion of the rum, resisted the urge to place her hands on her hips and admonish them. Hey, this is the last barrel. You'd better pace yourselves, or you'll have nothing left to drink tonight." Suddenly, amidst the laughter, a pirate approached with a newspaper, a look of astonishment etched on his face. "Captain, look at the latest news." "What is it?" Shanks asked, taking the newspaper and scanning it. His brow furrowed, and his gaze sharpened momentarily, transforming him into two distinctly different personas, a friendly neighbor and a formidable ruler of the seas. However, Shanks quickly regained his composure, and the patrons remained oblivious to the shift. After lowering the newspaper, Shanks looked up, a glimmer of intensity in his eyes, and inhaled deeply. "The old man, Golden Lion, has actually fallen. Admiral Mullen is becoming increasingly formidable." Shiki had been a long-time rival of Roger's crew, and no one understood his strength better than Shanks, who had once been an intern aboard Roger's ship. The fact that such a formidable figure had succumbed to Mullen's hands only deepened Shanks' wariness of the man who had once stood against him. Chapter 111. Renowned across the seas, Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates, approached Shanks with a lit cigarette in hand. After glancing at the newspaper, he chuckled. So even the Golden Lion fell to him? It seems Jesus Burgess truly found a solid ally for his son. As Beckman mentioned the son of Jesus, Shanks couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "You're absolutely right. I never expected such a formidable man to be hidden in the East China Sea." Thinking about it, having the son of Jesus by his side might not be so bad. At least Jesus wouldn't have to worry about his son's safety. In the latter half of the Grand Line, in the New World, a whale-shaped pirate ship adorned with the Jolly Roger drifted along the ocean currents. The crew aboard was jubilantly holding a banquet, drinking and boasting, creating a lively atmosphere. They were untroubled by the Navy's pursuit, for no naval forces dared to challenge them. Even the ships tasked with monitoring their activities only dared to take a distant glance before hastily retreating. All due to the pirate flag that flew from their vessel and its captain, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. The current Whitebeard was no longer the frail old man connected to drips and reliant on medication as he was during the Battle of Marineford. Though he had subtly stepped down from his peak, he remained the undisputed ruler of the seas. Edward Newgate was widely recognized as the man most likely to succeed Gold Roger as the next pirate king. Under his command, the Whitebeard pirates were the most powerful pirate crew in the New World. Even the formidable Marine headquarters and the world government dared not provoke this man lightly. While the Whitebeard pirates reveled in their festivities, a flock of newsbirds suddenly flew over the Moby Dick. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, looked up at the sky, scratching his pineapple-shaped head in confusion. With so many newsbirds, could there be some significant event occurring at sea? Ding. With a practiced flick, he sent a coin into the air, and a newspaper descended from above, which Marco deftly caught. As he sipped his rum, he casually spread the newspaper across the deck before glancing over its contents. Suddenly, he burst out laughing, spraying rum from his mouth. "Is this for real?" he exclaimed in astonishment, rubbing his eyes in disbelief as he looked again at the damp newspaper. "What are you looking at, Marco?" At that moment, the affable giant Jozu wrapped his arms around Marco's neck from behind, offering him a large cup of rum. "Stop staring at the paper. Just drink this with me, brother." "You rascal." After downing the drink Jozu had handed him, Marco pushed Jozu off his back and stood up, shouting towards Whitebeard, who was also drinking. Dad, something big has happened. The Golden Lion Shiki has been defeated by a Navy officer in the East Sea. Gulp, gulp. Whitebeard, who had been drinking from a large bowl, paused upon hearing Marco's words. He set down the empty bowl and, pouring himself a fresh drink, frowned. Has that rascal Shiki been captured again? Was it Sengoku himself? Or one of those 3 new admirals? Whitebeard was acutely aware of Shiki's tenacity. He was a man who could hold his own in a fight. After Roger's death, Shiki had gone on a rampage against Marine headquarters, ending up imprisoned and impelled down. After escaping, he had dropped off the radar for years, presumably plotting something. Nevertheless, Whitebeard had never underestimated him. Among the Navy, few could match Shiki's strength. Recently, Garp had fought with him, and since Sengoku became Fleet Admiral, he had mostly remained at headquarters, rarely taking action. The only ones likely capable of defeating Shiki were the newly promoted admirals, Akiji, Kizaru, and Akaino. Marco shook his head. Dad, you guessed wrong this time. Oh? Whitebeard's interest was piqued as he inquired, who is it then? Holding up the newspaper, Marco grinned at his father. A young Navy officer named Moreland. He supposedly forced Shanks to retreat in the East Sea. Shanks, Whitebeard murmured, his gaze turning contemplative as memories flooded back from years past. It had been so long since Roger's crew had sailed, and now, a mere rookie in the Navy had emerged victorious over the formidable Golden Lion. It appeared that the tides of the sea were about to change once more. Hiki, Dad, I told you that you were mistaken. Shiki wasn't merely defeated, he was killed, Marco continued with a chuckle. Interestingly, Shiki went berserk and destroyed the town of Logetown, where Roger was born and executed, only to be slain by that young Navy officer. They say his body now lies among the ruins of Logetown. The Golden Lion, who had fought Roger throughout his life, had met his end in the same place where Roger's saga began. How ironic it was. Has Shiki truly died? Whitebeard's expression shifted, and silently, he lifted his bowl, consuming its contents in one go. With the passing of Shiki, yet another old acquaintance had departed. It seemed that few remained who could reminisce about their era. At this, Whitebeard chuckled softly, rising from the deck. His imposing figure radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance that reverberated through the air, causing even the void to tremble in response. However, these youngsters still had a long way to go before they could claim authority over this era. Chapter 112. The Freedom of Pirates. Haha, indeed. This era belongs to you, Dad, and to the Whitebeard pirates. Marco exclaimed joyfully, standing before Whitebeard. The others aboard the ship shared in the laughter, their expressions brimming with unshakable confidence and bravado. This was indeed the age heralded as Whitebeard's time. The emergence of formidable newcomers in the Navy mattered little. They are none other than the Whitebeard pirates, the undisputed sovereigns reigning at the pinnacle of the New World. Even the admirals of the Navy scarcely command their regard, let alone a mere novice from the Navy. In the eyes of Whitebeard, the recently emerged Morin is but a youngling who has piqued his interest. In the New World, on the main island of Tado Land belonging to the Big Mom Pirates, lies a peculiar city composed of various cake-shaped residences, aptly named the capital of Tado Land. Towering above the city is a magnificent cake castle, the residence of the captain of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Linlin. At this moment, within the grand and opulent hall of the cake castle, the queen of Tado Land, Charlotte Linlin, reclines luxuriously on a massive sofa, indulging herself in an array of delectable cakes and pastries. Mama, Mama. As Charlotte Linlin relishes her feast, her eldest son, the Duke of Candy, Charlotte Perispero, adorned in a blue and white striped top hat and wielding a candy cane, elegantly strides in through the grand entrance. He removes his hat and bows deeply to his mother, offering her a respectful salute. H.M. Perispero, what brings you here? Charlotte Linlin, lounging on the sofa, glances at her son, her mouth full as she devours a towering cake. Unfazed by his mother's gluttony, Perispero produces a newspaper, his eyes glinting with mischief. Mama, you won't believe it. A monumental event has recently unfolded in Logetown of the East Blue that I know will pique your interest. Oh, what is this great event? Charlotte Linlin inquires, her curiosity aroused. Just a few days ago, the infamous Golden Lion Shiki, who had remained hidden for years, re-emerged in the East Blue. He unleashed a barrage of enormous islands from the sky, obliterating Roger's hometown and claiming the lives of hundreds of thousands. More importantly, Perispero pauses dramatically at that time. There were several celestial dragons present in Logetown. Celestial dragons? Charlotte Linlin bursts into laughter, her voice echoing. Mamma mia, I never imagined that old fool Shiki would become so audacious after hiding away for years, even daring to slay celestial dragons. What a pity. If only he had brought them to me, for they are also a scarce breed of intelligent beings in Tato land. Upon hearing this, Parasparrow's forehead immediately beads with cold sweat. The celestial dragons are the lifeblood of the world government, and if Tato land were to capture even one, the world government would undoubtedly mobilize the 3 admirals and a vast army to annihilate them. As the eldest son of the Charlotte family, Parasparrow is keen to avoid such a scenario. He hastily shifts the topic, saying, the deaths of the celestial dragons are a closely guarded secret by the world government. If it weren't for our agents within their ranks, even our Big Mom pirates would remain oblivious to this affair. But what I truly wish to discuss is even more intriguing. Hee, Mama, did you know that after Shiki's destruction of Logtown, a rookie from the Navy actually managed to slay him on the spot? TSK, what a disgrace for us pirates. A Navy rookie? Mamma mia, how could he have faltered? It seems the Golden Lion has truly grown old, Charlotte Linlin muses. Parasparrow, tell me more about this Navy rookie. Beyond the red-haired pirates, the Whitebeard pirates, and the Big Mom pirates, other formidable factions, including the Beast pirates, the Don Quixote family, and various underworld emperors, have also cast their eyes upon Morin, the Navy rookie who has unexpectedly risen to prominence by vanquishing a legendary pirate. In the vast ocean, the swiftest path to fame has always been to ascend over the corpses of others. And now, Morin, riding the waves of the Golden Lion's notoriety, has forcefully thrust himself into the limelight of the world's most elite powers, though he has never set foot on the Grand Line. He has already sent ripples across the entire sea, emerging as a figure of great renown. In a matter of days, Morin's name has been mentioned and remembered by countless individuals. 3 days later, amidst the ruins of Logtown, the world government has dispatched over 10,000 able-bodied men under the guise of redeveloping the town, excavating the remains of the celestial dragons buried beneath the rubble. After 3 continuous days of searching without uncovering any other survivors, Morin found himself compelled to abandon the pursuit of survivors, as he had no desire to engage with the agents of the world government who had already arrived on the island. Thus, he summoned the soldiers aboard the ship, preparing to evacuate the ruins of Rogue Town. Before their departure, Morin noticed Ace leaning against the ship's railing, gazing pensively at the desolate landscape of the island. As Morin approached, Ace inquired, "Teacher, is this what pirates refer to as freedom? What does that truly mean?" Morin gently ruffled Ace's hair and asked for clarification. With a heavy heart, Ace lamented, "It's akin to the actions of the Golden Lion, utterly disregarding life itself, indifferent to the fates of others, consumed solely by his own selfish freedom." Rogue Town was home to hundreds of thousands. How could he so callously demolish those islands? Moreover, there are his comrades on those islands. If he can so easily disregard the lives of his own companions, then if this is the unrestrained freedom sought by pirates, I would rather forego it altogether. Morin absent-mindedly ruffled Ace's hair and mused, "I am uncertain what freedom pirates envision, yet I can assert that for the majority, their so-called freedom serves merely as a facade, an excuse to mask their laziness, brutality, and lawlessness. If they truly sought freedom, they could easily become unfettered adventurers or simply retreat to a deserted island to live the life they desire. Why then do they persist in plundering innocent civilians time and again? Their notion of freedom is but a flimsy cover for their atrocities, masquerading under the guise of liberty while committing heinous acts. This is the essence of true piracy. Of course, I do not deny that some pirates may have initially set sail with noble intentions, but how long can they endure when faced with the pressures of hunger and survival? Such pirates, once fallen, often become far more terrifying than ordinary brigands. Enough of this profound discourse. Such matters are far beyond the contemplation of a mere child like you. Now, off you go and attend to the menial tasks expected of a deckhand." With a light kick to Ace's rear, Morin sent him sprawling, directing him to clean the ship. He chuckled softly, "At your tender age, already lost in fanciful thoughts, it seems I have not assigned you enough homework. Starting tomorrow, your training will double. Let us see if this lad retains any energy for such trivial musings." At that moment, Morin suddenly heard a chime resound in his mind, signaling the system notification. Ding. Task target port gas D. Ace's worldview has undergone another transformation, advancing the life mentor task progress by 10. Current task progress, 50. The task progress has increased once more. It seems the destruction of Logtown has profoundly impacted Ace. It is indeed understandable. Despite Ace's verbal aversion and even hostility towards his biological father, Logtown is, after all, the birthplace of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, and the site of his demise. The obliteration of Logtown by the Golden Lion must have affected Ace more deeply than I anticipated. Reflecting on this, Morin gazed at the ravaged remnants of Lobetown before him, letting out a sigh. Hundreds of thousands of vibrant lives extinguished, so easily snuffed out in the hands of the powerful. The fragility of ordinary lives is starkly evident. After taking a deep breath, Morin resolutely resolved within himself to grow stronger. He yearned to become more formidable, for the sea held countless unforeseen perils. Only by attaining sufficient strength could he truly safeguard himself and protect all that he cherished, even transform the world. Having silently set this goal for himself, Morin returned to his room and devoted every moment to rigorous training. In his battle against the Golden Lion, he found himself teetering on the brink of life and death. Yet, despite the peril, that encounter afforded Morin significant progress. Even now, he had yet to fully assimilate the fruits of that fierce confrontation. Morin harbored an intuition, believing that once he thoroughly assimilated the fruits of this battle, he would draw closer to the true realm of the great swordmaster. Meanwhile, while Morin rested in the captain's quarters, Ace remained industrious. Upon returning to the storeroom, he fetched a wooden bucket, filled it halfway with water, and added some cleaning agent. Together with his two companions, they swiftly set about scrubbing the dirt from the ship, with 600 to 700 slaves still aboard. The areas requiring cleaning had multiplied significantly compared to before. Consequently, the workload of cleaning the warship had increased severalfold. For the past few days, the handful of deckhands could be said to have lived in a state of overwhelming toil. Had it not been for the rescued slaves who willingly assisted with tasks within their capabilities, the deckhands would have likely succumbed to exhaustion. Each time, after laboring tirelessly, when they returned to their quarters and collapsed on their beds, Ace, who had exerted himself 3 times as much, would still perform 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, and 100 of. Subsequently, the 2 naval deckhands were driven to despair, for Ace would invariably drag them into training once he had completed his own regimen. Initially, Ace's companions had no desire to partake in his frenzied workouts, as they were not of the same extraordinary constitution as Ace. However, when Ace mysteriously revealed that this was a secret technique imparted to him by the Brigadier General for physical training, the 2 impetuous youths were intrigued. The youth without dreams, the youth who had never envisioned a future as an unparalleled powerhouse, found themselves drawn in. Thus, they fell into the trap laid by Ace. Observing the ensnared, short and stout intern Bambi and the freckled intern Vincent, Ace's face, which was focused on training, revealed a sly smile of triumph. The joy of training alone paled in comparison to having companions to share the burden. Once ensnared, Bambi and Vincent initially struggled to complete even a third of Ace's training regimen, yet gradually, their capacity began to increase, even doubling at times. Although they eventually could not reach even a fifth of Ace's training volume, they unknowingly grew stronger. Eventually, they discovered that even the regular Navy soldiers aboard could not match their newfound prowess. In the days that followed, adhering to custom, Morin arranged to send home the batch of slaves rescued from the city of Weeping according to their wishes. Those unwilling to return home or homeless, seeking a place to restart their lives, were offered the option to disembark at several randomly selected islands along Morin's route. Naturally, before their departure, Morin would provide them with a sum of money sufficient for 10 to 15 days of living expenses. With this financial support, they should be able to embark on the new lives they desired. As for the last group of homeless slaves who were uncertain of their next destination, after inquiring about their wishes, Morin decided to take them all back to the naval base, assigning them various menial tasks within the facility, thereby providing them with employment. As the governor of the East Sea, Morin was capable of offering these unfortunate souls some semblance of refuge. Upon returning to Navy Branch 127, Morin did not immediately exercise his authority as the governor of the East Sea. Instead, as per his usual routine, he ventured into the calm belt to hunt a sea king, bringing it back to the base. Subsequently, while nestled within the naval base closest to the calm belt, he gradually began to assume the powers and responsibilities associated with the governorship. Chapter 114, Division Selection Time, like a fleeting shadow, slips swiftly away. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. During this period, Morin has thoroughly assimilated the fruits of his victory against the Golden Lion and has taken yet another steady step along the path of the Swordmaster. Moreover, within these brief 3 months, he has hunted 13 sea kings of varying sizes. However, the extensive hunting of sea kings in such a short time has rendered the waters surrounding Naval Base No. 127 a veritable no-man's land for these creatures. A multitude of sea kings have fled in terror, hastily distancing themselves from this perilous area. and even the outsiders have shown reluctance to risk their lives by entering these treacherous waters. Consequently, during his search in the nearby calm belt, Morin spent nearly half a day without encountering a single trace of a sea king. With a splash, he resurfaced, exhaling a cloud of murky air, and sighed with resignation. Alas, it seems I've been rather ruthless lately. I've driven the nearby sea kings to relocate. Furthermore, just a week ago, that beaver-like sea king, upon seeing me dragging a frog-like sea king past, turned tail and fled without a second glance. This situation seems somewhat uncharacteristic for a sea king. Morin stroked his chin in contemplation, pondering whether someone among the sea creatures had tarnished his reputation, rendering him infamous within their ranks. Curse it. I hope I never discover who it is, he mused. Since time immemorial, the ocean had been the dominion of these marine beings. Even though Morin possessed the strength to combat large sea creatures in the depths of the water, if these beings were determined to flee, he might find it quite challenging to pursue them. Well, except for the slower turtle-like sea creatures, he conceded. It seems I must seek a new location, otherwise I shall surely starve. Employing the technique of moonwalk, he executed several rapid steps, causing a spectacular splash of water to erupt around him. With the momentum generated by his leap, Morin vaulted onto the deck of a naval warship. Upon his arrival, Tao Yao, who had been waiting patiently, approached him and offered a dry towel. Here, wipe yourself off. Thank you. Morin replied, taking the towel to dry his damp hair before wiping down his body. As he tended to himself, Tao Yao glanced at the empty sea and teased, Have you returned empty-handed once again? Alas, Morin replied with a resigned expression. The more obstinate sea creatures have already been consumed, and those less stubborn have long since vanished without a trace. I think it's time for us to relocate. Otherwise, I might become the first naval governor in history to starve to death. Tao Yao chuckled at Morin's self-deprecating humor. Her exquisite beauty, with skin as fair as snow, combined with her heartfelt laughter at that moment, resembled the blooming of peach blossoms in spring. Even Morin found himself momentarily entranced, noticing the slight daze in Morin's eyes. A glimmer of mischief danced in Tao Yao's gaze. Well, if you were to starve, it would indeed be a misfortune for those sea creatures to encounter you. The formidable ruler of the ocean, reduced to a mere culinary delight in your own words. However, we truly must find a new place. The esteemed governor of the East Sea cannot remain anchored at a mere branch office. At Tao Yao's words, Morin finally snapped back to reality, feeling somewhat flustered under her intense gaze. I never imagined that the little girl from back then has now grown up. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Morin continued. Then let us make the change. By the way, where is the typical residence for the East Sea governor? The East Sea governor does not have a fixed station. In fact, many governors construct their own branch offices during their tenure, which the world government funds as a perk for their appointment. This is how the 4 major branches in the East Sea were established, Tao Yao replied softly. Is that so? Morin mused, stroking his chin. In that case, let us build a branch office. After all, one should not pass up a good bargain. Indeed, I suspected you would gravitate towards establishing your own branch, Tao Yao said with a smile, knowing that no man would refuse the allure of a personal naval office. After their laughter subsided, Tao Yao inquired, So, our esteemed governor, where do you intend to establish this new branch? Of course, I suggest we build it on one of the islands at the heart of the East Sea. That way, we can easily respond to any unforeseen circumstances that may arise. Morin shook his head and replied, No, as for the location, let us choose the ruins of Rocktown. Conveniently, the young recruits sent by the world government have yet to depart. We shall enlist their assistance in constructing a naval division there. Moreover, Rocktown is situated at the crossroads of the Grand Line, serving as a vital thoroughfare of the East Sea. By establishing our presence here, we can swiftly detect and thwart any pirates from the East Sea attempting to venture into the Grand Line, as well as those scoundrels from the Grand Line attempting to invade the East Sea. This geographical advantage is unmatched by those islands located in the heart of the East Sea. After reflecting on Morin's words, Tao Yao recognized the wisdom in his reasoning. Furthermore, she had no particular demands regarding the selection of the naval division, thus she nodded decisively and said, Since you have made a decision, let us proceed as you suggest. However, prior to that, I believe there is a matter that requires your attention. Morin inquired, What is it? It concerns the red-haired pirates, who have been wandering near the kingdom of Goya. The notorious crew has lingered in the East Sea for over 3 months now, their presence increasingly recognized by the populace. The arrival of this infamous pirate, with a bounty surpassing billions, has instigated considerable alarm among ordinary citizens. In fact, islanders near the kingdom of Goya have begun to band together, embarking on vessels to migrate to other islands. Chapter 115. The Imminent Transformation. After all, the incident involving the Golden Lion has only recently transpired. The Golden Lion, indeed. Upon hearing this, Morin nodded in understanding. It has only been a little over 3 months since the Golden Lion single-handedly devastated Rogue Town. The people of the East Sea have not forgotten the terrifying destructive power wielded by a true pirate, which is why they harbor a deep-seated fear of the infamous pirate Shanks, whose bounty exceeds 10 billion berries, and who has also made a name for himself in the Grand Line. Although the red-haired pirates have not engaged in any perilous activities within the East Sea, this does not diminish the innate dread that arises in people when confronted with a pirate capable of obliterating cities and nations at will. Moreover, the recent events involving the Golden Lion serve as a stark reminder, not to mention, even when the red-haired pirates returned to the quaint and friendly Windmill Village, the residents' gazes were tinged with unease, fear, and concern intermingled in their eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Morin declared, "Let us wait for another 2 days. Once I capture a Sea King from another location to replenish my strength, I shall address the issue of the red-haired pirates." Replenish your strength? With a physique stronger than that of a Sea King, do you truly require it? Talia remarked, casting a peculiar glance at a certain part of Morin's anatomy, her face flushing crimson before she swiftly turned away. Morin, lost in thought, failed to notice Tao Yao's expression, otherwise, he would have certainly reacted. At that moment, Morin appeared to be deep in contemplation, yet he was actually scrutinizing his attributes panel. Name, Morin. Age, 23. Bloodline, ordinary human. Title, none. Achievements, legendary fall, legendary degree 1, strength, 20, peak of second limit, physique, 20, peak of second limit, agility, 20, peak of second limit, spirit, 10, peak of first limit, perception, 20, peak of second limit, status, healthy talent, endless stomach. Development degree 100. Upgradable. Soundwave, development degree 54. Skills, culinary arts, advanced, gunpowder weapons, light model, proficient, swordsmanship, expert, super electromagnetic cannon, golden special skill, armament hockey, expert. Observation hockey, expert, specialties, 1. Extraordinary physique 2. Physique 4, permanent enhancement, unaffected by limits 2. Extraordinary strength 2. Strength 4, permanent enhancement, unaffected by limits 3. Godly reaction 2, neural reaction speed 20. 4. Dragon's might spirit 2, permanent enhancement, unaffected by limits 5. Extraordinary perception 2, perception 4, permanent enhancement, unaffected by limits, nourishment 2789 missions, philatelist completed, mentor progress 50, gift of knowledge completion 8. 3. Equipment, blackwood and white ivory, imitation, blue excellent. Demon blade ghost cut, blue excellent. Famous blade frost 2, purple exceptional. These 3 months of indulgent feasting have allowed Morin to accumulate a significant amount of nourishment within his panel, in order to elevate his physical attributes to rival those monstrous beings of the sea. He resolved to utilize this nourishment to enhance the attributes that were merely a step away from reaching their respective peak stages. Through years of exploration, Morin has gradually discerned the various stages of attributes. First stage, attribute value above 0 to 5, first limit. Second stage, attribute value above 5 to 10, second limit. Third stage, attribute value above 10 to 20, third limit. Fourth stage, attribute value above 20, unknown. Each stage, upon surpassing the current limit, results in a substantial and rapid growth in physical attributes, even without additional points. Although physical attributes do not encompass everything, lacking formidable physical prowess can easily tilt the scales in combat against adversaries of equal standing. Indeed, it is not uncommon to triumph over stronger foes through sheer power alone. After allocating points, Morin's physical attributes experienced a notable enhancement. Yet, this remains insufficient. To truly expel the red-haired pirates from the East Sea, Morin must achieve a qualitative breakthrough in his strength. Having unintentionally engaged the Golden Lion in battle, he is reluctant to face life-threatening confrontations again. After all, he has yet to fully savor the myriad wonders of this world. At this juncture, Morin seeks to expedite his strength enhancement, and the most expedient route lies in allocating points, whether to elevate his physical attributes to the fourth stage or to advance his expert-level skills to extraordinary master status. Morin's strength will significantly elevate to a new echelon. The physical attributes are self-evident. Should Morin elevate his swordsmanship to the extraordinary master level, he would truly become a grand swordsman, reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship in this world. The distinction between a swordsman and a grand swordsman is subtle in wording but profound in meaning. They represent entirely different realms. Though Morin can contend with the aged Golden Lion as a swordsman, bolstered by various skills, attributes, talents, and expertise, the prospect of becoming a grand swordsman appears daunting. However, if by that time, Morin's swordsmanship has transcended into the realm of grand swordsman, even as a novice, he could swiftly gain the upper hand in battle, suppressing the Golden Lion rather than being overwhelmed by him. I am nearing the extraordinary level of swordsmanship. Ordinarily, elevating a skilled ability to the extraordinary level requires at least 10,000 points of nutrients. This is akin to the nutrient points needed for Morin to break through the third boundary of his physical attributes. However, the nutrient cost for skill enhancement is not constant. Progress and insights gained at the current level can effectively reduce the nutrient consumption required for skill advancement. For instance, after thoroughly digesting the fruits of his battle with the Golden Lion, Morin, who is already in the latter stages of the swordsman realm and on the verge of reaching its peak, only needs to expend 3,000 nutrient points to elevate his swordsmanship to the extraordinary level. Currently, Morin has amassed 789 nutrient points and requires just one more medium-sized Sea King to accumulate the necessary 3,000. This implies that at that moment, he would ascend to the true status of a grand swordsman. Hence, Morin aspires to hunt a Sea King to bolster his strength before addressing the matters concerning the red-haired pirates. Chapter 116. The pinnacle of swordsmanship for it is then, as a grand swordsman, that Morin would possess the confidence to expel the red-haired pirates from the East Sea. Although the Sea Kings near the vicinity of Branch 127 have been nearly wiped out due to Morin's gluttony, a brief voyage along the windless zone would eventually lead them to discover Sea Kings once more. Fortunately, Morin did not have to wait long. A day later, in an unfamiliar windless zone, he again spotted the presence of a Sea King. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the megalodon from the films of Morin's past life. Albeit the Sea King was vastly larger in size. Its skin, as resilient and slippery as rock, its powerful tail fin, and that enormous maw, capable of swallowing Morin's naval vessel whole, were striking features. As Morin spotted this gigantic megalodon basking in the sun upon the surface, the colossal creature also took notice of Morin's ship. Initially, the megalodon, enjoying the warmth, had no intention of engaging with the naval vessel. Throughout its lengthy existence, it had encountered countless such creatures floating on the ocean's surface. Tasteless and devoid of substance, they were hardly worth the effort. Not only were they unappetizing, but they also caused stomach discomfort. In its youth, the megalodon had often sought out such creatures for sport, relishing their cries of distress. However, in later years, it had seldom bothered with them, recognizing the futility of the endeavor. Upon noticing the naval vessel, the megalodon flicked its tail in a show of dominance, creating a great commotion in the water, expecting the ship to flee in terror, as others had. To its surprise, Morin's vessel did not retreat, but rather accelerated towards it. This provoked the megalodon, which had previously felt indifferent. It sensed an affront to its dignity. With a roar of anger, it shifted into a combat stance, thrashing its powerful tail and sending a spray of water into the air as it charged toward the approaching ship. Then, aside from shortening Morin's hunting time, nothing else transpired. After successfully capturing the massive megalodon, Morin opted not to return to the branch, but instead landed on a deserted island within the windless zone. There, he meticulously divided the megalodon into substantial chunks and commenced roasting them over a fire. This meal would last him a day and a night, primarily devoted to ensuring the meat was properly cooked. With a satisfied burp after consuming the last piece of roasted shark flesh, Morin clutched his sword jaw, reveling in the satisfaction of his feast. Indeed, the shark-like Sea King offers the most flesh and sustenance. It's remarkable that after all these years, this is the first time my jaw aches from eating. Beside him, Tao Yao, having feasted several times already, rolled her eyes at Morin's comment. Observing Buddy, who eagerly awaited the remnants of Morin's meal, she jested, "Your feast rivals that of an ordinary person's entire lifetime of meals. With such intensity, it's a miracle your jaw has tea completely worn out." Haha, is that so? After sharing a laugh, Morin contentedly gazed at the interface displaying his nutrient points. Now at 362, pondering, it is time for a breakthrough. After the meal, alone, Morin ventured to the far side of the deserted island and summoned the system panel. After enhancing his swordsmanship skills, the familiar plus sign reappeared, prompting Morin to take a deep breath. Panel, allocate points. Ding. With 3,000 nutrient points available, do you wish to upgrade swordsmanship? Expert? Yes. Ding. Swordsmanship, expert, extraordinary. In that moment, guided by an unseen force, Morin drew forth the first blade that had accompanied him, the demonic sword, Kitch. Having vanquished the Golden Lion Shiki and claimed the renowned swords, Sakurado and Mokuko, Kitch had, in fact, fallen out of the top 3 in terms of levels among the weapons he possessed. Yet, in Morin's heart, it remained his favorite and the one he wielded with the greatest ease. The famed blades, Frostdew, Sakurado, and Mokuko, which ranked among the top 50 swift swords or the 21 great swords, were imbued with unique and extraordinary attributes. The chilling aura of Frostdew, the hallucinatory effects of Sakurado, and the withering nature of Mokuko. These exceptional traits undoubtedly provided a significant enhancement for most swordsmen, even the most skilled masters. The initial evolution. Throughout, Morin has always favored the purely murderous blade, the demon sword Kitch. Even after seizing Sakura and Mokigare, Morin could not be bothered to carry them, simply discarding them into the warehouse. A sword is an instrument of slaughter. Why burden oneself with an array of chaotic attributes? With the breakthrough of skills, Moreland's essence began to coalesce with remarkable intensity. His will, spirit, and soul converged into a nearly tangible sword intent, gathering upon the blade. At that moment, his vitality surged. Resembling a solitary wanderer at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, with a single hand gripping the sword, he gently swept it across the surface of the sea. Softly uttering 4 words, the sword cleaves mountains and rivers. Nothing could adequately convey the brilliance of this strike. As the sword was unleashed, it seemed capable of cleaving the very heavens asunder. The sword energy surged forth, leaving behind a celestial radiance that rent the world in twain. Beneath this strike, the ocean was split, creating a colossal trench spanning dozens of miles and measuring several meters in width. Even the sediment at the ocean's floor was cleaved in half. Above, the scattered white clouds were torn apart by the razor-sharp sword energy, forming a cerulean path through the sky. At this moment, Moreland's attribute panel reflected his mastery of swordsmanship. Swordsmanship, extraordinary in the long, dark night, only the sword remains. Devoted to the blade throughout your life. Your understanding and mastery of swords have reached a level unattainable by ordinary mortals. You now stand at the zenith of swordsmanship in today's world, revered by countless swordsmen as a great swordmaster. In the realm of the sword, you have achieved monumental success that echoes through the ages. Should you progress further, you will grasp the laws of the sword, ascending to the rank of sword saint, a figure immortalized through time. Effect, Strength 2. 8. Entry 0. 2. Mastery 0. 3. Proficiency 0. 5. Expert 0. 8. Extraordinary 1. Agility 2. 1. Entry 0. 1. Mastery 0. 2. Proficiency 0. 3. Expert 0. 5. Extraordinary 1. Perception 1. 7. Mastery 0. 1. Proficiency 0. 2. Expert 0. 4. Extraordinary 1. The enhancement of extraordinary swordsmanship remains unaffected by extremes. Chapter 117. The Vanished Red-Haired Pirate Crew at Last. A breakthrough. Gazing upon the masterpiece he had forged, Moreland exhaled deeply. Compared to before, the power of his flying slash had increased severalfold after his ascent to a great swordmaster. Furthermore, bolstered by the elemental energies of heaven and earth, the attack range of his flying slash underwent a transformative change. Now, his striking distance had expanded from over 1,000 meters to an astonishing maximum of several dozen kilometers. And with Moreland's continued growth and strength, this distance would further increase. As time passed, the sea surface he had cleaved gradually began to calm, while the cloud path above became increasingly indistinct. Suddenly, amidst his contemplation of the strike, the rustling of chaotic footsteps erupted from the forest behind him. Swiftly, a contingent of naval soldiers surged forth from the woods. Among them, the leader was unmistakably the formidable Tao Yao. Observing the ravaged sword marks before Moreland, Tao Yao hesitated, asking, "What is this?" After Mori sheathed the demon-slaying sword at his waist, a faint smile graced his lips. "Nothing much. I was merely a bit agitated earlier and decided to test the blade," he said casually. Testing the blade and causing such a commotion? Tao Yao tilted her head, skepticism written plainly across her delicate features. Before, perhaps not. But now, his voice trailed off with quiet confidence. Now, who could have guessed I would break through? Break through. Silence lingered between them. Morin did not conceal from Tao Yao and the others the news of his recent breakthrough in strength. After all, this could be considered a piece of good news. Moreover, having spent so much time together, it was inevitable that Tao Yao would eventually discover his prowess as a grand swordsman. unless he made a concerted effort to hide it in the future. After the breakthrough, it was only a matter of time. Morin did not linger any longer on the deserted island. After replenishing the fresh water consumed aboard the warship from a small stream on the island, they set sail once more into the vast sea. This time, Morin's objective was unequivocal: to expel the disruptive red-haired pirates from the East Sea. For the world government or the Navy, utterly annihilating a pirate crew of such caliber, like the red-haired pirates, might prove exceedingly challenging. After all, with formidable figures like Shanks and Ben Beckman among them, if the red-haired pirates were determined to flee, few could hope to restrain them. However, the task of driving them away was a considerably simpler endeavor. 2 days later, while Morin was well into his journey towards Windmill Town, an intelligence report from several naval bases near the Goa Kingdom abruptly left him bewildered. There was no trace of the red-haired pirates in the vicinity of the Goa Kingdom, suggesting they had departed from its waters. The East Sea's 69th Naval Branch reported that fishermen from Moxico Village had sighted a pirate ship flying the flag of the red-haired pirates, making its way towards Mingji Island. Mingji Island? How could the red-haired pirates be returning there? Upon reviewing the information from the East Sea's 113th Branch, Morin furrowed his brow. He was not unfamiliar with Mingji Island, having previously noted its details while searching for naval bases near the Calm Belt. Though situated near the Calm Belt, Mingji Island was far more fortunate than other islands in the vicinity. The waters surrounding Mingji Island were shallow and transparent, making it impossible for sea kings to thrive there. This meant the island's inhabitants had no worries about threats from sea kings. Furthermore, the extensive shallow waters provided an abundance of marine resources: schools of fish, clusters of shrimp and shellfish hiding amidst coral crevices, and robust crabs thriving in the area, coupled with the island's central lake, rich in water resources, and vast fertile lands. Mingji Island supported a thriving population of over 10,000 residents. Its unique scenery had also made it a renowned tourist destination, rendering it one of the more prosperous islands in the region. Despite Mingji Island's affluence, Morin understood that Shanks would likely dismiss such wealth. So, what was the true purpose of the red-haired pirate's journey to Mingji Island? It could not be to traverse the Calm Belt and leave the East Sea, could it? Wait, perhaps that was indeed a possibility. Meanwhile, having just resupplied on Mingji Island, the red-haired pirates steered the Red Force into the Calm Belt. This was not their first passage through the Calm Belt. They had traversed it merely 3 or 4 months prior. Thus, the crew, who would typically dread the Calm Belt, felt little apprehension. However, some members from the East Sea were melancholy as they gazed at their gradually receding homeland from the stern of the ship. A young pirate, clutching a bottle of rum, leaned against the railing, lamenting, "So, we're leaving? I thought we would stay in the East Sea a while longer. Who knows when I'll be back? I hope that by then I will have saved enough to marry Martha." Save enough? You drunken fool, don't hold your breath. Even if you manage to save up, who knows when you'll return? By then, she might be married, and your childhood sweetheart may have forgotten all about you. Laughed a bearded pirate nearby. "Shut it. Can't you say something nice?" retorted the young pirate, angrily throwing his bottle at him. "Perfect timing. You just provided me with a drink. Consider it a tuition fee for the lesson," chuckled the bearded pirate as he caught the bottle and took a swig. Before long, he had consumed half a bottle of rum, belching contentedly. Good liquor, packs a punch. Now listen, lad, don't take offense to my words. This is reality. After tossing the bottle into the sea, the bearded pirate's eyes glimmered with a hint of sorrow. Honestly, even if you do get married, what then? After years of absence, you might return to find another man in her life without even realizing it. The young pirate felt a pang of unease at the bearded pirate's words, but vehemently defended himself. "I don't believe it. Martha wouldn't do that. I will save enough money to marry her. I promised her that before I left, and I will keep my word." At that moment, Jesus, who was also leaning against the railing, interjected, "Dak, although Peichi's words may sting, they carry some truth. They reflect his own experiences." "Hey, Jesus, don't hit below the belt. You're exposing my past," Peichi exclaimed, his face turning beet red. Under the influence of alcohol and fueled by embarrassment, Peichi lunged at Jesus, tackling him to the ground. Meanwhile, the young pirate stared in astonishment at Peichi, realizing that the earlier advice had stemmed from genuine experience. After a brief scuffle, Peichi helped the bruised Jesus back to his feet. "Ouch, that hurts. Peichi, you hit too hard," Jesus gasped, feeling the swelling on his face. Peichi glanced at the welts on Jesus' face, feeling somewhat guilty, but replied gruffly, "Well, you shouldn't have revealed my past. That's just not right. Come on." "I was just trying to make a point," Jesus replied with a sigh. "Dak, What happened to Peichi is not an isolated incident. Many pirates encounter similar situations. Moreover, even if your wife remains steadfastly loyal to you, prolonged separation, coupled with a complete absence of communication, leaves you utterly unaware of the happenings at home in your absence. Sometimes, an unexpected calamity may occur, leaving an irreplaceable void that you cannot mend. Just as in my case, I was at sea for several years, contributing not a single penny to my household, and I was oblivious to the fact that Bangina had passed away. At times, I cannot help but ponder that had I not set sail, had I been present, Bangina's health would not have deteriorated, and she would still be alive. Even if she had fallen ill, my presence would have allowed me to care for her and offer her comfort, rather than being left in ignorance until her demise. Now, my own son refuses to acknowledge me as his father. As Jezeb spoke these words, his voice trembled with emotion. Meanwhile, the bearded Peichi stood silently behind him, wearing a somber expression. After a long pause, Jezeb, having released his pinned-up feelings through tears, composed himself and approached the young pirate Dak, placing a hand on his shoulder. He said, "For us, the pirates who may meet our end in some remote corner of the sea, love is indeed a most extravagant luxury. It is far too precious for us to deserve. If your Martha truly loves you and is willing to wait, then if you genuinely care for her, you should stay by her side upon your return. I can speak to Captain Shanks on your behalf." Dak gazed at the two melancholic compatriots from the East Blue, his expression a mixture of emotions, caught between speaking and remaining silent. Initially, he intended to share this sentiment to evoke envy among these single comrades for having a beautiful girlfriend, yet their words inexplicably stirred a sense of unease within him. Unbeknownst to the trio at the stern of the Red Force, not far away, around a corner, Shanks stood with an impassive expression, leaning against the cabin. He had overheard Jezeb's heartfelt confessions while seeking him out for a drink. The sincerity of Jezeb's words struck a chord with Shanks, evoking a sense of discomfort within him as well, for he had recently taken a liking to a young woman from the East Blue. What if, during his absence, she were to be courted by another? Taking a deep breath, Shanks suppressed his restless emotions and turned to leave. Forget it. I want to invite that insufferable Jezeb for a drink. I'll just drink alone. On another front, a day later, upon arriving at Mingji Island, Morin and his companions confirmed through various fishermen that the red-haired pirates had indeed entered the doldrums from this location, intending to traverse the doldrums and enter the Grand Line. Morin's emotions were akin to a spilled dye vat, a riot of colors swirling together, disappointment, astonishment, and a sense of relief. It was reminiscent of a chef meticulously sharpening all his knives and selecting the freshest ingredients for a grand competition, only to be informed that his opponent would not be attending. Naturally, the relief stemmed from the realization that since the red-haired pirates had departed from the East Sea, Morin no longer had to devise strategies to expel them. After a prolonged silence, Morin caressed the hilt of his sword, ghostly sever, and sighed softly, lamenting the missed opportunity to witness the extraordinary prowess of the future pirate king firsthand. Meanwhile, as Shanks traversed a significant portion of the calm belt, Morin, uncertain of the red-haired pirates' departure from the East Sea, commenced issuing orders to the nearby naval branches. He instructed them to board warships and scour the vicinity for any trace of the red-haired pirates. After all, the fishermen of Mingji Island had only seen the red-haired pirate ship, the Red Force, sailing into the calm belt from a distance, leaving them uncertain about Shanks' actual departure. What if the red-haired pirates launched a sudden counterattack? Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates, was renowned for his intellect. Who could predict whether such a cunning individual might employ deceptive tactics? Furthermore, who could guarantee that the fishermen's observations were entirely accurate? Therefore, to err on the side of caution, Morin resolved to make ample preparations. Under the directives of Morin, the newly appointed governor of the East Sea, the entire naval force mobilized with alacrity. Although some felt that Morin was overreacting, no branch chief dared to create disturbances at such a critical juncture. A newly appointed official's fervor could easily turn against anyone who provoked him. However, despite the thorough preparations, the outcome was not as anticipated. After several days of frantic activity, the naval bases and branches were taken aback to discover in the newspapers that the red-haired pirates had indeed left the East Sea. Reports detailed a fierce confrontation between Shanks and the legendary swordsman Dracul Mihawk on Tondong Island in the Grand Line. On the sandy shores of Mingji Island, Morin reclined lazily on a sun lounger, perusing a newspaper while soaking in the sun. Eventually, he set the paper aside and savored a refreshing sip of coconut juice. To his surprise, Shanks had truly departed. The duel of the legendary swordsman on Tongtong Island was a lamentable missed event. Such high-caliber duels were rare, even in the world of One Piece, where formidable figures abound. Witnessing a clash of this magnitude would be a coveted experience for any swordsman, potentially allowing them to grasp the essence of swordsmanship and break through their limitations. Even though Morin had recently ascended to the ranks of a great swordsman, observing such a legendary battle would still be immensely beneficial. Mastery of swordsmanship is not a solitary endeavor. One must continuously ignite the flames of inspiration through encounters with others to expedite their unique journey in this art. Teacher, would you care for a taste? Mingji Island's specialty, stone-grilled shrimp. At that moment of reflection, a generous platter of stone-grilled shrimp was presented to Morin by Ace. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, captivating his senses. Morin twitched his nose, immediately casting aside thoughts of the red-haired pirates. With Shanks having departed, there was no need for Morin to fret over subsequent matters. Instead of lamenting the missed opportunity for an exhilarating duel and battle, he might as well ponder what to do this evening. Furthermore, it was time for Morin to seriously contemplate his future plans. With a few deft movements, he prepared the golden, crispy stone-grilled mantis shrimp, sprinkling it with cumin, black pepper, and chili powder. He tossed the entire shrimp, shell and all, into his mouth, savoring it as his eyes lit up with delight. Although this method of consumption was somewhat laborious, and one could easily suffer a scrape from the shrimp's sharp shell, the delightful crunch of the exterior, combined with the succulent and juicy shrimp meat, along with the uniquely rich roe, created a symphony of flavors that greatly satisfied Morin's palate. This taste was unexpectedly delightful. Seeing Morin's satisfied expression, Ace beamed like a child receiving praise. Is it delicious, master? I thought this stone-grilled mantis shrimp was quite good, so I brought you a portion from the snack street. Indeed, the flavor is exceptional. Come, let us go see where you purchased it. After confirming that the red-haired pirates had departed, Morin, accompanied by his entourage, departed from Mingji Island aboard a naval vessel. Upon assuming the role of governor of the East Sea, he found himself confronted with a multitude of responsibilities awaiting his attention. Fortunately, the unexpected demise of the previous East Sea governor, due to illness, spared Morin the tribulations of a transitional period. Had it not been for this, the power struggles and covert rivalries accompanying such a shift would have likely left Morin in a state of mental exhaustion. Nevertheless, despite the endorsement of the world government and Morin's formidable display of prowess against the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, in the ruins of Log Town, he was still required to adhere to the established protocols. At the very least, every newly appointed East Sea governor is mandated to inspect each naval branch within the East Sea, gaining insights into the conditions of the various bases. According to information relayed from the Navy headquarters, the East Sea currently boasts 4 major naval divisions, 85 branches, and 384 bases of varying sizes. Although Morin need not inspect the smaller bases, the task of reviewing the 85 branches and the 4 major divisions would likely consume a significant portion of his time, perhaps even half a year. After a delay of 3 months, it was time to prioritize these inspections once more. However, before embarking on this endeavor, Morin felt compelled to return to Branch 127 to retrieve an individual. 2 days later, within the underground cells of East Sea Branch 127, a prisoner awaited. Morin, accompanied by Ace, swung open the door to the prison cell. Suddenly, a startled shout erupted from within, as Morin's oversight and knocking prompted an immediate reaction from several guards stationed inside. The guards swiftly readied their firearms, the barrels aimed at the solitary entrance of the cell. Oh dear, my apologies. I completely forgot to announce myself before entering. As Morin sheepishly offered his apology, a blinding ray of sunlight pierced through the doorway, illuminating the dim dungeon and allowing the 4 soldiers inside to clearly discern the figures of Morin and Ace standing outside. Ah, it's Governor Morin. Quickly, stand at attention. Hail to the governor. 4. Morin observed the flustered soldiers as they hastily secured their firearms and saluted him, a fleeting look of exasperation crossing his face. At that moment, the squad leader among the 4 soldiers cautiously stepped forward, his voice tinged with guilt as he said, I apologize, Governor. We were unaware it was you. Morin waved his hand and spoke in a commanding tone. Chests out, stomachs in, stand tall. Yes. Looking at the 4 straightened figures before him, Morin smiled and said, What are you nervous about? You are doing splendidly. Such vigilance is necessary for guarding the prison. Chapter 120, Farewell, Robin. All right, stop with that expression. You 4, go outside and keep watch. I have some matters to discuss with the person inside. Until I return, do not let anyone in. With that, Morin gently kicked the backsides of the 4 guards, ushering them out of the dungeon. Surprisingly, after being lightly kicked, the sailors not only did not feel anger, but the unease that had clouded their brows dissipated, and they cheerfully ran out of the dungeon, shouting at the entrance, reporting, "Sir, we will ensure the task is completed." Beside them, Ace watched the 4 soldiers, who seemed happier despite being nudged, blinking his large eyes in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Morin, however, offered no explanation. Once the dungeon door was secured by the 4 guards, Morin led Ace deeper into the dungeon. Soon, a peculiar solitary chamber came into view. Using the key he had retrieved earlier, Morin unlocked the door and entered with Ace. The room was sparsely furnished, aside from a small bed, a relatively thick blanket, a wardrobe, a set of tables and chairs, and the books Morin had brought. There was only a separate washroom. Contrary to expectations of squalor, the cell was remarkably cleaner than most dungeons. At that moment, Nico Robin, whom Morin had rescued from the City of Tears, was sitting on the bed, quietly engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Morin's entrance, a flicker of relief crossed her face as she inquired, "My governor, have you come to a decision regarding my fate? Will I be handed over to the world government, or executed on the spot?" The mention of execution dimmed her gaze. Since being brought back to this naval base, Robin had mentally prepared for the worst. In truth, Morin's visit after 3 months was already beyond her expectations. Yet, faced with the reality, a sense of melancholy welled up within her. Observing Robin's evident despair, Morin shrugged, pulled over the only chair in the room, sat down, stretched, and then said, "Why do you harbor such thoughts of being handed over to the world government or executed?" Robin closed her book and replied, "Isn't it quite normal? You are the appointed governor of the East Blue by the world government. And I," she gestured to herself, "am a wanted criminal by the same government. Whether I am handed over or executed seems entirely reasonable, does it not? Or are you like that scoundrel from the City of Tears, planning something against me?" As she spoke the last words, Robin's eyes began to take on a suspicious glimmer. After a slow exclamation mark emerged, sensing Ace's peculiar gaze upon him. Morin realized he could not allow Robin to continue her assumptions, lest his image in Ace's eyes plummet. He decisively waved his hand and declared, "Stop. Rest assured, I have no interest in a girl like you, lacking in curves and slender in form." "Ah, is that so? I didn't realize the governor preferred someone more mature. How unfortunate." Though she feigned regret, Robin's eyes were filled with relief. However, what Robin did not anticipate was that as soon as the words left her mouth, Ace's gaze towards Morin became even more peculiar. How infuriating. Does he really have a penchant for the more mature? Ace thought. Recalling the photograph of his mother that Morin had kept, her mature and wise visage suddenly making everything click into place. This guy wants to be my father.